That's hilarious. Just 8 matches and 8 teams remain in the hunt to be crowned the first ever Dota 2 major champion. Today, hopes and dreams will be fulfilled or shattered as we trim the field from 8 to just 5. Welcome to day 4 of the main event at the Frankfurt Major, live from the Festhalle. Yesterday saw 4 teams have success, 2 leave the tournament, and 2 progress to the upper bracket final as Evil Geniuses and Team Secret confirmed their favourites tag. In the lower half, OG showed their best form of the major so far with a sweep of Mineski, while Virtus.pro saw off a determined display by Alliance. We have 3 matches for you today, and all of them effectively knockout series. Virtus.pro and OG start us off in the 3rd round of the lower bracket, followed by the all-Chinese clash between LGD and eHome. We'll also have a 4th round game featuring CDEC to round out the day. Tournament has been tough. So tough, in fact, we've had casualties on the analyst desk. Get better soon, there has. Today's tongue-twisting titilators include 2 former professional players, though one of them is smart enough to have sorted his life out well enough to remain with us for the entire duration of the event, and the other one is Malk. Alongside the dynamic Danish duo is esports' real-life version of the anti-mage, though his dress sense is probably better. Welcome to Capitalist, and welcome to you all. It's good to have you back, Malk.
I disagree with the dress sense, but aside from that,
Excuse
also
me,
I do
coming
have my
from
life.
somebody who wasn't wearing a jacket or tying, just now finally decided to show up with some fashion sense.
And also a man that looks like he's...
That tie is fashion sense? I mean, I'm not wearing one. I think that's better.
I mean, early shots
At least
fired.
it's a tie. Yeah.
But you're right, Cap. He does look like a man about to attend a funeral for a guy he doesn't like.
So the reason
Hopefully.
I had to leave was because I left my suits in Denmark after
Really?
a magical evening in the company of Synderen.
Unbelievable. How are you doing, Cinnamon? You all right?
I'm sure it's my fault.
It's somehow your fault anyway. It's going to be your fault at some point today. You all right? Yeah, looking forward to day 4. It's going to be a good day. Do you know what's going on today at all, Malk? Or
Yeah.
you kept in touch yesterday?
We got OG VP. I'm so excited for it. This is the first time we'll really put OG to the test. So
It is.
Oh, with all respect to Southeast Asia. But
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Hoppid said earlier that you may have worn black today in honor of Chinese Dota. Is that right?
No, I'm celebrating the death of Russian Dota.
Okay. Hence the tie.
Wow.
Celebrating the death of Russian Dota.
Brilliant.
Jesus.
We'll come to that in a moment because I think there's a reason that Malk has a bit of a chip on his shoulder about the Russians this morning. Day 3 of the main event saw a set of decisive performance for the favourites. We had to wait until the final match of the night before we saw more than a 2-0, but it was well worth the wait. Let's take a look back at day 3 highlights. And they were very good highlights as well. We started things off with OG versus Mineski. It was a sweep, but OG played well. I mean, we'll ignore what Mel said.
Yeah, Mineski, I think Synderen, both he and I agreed Mineski did not show up to the series at all. It seems like their first loss kind of broke them, and you'll see that from teams coming to LAN events. In double elimination tournaments, the first time they lose, they just end up falling apart in the 2nd round.
What can you take from that, though? Because they've had a decent tournament, didn't they? Group stage was good for them.
I think going into the tournament, Mineski probably placed where most people would expect, myself included. But what they showed in the first few days gave me hope that they were a top 8 team. And I think they showed a couple of signs in their match against OG of what they could do, but they were just not on par with themselves from the day before.
And this was another sweep, but it was a much more interesting sweep as well. Virtus.pro versus Alliance. Alliance actually putting up some really good fight and some great play as well during the 2 games.
Yeah, FNG just had them slightly outdrafted and outplayed, I think. All the way through, Alliance looked really good. I think we all agreed on the analyst desk that there was nothing wrong with Alliance's play. It was just VP showed themselves to be the better team through and through.
Upper bracket game was EG versus CDEC, repeat of the TI5 Grand Final, of course, and this time round, EG came out 2-0 victors, and that'll please them enormously.
They had really good drafts. I think PPD prepared specifically for this match. Well, he probably does for every match in the main event, but he prepared very well for this. They managed to force aggressive onto hero picks that weren't really good in the game. He played exceptionally well with what he had at his disposal, but Lifestealer against that Radiant lineup...
I mean, Lifestealer in general, right? It's
yeah, Lifestealer...
Not a very good hero.
I think situationally he can be very good, but this was not that situation. So he still made it look like it pretty good.
Also had one of the burns of the day as well with Blitz on LD.
That was the real highlight.
That was a real highlight for me, yeah.
I do appreciate the diversity that CDC is finally showing, though. And as you were saying, Sind, aggressive played amazing on the hero. But yeah, the lineup from EG was just vastly superior to a Lifestealer pick. I think it could have worked in other situations.
Our final game of the day was Vici Gaming versus Team Secret. It was one we were all looking forward to on the panel as well. And it did not disappoint at all, going all the way to 3 games.
Certainly not. I mean, this game 1 left me so frazzled after. It was just so insanely close all the way through, even going into like just the craziness of Eternal Envy diving into the fountain, taking the enemy cheese. Like,
Yeah. Not every day that we
Never
see
seen that before.
not every day that we see that. Not every day we see 9 changes of gold lead during a game either. It was absolutely incredible. So a great day yesterday in day 3. We're going to get into day 4 now, and we're going to start things off by talking about OG. I'm still not entirely convinced that they've shown us their best form, but they played well yesterday in the lower bracket.
I mean, it's an improvement, right? They go through the group stages, sort of disappoint by ending up 3rd because they were one of the teams that we could have figured would maybe make it into the winner bracket. Then they meet Fnatic and they meet Meneski, and I think from an OG perspective, that's probably a dream scenario in terms of teams you want to meet, bar unknown, I guess. So they still need to deliver and perform and prove something.
And
that
VP,
they are a top team. Yeah.
VP will really be that test.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree.
Well, let's get into it then. Let's get into our first game, OG versus Virtus.pro. I'm excited. I know you guys are as well.
Yeah, these two teams have actually faced up against each other a number of times. The last 2 times that they faced up against each other, one was actually quite recent, was OG taking both series.
Okay.
I'd expect it to go differently today, perhaps.
Perhaps. You have some sort of ulterior motive that we're going to discuss at some point as well, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, we'll get to it when we talk about Virtus.pro, but we're going to talk about OG first of all. Let's take a look at their highlights from their previous match as well, because they have had some very good highlights indeed. Yesterday against Meneski, again, it's hard to quantify whether Meneski were playing poorly. I think Cap said they were, but or whether OG were just playing really that much better, Cinderin.
In the first game, OG just completely destroyed them. The second game proved to be a little more challenging for them, and they made a couple of big plays that pulled it back. I think this game could have easily gone to Meneski if they got the Roshan instead of Miracle's invisibility rune play where he got a double kill, stole Roshan, and they got 2 additional kills. That turned the entire game. The player in the camera shot right now, the Queen of Pain, this is a really big moment for him getting that double kill. He was getting out of control. Kuku had 8 kills minute 8, and then he ended up, I think, 9-6-2 or something. So he went 1-6-2 after an explosive early game on Queen, which just shouldn't happen. And this is the turning point of the game, basically.
This is where Meneski just broke. I mean, how do you respond to that? Like, Miracle just destroys you inside the Roshan pit. They take Roshan, they take the Aegis. And then that's the thing, right? Meneski never recovered from there, because then they could have actually played a little bit better around the Shadow Blade that Miracle picked up. But he just got like 4 SF ulti kills in a row, just one-shotting heroes left and right. They were not very well prepared and did not react well enough.
Game 2.
This is
Bit of a wash, really, in game 2. Less fight from Meneski than we saw in the first game, for sure.
This is just, OG are just crushing them at this point. They did, it's basically after that Roshan fight was lost and Miracle started taking over the map. As Cap pointed out, the single or the solo kills with Shadowblade just shouldn't have happened as they did. They could have bought a gem, for example, for Queen of Pain. She was very rich. She could have bought it herself and avoided getting killed.
I think generally the feeling amongst all of us when we were discussing this game before we came on air was that Virtus.pro are probably the better team. But the interesting thing, to me at least, is that the record between these two teams in this patch favours OG. They're 4-1 up, so what's that all about?
The thing for me is, I'm not sure if VP is actually the better team right now. It's actually more the fact that VP are a very static team. They remain together after TI. They show consistency. I think that they put up strong showings against every single top-tier team, but they stay about that level the whole entire way. OG, they've been climbing.
Okay.
I think what speaks in the favor of VP is that they are probably a better LAN team. It remains to be unseen. I think this match will be a good indicator of what OG can actually do. But in terms of LAN experience, the players individually on OG has a lot, but as a team, they're yet to perform. They were at MLG as their first LAN together, and they went out pretty early on, whereas VP has gone deep in a lot of tournaments. So that's the major difference. When they meet online is where OG really shines.
Okay. I mean, we have to talk about online, offline action, but a 4-1 advantage head-to-head in this patch suggests that they've still got something ahead of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think some of those games, OG just, how to say it, they were quick in this new version at finding their own playstyle and a way of making it work. And I think they went on a 17-game winning streak, actually. Online, they won so many games in a row. But then when you come to a tournament like this, the teams are way more prepared than they are for online matchups. Yeah. And I still want to see something new out of OG against VP, because else I think they're pretty clear in their drafting pattern, and that's something FNG can use.
Okay. One of the key players in the team is Fly. It's great to see him playing back again with his good friend Notan in the same team. What sort of experience does he bring to this team?
Well, that's exactly the word, is experience. Yeah. He just brings a lot of it to the table. I think he leads this, this team is a mix of both, newer up-and-coming players and older veterans, and I think that Fly gives them direction. I think they have a sense of calm when it comes to the draft. That is part of the problem, though. Cinderin pointed out, they do run kind of the same strategies. They have some very key signature heroes, but they need to kind of widen that array a bit more. So it's going to be a little bit more hectic once VP or other top-tier teams start seeing these strategies coming, seeing the draft coming, and start countering them ahead of time. OG have to then try and, split up a little bit, try and get some variety in there.
I think Austin said it best when he said a sense of calm. You're dealing with two players like Moonmeander and No-Tail, who are big personalities in their own right, and No-Tail especially gets very excited very easily. And then you have two new players that are fairly unexperienced in terms of competitive play. So it's great to have that solid rock, the foundation of the team, basically, that can really keep it all together.
Okay, let's transition over to Virtus.pro. They've had a good tournament so far, very good tournament, in fact. But again, they've shown signs of weakness during the group stage. They've shown signs of weakness in the upper bracket. Are OG able to exploit that, or do you think Virtus.pro have the means and the wherewithal to bring this one home?
I'm a bit concerned that if OG, they're a pretty aggressive team, but if this game does go late with, say, this tiny draft or something like that, that VP will end up getting over-aggressive. In fact, the last time they played up against each other, the Game 3, I felt really should have gone the way of VP, but they just ended up throwing the lead like they usually do.
Cinderin, your thoughts?
Yeah, I've mentioned it earlier, the Achilles heel of VP is pushing high ground. I don't see them getting very far behind, maybe in one of the 3 games or potential 3 games, but if it's a close or a VP favorite early mid game, then they're their worst opponents going toward the end of it.
Key players in the team, Milk? Who stands out for you?
On OG?
On Virtus.pro?
On Virtus.pro, it's definitely G. Throughout the tournament, I feel like he's been going absolutely ham on most of the games that they've won, and then in a sense, Lil as well. But yesterday we saw FNG pull through in terms of drafting and everything. So I think that's what really speaks in favor of VP, that they have players that all step up to the plate when needed.
Okay. We've talked a little bit about Dire and Radiant, first pick, advantages and what have you. It's interesting that the record for Virtus.pro, I think the teams are just coming out, so the crowd are getting a little bit excited. That's okay. We enjoy that. A little bit of crowd excitement. They have the same amount of games played and wins and losses on both Dire and Radiant. What does that tell us?
I think that shows that they're a versatile team that are able to adapt to various circumstances. But again, their Achilles heels is just overextending, whether it's pushing high ground, whether it's going too deep for certain kills. I mean, the Game 3 that I was watching before we went on to this panel, they dove past Tier 2 by 10 minutes.
Okay. We're going to check out the highlights now from Virtus.pro and show you exactly what happened yesterday when they played Alliance. It was a really tough first game for the team. But you got the sense, and I think a number of the panelists pointed out, that FNG was like a puppet master. He was pulling Alliance all over the place on the map and just making sure that his players were in absolutely the right place at the right time.
What these highlights do showcase is VP's exceptional ability to team fight. They're very, very good at combining spells and layering them the way they should. The reason this game went as long as it did, we talked about it yesterday, is the Razor's inability to get static link off in key fights. This is one of them where Alliance actually, I do think, get a pretty good trade at the end of the day. Loda gets to do his damage, and he was the big hero for Alliance. The other heroes were trailing quite a bit in net worth. So the moment G started landing those static links, it got pretty easy. And this is an incredible play by FNG.
Oh, yeah. Except the deny, and actually could have gotten the double kill, I think, against Nuts, but he plays it safe. But I think that says a lot about the strategy, right? That was superior strategy. If all they have to do is hit the static link on Gyrocopter, it says that they set everything up correctly in the draft. And also going into the game, they shut down the right heroes. So all that was left was the Gyrocopter with lots of farm, static link him, he's done for. Jacob looks like he's watching this game for the first time.
I am
Oh, wait,
watching
he
this
is.
game for the first time.
Yeah, this is one of the. Is this the second or third G Rampage of the tournament? I'm not sure.
At least 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe even 3. 2 that we've seen anyway.
That game to me was a pretty big outdraft, actually. I think Alliance played it very well with the tools they had, but the Brood really proved to be a major issue, which was interesting because it was a first phase pick for VP. As FNG said in the post-game interview, we made a really greedy draft, but Alliance went for something just as greedy, so it worked.
You mentioned that G's the standout player. How much of a standout player is he for the team in the sense of the entire competition? Is he right up there for top 3 MVP?
I think he's always a really, really top-notch player and everything, but I think this particular tournament, he's been one of the absolute best mid laners to follow. He's been very, very kill-intensive, and obviously something that fits VP. They're like a blood-rushing, mindless, suicidal team that just goes for the kills and never backs down.
That didn't sound overwhelmingly positive.
I was about to say, let's dial that back a little bit because they are good at taking objectives. They're not just about kills, kills, kills. They always use the kills in order to take the next objective. And I think that's something that VP, they are a very objective-focused team. They just stumble towards the end.
But as you were saying earlier, they overextend a lot. They always go for the kills. They rarely ever back down. They'll rather fight it out than play it smart, which is the major difference between them and Vega Squadron. But when they play at their highest level, that's so hard to play against. And that aggression really gets a lot of other teams frustrated. And, that's how VP comes out on top in a lot of their games.
Okay, let's talk about FNG, the captain in the team, the drafter as well. We assume he's still drafting down there as well. He is a bit like the puppet master, isn't he? But alongside that, more assists per game than any other Western player at Frankfurt as well makes him a standout player in more ways than just the man that calls the shots.
I mean, that was one of the support plays of the whole entire tournament. His play against Alliance where he managed to get the deny and then pick up the first blood. It shows that FNG is not just one of those players who's, a drafter and a poor player, right? Sometimes they have there are teams out there that they rely on their drafter so heavily it's okay if he underperforms essentially every tournament. FNG is not one of those people.
There are 3 things you can read into that stat. The first one is VP love fighting a lot because if you get a lot of assists, it's from making a lot of kills. The second thing is he's very selfless. He's perfectly fine with being a hard 5, and that allows Lil to shine in turn. So the general strategy this team runs is kind of similar to what EG do or did with AUI 2000 and PPD, where PPD just played hard 5 and AUI got farm. For them, it's FNG who steps down so that Lil can play heroes like Lina with farm or Visage. I'm missing a third here. I think he's also played some Spirit Breaker sometimes when it isn't played by FNG, but they found a recipe for success in their team for sure.
It's interesting as well because he's a player that didn't necessarily fit into the previous teams that he played in, and yet somehow he's found the right home.
I don't think he didn't fit in. I think some of those teams probably made a mistake in letting him go. I think you're talking about Navi.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, I think they probably regret letting him go instead of working on it.
Okay. The players are ready, so let's see them for the first time at the Frankfurt Major. Welcome to Virtus.pro. And welcome to OG. Players will get settled. And the draft will be with us in a few short minutes. Does mean, of course, we can move on to our predictions, which I'm really looking forward to this morning. Mainly because Malk has a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and I'm sure he's dying to get that off his shoulder, you know, or his chest, or wherever, whichever part of his body he wants to get it off of. But before we get there, steady on now, Jacob. Calm down. Capitalist.
I won't let you wait too
Prediction time.
It's pretty easy for me. VP, I don't think that OG have really been tested yet in this tournament. Their performance in the group stage was not bad at all. They had some really tough teams to face up against, but I'm not convinced that they're going to be able to take on a team like VP with the consistency they bring.
Okay, Malk.
I was prone to agree with Austin a long time until this morning when I got in the shuttle, had to leave for the venue, and then VP comes in and tells me to please vacate the shuttle as the team needs to go to the venue themselves and they don't want any company. So I was like, all right, you guys are dicks. so I'm going to put my vote on OG. Also, there's 2 Danish guys, so I'm sort of hard committed to.
Right. Nice save at the end. Okay, so it's basically bitterness and rejection that you've gone for.
We were all smart,
OG.
but I'm still
Okay.
going to go with OG.
All right, okay. I've gone for Virtus.pro, mainly because, as Capitalist pointed out, I think they've been very strong so far.
Right.
Sinru?
I didn't have a problem with my shuttle, so I'll go with VP as well.
He rode in with OG all this morning, but
I
he's still
do
going
think
with
this
VP.
could be a 2-1.
Okay.
I think OG have what it takes to beat VP, but doing it 2 games in this series, I think is going to be a little bit too much for them.
And that's despite the head-to-head record, as we've already discussed, the 4-1 lead.
I'm
So.
basing it solely on the performance in this tournament. I'm not thinking about history or anything.
Do we have enough, do you think, of OG so far to be able to base a strong, you know, to find that middle line of whether they've played well or bad?
I think so. The group stage, I think, is the most telling. I don't think the main event has really shown too much just because I believe that they've had easier matches to go up against. So the group stage performance was still good. Pre the whole entire majors, they were performing very well. And like I said, they've been climbing the whole entire way, whereas VP have remained consistent. I think that the fact that OG, if they take down VP, means they will have made a very large leap upwards.
Okay. Is a lot of their performance dependent on how FNG drafts and what hero G gets?
Absolutely. I think maybe not necessarily the hero that G gets because he can play such a wide variety. He can be the aggressor or he can play more passive heroes. But I think drafting is what this series comes down to 100%.
I wanted to say this until the teams were in their booths and couldn't hear me, but I think what it really comes down to is the fact that Meepo is in the pool, and I think that can really benefit OG, and I hope they go that route. We saw yesterday, and
We saw it yesterday.
I saw that game. So
It's getting spicy now. It's okay, it's fine.
So that's what I think speaks in favor of OG going into this matchup, that Meepo pick.
Do you think it's good against VP's general way of drafting, though? I feel like they draft so many stunts and so much single-target bursts that they could just crush a Meepo.
I think so. There's always a team to back it up, and I think Meepo is fairly good against single target stun if you have enough micro and a team to back you up, and then it dishes out more damage than any other hero.
10 seconds.
I believe that we could definitely have some spice here in the first round of picks because both OG and Virtus.pro have left the Doom on the table for the other team to try and take. They both have pretty decent counters, though my bet is on VP to leave the Doom out there. I think they have the better counters in that they can run a very successful Broodmother, more so than Moonmeander can.
Yeah.
Nice little respect ban from Virtus.pro.
They're going to ban Tusk next. They'll ban out Crit, and then Crit will play Jakiro or his Wyvern, I think. And I do think it's going to be a first phase pick Wyvern for OG because they want to secure one of those 3, Io, Tusk, or Wyvern. They haven't played Jakiro in the tournament yet, I think. Maybe once. I'm sure.
Virtus.pro's
Yeah, I
turn
think
to
you're
battle.
right. I'm not sure if they have played Jakiro yet, but
That's early.
it's supposed to be one of their go-to support heroes, especially against if they need a tanky support.
Not at all a
Virtus.pro's
surprising
turn to pick.
first pick Shadow Fiend.
SF going through is, yeah, so now VP will grab the Tusk for themselves. I think that's a no-brainer. They're very good at playing with it as well. All right, never mind. I'll just be quiet over
I was going to say, when these two teams face up against each other, they seem to really put more emphasis on the SF first pick. Both teams will go for it. And then the follow-up is usually more team fight power. Slardar, of course, being one of the best offlaners left in the pool, and Gyrocopter, the most favorable like early team fighting carry that you can get.
I think getting Slardar makes a lot of sense. It's one of OG's better heroes for Moonmeander as well. I don't know how sold I am on this duo being the first two. Gyro together with Slardar. Slardar amplify damage is single target amplification, and Gyro is about hitting a spread.
In a way, though,
But
it means that Flat Cannon guarantees that it's going to do a lot of damage to at least one target, right? Which I think is something significant, especially since it does give you vision. No chance you can hide.
this is a pretty... I mean, some of these picks are very straightforward and understandable, but I'm a little surprised with Gyro. And Dazzle together with Shadow Fiend, we've seen it a lot, but the win rate of the hero actually isn't that good in the tournament. I think it's one third of its games, the Dazzle, which
It was
is
something that was very effective 1-2 months ago, and it's just fallen off steadily ever since, especially on the Dire side. I also agree with you on the Gyrocopter pickup, but considering it is Illidan's favorite hero,
Well, to be fair, his favorite hero is Slark, but that's just not a hero in this patch. Completely non-existent.
they will ban the Brute themselves. So, do they play this Slaughter as anything else than an offlane for DK Phobos?
No, it's pretty much guaranteed that it's going to be DK Phobos' hero.
Yeah, that's
I don't think they've ever run like a 4 position.
seconds.
Oh, well,
They-
actually, I
they-
take
they
that back.
have
They've run it in
played,
Illidan.
what?
Illidan has played it.
If they have played a 4 positions ladder in this tournament, in the group stage.
Oh, okay.
Oh, VP have?
Yeah.
We're keeping their options open then. Still, the main surprising thing for me in the first phase was that Tusk went through the entirety. I thought it was going to get grabbed by either... Do you think it's the right choice to take Dazzle over Tusk for OG, considering how good crit is on the hero and Dazzle's win rate and how it's been tried a couple of times as a counterpick to Starter? It didn't really work.
I think the slight change in draft you can see from OG going through the loser bracket is that they put more emphasis on having supports that really back up your carries rather than initiate.
But Tusk is good for that too, right?
10 seconds.
I mean, it is good in the aggressive sense that you back them up by creating a front line.
Oh, also the defensive snowball, I think. But it's more situational than Dazzle, because Dazzle will way more easily be able to get in the right position. I still think it could be a pick. Okay. So,
Dire team pick.
I was thinking about
OG.
this here earlier.
They had a tough choice to make. Bane has definitely been one of the better support heroes of this tournament, I feel, and then Ancient Apparition is direct counter to Dazzle and maybe the SF Mech. So in that case, they went for the Dazzle, but Ancient Apparition is a favorite hero of Lil. I think that was the other hero you were trying to point to.
I think the AA ban would have been better, also because now they might not be as prone to pick out the Winter Wyvern, if that was a hero they were
10
considering.
seconds remaining.
They can still go for the Visage
5
as
seconds
well.
remaining.
Banned first
It's
phase.
been...
Oh, you're right.
There's an Undying in the pool, however.
That is very true. OG have played that a lot. Now they finally go for the Tusk. And the thing is, I think when OG pick... Do they ever pick Undying and Dazzle together? Because I feel like Fly exclusively plays both of them for the team. And now this Tusk for... It's not a guaranteed crit hero, because they could put it on Moon Meander still as well. I do think there's a very high chance it is the hero for crit.
But do you want to pick up Undying against Gyrocopter? He's one of the decent soft counters to Undying. Because
That
of
might
his
be the
Flat
reason they
Cannon.
first phase picked it, actually.
Right.
10 seconds remaining.
You think there's any chance of them picking the Husker?
5 seconds remaining.
It's... AA kind of ruins him.
Same goes with Slardar.
Reserve
Slardar
time.
AA together, I think, is enough. Regardless of the fact that Gyro is a very bad carry against Huskar, I still think they have enough tools.
Yeah, its minimal physical damage is going to be so amplified up by Slardar that it doesn't really matter.
So if we convinced that Crit is playing the Tusk, an offlane hero for Moon Meander would be... Clockwork is decent at creating space. I'm not normally a fan of Clockwork in this current meta, but I think in this particular lineup it can be good.
What do you guys
Also
think?
Isolate the AA.
What do you guys think about a Razor pickup here for OG as their safe lane, whether it's 4th or 5th pick?
Does No Tail play that hero well? It's 100% Miracle
it's
Shadow
Miracle's
Feed.
hero.
They don't...
Yeah, you're right.
They never swap those two around.
I mean, I would hope that that No-Tail isn't going to be limited by the fact that they haven't played much Razor, because when Razor is played, it is the Miracle. It's usually...
You don't think it's too easily punished early on from this lineup of Virtus.pro? I feel like they can run it down before it gets tanky enough.
There's a lot of single target spells you got to throw out against a Razor. You've got a Dazzle behind him.
They do go for the Phantom Lancer.
So Crit hasn't played on the Tusk this tournament.
Oh, he hasn't?
Hasn't, and Moon has.
Interesting. Because going in, Crit has been playing this hero so much for OG. It's been one of the key heroes for their success in online tournaments. I think, including the qualifiers for this event, actually, he played it a lot for OG. Now, Virtus.pro ban, another hero I was considering could be for Moon Meander, so they do think this is a Crit Tusk. Moon Meander's offlane Earthshaker has been one of his go-tos, and I think it would have been very good against VP's heroes. So good that I thought OG could have picked it before the PL.
Which is better here for VP? Because I think this is what OG are thinking about banning away. It's Klopp or the Lina. If the Klopp is banned away, I think VP pick up Lina.
I think, yeah, a really great pick. It'll just completely destroy the early game of OG with this lineup from Virtus.pro. They can put on the aggression from minute 1 and continue until the throne of OG goes down. Which I, of course, with my prediction, hope it won't.
I am a bit worried here for OG because I don't think there's one particular pick now that just solves the problems they have.
10 seconds remaining.
The best go-to pick for OG at this point for me would probably be the Undying, but it's still countered pretty well as we talked about.
I think the clockwork, if you put Crit on the Tusk, or then, as you were saying, the Undying. Those are the two heroes that can sort of salvage it and buy them enough time in these team fights in the early game.
I think Clock gets eaten alive this game. Okay.
It's a Rubik.
All right.
For game 1 of OG versus Virtus.pro, day 4 of the major. Let's head over to the commentary team. OD Pixel, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Paul, and indeed it is myself and Purge that's going to be going through the first series here today, OG versus VP and Purge. We're seeing the PL come out. Now, I feel that this Slam PL has been making a bit of a rise back, but with differing amounts of success. Is this the game that OG are going to show us how it should be done?
It's okay. I wouldn't say it's amazing versus Slardar. It's a hero that can lock you down and prevent you from escaping. They have other burst damage with Ancient Apparition. They can silence him. They can burst him with Lina. With that said, their AoE options aren't amazing. If he does become a little tricky, if he can stay on the outside of the fight, come in on heroes that are maybe segmented or by themselves, then it can be useful. So it's going to take a lot of No-Tail's focus here to guesstimate where he thinks all of his opponents are and make sure he doesn't get initiated on.
Of course, one thing we've got to talk about as well, the fact that Miracle is getting that Shadow Fiend again. We saw yesterday, this man is absolutely insane on that hero.
Yeah.
Do VP have the tools to shut him down? Because I'm looking at their lineup, they've got a lot of get in your face and get the action going pretty early on for the side of VP.
They definitely have the options, but like we saw yesterday, you can start Miracle at 0 and 3, and he's still going to come back as soon as he gets an Invis Rune, Shadow Blade, something like that. So we'll probably see a similar build. It's a little scarier due to the lockdowns and the nukes that VP have, but I think he can definitely do it.
All right, we're going to see, in fact, at the moment, OG moving down here, but VP did get that early Observer ward down, and that's going to actually save them a lot here, because they'll see the entire team coming down, and VP will be able to keep themselves away from this action, which would have been very scary fighting into at level 1.
Mm-hmm. But VP sees it, so yeah. They're so sad. Not the best Observer ward for vision-wise, but very good for not getting dewarded, and that's really what they're concerned about here, since they do expect OG to be aggressive in this lane. And they also do a double ward on the pole camp, so maybe not the best placement. Yeah, it's going to take probably 2 sentries to get this. So there's about 4 spots on average that it'll take up to 4 sentries hypothetically to deward this. So I don't know if they're going to be able to find all of them.
Indeed, we'll see how that works for the side of OG against VP. And oh, it looks like OG will look for the bottom room. VP, they're not going to try and contest that. They'll just simply look to take the top trade. And in terms of the lanes as well, are we going to see anything a little bit different here, or is this going to be your standard stuff, would you imagine?
Looks pretty standard for OG, and that's going to be the case. Dazzle Rubik is naturally going to pair with PL to make sure he gets a lot of farm. Offlane Tusk should be able to help limit the creep wave's movement so that he's going to get some guaranteed experience. And looks pretty standard for VP as well. Probably we'll see some roaming Night Stalker. They're going to have Lil help out the mid lane a little bit using Chilling Touch. And pretty standard game. This seems to be the meta pretty consistently here.
Indeed. I guess talking about the SF Lina matchup, Lina, one of those heroes that can do pretty well against the SF if she starts to get ahead in terms of XP and levels.
Yeah, ooh, he's going to get lifted
already,
back.
Yeah. The harassment coming in from the side of OG, forcing G back. Fly hanging around the mid lane as well, so a lot of attention put there. They've left at the top, of course, No-Tail on the PL on his own against the Slardar, which you're still going to be able to find farm here on this PL there.
Yeah, he's going to be fine, and eventually the supports will rotate back to the top lane, and he'll be absolutely okay. So now FNG rotates the middle lane. The reason they did that is because Lil just wanted to use his Chilling Touch. It's a long cooldown. He can't stay in his zone as much.
They're going to lift him back here, but well, FNG still throwing a Void back onto Miracle. A lot of action and aggression on this middle lane between both the mid laners and the roaming supports from either side.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's safe to call them roaming supports. It's more like zoning
Sitting
supports
there.
on the mid lane. It's very, very consistent for this to happen at the highest level right now. Every single game, one support comes mid, tries to limit the other person's last hits, and then eventually around the 2-3 minute mark, then things actually become a 1v1.
Well, top lane, Phobos just being zoned out here by Fly, who's going to stick around with No-Tail. And let's have a look back at the Radiant jungle. How's the AA doing in terms of getting control back? Oh, Phobos, he's got the crush, he's got the sprint. Should be fine here. But bottom lane, Moon just being forced back here by the Chilling Touch. And taking a lot of damage there as well. He has got a salve, so should be all right. And we can see they just missed one of the sentries, I believe, haven't they, already?
Yeah, it's so hard to get both of them, to be honest. It's either left extreme, right extreme, north extreme, or south extreme, and any of them can be mispredicted a little bit. Moon Meander in a little bit of trouble here. 5 seconds left until the next Void hit.
Hey, Tango's up here. FNG's not going to go for it. He's going to let the Tusks go.
I think that was a good play. If either one of them committed to that, they would be pretty low in mana. Tusk wouldn't care because he's got a Clarity and an Enchanted Mango, but if FNG burns through all of his mana there and loses half of his HP, he's out of Tango and he has to go back to heal. And it was a kill that maybe would have happened, so I think it was smart of him just to pressure slightly and then back off.
And both of the position ones at the moment getting really good farm. 12 for 6 on Yajara, 11 for 8 on the PL. And we're seeing Lil and Illidan trying to move in onto Moon here, kind of getting cornered off. He's going to have to give this one the walk around. They've got the Chilling Touch, and they're going to try and look for this Tusk here. Moon could be in a lot of trouble. He pops the snowball out. And they'll be able to chase this. Cold Feet isn't going to kick in. Moon getting incredibly low, and he's going to deny himself the neutrals.
Got
He
a
should be
stout
able
shield,
to do
though.
it.
No, go for him.
Oh, the flak! Oh, the flak didn't quite do it. Illidan went for it with the flak, but Moon is able to deny himself there to neutrals.
That's not the camp you want when you have a Stout Shield. You block almost all of their damage if it does proc, and it was a cool play to try to use Flat Cannon to make it work out, but I think it would have been slightly better if he just went directly after him, because those first 4 hits did almost no damage. He got technically unlucky Stout Shield procs there, but great deny for Moon.
Keeping it 0-0 on the board at the moment. Mid lane, worth noting, the matchup. G, 14 for 3 on his Lina, 16 for 2 on Miracle, so fairly even at this point. Both still with one support at either side hanging around the mid lane. And I mean, on the top lane as well, the fact that they have got the Dazzle sitting about, they are managing to stop Phobos getting a lot of farm from this lane. He's still getting levels, but it's not going to be a ridiculous amount of CS for the Slardar.
Yeah, it's actually pretty equivalent experience on both sides, and in some ways that's one of the things that makes off lanes pretty good right now, is that the supports do spend so much time zoning the mid heroes. So both the Slar and the Tusk are going to be pretty happy with this. I would say it's a little better for Slardar, perhaps. Although it's not bad for Tusk either, because he has a great hero that he can gank on, and that is the Lina mid. She's very susceptible to Tusk ganks. But same goes for Slardar. Slardar's also a very good hero right now, very good at setting up ganks. It's hard to say which one's ultimately going to provide better, but DK Phobos with the 4, pretty good tanky items, and he could definitely go set up some kills mid.
Yeah, and of course it is nighttime period at the moment. There's just level 2 though on this Night Stalker. And I think OG realizing that something might happen mid, as they've actually sent Moon to hang around there as well.
They did deward the high ground ward, one really nice thing. Lina attacked uphill a couple times, so it's pretty clear that they did have an observer ward in the area, and it was in one of the more obvious spots. They have replaced another ward covering the top rune spot, but the positioning of OG's heroes right now, they don't actually know where they are on VP's side. So things are going to get a little scary for them here.
Oh, G's got to be careful. Telekinesis will be there with a snowball to follow up. That's your first blood. Caught slightly out of place, and as you said, just being set up there by the fact that they were able to deward the side of OG, and well, top lane just getting the crush in, but a nice and a successful gank there from Moon on his Tusk, and the patience paid off.
Yeah, that's such a huge gank to get. So Lina's dead for a little bit. FNG's going to grab the experience while he is dead, so it's not full efficiency loss for Virtus.pro here. But she can also go back to the jungle in a moment. There has been a lot of stacks at the large camp by Lil. Lil's getting himself some experience now, staying at level 3. He's doing all right as well. And on the bot lane, Illidan's just pressuring the tower, which is something Gyro can do very well. So I think VP's all right with that death, despite it being first blood.
We're going to see at the moment, OG keeping the 3 of them towards the mid lane. We'll see if they're trying to go for something. Oh, crit.
Wasted TP. That's a misclick.
All right.
Curious what he was going to use there. Oh, he was setting up his sentry placement top. So he will be able to get this deward as soon as he goes to the high ground. Just going to wait a moment. But too bad that he lost his TP. If they actually spot that. I don't think they did, though.
No, it was just outside of range of the observer. Phobos is going to grab himself an invis here.
Oh, he's going to get spotted by the sentry, and he's going to realize it
It
immediately.
was spotted, yeah. They've got the observer there as well, so they saw him pick it up. Miracle coming forward. I think they're trying to play the dumb game, and now they reveal the fact they can see it, but I think Phobos just got out of range of the sentry, so he's going to be all right.
I don't know if he played that. It seemed at first that he didn't know the sentry was there,
Phobos, there's a sentry still there as well, and it's going to be OG leading him with the telekinesis. Shards come out, but Phobos not getting trapped. Will walk out now, the Dragon Slave. VP trying to move forward. There we go, Laguna to the back of the Rubik. That's your first one for the side of VP. They're looking for more cooldowns there. There'll be a snowball coming across. They're trying to save Miracle with a rocket barrage. They'll take down a second one. Double kill for Lina, and now VP will back off. Flies there. No-Tail came in with a TP reaction. The Spirit launches Shards. The PL's coming for the action, and it's going to pay off. Dazzle will find the kill there with the Shadow Wave. So OG do find the kills in response.
Man, that
as
is...
both of the position ones come to the mid lane.
I really liked Illidan's rotation, but that is a perfect example of why Tusk is the hero that has not missed anything. It's like the Ice Shard comes in, and it's essentially like a 2-second stun because you have to walk all the way around. Helps you catch up to people that frankly should be far out of your reach, and you're not able to catch them anymore. But the Ice Shards from Moon absolutely guaranteed that kill on Gyro, and a kill that looked, a kill tray that looked okay for VP ended up being not so great.
Back to the mid lane, here we come, G. We saw him find that first kill for himself with that Laguna. He's going to have that back online in 10 seconds. See if he's able to do it again. Just going to back up and look for the jungle camps here. Keeping his levels up. Just a 500 difference between himself and Miracle on those mid laners.
G's definitely the hero that VP wants to prioritize in the early game, because when he does get leaning, he very often just owns the entire game and goes crazy. But Miracle is kind of the same here, so I think it's important that VP does get the kills on him, even if it does occasionally trade an Illidan kill. So I think they're moderately happy with what happened.
Moon has been spotted out by the high ground here with the Void, and they're going to try and move forward the cold feet. Is he going to lock it? Is. He's going to get the shards out, but doesn't matter. FNG walks around, should be able to find this here, and he will. Second Void does the job, and FNG takes himself the kill.
That was a huge pick off there. Just don't really expect him coming from above you most of the time. And that was a level 3 cold feet, by the way, so that's stunned for 2.75 seconds. It's actually not a bad ability if you can guarantee that they get stunned.
More and more space given here to this Jara. In terms of CS now, he's certainly looking very good on the board. He's still level with No-Tail, 45-19, 45-6-20. It's very close. It's pretty much neck and neck between these two cores.
DK Phobos as well is close to 6. Again, about the same experience as the offlane on OG. And he's gotten a lot done on the Tusk, but I'm always so scared of Slardar. But he doesn't have Blink Dagger yet, so until that point, Tusk is easily a stronger hero.
FNG wants to find something, but Moon, he's aware that it's going on. He's TP to the top lane, ready to help out the boys on the side of OG. And Fly wants to lead in. Fly's trying to get the vision here for the initiation, but he's going to get it onto Phobos. Snowball comes through. Will the stun connect? They will with the shards. They'll look for the Slardar. They'll try and get it, but the crush comes out. Now Illidan's there with the cooldown. They're looking for Fly. Fly's trying to TP out. Moon's going to drop. Fly, will he escape? He will. No-Tail's now the one in trouble. FNG and Illidan chasing him down. They'll get the Void, and there's a Rocket Barrage. They'll take down the PL. And Illidan with these gyrocopter rotations at 9 minutes in, absolutely bang on.
Yeah, that's the only thing holding them together. It looks so bad for VP with the initiation directly on Slardar, but he gets a little stun off on one hero, and the call down was just amazing. They almost got 3 kills out of that one. The gyro on VP is definitely one of the best heroes that they can give to Illidan, in my opinion. It just gives him so much more value in the early game rotations than many other carries that he plays.
So sticking up around top here with Phobos and FNG. We'll see what the next plan of action will be for the side of VP. The side of OG, they're going to send No-Tail on the PL down towards the bottom. Actually smoked up here as well. Only AA is sitting down here. This is, of course, that period of the game where we'll see teams leave the AI on his own in lane, trying to get that XP for level 6. But we'll see how much Lil reveals himself, as he has just already found himself getting that ultimate online. They're going to look for it. They're going to dive for it. They've found him, Lil. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. No, you get the pick off. So not the biggest of kills, but a kill nonetheless there with that smoke and a bit more favorable action for No-Tail to be involved in.
Yeah, I wish he would have hid behind trees, because the position he was located, if they did wrap around, they're going to spot him instantly. If he was sitting inside the tree clump next to it, they wouldn't have immediately realized he was there. Yeah, their smoke would have broken, they probably could have figured it out, but it would have given him a fighting chance instead of no chance at all. It's a very small mistake out of Lil, not that big of a deal.
And all this vision, of course, from OG, spotting out any movement, any rotation from FNG from the mid lane. So they're going to feel very confident, piling on the pressure down here. And OG should be able to claim themselves this tier 1.
Same thing for Illidan, though. He's pressuring the off lane.
There's a snowball in onto FNG, standing on top of the ward, and OG will punish that and get themselves another kill under their belt. 6 for 5 and 11 minutes in. This game certainly feels like a very close one, Purge.
Yeah, and OG doing the very standard thing. Take control of your enemy's jungle. They have their observer ward, the one that FNG just died on. That one's placed in a good spot. It's also placed very well, even if Night Stalker uses his ultimate. One really nice thing about this ward placement. They will see them running across that cliff. And now they're going to control the jungle. They'll farm the jungle. They'll pressure the the tier 2 a little bit. Maybe not a huge amount, but the important thing is that this jungle is now theirs. Oh, a bit of an item mistake coming from DK Phobos. He's building an urn, and I know for a fact there's already one on Night Stalker. This is going to delay his Blink Dagger and not give him as much value as it would have just with the base item.
A little bit, yeah, maybe miscommunication, but nonetheless, not the ideal move here for VP.
Yeah, he probably gets earned just about every time on Slaughter. In fact, I've seen it. Well, there's just that small overlay where... Oh, sorry.
Okay, here we go. They're going to try for this. The Ice Blast is coming through the board. They lost G on the Lina, but the Ice Blast is onto Miracle, who get off the Requiem. Shallow Grave's there. Now they're looking for more. Oh, Crit with a stolen Ice Blast straight back into the face of
he kept
VP.
Miracle alive.
It gets the jar, and Miracle doesn't go down. Crit with that steal, turning the fight around, and OG come out on top, even though it was VP looking to initiate.
Dude, that Grave from
Oh,
Fly
we
was
might not
amazing.
be done. Mid lane Moon with the snowball dodge there to avoid the crush, but it still comes through. Moon in trouble. He needs to back up with his friends, and it's there. Telekinesis onto FNG, straight into the punch. A third kill for OG as they start to break away.
We need to talk about that Grave again, because Miracle was dead. He was actually for sure dead, but the Grave, he waited until right before he died, threw the Grave on, and there just wasn't an extra tick of that magic damage to guarantee his kill. He actually kept him alive, and that is literally VP's strat. Burst down one hero, get advantage from that. And they weren't able to do it due to the great Grave hold.
Some very flashy plays coming out from the side of OG there, and VP going to feel a little bit shaken. Miracle off the back of that is starting to get himself ahead. 6.8k now in net worth, 1.2k ahead of that Lina. And going for not the standard Miracle build. We've seen him pretty much most of the time here on the main stage, going for the brown boot Shadow Blade. But this time, he is opting for that SMY, and I guess because of the burst damage that VP had this
Yeah, there's just so much. If he had a Sanjay, or if he just had a Shadow Blade, he'd be sitting at about 900 HP right now. And that's like 1.5 heroes would kill him consistently. The Ice Blast coming out from OG. He's not giving up the spell anytime soon. Does not land the debuff, and they're looking for the wraparound.
Let's see if they can get anything with this VP. Positioning themselves between the tier 1 and the tier 2. They've got the ward down. Sentry's been dropped. It's just out of range there with the ward. And now they're going to go in. FNG, he knows that Moon's about, and he's going to make a beeline straight here for this tree line. Here's your Ice Blast. It's looking to be a nice one. Is it going to connect over? It just flies past Fly. He'll pop himself down the Shallow Grave. Crit is there. Are they going to just sacrifice the Dazzle? Do they want to turn? They've got a telekinesis onto Phobos, but they're just going to have to let Fly go. And side of OG won't be able to find anything in return. In fact, they may lose more. There's a Void onto Miracle and VP. They're ready to chase it down. No tails down the high ground. Miracle looking for the red grip, but the burst is there. They'll burst down the SF before he can get the ult out. They do lose Phobos. There's the charge from Moon Fly through, and they might get more. No tails there with the Spirit Lights. They're moving on to Illidan, and they find the Gyrocopter. Double kill for Moon Meander as he turns around this one for the side of OG.
Yeah, that was a huge double kill for him, but still very good kills for VP. Again, G's in the fight. He's got more gold from it. His Yules is finished, and he's not dying. And that's the thing that OG should be a little bit worried about, because if any of their cores get caught out and G's ahead, they're going to get bursted with Ice Blast and a Laguna Blade, and they'll most certainly die.
Oh, we're seeing OG. They're not done. They're moving around. No tail, Moon, and Crit. In towards the mid. Stop a ganging to clear the trees, and looks like they'll just look to take this tier 1 from the side of VP. Crit, he's still got a bit of time to play with that Ice Blast. Actually, yeah, it's the last one he's going to be able to throw, so he's going to have to look to re-steal that or take something else from the next fight from the side of VP.
It looks like VP's not even going to get this Observer Ward in their jungle, too. They had the sentry down, but unless they walk into the jungle right now, 30 seconds left, they're going to miss it. That's a really unfortunate thing. But they don't want to go in their jungle. They're scared. They think OG is there consistently. They don't feel comfortable in their jungle at all. And that's why they put all these sentries down. They said, okay, well, we're going to make sure that OG doesn't have any Observer Wards there. And they got 1 out of those sentries, but they didn't get 2 out of it.
I saw some smokes that now picked up by Lil on this AA, but at the same time, 15 minutes, and you're going to be smoking up into a lineup where Moon on the Tusk does now have his completed mechanism.
He's been doing really well this game, actually. He's been a part of 9 kills out of his team's 11, shifting around everywhere, getting kills on really important heroes like Gyrocopter. He's been important for at least 2 to 3 of these Gyro kills.
It's Pinnacle looking for the 16-minute rune. FNG will walk through and take that. But Moon, he wants to fight, snowballing it very aggressively. There's an Ice Blast flying over. He'll get the punch onto FNG. They'll look for the Red Queen here. It comes out. He'll clip the Nightstalk. It's a double kill, in fact, as Miracle gets 2. There's a Light Strike onto Moon. They will lose the Tusk. And now the cooldown from Illidan. VP aren't happy. They want to turn. They're coming in with a Rocket Barrage. Telekinesis is there, but they can't quite turn this one around. And they get themselves 2. No-Tail, he's looking for more. The Light Strike from G holds back the PL, but Illidan's in a bit of trouble. In fact, Crit stole the Amplify before he went down. Laid it down onto the Gyro. No-Tail's trying to go for it, but Cold Feet's on him. And Lil gets a killing spree as he takes down the PL. No-Tail trying to go a little too aggressive. And VP will find the favorable fight this time.
It looks really bad for VP at the start, but as soon as the Requiem came out and cleaned up the 2 low HP heroes from VP, they're able to turn around and get a couple kills. They have really good kite potential on Lina. The Yules plus Phase Boots combo, I really like it because OG's disables are pretty weak. Obviously, Snowball, Ice Shards are great, but if those go on somebody else, then G can genuinely run away from the Rubik and then just continue to throw Dragon Slaves, lower his HP. And once PL's HP is low, his illusions aren't very strong either, and then you can very rapidly figure out which one's the real one. So both carries on both teams not having the best of games. It's looking a little better for Gyro at the moment, but it could definitely still be a big swing for either one of them.
I'm going to see top lane now. Just No-Tail. He's going to calm it down a bit, look to farm. Mid lane just being cleared out by the cooldown, and Tusk getting a bit aggressive on bottom, getting the momentum with the creep wave really going around.
Really like FNG's position here. He's an anti-smoke gank right now. Whenever your core is doing Ancients, it's very common for the opponents to generally group up and go for a kill there. He's got a Sentry Ward down. It's maybe not the best Sentry because it doesn't spot some common Observer Ward placements to the left of its vision, but if they do smoke and approach this, it'll be Nightstalker dying and not Gyro. And it's daytime anyways, what's he going to do, you know? It's very useful that he's doing this, and that's exactly why he's there.
No-Tail very, very close to finishing that diffusion. And he's going to see FNG. Just grab the rune in front of him. Bottom lane is, in fact, well, OG now really grouping up towards this mid. You've got 5 heroes around. Phobos just clearing out the jungle, trying to find that money towards that Blink Dagger. 850 here at the moment on the slider, so still a little bit of a way to go. And what was the money spent on Wire Rubik? So it looks like Crit is picking up a staff of Wizardry, so just trying to get that 4 staff going before the Blink on this Rubik.
Yeah, 4 staff's the item that you need to counter lineups like VP's. If somebody gets initiated on and he's about to be Ice Blasted, force him forward, and it makes VP force themselves to be out of position to counteract that 4 staff. So 4 staff is definitely the item they need to succeed here. Just one is going to do the deal.
At this point, I mean, when do you think we'll kind of expect the next bit of action? I'm looking at Lina. G, he is very, very close to his Aghanim Scepter. He's halfway through that point booster. So perhaps just waiting upon that VP. OG, they're not waiting. Yeah.
They need a Blink Dagger on Slardar really bad, and he's behind. It's 19 minutes now, and he does not have it. He's only got 1,000 gold. So if they're very aware of this, that there isn't that Blink Dagger, then OG's going to be very fine. I mean, look at Ice Blasted here in the Roach Pit. They might be low by the time VP gets there, and that's what it comes down to.
That's the question. They are sticking in the pit for the time being.
I think they got it. They're going to be low, though. If they can catch them on the reach.
Oh, this could be big if VP can get them top, but I don't know if they can. They've got the Slardar on here, but the rest are a little bit behind him. And yeah, OG are going to be able to get themselves the Roshan. Sending in the center, but he's now out of mana because of the defusal. So won't get the stomp off. Here's your cooldown. VP trying to look for the opening. They'll get the Amplifier out into Miracle. Illidan moving forward, but there's a snowball coming in. There's a defusal onto Illidan. He's caught out. Light Strike will buy him time. He turns around.
Oh, this is going to work.
He's going to live. Look at the grave. There's the grave. Moon's going to survive. They've lost the Gyro VP, and No-Tail's moving forward for more. The Ice Blast flies through, but he's going to be juked out by OG. VP will lose Lil as well, almost certainly, but no, he's going to live. Finally, the Spirit Lance there from No-Tail will finish him off. They did lose Crit on the Rubik, OG, but they might find the kill onto FNG. Moon goes in with the shards. No-Tail's there as well. There's your heal bomb from Fly. And OG do come out of a fight that VP may be just turning up a little bit too late to as they try to contest Roshan.
I think it's not terrible for VP. They killed the Aegis. They should have killed Moon. A little bit of a misplay from Lil, but he wasn't able to anticipate what Lina was going to hit. So Lina hit the Tusk. No AI Blast came, which meant that the Grave ended up being useful. But the important thing in that fight was that
Fly.
Slardar...
That's an ambitious TP. Phobos is there with the crush straight away. Dazzle maybe being a little bit too cheeky with his TP position, and he will get chased down here by the fish in the ice cream cone. There's your crush. Miracle's coming through. There is a grave on Fly, but the Ice Blast is there. They want this Dazzle dead, and they're going to get it, and VP will disperse a Fly.
So despite Gyro dying there, I think it was worth it. Slaughter's up to 1,700 gold now, and Lina as well didn't die in that fight. So despite losing Illidan, that's their go for it.
They want to go for more as well. Look at him sprinting forward. Pops the Amplified down onto the SF. Is he going to dive for this? He certainly is. Closing in, looking for the crush. Pings are coming out. There's going to be a reaction from OG. VP diving very, very deep. There's a snowball here onto the Slardar. G's moving against the Laguna onto Miracle, but he gets off the Wreck Rim, and now he tries to turn the cooldown. Does end up finishing him off. Illidan moving forward with the flat cannon. The Rocket Barrage as well. He's going to find Moon here. 3 dead on the side of OG. And VP are moving forward for more. They want no tail. The light strikes there. Double
buyback.
And now Crit is there. He might fall. There's a buyback from Moon, but Crit going down to the Rocket Barrage. He falls. Triple kill for G. They do end up losing Phobos on the Slardar, but they force out a buyback, and their aggression punishing the side of OG behind their tier 2s.
Is under attack.
That looked pretty crazy, but it ended up working out there for VP. Illidan is, man, his aggression has been really good this game. It's maybe not allowing him to get a ton of kills. He does have some of the highest deaths for a carry, but he's setting up his team to get the plays. He does over-aggressive things. OG is forced to use their spells on him, and then G just sits in the back and picks him off one by one, dealing out huge amounts of damage. Their strat is working, and OG's a little bit on the back foot here. I mean, there is a BKB on the way for Shadow Fiend. Once he gets that, he's going to be pretty happy.
But there's an axe on Lina now.
Exactly. There's a little bit ahead of him.
He's going to get pretty low here. There's an Ice Blast on him. Crit, what's he got the steal on? He's just going to be able to
Dire's middle tower is
barrage.
under attack. Dire's middle
This game,
tower has
22
been
minutes in a
denied.
lot of action, and it's still very close between these two sides.
Yeah, it is. 200 gold away for DK Phobos to get his blink as well. So a slight power curve will be hitting now for VP. Got a Glimmer Cape on Ancient Apparition so they can protect Illidan a bit better. He is just dying to range magic damage pretty much. And if we take a look over at OG, nothing new for Tusk, just mech arcanes. He's had that for a bit. Miracle's again about to finish his BKB. Fly has no defensive items yet, and Crit also doesn't have his Force Staff. So they're missing some really important things that might make the big difference in them surviving. They do get a big D ward in the jungle though. And this means that OG's jungle is safe once again.
Now, Phobos, he's got that Blink Dagger on the Slardar, so we can see the go time coming out fairly soon for VP. We've seen how much they've wanted to fight. Illidan as well, his aggression on this Gyrocopter paying off time and time again. Just moving to regain control of their own jungle, and there's your smoke.
It might have been spotted just partially.
There's one on the low, yeah, we'll see.
There wasn't a hero. They might have said that, seen the edge of the smoke. They might go on mid though. OG's so spread, there's no towers close.
This would be a big jump if they can get Miracle here. They're moving on to the high ground. Phobos blinking in. He's actually been Glimmer Caped as well, so he's going to be able to close the gap here onto Crit, and there's your crush. They'll look for the Rubik kill. They should be able to get it. He's got a telekinesis, but Dragon Slave, the right click from G. They'll find themselves the Rubik.
It's okay. Cost them a smoke, they get a support hero.
Radiant's
They may
top
just
tower
back off
is
from this
under
one,
attack.
especially because the top tower's a bit pushed. Yeah, and they do. Gyro TP's back, and it wasn't a good enough kill for them to justify going for a tier 2 building.
Now looking at Moon as well, so on top of this Mech Arcanes, he is up against a Night Stalker with that silence. Do you need the Greaves first for your team here? Is the Night Stalker prioritizing you, or can you still just afford to go for the Blink on the Tusk first?
I think it's a great idea, honestly. And especially because they have a Dazzle. Something that you don't remember that often with Greaves is that if you get low HP, you get this big burst of armor and HP regen, which it synergizes perfectly with Dazzle if you're planning to live after. If you get Ice Blasted, it's not going to make a big difference, but at the very least, lowering the cooldowns can be good.
It's just smoke from OG. At the same time, they are smoking into a Lina that's gone in
this
Vizrin.
looks good.
If Lina comes back, he could just better, but he's not around. Illidan's going to have a snowball going towards him, but it's a very ambitious one. It's not going to reach him. Illidan gets Glimmer Caped up. Sentry has been dropped here, so they will spot the fact that G's moving in here. In fact, the double Sentry
left him.
strat. OG, there we go. They're going to throw the Ice Blast out. G's
this ult.
on top of the Requiem. Miracle with the timing, using G's yours against him. He looks for more. Triple kill for Miracle. It might even be an Ultra. Finds Phobos. Ultra kill for the Shadow Fiend. 8,000 matchmaking rating. Lil, the only one to get out. There was, in fact, a buyback from G there, but he's not going to be able to do anything. And that was huge for OG Purge.
That felt like a super big VP throw to me. I mean, they were like, oh, Moon Meander used his abilities. It didn't work out. Let's go walk into this and start the fight, but you can't run in your Lina first. He got entirely initiated on. Maybe he didn't anticipate there being that many heroes there. Maybe they were all still smoked, perhaps, but man, that fight just got off on the wrong foot. It was their two most important heroes get initiated on. The BKB shows and completely counters Lina, and that huge positioning error by G just resulted in a giant kill set for OG.
Look at this mid lane. I mean, there's a bit of a collection of sentries here.
He was invised, I believe, which was why
I think that's what they were trying for it.
Yeah.
With those.
Under attack.
But those sentries, man, I would trade 3 sentries for that team fight any day.
Any day. Wowie. 22-17 for the side of OG. No-Tail still picking up the farm here on this PL.
Sustains gold.
There's this miracle Shadow Fiend, 4K ahead of Lina. We were saying at the start, this man has been having consistent performance after consistent performance on the hero, and it does not look like this game's going to be any exception.
Yep. Next item coming up, probably a Scotty, I feel. Might be a Butterfly as well, but Gyro is pretty big components of magic damage. One of those items, I think Scotty's probably better because Lina's going to be doing burst damage and AA as well. Is just trying to get him to a low threshold, so more HP is always going to help. So I would say go standard build. It would allow him to basically out-kite his opponents and out-tank them as well.
Okay, so it's Blink done on Tusk now here, so he did opt for the Blink rather than the full-out Greaves, but with the amount of aggression that OG are using, having that extra route of initiation is going to be pretty huge for them.
Especially after how that last fight started to initiate. If you have the snowball, it's like, okay, they just walk away from you. But if you have a blink, you can do it instantly. As soon as that gank happened, it was like, okay, it's very clear that OG needs a way to start fights in any way other than just walking into them. So blink was very clearly after that fight the right item here from Moon Meander.
Smoke from VP. Got the chilling touch. Now going to be running straight into OG. If they go around this route, it looks like they're going to look to wrap around via the mid lane.
It's much safer.
They're thinking about it.
OG's positioning is
They're
perfect.
so ready for this.
I don't think they can run up this hill. There's no way.
Roshan's up in third. This is what it is. It's that timing.
Whoever wins this fight gets Rosh.
OG actually beginning to wrap around themselves here. VP is making the move towards the mid.
They just don't know where OG is.
OG, they're avoiding and playing this very, very smartly.
Looks like they have a gem. They killed all the sentries. Yeah, it's a gem on Lil, on the Ancient Apparition, so they're just going to shift pressure to the top tier 2 instead. This may allow OG to go for Rosh, but it depends on how fast it respawns.
Under attack.
Rosh should be up any second, I believe. It's 30 seconds, about 20 seconds ago, so yeah, literally right now. There we go. So Rosh is up. Let's see if OG look for the Rosh or they look for the fight first. VP, they are certainly looking for a fight.
Oh, they don't have a Helm of the Dominator creep. He grabbed this Alpha Wolf, which means he doesn't have the Centaur on the bottom half of the map. OG could have potentially taken Rosh right there.
I mean, look how careful OG are playing. Nighttime has been called out by FNG. Miracle, he's so ready for this with this Invis Rune. We saw him with the Invis Rune in the games yesterday. Is it going to be as impactful again this one? He's still got it. He knows there's a gem though on Lil. He's going to move forward. They found G. Can they quite get a jump? No, VP actually moving into the pit.
There could be an initiation at any moment.
So tense between these two sides. OG just
they have to spot that ward. They do spot the ward. So they know that OG has perfect positioning. They can't fight with that being there. It would give them way too much advantage. It would basically nullify everything that a Night Stalker does for VP. But it's going to be so difficult to kill those. I mean, they're limited on range heroes. It's Lina, it's Ancient Apparition. Lina would kind of work, but she doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet, so it's just way too dangerous to kill that Observer Ward. It's starting to be one of the best spots for Roshin, because it's hard to check it. You have to have a ward on the high ground yourself. You have to have a range hero to kill it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looks like VP, they're going to give up on the Rosh for the time being. Just look to try and take the tier 1, gain a little bit more control of this area around Roshan. OG moving forward. They do now have a Manta on No-Tail, so he's going to feel a lot safer going ahead first into these fights. Throws out the lance there onto Lil. Doppelganger's forward a little bit aggressively. The shards come out, catching 2. Light strike's already been used. Phobos comes to the sky. There's Rise, but they get the cooldown as well, and it's going to heal to 3. Illidan moving forward. Has he got the damage? But the mech's being popped. There's a Lagoon onto Miracle, but he still moves forward with the BKB. He's looking for kills, and he's going to get them. He gets Lil here as well. Snowball onto FFG. He falls as well. There's only 2 left on the side of VP, and OG are not going to stop. They're moving forward. Crit forcing in, trying to catch out Illidan. Moves down with the shots. It's a little bit off point here. Illidan juking around the tree line. There's no tier 1 here. He's going to go for the TP out Illidan, and he should be able to make it. He will. But OG there finding 3 kills, and VP just unable to find anything in return.
Yeah, VP doesn't have the same ability to poke and prod like OG does. Just a simple Spirit Lance, let them know where VP was, and then they throw a couple more spells, and all of a sudden the Ice Shards catch 2 heroes, and then they can just approach. Despite the great initiation there from DK Phobos, OG just simply presses BKBs, survives the initial burst with their high HP, and then they just take their picks, get a couple of heroes. It's very difficult for VP here to win a fight unless they initiate first and they get the follow-up in the first couple seconds.
Okay, they want to fight here, VP potentially. They're throwing an Ice Blast and a cooldown, but OG will dodge it and pop down the Weave and No-Tail. Just positioning himself in a bit of a stance. They're ready to jump if VP came down from the cliff.
I don't know if they can do this. They're going to grab the Aegis.
There we go. Aegis now picked up by Miracle. OG, they played the long game. We saw them hovering around the pit for a good 3 or so minutes, and it really paid off. They find themselves a good team fight down bottom, and they get themselves a clean Roshan.
They lost the gem as well. This is VP definitely on the back foot here. OG is taking control of this game entirely. How many Aegises have they gotten now? I believe 2. 2 Aegises on a Shadow Fiend to hear that they're already going to have trouble killing. He's just simply getting tanky at this point.
He's completed Skadi, it is, isn't it?
He's got to be close.
Oh, no, he just needs the point boost, I believe.
Yep.
So 400 gold away from the Skadi as well.
And he goes up another 500 HP or so. It's pretty good.
I mean, we look at the Jari. Illidan, has he kind of got the damage items? He hasn't yet. On top of the SMY and the helm, 1100 gold. So they're really going to have trouble breaking down the Shadow Fiend. And as you're saying, doing it twice is almost an impossible task for VP at this point, unless they commit everything to the man.
They're very cooldown focused, especially because Gyro doesn't have BKB. That's really the item they're missing the most. He's not able to frontline tank and to threaten there, because if they just initiate on him, he also dies. They're looking to catch him though.
Moon.
Stun
Smoked up
wasted.
OG. And Phobos has been spotted. Will be linked away straight out. Shards thrown across it, seeing if they could trap anyone to the tree line, but VP move across it. Lil TP's out straight away.
No TP.
FNG could be in a bit more trouble. Trying to run this one out.
Oh, they can't see him.
He's just outside the vision. The Shards, will it catch him? It will. Moon's on point, gets the vision there for the snowball. Jumps straight in onto the Night Stalker, and OG's there with the backup. Everything getting thrown down onto the man, and they do catch him out, even though it's nighttime, and even with that limited vision.
Yeah, that was the only thing keeping him alive, was them not knowing exactly where he was, skirting on the edge, but the great ice shards from Moon Meander gives the vision to score the kill.
Top tower has fallen.
So split pushing now is a little bit of the game here for VP. G's going to help work on that tier 2 tower, and I like that Slaughter's behind this. Unfortunately, they actually don't know he's there because the Night Stalker ultimate is on.
Now Snowball and a G, he'll juke out the stun there with the Eels, but there's so many people here. Miracle with the Wrecker, and they're trapped in by the Shards VP, and they just absolutely disappear.
That's not a trade you want to make. They got a hero, but they lost Lina.
28 to 18, OG really stepping ahead of the game compared to VP. And look at the graph now. It was up and down towards the mid game, but more and more OG getting more control of this one. And now with a very sizable lead against the side of VP, and you look at their lineup, Purge, have they got what it takes to turn around these fights? What are they waiting on? What do they need?
VP needs to start finding heroes when they're solo, basically. What they just tried to do, a little bit of split push with one hero, and then turn it around and get it to a gank. But maybe the mistake was showing Lina in the lane rather than just Slardar. If they showed just Slardar, all of OG might not go. If only one hero goes against the Slardar probably...
Oh, No-Tail blinking in straight onto FNG. He's going to look for the TP FNG, but it's not going to work. No-Tail there, getting himself a solo kill at the same time. The rest of his boys taking down a tier 2.
But they need to get kills, basically. And OG is correctly putting enough heroes on each gank. Enough where they guarantee the double kill rather than just losing one.
Crit.
Radiant's bottom tower
Anyway.
is under
Crush,
attack.
great steal from Rubik here.
He's just got absolutely no fear at the moment. Just on the high ground, pummeling away at this tier 3. Cleaning out the wave, and at the same time, OG, they've managed to push in the middle lane of creeps as well. BKBs have been picked up by both of the cores, Illidan and G on the side of VP. They'll be in a little bit of a better shape to fight, but there's a lot of physical damage at the moment coming out from Miracle. And he's got 4.4k on top of this Skadi now. This man is an absolute monster.
He's going to take a little bit of an ice blast.
Hotel, linking in. Doppelganger's out. Starts to lose their mana. Phobos has to sprint away. Miracle back onto the racks. Try and waltz off the cold feet. The 4-star's there from Crit, so he'll be able to.
And back high ground now. VP's got to go soon.
They've got to make a jump, but it's just so hard for them because they know that OG's going to be there with the turnaround and No-Tail. He makes the jump for them. Straight onto FNG, jukes out the light strike there with the doppelganger. Night Stalker already being forced back. Miracle moving forward. Oh, there's Moon with the snowball. Straight onto Lil. Lil will go down. No-Tail getting the kill there with the illusions. And the rest of VP just being forced back to the base. Again, Nota just juking out the stuns time and time again from G. And now Quick going back in with the lift. Bit of a T-Tools going on here, but G, he's the one having the damage gone down from Miracle. The PKP is not going to save it. The ult again. Miracle rides it up. There's a Requiem. He just get out the Laguna, but they've lost G. Illa just trying to do what he can, but this is Shallow Grave onto Moon. Miracle just moving forward with the right clicks, forcing this Gyro back to base. There'll be a crush from Phobos. He wants to find Moon. Will he be able to get it?
Oh, he doesn't get him.
He just can't kill Moon, and that's a GG. Moon just playing with the side of VP, and OG take game 1, 33-18. It was pretty close up to the 22-minute mark, but then OG, they just came into absolute action, and VP did not know what was hitting them.
OG just looked like the better team there, but with that said, I feel like VP didn't play up to their absolute best. I think they played better yesterday. I think they can turn this around, maybe take it to 3 games. But after game 1, again, Miracle Shadow Fiend, it's
you've got
really
to take
good.
it away from it, or you've got to do
really
something
good.
about it. And we talked about VP's lineup, and we're like, all right, they've got tools to deal with Miracle, but you don't. He ends the game 15-3-12. This man's an absolute madman. If we see him on the hero again in game 2, I don't know what VP are thinking. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, back over to the panel to see what they have to say about game 1 between OG and VP.
Thank you very much. Yes, plenty to discuss from game 1 as Virtus.pro leave the arena for their break. And OG will do the same. And plenty of reaction to come here on the panel. Malk is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah.
The only man.
I mean, that was a great game.
This might happen. You enjoyed that. Actually, it was backwards and forwards for you, wasn't it? You were sort of up and down, and there was a moment where you were like, hey, look, my team are winning. And then there was another moment where you were like, oh, that's not gone well.
It was a bit
And then it changed
anticlimactic
again.
when I screamed louder than anyone in the hall, only to follow up with the entirety of OG being wiped and then buying back and doing nothing with it. I was like, oh, is that how Dota works? So I'm glad to see Miracle Shadow Fiend being backed up by his team pulling through and taking all the fights later on. It's great.
I mean, we're seeing exactly why the SF was valued as first pick with these two teams. I think that VP, going into the next draft, if they don't have first pick, they have to keep it away from OG. They're just too good with the hero. This is Miracle's hero through and through.
Okay, let's check out through the highlights through the game. First 20 minutes or so, very even game, backwards and forwards. A little bit of a lead for OG, but nothing out of control. And at this stage, could have gone either way.
So I think we've established that the Shadow Fiend should probably be removed from OG, but I was sitting through the early game thinking, why would you ever give G Lina? And why always on a 5th pick? I mean, it's really just his most successful hero throughout the tournament, and continuously letting him have it instead of just taking him out of his comfort zone on the 2 heroes that he really, really dominates on, namely Queen of Pain and Lina, is such an easy thing to do.
That's the steal that actually makes this whole entire game start going OG's way. The fact that Crit manages to take the Ice Blast and uses it in multiple team fights with that one steal actually sets up OG for success in this early game.
It was very, very important. I think the 3 key things that happened in this game is that Ice Blast steal, the fact that Slaughter doesn't get blink until minute 25, that them buying 2 urns was actually a really big loss. The 1,000 gold delayed his blink maybe 5 minutes in this game. And the third thing is just the Dazzle and Shadow Fiend working together basically the whole time. All the Graves from Fly, maybe apart from one, were really, really good.
Yeah, I think we finally witnessed why it is Shadow Priest the Dazzle is so highly rated and was so good in going into this tournament. And this is the first time I really see it executed really well and up to its former glory.
And else,
Great pick against VP.
Exactly.
How they play.
and also why they chose to ban away the Queen of Pain. She's Queen of Pain instead of the Lina, right? If they have a Dazzle, they have a better response, whereas Queen of Pain's bit AoE can be hard for Dazzle to manage.
So this is where it really started to go wrong for VP at the time. They were just starting to close back in on OG.
I mean, Purge called it a throw, and I completely agree with him. I really don't think that was unnecessary. They had a really good juke by Illidan to get away from that initiation. OG were clearly looking for a fight, and they chose to go into that despite just getting away with a Glimmer Cape and knowing that OG had been placing down a lot of sentries.
I mean, it's VP. What do you expect? Are they going to back down?
I think it's the bane of G is actually sentry wards when he plays his heroes. Whether he's got Shadow Blade or just an Invis Rune, This gives me flashbacks to, I think, TI won.
TI won, yeah.
Right?
I was about to say M5 against Na'Vi.
Moscow 5 were doing so well. Na'Vi was the team of the tournament. And the Moscow 5 were actually in a really good position.
They were
He
gonna
has
win
an
that
Invis
game.
rune on his Storm Spirit. He gets caught out, dies, and they lose the game entirely on that one play. So, needs to be... I agree 100% with what Purge said. You can't, like, even if you're not sure if they have sentries and you take the chance, send someone else in first before the Lina to check, not your Lina on the front line.
VP not VP not at their best in this game though. We've seen far better from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the game was only like that game could have ended like 10 minutes earlier if they hadn't had that extraordinary like dive past the tier 2 at top lane. Like somehow VP, I'm going into the fight going like, VP, what are you doing? VP, what are you doing? VP, what are you... Oh my God, they did it. How the hell did they win that fight? What happened?
Dazzle was dead.
Dazzle was dead.
There was no shallow grave, there was no the heals, and there was no weave. And I think the Dazzle was played a way bigger role in this game than any other game we've seen. We've seen it lose a lot, so I guess it's not that hard. But at the same time, I think Fly played very, very well.
The team fight that they did lose, though, in the top dive jungle, I don't think they got the mechanism off either on the Tusk. One of the reasons he probably bought back, he was like, oh, I still got a wide variety of spells in my mechanism. And then he was like, oh, my team is dead. All right, I'll just stand up here next to my tower and wait it out.
But VP definitely should have lost that game a lot earlier because they were not making a very good showing. There was a lot of mistakes by them, bad reads. I think they just got too anxious, too divey, to everything.
The obvious one was obviously the Shadow Fiend, and again Miracle just playing out of his skin. He's been another one. We talked about G at the start of the game being one of the star players, but Miracle really has delivered at this event.
Yeah, showing that the rise of these newer players is absolutely. I mean, them being on these top tier teams. I mean, Samael was the first one, right? Yep. Going all the way through TI, but it shows that it's not just Samael, right? He's not an outlier. Many of these young players can show up to these lands and still perform to the pub star standards that they held before.
You're right, and it's a great way of finding new talent, isn't it? I mean, we often talk about where are the next generation of players coming from, where are all the youngsters coming from. And Dota's very healthy right now in that respect. It's really good to see. I also wanted to pick up on the PL that Notail played. I just wanted to, what did you feel about it?
I think he played a solid game. It was not the easiest draft for PL to shine against, and I think they didn't get to the stage where it would have looked impressive on the PL. He just did his job. He positioned himself very well. I think one mistake where he goes a little bit too aggressive at the Radiant Secret Shop and gets killed off. Apart from that, pretty much a good game from him. But he just gets overshadowed by the other heroes. And it's just the nature of the draft.
But he played it the way we've come to expect from Notail. Sort of like aggressive, just maybe not as good. With all due respect to Notail's skill level, I think aggressive is just on another level right now in his carry position. But he plays that very, very early on fighting carry kind of position where he just tries to help as much. We see him TP into team fights twice early on, and they get something out of it as well. So a solid play by him.
Notail kind of has to fulfill that role in order to create space for Miracle, because I think Miracle shines most when he's able to get a good 15 minutes worth of farm and then start snowballing from there. I think that if he's shut down early, he oftentimes doesn't really know good ways to be able to recover. I think that's the only small opening that they have against Miracle specifically. I think he's just such a solid player through and through. It's only the early game and shutting him down. And
you all highlighted the importance of Rubik in that game. Crit had a good game.
I mean, he carried. Those Ice Blasts were insane.
Let's be honest, when we looked at the draft and by the end of it, after we threw it to the casters, I think we all agreed that VP was probably going to win this game, just based off the fact that even though they had the Shadow Fiend, we weren't too confident that they could withstand the pressure of the lineup of VP. And
I'd go as far as to say that Synderen laughed at you.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, you lost, Jacob."
And Jacob's words were, "I lost."
They were. We were that confident.
Hindsight is 50. So, crit on the Rubik, Fly on the Dazzle. The two supports really coming through big time for their carries.
And let's not forget about the Tusk. I mean, how many extra kills did they get because they had a Tusk on their team? And we're looking at the first phase of the draft, seeing no Tusk being banned away, no Tusk being picked up, and even the second phase, still not banned. Seemed like an unwise choice. Maybe VP were so focused on these other heroes of OG that they forgot about the Tusk and letting that through.
I can't remember what they banned in the second phase, but just thinking about what heroes went through, for example, the Undying got through entirely. I think it was Was it VP banning Brood?
Turn to battle.
Yeah, I think it
Yes.
was weird like
It
that.
was, yeah.
Yeah, so they banned Brood and Beastmaster. I don't know if Beastmaster was the necessary ban in this game compared to Tusk. I guess they do play them kind of interchangeably, but... Oh, wow. First phase Brood ban.
Who's going to go first?
This time they're going to get the SF if they don't ban. There we go.
There's the ban.
And the reason OG are banning this is they saw the Alliance game yesterday where VP first phase picked it as the last or the final pick of the phase and then started constructing their line around it.
I thought Darkseer would actually start being prioritized a bit more as this tournament went on. VP versus OG in their series, they don't oftentimes prioritize the Darkseer that much. Their first 2 games, I don't think they really did pick up the Darkseer at all. So I actually anticipated this tournament to show, okay, Darkseer in this series is much more important than it should be because you have such 2 aggressive teams, a lot of team fighting going on. But they opt for the Slardar once again.
And the good part here is that OG doesn't have to pick the Darkseer now. They can completely just alter their strategy. Normally, we'd probably see them pick the Darkseer, but now that Slardar is already picked up by Virtus.pro, they don't need to.
They can still go for it if they want. Like you said, we have seen it on Illidan, and we've seen it on position 4 for VP, right? But it gives a lot of information if they pick
Exactly,
it,
it's
then they know
not
it's not
expected,
at
and
all.
right now OG's lineup is all in the open. They have the Winter Wyverns to sort of deal with the Slardar, and then the Tusk can either be played on the support or as an offlaner, so they're very versatile in how they can proceed with the draft.
I'm curious as to why VP decided against picking Spirit Breaker in the last game for FNG with how good they are with the hero, and they were playing against the Shadow Fiend. I don't think the hero was banned at all, was it? No. It went through the entire draft.
5 seconds
Which one?
remaining.
Spirit Breaker.
Oh yeah.
Would have been a great hero to try to deal with the Shadow Fiend in the mid, coupling up with the Lina. Gonna stick to their guns here.
But again, it trails back to the fact that if they're mostly comfortable playing the Slardar on the offlane, and every time we've seen the Spirit Breaker being played, it's mostly also the offlane play.
Yeah. Well,
FNG, yeah.
plays the Breaker. But what do they have on
They got the-
Phobos in that game?
10
I don't
seconds
think they've played
remaining.
Phobos, Slardar, and the Spirit Breaker on FNG in the same draft.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know.
I really like OG's response to the Slardar. I feel like both Tusk and Winter Wyvern are great responses. The attack speed slow from the Sigil is actually significant in slowing down physical damage.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Winter Wyvern very clearly a direct counter to Slardar as well.
And Virtus.pro's obvious response should be the AA. It was like the biggest no-brain pick right here is taking the AA. You could have maybe said maybe they could go for the Queen of Pain, banning out a Night Stalker, but I still feel the AA is a better choice, especially with Queen of Pain and Lina both being in the pool.
Yeah, they're going to get a hero for G now unless OG ban one and pick the other. And you were putting a lot of emphasis on Lina and Queen of Pain for G, but I feel like his hero pool is actually really wide. That's why they don't pick his hero very early. There are so many options for him. I think in this tournament we've seen him play 10 different heroes. I would guess that's more than any other mid laner.
No, I completely agree. I think G is perfectly capable of running, like, you know, the Dragon Knights or Bristlebacks of the mid lanes. But I think in the matchup specifically against SF, Virtus.pro always want to try and put pressure on a hero with a hero that can outplay the SF. So it's usually Lina or Quap.
Yeah, his DK was especially good as well, and I really like that, but they have to build the strategy around it, and with the level of success he's had on Queen of Pain and Lina, it just makes more sense for them to just go for those.
He's only actually had 1 game here at Frankfurt on Queen of Pain. 2 on DK, 4 on Lina. The others were Shadow Fiend, Razor, TA, Windranger, Beastmaster, Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's go to Dota.
Not bad.
5 seconds.
Once again, the Undying is going to be left through the pool. The Undying Tusk is a very common dual offlane, but OG don't know what VP are going to be running in their slave lane. They're also facing up against an Ancient Apparition, a hero who also prevents a lot of the Undying's abilities, notably Soul Rip.
The upside for OG in terms of going for an Undying here is that Gyro is banned by VP themselves, so yeah, could go for it. What has Miracle played in this tournament? I'm just trying to think of all the games I've seen Miracle in. It's been Shadow Fiend and Gyro. Every single game that comes to mind for me has been one of those 2 heroes. There might have been a single Queen of Pain in there somewhere as well. So I think OG are starting to plan for Miracle here. There's been a couple of, was that Huskar, Alchemist, single Juggernaut.
In the past, they've picked up Razor for Miracle.
And one Shaker, actually.
Earthshaker, yeah.
What's his Windranger like?
Not picked.
Hasn't played it other than the Summit 4 EU qualifiers. back in July. Sorry, back in 7th of November.
12 days ago.
Yes, that was me looking at my British dates on the screen. Lots of reserve time here. Lots of thinking to do. Okay.
Dire team pick.
Handing out the Bane against FNG. What's the interaction with Winter's Curse and Nightmare? If you Nightmare someone who's cursed, does it work? You just sleep the first target that hits him. First of all, you get a second invulnerability, right? And then whoever hits first in the curse takes over the sleep. I mean, I'm just trying to understand why OG thought that was a very necessary ban here. It is, of course, one of FNG's good heroes, but they need to justify it over, for example, the Night Stalker.
5 seconds remaining.
It's okay against Tusk too, I guess.
Sure, your Twitter brain can help you with that question.
Huh?
Tweet at Syndra Dota.
Reserve time.
Help him learn Dota.
Or you could just tell me the answer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Help Mel
have some viewer interaction.
Go for the Rubik again. So this is actually potentially also a mid Rubik. When you're playing against OG, you don't know for sure at this point whether it is a support or not. So Miracle has played this as a core in the past, not at this event. Is very, very good with it.
If he manages to pull out another Ice Blast steal, I'll just be absolutely floored because that really shouldn't happen.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
I actually choose to pick Shaker into Rubik. It allows for potential fissure steal. And like the hierarchy of non-ultimates, that has got to be top 3 spell Rubik can steal in general. Fissure is absolutely incredible when it has no cast point.
I think this is a lot of pressure on the mid lane specifically. Your Shaker has by far the best roaming potential into that middle lane than most of the other supports. And we still don't know what that matchup is going to be.
5
Queen of
seconds
Pain,
remaining.
Wind Ranger, Lina. I mean, even some of the melee heroes are still there. If VP want to start going for a push
Reserve
lineup.
time.
And I was going to say the OG Tiny is still there, but it would be without the Wisp.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Tiny being picked up on a core position without Wisp play in this tournament.
Worked well yesterday as well for Secret.
I don't think
No,
it's
that was
as
a
good of a
crazy-
pick here
Yeah, it
as
was a
it was
crazy
for Secret.
Yeah, it was a crazy lineup. That was. That also included a. That was the Meepo game actually.
Was it LGD who played it twice?
Meepo,
Those are
Tiny,
Tiny.
and Husker, I think, in the same game.
Oh yeah, support Tiny,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yep.
Oh, it's VT Gaming played it as well, right?
remaining.
Twice.
Tiny core?
Tiny core without Wisp backup.
Reserve
I,
time.
at least once. Super.
What about a Bristleback mid to face up against that Tiny? You already have the minus armor of Slardar. You've got some decent disables, which are pretty important between Slardar and Earthshaker for a Bristleback, because he doesn't bring any of his own. I think it would be a good fighting hero to just go up against OG and just tank through everything.
It is... the matchup against Wyvern is, of course, annoying, because all of Bristol's damage is physical, but
He does
he
still
also
rack
can
up
tank
the
through it,
quills.
and he racks them up. He can... One of the best heroes at tanking through Winter's Curse, especially like, if you get cursed and your allies are behind you and they're hitting you in the back, how hard do they really hit? I could see it being a potential grab here, but I don't think it's what VP will prioritize. They might be still considering a Queen of Pain, I think would be a good choice with what they have.
Yeah, I just see a lot of danger of that in the 2 almost instant disables of Telekinesis and Winter Wyvern's Winter's Curse. And then once Tiny has a Blink Dagger as well, that's just such a squishy hero that can be popped.
That is true.
If it snowballs early, it'll do great, but
It's interesting to see that almost regardless of what Virtus.pro is going to pick for their mid laner, Rubik is going to have an even more amazing game. This is really just a... Okay,
Dire
that was...
team back.
I think this is a good choice too. It's kind of the same logic as the Bristle
Yeah, I didn't expect it.
Ab was presenting here. Of course,
Very-
this is a guaranteed Nether Strike or Viper Strike steal. As Viper has no other.
what do you do with your Tiny now? Do you keep him in the safe lane as a farmer? Because this matchup, even if you include a support with it, will not be very favorable for you at all. VP are very focused on winning their lane against Tiny.
I think going for the Wind Ranger pickup and putting Tiny on the safe lane would have been a good idea.
I think Wind Ranger is going to get banned actually. it's very good against VP. Viper and Slardar come
10
up fairly
seconds
close
remaining.
and allow for shackle shots. It's one of the heroes that can stand in lane against Viper
5
pretty well.
seconds remaining.
And if they can force OG into putting, say, oh, they actually think it's we have seen VP play safe lane Dragon Knight. So.
Yeah. And it could mean they're afraid of VP. I mean, with the Viper early power and then the pushing power of a Dragon Knight, they could actually just control the first 15 minutes of the game and push by 30.
I can't for the life of me think of anything better than a Wind Ranger right now.
I still think Miracle's Queen of Pain is not out of the question. It's not as good in lane against Viper, but I think for the overall game plan for OG, it might be a better choice, actually.
Do you think they lack damage output?
10 seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger at
Depends.
your service.
Okay. I still think that was a good pick. Like both of them would be good. Yeah. It depends what they're looking for. Now they're at least secured that they can still have enough physical damage past the 30-minute mark. That would be the downfall of Queen of Pain in this draft.
We've said it before, G has plenty of options.
Yeah, and the nice thing about playing Viper together with Slardar is that Viper, when you get further into the game, its damage output seems to get a little weak sometimes. When you have amplified damage together with Nether Toxin, you have so high physical damage output that it's no problem going for an Aghanim Scepter in your build.
Legendary Illidan Stormblade Vengeful Spirit.
We are ready for OG versus Virtus.pro. Can OG make it a clean sweep? Let's find out with your commentary team. It's Purge and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, we're ready to get ourselves into Game 2 between OG and, of course, VP. And these lineups, Purge, we're seeing some classic stuff. Obviously, OG with that signature no-tail Tiny, VP with the signature Illidan Vengeful Spirit.
At first, I thought the VP lineup didn't look like it came together very well, but that last pick, they have a lot of minus armor sources, like they pointed out. Amp damage, plus Viper's right clicks, and now they're going to have Wave of Terror and some damage amp. It's going to really make up for the lack of damage that Viper's going to do. And on OG's side, they have some really good ways to disable VP and potentially win their lanes and transition one into the late game.
Alrighty, well, let's get ourselves in as the game does begin. Game 2 here, of course, and VP looking to hold on and continue their pursuit to be the champions here at the Major, as OG are one game away from taking this series. Let's see something kick off here, Moon. So you can look to jump, moving closer. VP themselves want to fight. They're looking for a Fisher. They'll find Moon here. Moon could be in trouble. There'll be a telekinesis holding out to Phobos. There's your Snowball as well. They'll throw out an avalanche across the rocks, and there's the Snowball. Who's going to get the first bird? It's going to be the side of OG. Miracle will take it. They do end up losing Moon here on the tusk, and they might be able to find more OG. Phobos getting fairly low. G's chasing down Miracle here with the slows. Looks like it's going to end 1-for-1 at this point, but of course, Miracle getting that first blood with the Wind Ranger.
There's two really key things that happened in that fight. The first one was the lift on Slardar to delay his crush, and the second was Moon's snowball. Because of that, he didn't get chain stunned, and they were able to get the first blood before VP was able to get a kill. So that was an absolutely huge play.
The battle
And it was Illidan going down. He's going to have to run back to base. Not the biggest loss for him because he can block very well now. But again, similar things happening in the safe lane here. FNG has got to find the double ward. And will he be able to? This one, he's going to have to kill this tree to find it. He should be going for that now. He does find the Observer Ward, but will he get the second one? I'm not so sure. It's so difficult. It's possible he also watched the replay, or maybe they had a coach that was watching and told him exactly where the placements were, so maybe that'll help him out as well.
So then, of course, as in Game 1, a lot of attention being drawn towards this mid lane. G, he's going to have to back up with the Shaker hanging behind, but in fact, G could be in a bit of trouble. Arctic Bird coming out, Miracle will win run, forcing G back here. Bottom lane, Illidan, well, he's going to be there, trying to block off this tusk, but Moon snowballs across. Just getting the right click through. They have got the Chilling Touch, and they're going to try and go for this with a Magic Missile, but Moon should be able to walk it off. A fair bit of harassment, though, from these two heroes. And lane-wise, who do you think is going to be happier with the early game situation?
I think VP's pretty happy at the moment. I really like this Venge Ancient Apparition lane. It works out very nicely. Venge has a ridiculous amount of base agility, 27, so her attack speed is so good that the attack speed reduction from Chilling Touch actually doesn't offset her too much. And Lil made, I'm sorry, this is FNG playing Ancient Apparition, my mistake.
Mid lane, this Fisher block. Oh, Miracle, he's trying to win run away, but I think he should still be dead. There's the final touch. G will get it. And these Fishers again doing a lot. In top lane, though, OG looking for a bit of return aggression, getting the telekinesis onto Phobos, and they will find it. Kill for kill across the map. Bottom lane moving in onto Moon. He's trying to get himself away here. He's not going to be able to do so. Final touch from Illidan. They find themselves a kill down bottom as well. So
this TP.
Ooh.
It's a good try from Miracle. He won't be able to get the kill now. He's got a power shot in 2. He could
Oh,
get
is he
him.
gonna
Skill
do it,
shot
Miracle?
time. He didn't charge it long enough.
7 HP!
He thought it would be enough, but power shot was changed recently. It starts at 0% and it scales all the way up, man. So you have to actually hold it for a little bit before you could cancel it right away, and it would still do a pretty significant amount of damage.
Oh, look at Lil as well with these fishes, is just causing so... Miracle can't even get himself around, so just more time holding this Wind Ranger away from the mid lane, and G's going to be so happy with that. Lil says, you know, add him back, but Miracle will have to Wind Run himself past this Shaker just to get himself back to the lane, in which G is having a very nice time now on this Viper.
So regardless, it did force all of VP's heroes out of the safe lane, so for a bit here, Moon Meander is going to get a lot of last hits and a lot of experience. But they do have a slight advantage there. Looks like an almost Ring of Aquila for Illidan. No boots in sight really. He's only got 2 CS actually. So.
Oh, again, these fishers absolutely on point. Miracle stuck in the trees. They haven't quite got the vision, and he will power shot just to get himself a little bit further away. But Lil, we have not seen a bad fisher from him yet this game. Yeah. Everyone has been incredibly effective at just messing with the side of OG.
Looks like they do have something coming on the curve. It's just a TP scroll for Miracle here. Still doesn't have his bottle. If he had a bottle, that would have been some salvation, but back and forth, he keeps going back to base, and he even TP'd bottom and he didn't get a kill out of it. Like, it's a weird way to counter him, but it seems like it's working really well. A couple fissures and pressuring him and lost opportunities.
Yeah. Trying to move in on FNG's gonna have the snowball before the cold feet procs in snowball. Very nicely. Jupa, there's a magic missile to the face, and VP with the turnaround, the chilling touch, nice. It's too much. VP find themselves another killer here with this duo.
It was a great snowball, but Moon Meander completely underestimated the magic damage coming out of Chilling Touch. Maybe he just didn't think it was up or something like that, but that's not a death that you should have, usually.
Fish onto Miracle. Trying to get the initial slow, but the misses from the low ground will be there. Miracle, he's got a lot of a way to go to catch up with G, as this Viper is going to be a pretty potent force for the side of VP at this rate.
Yeah, I was a little wary at first when they picked him because it's not a typical G hero. It's not a hero that allows him to snowball and grab kills on opponents a lot, but his ability to outlane Miracle is amazing. He's got 18 CS now versus Miracle's 7, and he's got 12 denies. He has more denies than Miracle's last hits. It's just incredible.
It's just a question of what VP can do with this early game. They're going to get crit with a nice wraparound. He's going to find the telekinesis and with no tail there with the avalanche and the toss. No escape for Phobos, and a very nice use of the nighttime there by crit, coming in as soon as nighttime kicks in to try and make use of that reduced vision.
That's such a hard gank to predict too as well by DK Phobos. A support leaves, it's 4 minutes, you say, they're grabbing the room, no big deal. But by wrapping up the river, he does 2 things at the same time. One, he guarantees that his team gets the room, and he also can set up a gank.
And might seem in a bit of trouble to get the snowball out, but Illidan's moving forward here with FNG, trying to get the right clicks through. I mean, we'll be able to walk it off. And I guess the question is, Purge, how do you recover from this start as a Wind Ranger?
You can do stacks, I guess. You're not as good at clearing stacks as most heroes are. Kills are one way. But he's just under-leveled at this point. He's level 4 versus G6. I'm not even sure what he does. Stack camps, farm them later, maybe set up ganks.
Oh, bottom lane. Moon. No, he eats it.
Oh, the snowball. Will he get him?
Is he going to turn? No. It was. He went for it. He didn't quite get it. And Illidan finding himself another kill on this lane. So we're seeing Moon just trying his best to try and outplay the side of VP. But this position, one Vengeful Spirit, we've seen Illidan do it a lot of times before, and it's certainly working out perfectly against the Tusk in this game.
It's so hard to play as an offlane hero because you're not expecting a carry to be this strong early in the game. Having the stun and an amazing animation and an amazing base damage and great agility gain, it's difficult to anticipate how much damage this is going to do. So Moon keeps misestimating a little bit, and it's leading to him dying. Then JA, man, this is strong. This is a great duel lane.
Because one of the sacrifices they are kind of making VP is the fact that Lil has just been sitting mid with the fishes. He's only level 2, but I think it's worth it every time for the amount of impact he's had against the mid laner of OG.
Yeah, I agree. FNG's not doing half bad either. Oh, great deny there. That's no regen. I guess it was just 2 supports, but Miracle would have liked to get that despite his bottle not being full. They're rotating.
There's back up for OG. Let's see if OG can try and turn this one. Shards have come out. Moon with the snowball straight onto FNG. Miracle's there as well. He needs some involvement and some positive action. He gets the power shot through. That's going to be one down. Shackle isn't going to latch, but the mini stun holding Illidan back. Moon continues to chase. He's going to have shards in 3. Miracle's already found one of these kills. If he can find both, this is going to be great for the recovery for this Wind Ranger. Power shots up. It's going to be off the mark though. Miracle losing MMR with every missed power shot.
That was almost a horrible situation for VP. They already lost the A to try to save Illidan there, but luckily for VP, he ended up staying alive. Very scary. 2 tangles left for him, working on his treads, a little bit of gank mid.
Oh, Fisher comes out. Let's
Fisher
stop
not
it, but they
perfect.
still get the crush grab, but he's got the corner embrace. Fly buying some time. VP, should be able to find this, but no tails there. Coming in with the reaction. Avalanche toss on GG. They'll kill the Viper. And now
the turnaround.
At the same time, at the bottom lane, Miracle's looking for the kill on Illidan. He rim runs forward. He tried to finish off this Venge, but he can't quite get the damage out. He has to back himself away. But OG, of course, did find those 2 kills in the mid lane.
That was huge plays there, but slight mistake. That was Lil's first bad fissure. It blocked Slider off. Slider wasn't able to get the follow-up stun.
Oh, Moon, he's come up top. He throws out the shards. Just giving a bit of a walk around here with FNG. Has the snowball, but the damage coming out from this AA. Forcing him, and he hasn't got any regen at the moment on this Tusk.
That was just a tower and a cold
No tail.
Really?
Look at this man go. He's incredibly low. Moose goes straight in. There's a chilling touch. And FNG's trying to try and get the kill, but the toss is there just in time. No tail's got the back of Tusk. Same time, Phobos moved in mid, got the kill onto Rubik. Illidan, he does have a swap, and he's got a magic missile. Throw out the missile, no tail. A little bit too speedy. Oh, little there with a Fisher straight to Moon as he tried to retreat around the back lines. 7 minutes, it's 7 for 7. Again, just like the start of game 1, this one's pretty damn close.
It's a kill every 30 seconds, man. This game is crazy.
It's the dream.
We really need to see some kind of sustain on Venge. She's running out of mana, she's running out of HP, and it's limiting her effectiveness. She's not as able to rotate as the Gyro was in the last game with the phase boots, because that hero is very good at closing gaps. But she needs something. Treads will do it. I mean, Aquila helps. Wanda's useful as well, but she's been all over the map. Her CS is getting kind of low, but when kills are high, CS is also going to be low. So don't look too much into this.
Crap. Really wants to try and make a wraparound onto Lil, but Lil playing it careful. Has, of course, come up to this top lane, leaving the Viper. So he has got a bit more of a chance to get that XP. Miracle just applying the pressure on bottom. You've got FNG hiding in the tree line.
This will be a good kill possibility. I kind of wish DK Phobos stayed top because they could do a fissure into swap, into crush, into venge stun. But it's very hard to kill Tiny, and it's very dangerous as well because if you don't kill him in that burst, he just might nuke somebody down. And DK Phobos actually just walked across the entire map. No TP, didn't sprint on the way here. Gank comes on FNG though.
TP down to the bottom lane. The fight's going to kick off. They have lost the AA, but there's a reaction from VP. They found themselves with the swap
TP
there to cancel Miracle's TP. Lil, Phobos, and Illidan all closing in on the Wind Ranger, trying to buy some time. He gets off the shackle. He'll power shot the trees. He's bottling up as well. Miracle's trying to get himself up, but he can't quite break through. The power shot didn't make him a clear route. The crush is there from Phobos. It was a nice attempt from Miracle. Doesn't pay off, and VP get themselves 2 in response for just losing the AA.
A really good rotation for Illidan that time, and again, FNG uses his life for something good. 3 deaths on him now, but he's going to be happy with that. He is actually decently leveled, level 5. Doesn't look like it from his skills, but when he gets his 6, it's not too far behind, and they're ready to set up for lots of easy kills. One of the nice things that Venge provides.
Yeah, they've got a lot of control from this lineup. The crush, the Fisher, the slows from Viper. It should be a very nice game for the Ice Blasters to connect. And VP now moving as a pack, 4 of them. Just going to check for the top ring. It's going to be an illusion, so not going to be able to do too much with it. Just going to be able to get some intel, sending the illusions out into the Dire Jungle to see what OG are up to at the moment. Because we can see No Tail's farm being very good with the bottom lane. Fisher coming across. There's a magic missile. Look at this damage from Illidan. He's got a swap as well here. Moon gets swapped back. Illidan punches him in the face. And this is the vengeful spirit that VP love.
Moon just, again, for like the 3rd time now, completely underestimates the damage that Venge can do. You can't underestimate Magic Missile. It's a great disable. It's on a low cooldown. It's reliable. There's so much threat with it. And he's got 2 other damage amp abilities with Wave of Terror and Vengeance Sword. And he's got a lot of good items for it. Moon making a lot of crucial mistakes. Like last game he played great, but this one he's having some issues.
7 deaths at the moment on this Tusk. I mean, it's 7 of the 8 deaths of OG. It's not great for Moon at all.
He's got to be tilted. I don't think there's any other explanation. I didn't realize it was 7 deaths, but I guarantee he looked at that scoreboard every time he went down.
Let's see what the recovery plan is. They have sent, of course, Winter Wyvern. Fly's going to be sticking around just to keep watch, make sure that nothing else happens again. Top lane, they got the lift onto Phobos. Avalanche toss straight away, and the damage is there. They'll burst down the Slaughter. But here we go. They've got a Fisher onto 2. They actually get the stun over the Fisher, and they'll find the kill onto No Tail. Trying to look for Crit as well here. Will waltz himself away. Did steal the sprint. So will be able to get himself out.
Those fish tactics, man.
is under attack.
He knows how to slither while he runs now.
Here we go. Moon and fly.
Not a bad ability to
Radiant's
steal, actually.
structures are fortified.
Can use it to initiate.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Miracle doing
attack.
damage mid. Not a huge amount with the
Dire's
focus
top
fire,
tower
but any
is
bit
under
helps.
attack.
And VP is going to shift top and try to take a tier 1. And they should be successful, actually.
Dire's structures
Got the heroes for. Is this the mech? Yeah, it looks like mech is up on Viper now. These two heroes are so strong in the early game. Venge and Viper.
Phobos. Oh, the Shackle from Miracle says, no, this room's mine, buddy.
Top tower has fallen.
And he will get himself the regen. Very nicely done there by the Wind Ranger. And Miracle, I mean, he's slowly trying to come back into this game. In terms of CS, he's still a fair bit behind this Viper, about double the CS on G. So he still needs to find a bit more action, 2 levels behind. But he has got his phase boots. He's going to be backed up by Crit now on the mid lane, and there's a wraparound from the side of OG. 3-man smoke.
Radiant's middle
Fly No
tower
Tail and
is
Moon.
under attack.
See if they can find anyone towards the mid, but VP are actually on the other side of this mid lane. They're potentially looking for a wrap round themselves onto Miracle. G's going to be the front liner here. He's going to be a hard one to jump on. This Viper fairly tanky at this point with that mech and the treads. It's a hard pick off to try and get. They want to try and make the most of this, of course, to use this Blink Dagger reveal on OG. Okay, there's going to be the swap. Miracle caught out and just getting destroyed. There's an Ice Blast. Little gets the fish off. They do lose the Shaker, but the Ice Blast flies through, connects onto Fly. Wave of Terror's there. Phobos chasing it down. Should be able to find the Wyvern. There's a snowball from Moon, trying to get himself away. Gets the punch out, but G's there with the mech. They'll lose Moon. He goes down again. Double kill for G. No-Tail will be able to toss down Illidan. Finds himself one in return. So 2 for 2, but Phobos is there on the front line with the crush. Finds himself a third. And now G may be moving in for more. Phobos, is he going to try and dive this? No, he's going to hold himself back. But again, VP just playing these fights really well. And G, we're seeing already, he's getting to that point where OG just can't do anything about the Viper.
He's actually making Viper look fun to play the way that he's playing him. Very aggressive. He's initiated on.
No-Tail. Okay, maybe they can kill him. He looks for the burst. He gets the Shackle. This is big for Miracle. Can they kill him with the Stolen Crush? They'll find it. They do take down G on the Viper. Snowball forward from Moon. They're looking for more. Phobos starts to sprint himself away here on the Slider. He should be fine. They did lose No-Tail for that trade.
They got a lot more out of it than they lost, though.
Shards. I'm going to quite be able to chase down Phobos. He's able to
block.
get himself out. The Fisher there will block Moon. And again, it looks like he might fall. There's a Golden Embrace Shackles. It's not going to latch. Moon looks like he's going to be fine. There's in fact a Snowball. He's bringing the team in onto Illidan. And Tiny's there as well. They'll find the Vengeful Spirit. And again, another big kill for OG.
They got a little overly aggressive once again. The mech wasn't off cooldown yet for Viper. He got initiated on. Does end up going down. If he had mech in that engagement, they easily would have won the fight because it took everything OG had to kill him. But with Viper going down, they got about 400 gold and not nearly as much. Big Ice Blast.
G's TPing in. OG need to get themselves the hell out of there, and Miracle with the Wimrun will do so. Back themselves off.
I really like G's skill build, though. It's the perfect build to counter a Tiny. Tiny's a hero that has tons of HP, but low armor. And in combination with Wave of Terror and Amplify damage, he's going to easily be able to just kill him in like 5 hits if he ever does find the Tiny. So No-Tail's playing this correctly. He's got a Blink Dagger. He jumps in, he combos somebody, gets out. Jumps back in, combos somebody, gets out again. Because if he ever gets caught in a fight against the Viper here, Viper will take him down in short order.
OG, they're ready to fight mid again. VP, they're putting on the pressure. OG are here, Moon. He's going to get the Shards trap off here. OG isn't going to be jumped on. You've got some with the wraparound here. Phobos and FNG. Ice Blast is available if they can find a Fisher to set it up. All right, just using the Splinter Blast to try and harass back the side of VP. VP are going to move forward, Lil. Walking in on the Shaker here.
Oh, he's out of position.
Oh, the Arctic Burn Slow does
Are they
connect.
gonna
OG, can they get themselves in? Winter's Curse to hold it. Illidan's actually TPing out of this. He cancels it. But they've already lost the Shaker. Shackle won't latch. There's your Ice Blast.
Big Ice Blast.
To Miracle. He does get the Wimrun off, and now the Cold Embrace. He's going to be fine. Crit with the Stolen Swap. Might just keep Miracle alive. No, he still ticks down there. Faybolt from Crit will find himself a double kill, but now G's moving in.
No-Tail.
The slow to No-Tail. No-Tail trying to juke it up with the poison. Should still be enough. He's going to stay alive. No-Tail's going to live. They might lose Moon, though, because G turns for the easier targets. Finds the kill onto the Tusk. Double kill for the Viper. So OG, they do keep No-Tail alive on the Tiny, but again, VP finding the kills.
Maybe one more level of poison attack was needed there over Nether Toxin. Would have provided the kill, but you can see his damage at this point. It's really big. It looked like VP was... I like the initial TP from Illidan, because he basically said, all right, Earthshaker's clearly out of position. They're going to snowball on him. But because the Ice Shards was on cooldown at the initial part, he had some time, and then VP made the call, we're going in. And it ended up working out pretty well for them. Crit's been stealing some really good abilities, though. He swapped an ally out. He's got Viper Strike level 2 now. I don't even think, does this team even have any level 11 heroes yet? Just No
Tiny
Tail.
at the moment, yeah.
So that's a great steal to have.
And we've seen No Tail just on this bottom lane consistently putting pressure onto the tier 2. He's got it down a little bit. VP smoked up here with Lil. He's seeing if they could try and punish this split pushing Tiny, but No Tail's playing it safe. And he used the haste rune to get himself right out of there. And closing in on that drums build after this blink dagger here with the Tiny. Lil still hanging around with Illidan. No Tail, he might come back in. So Illidan, if he can find the swap. And No Tail's playing it safe, realizes that they're off the map, and he's going to get himself right out of here by the looks of it on this Tiny.
It's a really hard gank either way. He'd have to wave a tear before he swaps. If he just swaps, No Tail's going to blink away, and then your swap basically accomplishes nothing but moving the Venge forward a little bit. So, very difficult gank either way. It's so hard for them to take towers, though. Fly's been doing a great job. Soul Ring, throw the Splinter Blast, the creep wave is dead. They need creeps to go tank the tower, otherwise these dives get really scary. Or they need to get a swap initiation, and they haven't quite gotten those yet. And no sign of blink yet on Lil either, so initiation is definitely a problem for VP here.
Right. G still looking very, very good on this Viper. Look at his net worth. He's about 2.5k ahead of the Tiny.
Jeez.
He's so farmed at the moment.
That's incredible.
18 minutes in.
And the more items he gets, the tankier he gets as well. The burst damage of OG is good, but it's a lot of magic, and he's got the natural magic resistance from Corrosive Skin. So as he finishes his S and Y, he's going to be much faster in mobility. He's going to get an extra 6% movement speed, plus the extra HP.
Crim Fly still just hanging mid as Jurge get the levels bottom lane. Miracle. There's the swap straight into the crush. No escape for the Wind Ranger. And a very clean pick-off for VP and the exact kind of pick-offs that they're looking for.
It's one of my favorite things about VP's lineup is how many stuns they have. And stuns are by far the best thing to counter Wind Ranger. Don't let her prevent you from attacking her. You just stun her until she dies. And it makes her look like the worst hero ever. And they're going to go for Roche with this one. They've got 24 seconds.
24 seconds to go, and OG.
They've got this, I think. G's going to attack so fast, but can Fly make a play? He used Arctic Burn, but he's not sure if he wants to go in.
It's kind of early here.
It's
going to die so fast when it gets
really
low.
I think they've got to just let this one happen. VP, never going to get it. Sit down. He got the kill with the shards. Moon got the kill on Roshan with the shards. Oh my god.
That's so hard to do.
Moon. Okay, I think he's may have redeemed his. Oh, he has done 9 times. Maybe not redeemed all of the 9 kills, but something for the diet.
That was great. It's a big advantage. It's equivalent to losing a tower or gaining a tower. And if you get it instead of your opponents, it's like a 2-tower swing. That's a massive steal from him. Very difficult to do that. Roche's magic resistance is like 80%. So that means Roche had like 70 HP, and he hit it right there. He just sniped it, man. They might see an initiation. Phobos. He's got no blink though.
Oh, the shackle comes through. But the snowball dodges there. Phobos another swap though moves in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down for the 10th time. Again, VP finding the kill on the tusk. Top lane.
FMG, got to be careful.
No Tail blinking himself away. The TP reactions were there from VP. No Tail, nice and speedy now with those drums. He's out of there. And G now with a Manta style, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, seems like VP is pretty clearly getting a hold of the game right now. OG did have some advantage there, but those couple picks plus the Roche fight, it's making a difference.
Phobos is going to need a bash. Is he going to get it?
He doesn't
He doesn't even have a point in it. Okay, he's definitely not going to get it.
No surprise there. Nice play from Crit. Oh, might see a fight mid.
Viper strike onto Miracle. Illidan's moving in the magic missile. We're cold embrace from Fly, but Miracle.
I don't like that play.
I think he's gone.
I think the cold embrace guaranteed his death there. Snowball
coming back. Can they get it in return? That's the question, yeah. Snowball in on Illidan with a Walrus Punch as well, but G, look, he's got a double damage. Oh, G.
Illidan might die.
The double damage has actually worked against them. They do lose the carry Venge, but they did find 2. Ice Blast onto Fly, forcing him back.
Interesting build. He goes for the Manta instead. His illusions aren't amazing, but they're okay. They will apply Corrosive Skin to his opponents. I guess it makes Shackle Shot harder to latch, among other things.
Flying Crit, moving forward. Crit's got that Viper Strike. Has, of course, got that Blink as well if he wants to try and jump in, but with just these 2 supports, they're going to have a hard time. Force has now been picked up here by the Slardar.
Interesting choice. Blink is almost always better, but in the case of a Tuskar, there's a lot of times where Force is better.
are they going to go with this? Nah, a little bit too far away.
Yeah.
A little bit too far.
Force is going to be better this game because if any of his cores, especially somebody like Viper, who's a little immobile, if he gets caught on the wrong side of an Ice Shards, Force can just save a team fight. Whereas if he gets caught there, they have to fight because they can't necessarily just leave G, especially with the Aegis. So I like the Force in this game. In a lot of cases, I don't think it's the right item, but I think this game definitely.
Of course, they've still got this Aegis here on the Viper. The question if VP want to try and look for more. We actually see the overall net worth. It's very, very close. OG with a slight edge, but only a very, very small one 22 minutes in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Miracle's still so far behind, though. It's going to take him a while to catch up. And even when he does, the targets that he's going after, Vengeful Spirit, Viper, they have a lot of armor. They have a lot of survivability. Venge is an amazing strength gain, 2.6. If he just gets the levels, he's going to transition nicely into a tanky, damagey core. He's limited in some other ways, but stats is not one of them.
Bottom lane, looks like VP are going to start to get a push here. They've got 3 heroes. Fly's just come down here at the moment. Lil has got that haste.
It's a hard kill.
Yeah, Wyvern just keeping it back, just bringing the creeps around with a Splinter Blast.
If they went for this kill, they'd have to dive past the tier 1. There could be TP supports. It's way too dangerous to go for. Plus, they don't even have the blink on Slar. It's a Force. So it's a little bit less mobile, less range on that. So for now, they go back, defend the base, pressure the tier 1 a little bit. They're still very strong, though, even without FNG.
Oh, look at No-Tail go.
He's alive?
Go for the TP out. All right, FNG lived through the burst. And No-Tail does bait back a TP and himself gets out.
That's great itemization from FNG. Bracer, Wand, and he's got a Cloak. Being able to survive those kills is massive because if it wasn't for that Cloak, No-Tail would have an extra kill to his name. Him buying that Cloak, anticipating I'm the squishiest person on my team, that's who No-Tail's going to look for consistently. If he prevents that Way of Gold, then Tiny has to go back to normal farming and team fights. So it's not going to be nearly as easy. It's going to create less pressure on the map. It's overall going to give VP a better place in the game. Really smart itemization by FNG.
I mean, we've obviously talked about the fact that G is still very much far ahead on this Viper, but the later this game goes, surely OG are going to feel more and more confident with that Wind Ranger and Tiny Core compared to the Venge Viper core lineup of the side of VP.
I would say so, yes, but there is some interesting interactions that they do get out of it. Again, they have the damage amp with Vengeance Aura, they have amplified damage on Slardar, they've got Wave of Terror, they have all of these minus armor options that pretty much, even if Tiny has an AC, he's going to be about at 0 armor. So Viper is going to remain extra relevant compared to a normal game due to all that minus armor coming out.
Okay, Echo Slam comes in onto No-Tail, who jumps into this. There's an Ice Blast on him as well. He'll toss them in, but they do lose the No-Tail. They'll find the kill and return onto the Shaker, but it looks like VP are going to look for more. Magic Missile was there to cancel the TP, and Phobos, he's looking towards the top for more. Wave of Terror onto Crit. They should be able to find this Rubik. And it looks like he actually managed to get himself out with the Blink, and Crit looking to play this one off. He's got Blink again in 8 seconds. Is he going to be able to avoid this? It's a 1-for-1 at the moment.
The lead off from Phobos. He's got a Force
There's
Step.
TPs, they're all
that
going.
was the wrong item. He wanted to use Earn. It was late.
The tick wasn't there to cancel it in time, and Crit.
He
Phobos
should
is
have him,
chasing.
though. Oh, no more
Flies
Earns.
there.
All right, he's going to be okay, though.
Yeah.
Big mistake from Phobos because the Earn damage didn't come out fast enough. He got that Blink Dagger off, and then the
Crit did
Force
it.
Staff didn't catch him. So good escape from Crit. Good escape from Miracle as well.
Of course, still none of all the Ice Blast.
All right.
Oh, Crit. He knows. He knows. He knows.
What do you think G buys next? Does he go a Heart? I feel
He's
like
got a lot of money, hasn't
hybrid
he?
damage would be okay. Butterfly.
Here we go. This is going to be the reveal.
Maybe a Scotty. You can alternate poison attacks. I mean, if he's got an Amanta, he wants his illusions to be good, right? So I feel like an agility hybrid item or an agility item is the way to go. But tank as well is also really important if he's worried about dying to Shackle Shot, Focus Fire, or Tiny Combo plus Focus from other heroes. Maybe a fallback on, I say Scotty all the time, but nobody ever builds it, pretty much. It's always Heart or something else. BKB is an okay option as well. I kind of like BKB, but it doesn't give him as good of a late game. But it also allows him to really frontline tank.
Worth noting as well, Shake Up Lil has got that Blink Dagger, even though he was the one to fall in that last fight. And level 11 as well, so the Echo Slam will hit hard. Still on cooldown for 40 seconds. OG themselves, they did smoke up towards the top, maybe seeing if anyone was going to bite for the no-tail bait. They won't be able to find anyone from the side of VP at the moment with this movement, looking the way the smoke's going to go.
All right, Viper is going BKB. Okay. It's about 75 away from it. So VP's now in a good place. The only thing they're missing major item-wise is Blink on Slaughter. He's got the Force, but a Blink's going to be a little bit better. But the rest of their cores are looking really strong. Ancient Apparition picks up Treads, a little bit more HP to make sure he doesn't get one-shot. He's got a level 2 ultimate as well. It's still going to come down to initiations, but VP's in a good place. Vengeful Spirit's definitely lagging behind. I think that's another thing they're really missing. BKB on him is not quite there yet. Still missing about 1,400 gold.
Of course, Roshan, yeah, we're about to see how long the time is going to be on that one. We'll see if either side's able to get themselves back in. VP, of course, they would love to try and go for that with the Amplifier. It's going to be a slightly longer one, so there's still got a bit of time to wait on that one, a couple of minutes.
Well, they may be ahead. I think they need to get a kill first, and it's going to be tough because OG has some great items on their supports. Crit has a Blink and a Force Staff. He's 2-1 in 10 right now. Flyzwell also has a Force Staff. The fights are not going to be simple for VP, even though they are close.
Blink now on the Tusk here as well. VP very much keeping themselves a little bit more together than the side of OG.
Dire's bottom tower is
Split
under
up across the
attack.
map, just keeping the top pushed in. Looking to join up. And as you said, I mean, VP, they'd love to try and look for a pick-off. Are OG going to be looking for pick-offs at this point, or are they still looking to get some more items before they choose to fight?
I think both teams seem very content just to not do anything right now. VP's just been sitting in their jungle with 5 heroes. Until now. OG doing similar things as well.
I just might, let's see if Crit's able to avoid this one if they go from that. Actually, gonna look to make a beeline straight towards the jungle, maybe. And around. Crit's revealed himself. Okay, they'll probably look to jump in on this. FNG and Phobos are there. In fact, TP's coming in as well. Crit.
Oh, the
Ice
great Ice
Blast.
Blast.
Is it? Yes, it's gonna hit. And G's there. Crit will force. Oh, he goes with the TP. Well, lose it with a Fisher. They get it. They're able to lock him down, stop him off, and has Crit off the map now for 50 seconds.
I really like the way that VP played that there. They used the Ice Blast for the vision. It allowed Crit to feel like he was safe. If somebody would have ran at him, he could have seen him by the creep wave and forced himself to a different direction. But Ice Blast gives you the vision without scaring the hero. And once the damage lands, it's very, very easy to kill him. So I really like that gank by VP. And they only committed 3 heroes that weren't that important. It was Slardar, it was AA, and it was Earthshaker. And then, yeah, the cores shifted over in case there was a big fight. But just to use a smoke on your 3 heroes that don't need to be farming is good, because in the meantime, he's been farming BKB on bench.
And things could be working out for VP. The fact that Roshan's going to be up in a matter of seconds. There's a DD rune waiting outside of it. Looks like OG will have Crit back for the Roche defense. He's going to be back up in less than 10. So we'll see if they're able to do anything about this. Sigil just spotting it out here. No tail. The split push on. He has got that Assault Cuirass finished and level 16 as well on this Tiny. No TP for 15 seconds though. And we will see VP now heading into the pit, and we've already talked about the amount of physical damage on reduction they've got, and
the double damage as well.
Quick.
He's dying so fast, but they can't get the Aegis. It's blocked by ice shards. This is scary, but they're not there. Okay.
Yeah, OG aren't going to come. They realize that it's already gone, and VP will take it. Aegis once again onto G.
Radiant's top tower.
And he's got another 2,000 gold.
Yeah, this man's Viper performance has been, it's been impeccable.
Like, the fact that he stayed ahead in farm is incredible. G does this. It's something very similar to what Sumail performs usually. He just gets so much farm on heroes that typically don't have farming methods. He's just been attacking creeps this whole time.
Well, there we go, Blink Dagger on the Slardar as well. So he's got the Force and the Blink. Both routes of initiation to jump in onto OG, but as you said, the moment the pace has slowed down a little bit. OG very much holding back, not looking for the fights as regularly as VP were with their smokes.
That's because the lanes are very pushed in right now. They need to push those out before they feel comfortable going aggressive. Because if they feel that they're ahead and Tiny goes to split push, they could just get hugely behind. Yeah, he doesn't have an eggs yet, so his tower damage isn't as good. But with just an AC and the toss ability, he can definitely split push very effectively. So push out the side lanes a little bit, get some map control, then you force the team fight with your Aegis.
And just smoke from VP. They're looking to jump straight in onto Miracle with the amplifiers. Well, the slam onto Crit to make sure there's no help from the Rubik. They'll find Miracle, and they should find Crit as well, and they do. 2 kills for VP there. A very nice smoke and just a run straight down the mid, working absolutely perfectly.
They still have to worry about split push though. No-Tail was already in the right position for that in case the support stayed up too far. And because he has dead heroes, for 40 seconds here, there's nothing he should be doing but split pushing. And instantly he shows up. and the enemy team has to say, great, now we have to worry about defending our base rather than taking towers. This will guarantee them a tier 2, but if they keep pushing, they have to worry about No-Tail taking a tower as well. So if this fight gets dragged out or it goes bad for them, they're going to lose a lot.
Here we go, VP with the push up to the high ground. Moons come back here on the Tusk. Let's see if they've got the tools to stop it. Still 10 or so seconds. Actually, cancels his TP. They've only sent back Lil and FNG, but that looks like it's going to be, well, they need to control him here. Just forcing the Tiny back away from the base, and while VP keep the aggression mid, they'll take down Fly on the Wyvern. Actually looking to chase down Tiny, but No-Tail will get the blink off. Fortification coming out from OG Miracle.
All right, he's TPing back. This is really scary for VP here.
Oh, Crit has got the telekinesis onto the Vengeful Spirit. And they're dragging back, but Phobos there with the blink with the crystal. There's a buyback on Fly. Snowball across, and it'll actually save Crit. Crit's going to be able to ward this one. No, he still goes down. He'll fall. Phobos will go down as No-Tail with a double kill on the Tiny, coming back at just the right time. And No-Tail's not done. Springs Blast slow won't connect here.
He's solo
G gets the slow out.
What
He's
is
looking to
no
maybe
way. Go home.
someone at G.
G, go home. What are you doing, man?
G.
This is so dangerous.
He's
going to get the kill.
Oh, G. No, there's a cold embrace there. G, he's just going absolutely ham. He's going to take a focus.
He's out of mana, though.
The
A blast.
It's going to be big. Oh, connects onto No-Tail. No-Tail's going to get incredibly low here. They do have that Aegis. G's going to be back for round 2, and they got the kill onto No-Tail. So G,
what is
his
this?
just aggressiveness paying off, getting them that Tiny kill with the damage combined with the Ice Blast. And now we'll just look for the racks.
This guy is so good, man. That was like 4 heroes.
He knew
like,
his exact limits.
Yeah. He starts when he's like, you know what? I got a 10-second BKB. I've got this. The only thing that limited him really was mana, but well, now he's committing to the racks. It's going to cost his life.
The illusions are still hitting away. Lil with the echo damage, huge. Fisher as well with the focus fire is there onto the Viper.
The shackle.
The Ice Blast is going to be used, but they did already lose the Viper. Ice Blast connects, but they're cleaning up OG. They do lose the racks though, and even though VP do lose 2 key heroes, I think they'll be happy with the fact that they got the racks.
It's pretty good. No-Tail did get the unstoppable streak there, so 744 gold coming to him, but he was bought back. That means that huge gold amp that he got, it's limited. So costing OG quite a bit, especially with the buyback. Not going to be worth it for them.
28-21 VP. Certainly 33 minutes as well. Coming out, making it a lot better than they did in game 1. And we can see that on the graph now. Leading up to an over 5k, but it's certainly not the biggest of leads, and OG very much still have the chance to regain control of this game. And with a Tiny, with a Wind Ranger core lineup, we saw how well the Wind Ranger's starting to catch up, at least with the core, with the Vengeful Spirit, but still just so far behind this Viper. It's absolutely ridiculous. G's performance at the moment. There's Fly. He's going to get swapped back here. Illidan puts the BKB in with Phobos. They'll look for the Wyvern kill and they'll get it. It's going to be 1-0. Phobos moving forward for more. Crit will force himself away.
Oh, the
bash is there from Phobos. He uses his swap in trying to juke this out here, but the right click, the fish into the backside. They'll get Crit as well. And that's going to be 2 heroes off the map for OG, and neither of them have buyback available for 50 seconds.
They're not in the best position to take towers out of this, but they can push some lanes and get some map control at least. So VP again happy with this, but OG just having some sloppy deaths there. I think they just felt that they could maybe outplay the Venge, but he's got a BKB, he's got a Stange, he's got a Helm of the Dominator. Your damage is not high enough. He's got insane strength gain. He's got 2k HP, and he has barely any strength items at all. I really feel like VP has found a pick that is pretty good in a way that is very weird. The carry Vengeful Spirit can work. It fits their playstyle. It fits their high aggression, slightly low farm playstyle on their carry. And it's making rounds this game. It's making things work.
VP grouping up, the full 5-man, ready to try and push up onto the top lane. They should be able to find this tier 2. See if OG try and fight this, or if they're just going to wait for the high ground defense. In fact, themselves, they're looking for a tier 2 down on the bottom lane. Tier 2 very low here on the Radiant side, so No-Tail and Moon should be able to find this one. And they just continue to push it. Kind of see if they can force back VP themselves to defend their base. There's MKB now done on the Viper.
So farmed.
He's going to be impossible to kill, and he is going to have so much damage on him as well.
He's just a Wind Ranger counter now. If he gets shackled, obviously it's still very dangerous, and we saw that in the mid racks, but now that he has MKB, if the Wind Ranger ever gets out of position, and we're talking swaps and things like that, he could just die. And even if he pops BKB, and he gets amp damage, Viper's going to kill him in like 6 hits. It's not going to take a whole lot. He's got to be so careful. And he can also use Viper Strike through the BKB to slow him. So he's got all the solutions to make Wind Ranger pretty useless here.
I've got the Halberd being the item of choice here for Illidan. Obviously going to be great against No-Tail in these fights because he doesn't have the BKB. He does have 3.2k gold on him, so there is that option for him to go for the BKB if he feels it's going to be necessary. Notable though, 36 minutes in, the Ags is now done on this AA, and we've seen already FNG's Ice Blasts have been on point every single time.
I do kind of like this. It does give way more utility than a Sanjin Yasha would at this point, other than the lack of mobility that Illidan will be suffering. But like you said, it stops somebody from attacking. It's going to be especially useful against Tiny. It's going to be really useful against Wind Ranger. Completely counters out the focus fire, unless BKB's up, of course. And just putting an evasion on a hero that has 2k HP when they're behind in terms of farm, like Venture alone won't die to focus fire. The stun comes through. He doesn't see.
Into this one. The fish is not going to connect, but the Amplifier will. And here goes VP moving in, and No-Tail does get forced back over. But the swap there from Illidan. No-Tail gets corner brace up. He's going to be able to live through this. BKBs trying to fight with the Winter's Curse, holding him back, and OG keeping No-Tail alive. He gets himself out of the Ice Blast. VP trying to move it up to Miracle. Miracle
just dies.
goes down. 57 seconds on the clock, and now they're looking for more. They get the Fisher onto Moon. Moon will fall as well. 2 kills, double kill for G. And look at this damage moving forward. Trying to get Fly. He cold embraces himself here. Illidan's there, ready to go. Wave of Terror onto Fly. Crit forcing back Fly. He'll be fine. But, well, the start of that fight there, No-Tail just walking out, taking a missile straight to the face, and OG having to use a lot to save him, and losing 2 heroes as collateral.
Just very clear that they didn't expect VP to be there. His camera was somewhere else. He didn't see the magic missile coming. He wasn't looking at that map at that very moment, and because of it, the initiation was good and good enough for VP. So they're going to go high ground here. They did use a lot of their abilities. No BKB, no mech. Viper's down to 900.
Set of racks here if OG can't do anything.
I feel like they can fight a little, but it's so tough. Their damage is
still Miracle.
It's on the edge. They almost have enough. There's a swap.
Okay, they put G in there with the Solar Sword. The Ice Blast flies through, and G is going to go down. A huge swamp there from Crit, and now there's going to be Miracle back on the pitch. No-Tail getting low, but he pops the BKB, trying to walk himself back to base. Should be fine. They do still find the rat the side of VP. FNG TP's out. Shackle is going to latch onto Phobos, but gets the initial. Oh no, did in fact. Oh, they hold him in place with a focus fire. They got it. Another big kill there for OG. And Crit with the stolen Amplifier, they're making it easier for them to find that kill.
What a huge steal.
And Crit, I mean, this man's Rubik he's insane on this. We saw it in game 1 and again in game 2. Crit making the key steals in every single fight.
That's so good against Viper. I mean, Slar's already picked just to counter Viper, and if he can just steal the spell that allows him to accomplish that, it's really useful. That was such a good team fight as well by OG. Great coordination. Swap into the Avalanche toss while Viper is out of position with some right clicks. They get the easy kill. Roche is not up just yet, but Crit is checking it, and there's enough time on the clock that all of VP is going to be alive by the time this happens. So VP just needs to not get caught here, and OG is going to be fine. But if OG gets the kill or catches a hero...
FNG need to be careful. They're very close to OG. FNG hiding in the trees. Miracle.
Will they check the spot?
Looks like FNG's going to be fine. I'm going to check it out in a moment.
You never know. They could think of it any moment. Could be an ice shards, could be a power shot.
Oh, FNG. No-Tail's coming in, he can smell it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. FNG, don't breathe.
Don't go.
Oh no, the ice bomb.
He sees them.
No, they didn't see. They had the sentry out. They see it. Oh, they've revealed with the slams there. FNG was ready with a backup straight on
good Shackle.
The corner brace going to keep No-Tail alive. They pick him up with the snowball, and they've already killed the Shaker. No-Tail gets the BKB off, and he starts to fight, pummeling away. FNG takes down the AA. There's a buyback on the Shaker, but OG, they're looking for more, trying to find Phobos. Miracle there, trying to get himself in position, trying to look for a Shackle shot, potentially on Phobos. Phobos forces forward, gets the crush out. At the same time, Lil with the buyback,
swap
gets the
from
Fisher
Crit.
onto 2. Moon and No-Tail. No-Tail's going to TP out. Lil goes forward with a 4th, gets the enchant after shot proc, and No-Tail turns with a combo, can't kill Lil, and they kill No-Tail. They'll also find the kill onto Phobos on his Slardar, but No-Tail now down for 90 seconds. And this could be the opening that VP are looking for. They are down 2 heroes though themselves.
And they used their BKB.
And they did buy back on the Shaker for that.
30 seconds left on Viper here. Great place by Crit to save Wind Ranger on the back line. He used the swap. He helped him kite the Slardar. Slardar goes down because of that. But they might be able to snake Roshan, especially with no Slar. The amp damage isn't here. They've just got Wave of Terror.
I mean, the fact that they've got G though, of course, and he is doing a lot of damage, should make this easier.
Yeah, and he's prepping for his next item now. He got that MKB. Now he's up to 3,500 gold.
Oh my god.
Illidan as well is really, really close. All right, Crit's in position.
Oh, Crit.
They can definitely contest this.
Is he going to do this?
It's got to kill the sigil. It's so important.
Miracle's there on the wraparound as well. The charge comes
There's
through.
the BKB.
pop
Oh, the swap.
Oh, Crit here gets himself into the pit. But already the damage railer coming out though.
Oh, the Ghost Scepter.
Crit's gonna live, but he's got it to get. Oh, it blinks out. Crit survives. Miracle's now been caught out. He's got the BKB off in time. Cold Embrace is there. But now the damage for G coming through. They've taken down Moon. They've taken down Miracle.
They got it.
Double kill for G. They go back in the pit. And VP say, no, this is ours. And they get themselves the Aegis and the cheese.
What a absolute clutch defense there. The BKB from Illidan was so forward thinking. He knew there was enough heroes up. They knew that they were there. Pops the BKB, was able to take out most of Crit's life. Crit gets out as well. Pretty nice plays from him, but that's 2 more heroes dying and no Aegis and no cheese because of it. They were behind though. That was something they had to go for.
They've got buybacks available on Miracle. Nothing on Moon. They're going to use Miracle's buyback. They need to do something about this.
BKBs are up though.
It's going to have to be the biggest defense of OG's left. They've lost the tier 4.
Has fallen.
They do still have that tier 2 on the bottom lane, so VP can't look for the Megas as of yet. Looks like VP will back themselves off.
It's still so much advantage to force a buyback on Miracle at this stage. That cost him like 1,100 gold. He doesn't yet have a damage item, just the Ags. And you can't compete with a Viper that has this much farm if you don't have a Daedalus or a Monkey King Bar or something. He's building a Butterfly now. When he gets that, their weak damage is now going to be missing 35% of the time. And there's no way that Tiny can pick up an MKB. There's no way that Wind Ranger can either. Once that item gets picked up, G becomes unkillable. I'm not even exaggerating here.
Bottom lane, VP ready to try and push down. Final tier 2 from the side of OG. Really pile on the pressure. They're going to feel on a very strong bit, as we saw as the graph was showing. 7.5k, still not the biggest of leads at all at 43 minutes in. If anything, relatively small.
He's camping the DD. He's waiting for his team to push, and then he activates it. It's only got a limited amount of time, and he wants to make sure that he has this active if OG takes the fight, because it gives him an extra 175 damage. Completely worth it to hold out on that. But the Butterfly's up.
This Viper. You talked about it at the start, not necessarily a hero that G is known for amongst, kind of compared to his Shadow Fiend and his Queen of Pain play, but he is showing us that you let this guy get Viper in the right situations with the right lineup, and he is an absolute monster. And here we go, up to the high ground, and onto the tier 3. OG, what's going to be their answer?
Look at that damage.
There's a swap here, but straight away, oh, the swap with
OG
Crit
died.
Slam. Gets the Slam onto Fly, looking to lock him down before Fly set the Team Miracle with a BKB, the focus fire, takes down Shaker. They've lost Moon on the touch though. They've also found a kill on Phobos there with the Winter's Curse coming out, so it's a 2-for-1 at the moment. G gets off the Vibe Strike, trying to chase down No-Tail. No-Tail getting forced away, but look at the damage the turning pieces there to hold. And now the Shackle from Miracle holding the back. Will control G and Illidan. They're going to be able to keep No-Tail out of this one. He gets himself back. So it's a 2-for-1, but OG have got to go back and refuel before they come out for this defense.
This is perfect for
Pressure
OG.
still coming on from VP though. They're looking for the tier 3. They're going to find it. OG needs something big. They're smoked up, looking for the perfect jump here. Can they get it? There we go. No-Tail goes straight in onto G with the toss of the Shackle for G onto his illusion. The Mantle working against him with the focus fire. Can they kill him? Yes, they can. G's down. Illidan as well, caught in the midst of it all. They'll lose the Vengeful Spirit. The Ice Blast will connect. OG have got to get themselves back to base.
What a defense.
But the defense is there, Perch, and they do hold on. They did lose half of the racks, and all that's left between them and the Mega Creeps is this one solitary melee barracks.
How did they kill G so much?
Is Miracle going to die here? Oh, the last pretty much tick of that Ice Blast. Now, I mean, that is Miracle down for 75 seconds, but on the bright side, VP, they do not have their 2 cores for 50, so it looks like VP won't be able to use this downtime of the Wind Ranger to do too much.
That Ice Blast was like rack saving level. That would allow OG to push across the map and get some objectives. Now the best they can do is push lanes, get some map control, and hope that they can defend the next fight as well as that one. But they still lost buildings there. There's only 1 melee barracks left, and there's no glyph for 3.5 minutes. VP could respawn and just go all in.
Go for it.
I think they're at a stage where they could be fine with that.
They've got an AC as well on the Venge for this as well.
Okay, so
picked up.
more tower damage, more survivability on Viper. The only thing Viper's really lacking here is HP, and he's going to compensate that by buying the Helm of the Dominator, which will ultimately build into a Satanic.
And of course with the evasion as well.
I really like that play. It's a solid play. It'll give him 500 HP, which is half of what a heart gives you. It'll give him the ability to go down to 20% and then instantly heal up using Monkey King Bar and some right clicks. Really cool build. The only downside is he can't use it while he's using poison attack. But in the late game scenario like this, that's not something that's a big deal.
Yeah, you've got more than enough damage without having to use the UAM. Yeah.
And the slow. You'll lose the slow. That's the big thing.
This is quite nice as well. Ags has been picked up by Crit. Look at the size of VP and, well, 4 out of the 5 ultimates you are going to get that benefit from.
He can steal Viper Strike Ags pretty much whenever he wants. It's a 12-second cooldown. One good way to limit Viper's damage output. Reduces attack speed.
No tail. He's actually going to have the money here for the Aghanims if he wishes to go all out. I think it's worth looking at the buyback statuses at the moment, seeing what's on cooldown still. And
You buy
Miracles.
it. You definitely buy
You
it.
just go all out. Lil setting up with this Invis Rune. If they can find Miracles straight away with the lockdown, G's moving in with the double damage. But the Stolen Fisher from Crit might be enough to turn. Miracles got the low sword on him. Is he going to be able to get himself away? Yes!
Oh, he's away.
To the tree line. They'll keep Miracle alive. No, the final touch from G will find it. And they've also found the kill on Zamoon. Now Crit's in trouble as well. He throws the Stolen Viper Strike out to Illidan. He gets the blink off as well. Crit somehow manages to live through all of these fights. And there's an Ice Blast coming out. No tail looking for the turn points. The BKB finds the kill onto the AA. Can he get more? No, he gets swapped back. G trying to work away with the damage. Can they bring down this Tiny? There's a Winter's Curse onto Illidan. It doesn't matter. It's not about it. It's GG. VP have done it. OG did everything they could, but VP take the win. And what an insane match. 47 minutes in, 41-32. Outstanding performances from both sides, but VP, G's Viper, man. G's Viper.
And it wasn't just G's Viper, it was the draft. It just came together perfectly. Tons of minus armor. Illidan played amazing in the early game as well.
Team.
He got them to that place. And
My
they played
God.
fantastic. They tied it up, and we're going to a game 3.
And game 3, if the first 2 games are anything to go by, it's going to be absolutely insane. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Not that you would anyway, because I know you all want to stick around to hear from our experts and panelists. Back over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Purge in the commentary box. Virtus.pro will head off for their break, their well-deserved break after fighting their way back into this lower bracket match. Remember, the loser is done at the Frankfurt Major, so it's all down to game 3. We're going to find out from our panelists right now what they thought of game 2. Virtus.pro, excellent in execution, and G on the Viper, I think, just proving again what a great player he is, Capitalist.
Yeah, I think that G's Viper definitely shined, but something I do want to point out is that I'm glad that despite the upgrade in clothing for Jacob, his analysis hasn't been affected in any way. That's twice now that he's gone into a draft and been like,
Bitch, please.
this team won, and then nope, they lost.
The floor is yours, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay, so this game was like great on so many levels. There were so many individual plays that I just want to point out. I had to write them all down because my memory eludes me. But okay, Crit on the Rubik. Possibly some of the best Rubik play I've seen for a long time. This is reminiscent of FY Rubik, Kuroki Rubik when they're at their best. He gets off this amazing base defense where the Tiny is first never struck. I guess that's the correct...
Viper struck? But struck is right.
Yeah, okay, we got the... So
50%.
healed up by the Winter Wyvern, and then he still swapped to get the Tiny out of it. And No-Tail then runs out of the AA blast. That was just an amazing sequence of spell usage. There's the... here's one of the earlier team fights. I'll just go over...
I like the idea of you talking about a completely different play than the one we're watching on screen, just one at a time, and then hopefully we catch up to them later.
It's like a reverse order highlight reel.
I didn't write any of the early game down.
Okay. Well, then I guess we're getting to the point pretty soon.
I mean, it was early game-wise. I mean, 7 minutes in, it was 7-7. Everything was fine. Both
Actually, I wrote
teams.
one thing down.
OG were winning the early game.
Meander's death rate on the
Oh, yeah, that's
Tusker. At one point, it was the score was 10-8, and out of those 8 deaths, 7 of them was on the Tusk, and I think we were like 10-12 minutes into the game.
You have to respect the Vengeful Spirit. I mean, VP are so good with it. In fact, this is a strategy that VP tend to run. They like to be able to run like more of a carry Viper going into late game if they have heroes like Vengeful Spirit or Slardar who are able to buff up the Vipers lacking attack damage going in to mid to late game. He's not really thought of as a good, 45-minute carry, but if you have these other heroes surrounding him, he's actually pretty decent.
So about the early game, one thing that wasn't really pointed out was the AA by FNG. Just shows how great of a mind he has. He knows that he's going to get initiated on the back line. So instead of skilling, like maxing some of his skills, he keeps a 1-1-1 skill build and goes for stats instead to put him over that 1000 health at level 8. And it gets the casual Planeswalker cloak. really just make sure that the Tiny can't kill him in one combo.
Dire's middle
That's really
barracks are under
great
attack.
adaptation in something as basic as how to skill your hero.
It played a big role twice, actually. He survived the kill on top that Tiny was trying to kill him next to the tier 3 tower. And in a later team fight, instead of just dying, he still managed to get his Ice Blast off. And it does make a very big difference. This play call
this
is
is crazy.
incredible out of VP. I cannot believe they did it. He's 1-on-4. The only thing he has backing him up is an Ice Blast and, of course, an Aegis.
And that was probably still on cooldown when he first started that initiation. It was an insane, like, forward-thinking call by G.
Check out the score, by the way. 3-2-2.
2.
Such a memer, Paul.
Dire's top barracks has
Okay, he actually just picked up the BKB, right? That was a 10-second BKB. Synderen is playing this out. He barely survives. OG almost lost their Tiny in this sequence because he pops a BKB and managed to block out most of the damage. But this is sort of the mistakes that VP was making. They have all the knowledge in the world, and yet they still fail this initiation. They could have come up with a better plan than what they did.
It was a funny 10 seconds, though. Just watch them both play hide and seek, backwards and forwards.
We're giving a lot of praise to players. I think we should also point out, I was talking to Capitalists about this. This was actually perhaps Lil's worst performance in the whole tournament, I think.
Oh, yeah.
On the Earthshaker. He had a couple of good plays, but he had quite a bit of unusual mistakes for him. He's generally a very solid rock for VP. I would say one of the most stable support players, even in the world, in terms of how he rarely makes big mistakes. So for VP to go in and still win the game after he doesn't have his best performance shows that they're definitely... They can manage without him having the best performance.
Yeah, I think some of the other members of VP didn't play spectacularly either. It was just Lil was the most obvious, I want to say, standout bad performance. It's just so weird seeing Lil play forward poorly, but this game was definitely not a good game for him. His Earthshaker was not very comfortable, I would say.
It's great to see throughout the game just how comfortable Illidan is on this carry Ben's position. Yeah. He knows the strength of it entirely, knows when to go in early game, how much damage he can actually put. I think he has the highest kill participation early on of any member of the team because he keeps on teleporting around the map, trying to seek out these fights, utilizing this level 7 Vengeful Spirit. And then later in the game, we saw the Helm of Dominator being put to good use. He took the Centaur Warchief, had the level 16 swap.
Oh, that was...
Swapped in the Winter Wyvern, followed up with the stun on the Centaur so he could run in. I mean, that's just great high-level play. This game has it all. There's so many good things, little details to watch.
That right there was another example of FNG managing to throw out his Ice Blast because of his skill build, as you pointed out earlier. This was the second moment that came to mind. That's the end of the game. Do want to say, though, for OG, Moon Meander had a hard game, and they still managed to hold on as well. So both of these teams have the right mentality that it's also what multiple teams have talked about in interviews. You need to be able to pull... stay together as a team. If someone has a bad performance, pick them back up and continue into the game. So either both sides with maybe not the best plays in this particular game. And again, VP's Achilles heel, it almost went wrong when they're pushing the Dire bottom base. It was so reminiscent of the Vici gaming game, but this time their advantage was big enough.
Yeah, that overextension coming back into play again. Let's talk about G. Didn't have the best of first games on Luna, which was a bit of a surprise. Then picks up a surprise in game 2 and has a monster of a game. Just can't shut the guy down.
No, absolutely not. Again, this points out what we were talking about earlier, I believe in the draft to game 1, is that G does have a wealth of heroes that can play at a top level. It's not just the typical pub star mid heroes like Lina, Queen of Pain, Last Dragon, 6.84. It's not just those. G is very good at some of the tankier heroes. He's able to run a lot of the melee heroes to a top level as well. You cannot shut this guy out in the draft, and I'm not sure if OG should really try and address that at all. Maybe focus a little bit more on some of VP's overall play style. I mean, this is a draft that VP have run this kind of exact lineup before.
17.59, 625 GPM.
And in contrast, you gotta ask yourself, is Wind Ranger really the hero that Miracle looks most comfortable on?
I think it's still a Miracle.
He got countered really hard this
He
game.
did,
They
but
ganked him
it was like a
lot.
24-minute Aghanim Scepter on him as his first core item.
It's decent when you die 6 times. I don't think he played poorly. He got some really good shackle shots, too. He just got targeted very much this game.
I would say in the past that I've watched enough good Miracle Wind Ranger that it is a hero of his, that I agree with Synderen that it was just countered out too much. I think it's still fine if OG want to be able to pick that up in game 3.
So it's more down to decision making on where he got caught out on the map the first 20 minutes, because he got caught out a lot. There was a lot of deaths that could have been avoided with a bit safer play.
I would agree with that,
with
though.
you.
Yeah, if he did something wrong, it was overextending a little bit on lane farm. But I feel like he made up for it later on. I think he had 2 or 3 game-saving double shackles where VP would have ended the game maybe 10 minutes earlier if not for those. I still found his plays.
I'm not going to let Purge off either, by the way. You may have heard him in the commentary. He said he picks up this butterfly, and there is absolutely no way he can be killed. And 10 seconds later, G gets killed. And Purge says, oh, G died.
Thanks, Burge.
Well, he died in all fairness, he died in a large extent, or to a major extent, just from spell burst.
Yeah.
He didn't have his PKB rank.
And he had the Aegis as well, so it was kind of like, whatever.
On the topic of calling out Purge, since he's been going at me on the desk, and now I can do it without him retaliating.
Really? Purge has been going at you?
Yeah.
That's
he did,
shocking.
even though I called him handsome on several occasions.
All right.
He also said that Vengeful Spirit had 2,000 HP with barely any strength items, although she sat with a BKB and a Sangs in her inventory. Purge? Question mark?
I think Jacob is just trying to deflect from his own analysis at this point. So I hope we get into
Excuse
game
me?
3 draft.
You're next, Cap. You're next.
What analysis? The good news, Cap, is this, right? The good news is, as we head into this third draft, right? Whatever Jacob says at the end in terms of who he thinks has had a good draft, we just support the other team because they're bound to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Virtus.pro.
All right.
I mean, if Jacob goes ahead and is like VP of 1 game 3 after the draft is done, I'm willing to switch my prediction. All right.
All right. I'm gonna come for you, Austin.
Wait a second.
Sorry.
So last game, who had first pick? Virtus.pro, right?
Yes.
Because, yeah, OG banded. This time it's the other way around. I'm guessing OG won the
10
coin toss,
seconds remaining.
That would be
Joe's
a
first pick?
fair assumption, yes.
which would mean that Virtus.pro picked
5
Radiant.
seconds remaining.
In that case, they will not be giving him Shadow Fiend again. I simply don't.
Reserve
They'll
time.
rather give away the Doom and then counter it out with their AA pick.
Gee, I think are thinking about like maybe leaving out. I don't know. The Tusk just it looked really valuable in game number 1, and then game 2,
That's how
he
much
just had too much control.
That's how much comfort matters. I think
Yeah.
in game number 1, Moon played a lane that he's way more used to facing, that type of lane, and this time around just probably doesn't have much experience playing against Avenged. At least that's what it seemed like. If you do, you don't die 3 or 4 times in lane.
You think they're considering the Doom or the... if I were them, I would even consider the AA. Because right now I think they're comfortable with letting Slaughter through because it is a dead giveaway of what Virtus.pro is going to have on their offlane so far. Meaning they don't have to worry about much else. They already know where the Slaughter is going and how it's going to be utilized. And it hasn't played as big a role in these games as we see a lot of other Slaughters do. Can I just point out that I was right? Since none of you did, I'll just applaud.
I mean, it's fine.
That was
Jacob, if you want to point out every single time you're right on
5
this
seconds.
panel,
It's going to be
it's only
a
going to
long
happen
day of me
1 or 2
talking.
times.
That was a great prediction, Cap. I think AA was a good ban here.
Thank you, Sim.
Reserve time.
You do have to worry still about the VP Brood, which OG have not banned away this time. And if VP choose to leave out the Doom, the Broodmother is an appropriate response.
The difference is that OG has the first pick. When they banned it out, that was in the previous game when VP had first pick, because then they have the last pick of the first phase. That's what's scary. This time around, if OG see the pick Brood, great, we just get Darks here.
Considering they just sort of manhandled Miracle a lot throughout the game, I think that, yeah, the Shadow Fiend ban.
Shadow Fiend's out. And now there's
Dire
Doom,
team.
Slardar, right. Insta-grab for Moon.
Virtus.pro's turn to
So
pick.
do Virtus grab the Doom?
They have played it on both the offlane and the carry position. I don't think they're scared to pick it, but I think they question whether it's actually suitable for their way of playing.
Because then they would have to get like Doom Winter Wyvern or something. That wouldn't be a bad opening.
10 seconds.
It's true. Now that AA is out, they can actually go for a very heal-intensive lineup.
But
They can
OG
also steal the
5
Slardar,
seconds
the
remaining.
Dazzle, if they want for F and G. I don't know how
Reserve time.
relevant the Dazzle is for OG when they don't have their Shadow Fiend. I feel like it's that duo of their picks that always works so well together.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. If it's like a nice frontline 1 position, like SF, Tiny, that's usually when they're going to pick up the Dazzle. There is nice synergy with the Slardar, though. Darkseer Gyrocopter. All-out team fight for VP.
Does No-Till play Doom? Slardar? Oh, okay.
Dire team ban.
To me, this opening for OG is not as strong as game number 1.
Yes.
Just the Shadow Fiend Dazzle combination on the Dire that they had in that game, that was so strong. What is, of course, great is that they now have the Slardar for taking Roshan,
10 seconds
but they still need to find a way
remaining.
to make it work with their lanes. And one hero that's definitely out of the question for them as the mid laner who would be good at roaching is Templar Assassin. That's just not the pick against VP's lineup already.
Yeah, I think Beastmaster, I don't know, Beastmaster TA, even if a
10
Darkseer is on
seconds
VP's side.
remaining.
No-Tail has not played Slardar or Doom all tournament,
5 seconds
so
remaining.
VP have got to assume that it's off lane.
Unless they're planning on picking it themselves, I think Virtus.pro would be wise to... That was one hero.
Dire team
The
ban.
best ban they could make.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to shut up again then.
What were you going to say?
Say they would be wise to ban out the Huskar.
That's easy to say afterwards.
Yeah, but I mean, he stopped me short of what I was about to say, so I wasn't going to continue.
10 seconds remaining.
You were going to say that Shadow Fiend was a great ban, probably. And then you're like, oh wait, they banned it already, so I better not say anything. And then you just
I
woke
already
it up with a
said that
Huskar.
before.
You forget it early.
Is Bane going to be taken out here?
Turn to ban.
Spirit Breaker finally getting recognized as a threat. And this is exactly because VP have the Darkseer. That's when they run the Spirit Breaker the best.
There's still Nightstalker in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
If VP still want to run that kind of aggressive duo, obviously it's not the same as the Spirit Breaker.
There is also the toss that they have to take into
Virtus.pro's turn
Can we
to
have a
pick.
quick competition at who can replicate that sound the best?
consideration.
Oh, that was really bad, actually.
Dire team pick.
I'm not even
I'm-
gonna try.
You know, the
pretty
Russian
sure-
broadcast over there is just like nailing every single one of these
Yeah.
picks, and they were over here making baby rage noises.
Pretty sure that wasn't an Alchemist Catalyst. It was more like a baby lamb.
I don't know how to respond to that ball.
Wait a second. Okay, what are OG going to do? They still have their Rubik left for crit. His
10
Wyvern is out.
seconds remaining.
His Io is out.
There's a
Tusk
Night-
is taken.
There's a
5
Nightstalker.
seconds remaining.
Night Stalker is a possibility.
Reserve time.
Nice synergy with Slardar. The amount of vision you get, and of course the fact that Night Stalker, even in support role, can actually hit pretty hard.
Yeah, and I think he's quite good oftentimes versus some of these squishier agility heroes if Nightstalker is off to a great start. And it's also a good hero that puts pressure on potential disruptor pick, which I think is likely for VP when they have the Darkseer Gyrocopter already. Has a long-range cancel to the Fiend script. Good controlling hero for Slardar potentially. The Bane, I think, was pretty obvious one of the supports for either VP or OG because it was not banned away and both teams needed a bit more control.
10 seconds remaining.
Do they need, let's see, so they need one
5
extra
seconds
support, and
remaining.
generally FNG plays the Tusk. They're going to grab the Lina for
Dire
the,
team pick.
most likely. It can still be a support Lina, of course, if they want to try for that.
Yeah, technically Tusk does operate as a setup stun for Lina if you want to run both.
It's a very strong support duo. Incredibly good. I think OG would be wise to pick a really hard carry this game. They have two defensive supports in Dazzle and Bane. They can
10
obviously
seconds remaining.
scale very well in the late game with Slardar. I'm thinking the PL for No-Tail might be a go-to here
5
again.
seconds remaining.
Of course, it's counted way harder now than it was in the first game. And
Yeah.
Reserve time.
The Gyrocopter by himself is not an issue, but when you include Darkseer and Lina, I agree. I think there's perhaps too many counters.
When you look at the mid laners right now, I think even though they're up against a Lina Tusk combo, I think Queen of Pain is still one of the better heroes to go to just because of what she offers all around.
Queen of Pain and maybe Juggernaut for OG.
Or the Viper.
Virtus.pro's
The
turn
switcheroo.
to ban.
This is a good way of dealing with Lina. Viper can actually stand up to her in lane.
Watch them pick up Vengeful Spirit. Like, nice lineup, VP.
I'm wondering what OG are planning as far as lanes are concerned. I think Slardar offlane on the Dire against any lane with Gyro is super difficult. Even if they put dual lanes, say Slardar Bane, I think a lane like Gyrocopter Tusk can't beat that out. So OG have to be a little bit worried about that. And regardless, no matter how they put their lanes, I think it's going to be difficult for them to help out Miracle much in this matchup. He has to hold his own with Viper. Is this the first time he ever plays that competitive? I don't know. This does not strike me as a Miracle pick.
No, it doesn't feel like it. Maybe No-Tail's going to be playing it mid. Miracle will go to the safe lane farm. Does this give more emphasis to the mid Lina? There's not very many heroes that are going to match up well against Viper unless they pick up something, like mid Razor.
I think Lina is good enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lina is pretty much, one of the best heroes you can have that isn't necessarily going to win the matchup, but is still all around strong.
Finally, the Brute Bank does come out. Just in case VP were gonna... what could they have done? Support Darkseer?
Mid-Brood.
Mid-Brood, yeah. That's actually a pretty good call here from OG in case VP were considering. Because Illidan... Oh, wait. What were their lane? Support lane.
Hero for VP. Ooh.
This is I want to call it a long forgotten combo, but I think exactly OG has actually played it, but Vacuum Ice Path is scary.
First time in the Frankfurt Major we've seen Jakiro. Has been banned out once.
And it's a strong dual lane as well if they want to run something like that, but
OG...
The Miracle Anti-Mage.
Settle on the anti-mage as the final pick, and we'll head into the third and final games. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gents. This one's going to be a roller coaster.
Indeed it is, Paul. Game 1 and Game 2 so far have been nothing less than absolutely fantastic. And Game 3 looks to be the same. You can't spell OG without G, and they've got a little bit of him in their draft this time. They're taking the Viper, using it themselves this time round. But at the same time, we've got some interesting stuff coming out from VP. They're running the Jakiro Purge. Talk to me about the two-ended dragon.
Jakiro's very good at pushing towers, basically. That's the best thing he can do. His third skill, Liquid Fire, reduces their attack speed, does damage to them, and it's also pretty good against some carries as well. For example, if Anti-Mage uses Manta Style and he throws Liquid Fire in them, it really limits their DPS and protects his allies in a bit of a different way. So with that, they also have Vacuum into Ice Path like they were talking about. It's a very good disable on a low cooldown, good range on that. Their catch isn't amazing, so they can't deal with killing Anti-Mage super easily, but against Slardar, against Viper, or against Bane, I feel like they're going to have the lockdowns they need.
Here we go. Let's see what we're going to see from the start. In terms of the lanes, I was going to have Phobos on that offlane Darkseer, G on his signature Lina. We saw how well he did on that performance on the Viper. He did, of course, play G earlier today, and it wasn't ideal, but it was a tough game against the lineup of OG. And OG, they've got that hero that a lot of teams are talking about, this Bane. A lot of teams really rating the Bane pick at the moment.
It's really good just because it has good damage, it has good movement speed, decent armor, great stats all around, and they recently buffed it to cost less for Brain Sap. So he can roam extremely well. He can trade hits with any hero because he can have a heal on top of that. So he could definitely pressure the supports out of VP.
Okay. FNG didn't want to scout it out, so just straight up pass. Yeah, that's doing Roshan. OG say, yeah.
The battle
And looks like
begins.
VP won't fall for it. And there we have it. Getting themselves the runes, both for the mid laners.
You know, if there's any tournament to do this at, it may be this one. The old level 1 rush. Ooh, miss block here for a crit. So should be a better block coming out of the Radiant side. Nope. They also messed up. Slightly better for OG here. Sentry goes down.
And Little's going to be hanging around with the mid lane G. No doubt. He's going to have crit next to him. And the fact that it is a Lina against this Viper and crit on the Bane. All shards coming through. Crit's going to have to look for the long way around.
It's a really nice shards. Forces him to walk around basically instead of staying there and pressuring the Lina.
Also going to see Jakiro hanging around top with Phobos on this Darkseer rather than opting to help out Illidan on the bottom lane.
Oh, he does deward as well, so interesting way to do their dual lane, but it's basically to pressure the anti-mage.
Yes.
Jakiro is pretty good in the early game. Just throwing out a Liquid Fire here, it only does about, 60 damage at level 1. It's good. It's not amazing. It's a 20-second cooldown, but allows them to pressure AM and reduce his farm a little. And then Illidan in the safe lane, he's great versus a Slardar. If Slardar gets in melee range, he just uses Rocket Barrage and does a ton of magic damage. So the real question mark is, how is Lina going to do?
Oh, Miracle. Maybe needs to be careful here. Lil is there. Fresh out the ice pump. FNG can't quite catch Miracle out there. Good timing there, a good reaction with the blink. As you said, the fact that they've got 3 heroes now, they really want to do something about this Miracle anti-mage, and understandably so. Ice Path just being thrown out. Miracle just juking at the moment, but a lot of harassment being thrown out by VP.
Costs very little throw Ice Path. It's 90 mana, and he's got 400 total. Plus, he has a clarity on top of that, so they can harass constantly, make Miracle second guess whether or not he can get last hits. And he doesn't yet have his spell shield, so any magic damage done to him right now is actually quite good. Lil going for the top rune. He'll grab a bounty here.
Got it.
No bottle just yet for Lina. Crit with a haste on the bot lane, though.
Let's see if he can set something up here. He's going to find Illidan. He's going to set this up with a Nightmare. They have the damage to go for this. They'll lead him with the Crush, with the right clicks, the Brain Sap as well. Illidan, he might be the first to fall here as Moon and Crit head into the sideline. They'll get themselves the kill. That's your first bird. Mid lane, though, G rolling in with Lil. They'll find a kill in return, taking down the Viper. So 1 for 1 across the board, but OG a little bit quicker off the mark and securing themselves the first blood.
Did Illidan have that TP the whole time, or did he buy from the side shop? Because he could have TP'd hypothetically, especially because Nightmare was used. If you're wondering why they Nightmared, by the way, it actually does do some damage, so a little bit extra damage from the Nightmare to lead into that kill.
Top lane, pressure being put on. Look at this aggressive, just pushing the creeps around with the shell. Miracle in terms of CS, it's really affecting him at the moment. 6 CS on this anti-mage.
And sometimes you get lucky and the Liquid Fire lands on the tower and the tower loses 80 HP. It's that early Jakiro advantage. He's also going to get some Dual Breath later. Dual Breath is amazing at pretty much all stages of the game. Another some more hacks coming.
Fly's doing a lot there with this heal. Allowing Miracle to feel a little bit more confident than he would, of course, do on his own. Bottom lane, Moon kind of caught on the wrong side here of Illidan, but Moon does have backup coming through. There's your stun to set this through. Brain Sap as well. Illidan trying to move in the Rocket Barrage. Looking for the kill onto Moon. Moon's going to be able to get himself out. As he's sprinting back in. Wants to
the Ice Path
there. Moon, he still gets the kill with the help of Crit, but now the shards are out, and it looks like VP are going to look for the favorable trade. They've already found the Slardar, and they should be able to find it. He's keeping himself alive for a bit, but Lil
Land the Ice Path.
and FNG there with the Ice Path. The Jakiro doing a lot in this early game, and VP find the favorable trade.
That was so close. They almost missed that. Ice Path missing, one person canceling an attack, and that double kill does not happen. Interesting skill build out FNG, though. He's just going to completely skip Dual Breath. He's going for the Ice Path levels here. And that may mean that this is something they practiced or
bottom lane as well. Mooney's come out, but Lil's coming in as well for this one. Elite Mango here on the Tusk, and the shards are actually not going to trap him, but there's the Ice Path. The Snowball to follow for as well. The Rocky Barrage, but Moon's a little bit too speedy there with a sprint. In fact, he's moving back in. He did have enough mana there for a crush. He's not going to want to try and turn. Salves himself up in the sideline. FNG moving forward. The rest of it. There's your crush though, and now the tower is onto FNG. FNG could be in some trouble. There's a TP coming in from the Crit as well. The Rocket Barrage through. FNG trying to smoke it, but the tower gets the last hit. Does take down Jakiro, as VP just a little too over-aggressive there by the tier 1.
It was a big mistake from FNG. He hit Moon Meander because he wanted to cancel the salve, but then it aggroed the tower and he took damage.
Oh, they might be able to find this as well. Mooney eats the mango, gets the crush out. Crits there as well, the damage. There's a snowball. It's not going to save the Gyro though, and they won't be able to find a return because they lose Illidan there on that bottom lane.
And Illidan is just getting wrecked in his lane. It's not working nearly as well as the Venge did, and that's the issue with doing the aggressive dual lane and the tri-lane pressuring the anti-mage. Now Jakiro is super far behind. Slardar's got a boots, he's got a power treads at 5 minutes, and he's level 6. They've given him too much.
Well, let's see what the plan is now from OG. Back to base, Crit and Moon. We'll see if they decide to go to another lane. They do, as you said, have that amplify from Slardar if they want to make something happen. And whilst all this has been going on, Miracle, he's doing all right now. 21 CS on this anti-mage compared to the 13 on Illidan. So he's finding the farm. Phobos on an even level, of course, on this Darkseid. 23 with the Iron Shell spam.
Gang coming top, though. Phobos in trouble.
They'd love to find Phobos. He's salving up. He's going to look for the straight TP. Moon kind of holding on, but now he goes in. Should get the crush catch, and he does. Gets it down onto the Darkseid. Miracle blinks forward. Wants to find himself involved in this kill, and he'll get it as well. More money into the pocket of this anti-mage. Very nicely executed there by OG.
I think VP made a giant mistake allowing Slardar to get this far ahead. His ganks are going to be really hard to punish. He can gank mid, he can gank the safe lane, he can gank the carry.
Oh, now he's got an invis as well.
Like, Illidan is just now picking up his brown boots. He's just getting some movement speed. Yeah, FNG can pressure the tower here with his liquid fire, and they can get some gold advantage there, but they're behind in experience and their ability to get ganks off on the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And we'll see if Moon's able to do anything with this invis. Looks like he's... At the moment, there is this Radiant Sentry, of course. Do not have vision. Both of the sentries just missing each other by the looks of it.
Lucky for him, otherwise Moon would continue his rampage. I keep looking at Jakiro, and I wish he had 1 point in Dual Breath. It's actually a really good disable right now. Slows by 28%, does 100 damage for 1 skill point, and it's AoE. That stuff adds up.
What's the plan now for the side of VP? We can see them grouping up as 3 bottom. It's very apparent that they want to try and fight with this Tusk combo. Actually going to send the Jakiro back up top.
Well, maybe they can kill Miracle.
Well, they've got Moon and Crit coming around as well on the side of OG. So if they don't get him down initially, there's going to be a response from OG. They're trying to go in on the anti-mage, but now here comes the wraparound. Moon's there with the crush on FNG. The brain sap as well. Jakiro has gone. Phobos has to surge himself out, and just the 2 of them, the Darkseid and the Jakiro. I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get that kill on Miracle, because he's pretty hard to catch out with just the 2 of them there.
Yeah, they don't have the right disables, basically. They also don't really have the right damage type.
Sending more up as well, and OG, they're going to be ready to fight. There's just Snowball onto Miracle. If they can burst him down straight away, it's going to be huge.
Okay, that does it.
That's going to be the anti-mage jab, but OG, they're looking for the reaction. They'll Nightmare the lead. A little stingy tool. Oh, but then with the Nightmare, Toggle actually don't force step on Lil, but he's still held in place by the Nightmare. They'll get the Lina. Lil's going to go down as well, almost certainly. Pops the charges. Illidan now turning up, but they've already lost 2. Illidan looking for the recovery kills. He'll get himself 1. Looking to move forward to Crit, but Crit TPs himself out. Will get away. So a little bit of recovery. The fact that Illidan finds a kill, but they do lose 2 there.
Definitely very good for Illidan considering how far behind he is. Again, great rotations from Gyrocopter in the early game. Call down just brown boots and you're able to do a lot. But the anti-mage kill, I don't know if that was going to be worth it for G. It's a pretty equal trade. They need to keep getting kills like that though, and it's about 28 seconds left until Lina has his ult.
G now just looking to head back to the mid lane at the moment. Got Jakiro just picking up the levels. Miracle back to getting that CS, trying to get as best of timing as he can on the Battle Fury.
They're looking for Gyrocopter on the bot lane, I think. He may TP bot. It's on cooldown, so he's going to be late, which may mean by the time he gets there, OG's going to shift.
Yeah, they've just got about half the duration on this smoke left. If they move towards this camp here, they might get wind of G.
Oh, they might find him in the jungle as well. They see him. The smoke might break before they get there.
We'll Crit can open it up. He has got the Nightmare, of course, and he will try and get in range. Can't quite do it. Illidan will be able to keep himself fine. Bit of a close call there for the man.
FNG again rotating, now sitting up on the top lane. He's gone for a Macro Pyre as well. I guess if you have a lot of Ice Path, it's pretty worth it to get this early. And with Tusk as well, they have a lot of ways to keep people from moving. But this anti-mage pick, man, it absolutely threw a wrench into VP's plans. It's so hard to kill him. And they don't really have the best solutions against it.
Dire's top tower
Lil
is under
was looking to roll himself in, had the Iron Shell on. But as you said, just a little bit to elucidate this anti-mage.
Maybe going Dazzle, but that's a hard kill. Fly's positioning is consistently very good on Dazzle.
Crit, now level 6. Missing if G oversteps the mark, top lane.
Radiant's middle tower
Phobos
is
going
under
right
attack.
round. Pings are coming in. The fortification will be there, so it looks like OG just trying to hold this tier 1. Got the phase boots now on Gyro, so when he does turn up to these skirmishes, he's going to be that little bit stronger.
Like this cut that Lil did here. Aggro the creeps to the side, kill with Iron Shell, and allow your tower or your creeps to hit the tower. This is one advantage they can get in it. It's because of the Jakiro support. They push towers, the towers attack slow, and they'll get some gold here. And it's also going to limit where anti-mage can farm. It's one really good thing that VP is doing. In the meantime, they have to keep Illidan alive, and they have to keep G unganked. And for this small period where they pushed the top tower, they did not get ganked, at least.
No-Tail playing a similar style to what we saw on G's Viper. Just keeping the farm up, sticking into the mid lane, 4.2k at the moment. Just a little bit ahead of G on his Lina. He can come in towards the mid now. No-Tail actually moving forward. Top lane, Moon, he's found himself an Invis, and he's also found FNG. And FNG's all as his own. Miracle comes in as well for the action, and they'll get the kill. Easy pick up there for the boys.
Slar playing great. This game Moon Meander, 4-2 and 5. 1,200 gold, getting close to Blink Dagger. And he went the Treads build as well. It's something that almost no Slardars go right now, but it's going to allow him to transition a lot better in the mid game once he gets bash levels. So
may make a big difference there. And he can spend very little time outside of the base anyways, because he can sprint back into the fountain, heal up, and get back to a gank again.
Phobos, Lil, and Illidan are smoked up. They see the crits looking for the solo XP, and Crit could be in trouble here. Here's the tough snowball straight in onto the Bane. Illidan's around as well. He'll try and keep himself alive with a self-nightmare. Isn't going to work, and Illidan finds himself the kill.
Super big kill because they can immediately transfer this into a tier 1 tower kill. 4 levels on Jakiro's ice or liquid fire, and now it's permanent on towers, that is. So lots of damage. Towers will fall. They can even pressure tier 2 here. G just has to slow down the mid push and not get caught.
Yeah, the TP mids. They want to try and defend this tier 1. They'll take the tier 1 bottom, as you said. They'll also manage to hold on to the tier 1 middle. So, yeah, certainly so far, the tower pushing a VP proving to be superior to OG's, as you've been explaining. We do expect to see with this Jakiro pickup.
Okay. So for this time period, we'll probably see FNG shift back into the jungle. OG, again, they don't have the most aggressive heroes. They got the right person farmed. It's Moon Meander, but he's got to finish his Blink Dagger work before he can set these up. And ganks with Anti-Mage, they work, but they have to land the Crush. And there is a 6 on Bane as well, so they have some decent options. But that's one of the downsides of having a Dazzle. It's a hero that can't set up kills for you, really, except for the first couple levels. At this stage, he basically just sits behind players and waits for the initiation. So their ganks are slightly limited. Viper is kind of a similar hero as Anti-Mage. It's not easy for him to set up. He can follow up on allies, but that means that they need a Blink Dagger or they need to smoke around. So OG is still limited for a bit here, and it's VP's game to get kills and create pressure.
And G's certainly looking for that pressure. He's pretty much got the Yules done. 100 or so gold for the Void Stone. He's going to have that extra pick-off potential. 3 heroes at the moment on VP, just wrapping around through the Dire jungle. See if they can get anything from the side of OG towards the mid lane. No tail, just holding onto the tower, but Fly is there on the sidelines. Ready for the reaction with Crit as well on the Bane, if anyone tries to jump in. VP, they're not going to look for the jump as of yet, and just looking to try and take a bit of control from this Dire half of the map.
And they're setting up the wards now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom half is pretty much theirs. The tower's really high HP, and there's the Blink Dagger now on Moon. His mana's slightly low, but he's got wand charges. And by farming here, it protects Miracle while also allowing them to pressure the tower. But the problem is that VP's far ahead where they normally are. They already have their own tier 1. They're pressuring a tier 2, and they don't even need a lot of heroes to do this. Just solo Jakiro, and he's going to be able to pressure this tower.
They lose tier 1 mid, but they're smoked up. Can they quite get close enough? No. Side of OG's going to be fine. The smoke from VP won't allow them to catch anyone else out there. Bottom lane, Miracle just cutting the creeps. Looking to try and take this tier 1 with the rest of the team. And actually got Lil coming to the jungle, and well, there's the blink reveal. Moon jumps straight onto the tusk. Lil will shard himself to make sure no one else can close in on him. And we have got VP maybe moving in. They've got a Yules, and there's Illidan with a cooldown. It's going to connect onto Crit with a Rocket Barrage as well. Crit's going to get stunned up. That's going to be Crit down. First of all in the fight. Viper Strike gets laid down onto Lina, but Lina self-heals herself, buying time, and now No-Tail's the one on the retreat. Rocket Barrage not doing too much there, because the
ice pad
block, the snowball in. They're going to be able to find No-Tail as well, and there's a killing spree for Illidan. 2 big kills for the side of VP. Top lane, Miracle looking for a bit of action of his own, closing in onto FNG. FNG does have a TP, but Miracle's got the mana void. I don't know if FNG can juke himself out of this one. Blink 4 from Miracle. He's going to find Jakiro, and there's the kill. Miracle takes down the dragon. Lil and Phobos, there's a snowball onto Fly. They're not done yet, VP, but there's the blink, the crush. They're trying to turn OG. The walls drop down as well. Lil, can he get himself away? The last tower hit will finish him off. Crit pops the Nightmare down onto Phobos. Moon does have a crush. How's he going to go back in? Phobos toggling off the Nightmare there with the illusion. Phobos surges away. And they'll keep it safe, but action happening all around the map there.
So while the Jakiro did die top, look at that HP. 49 HP on that tier 2 tower. And that's the strongest thing about Jakiro as a support. You put him in a lane and he can solo push without any need for help. Now he did burn a little too much mana and he did end up dying there. But by killing the tier 2 tower, this jungle is completely unprotectable. Big tower advantage going to VP now. And they went pretty well in that fight as well. They got a couple kills. Viper's not going to snowball like he did in the last game. No-Tail doesn't have the same kind of heroes to play against. A lot of scary things.
One thing to note as well, though, this is the point of the game where the Battle Fury is now done on to Miracle. He's getting that sent out, and here we go. This is where the farm game begins.
Yes.
He is top of the net worth at the moment, top of the CS, and Unless VP can catch him out time and time again, he should be able to keep himself there, and we're already going to see them try and catch him out. G, they're smoked up. Can they get the initiation miracle? They haven't quite got the vision because the Knights are... Oh, he's blinked! G, if he can close the gap in the shard, they're going to trap him. Can they get the Yules? They don't even need it. Straight up light stroke. Snowball in. There's your Laguna. Beautiful pick off from VP. Absolutely fantastic from the boys.
Those ice shards consistently catching somebody that's about to get away. That is the abusiveness of Tusk. Look for those kills. Don't let him get out. No-Tail trying to get a kill mid. He's got a haste, but it's running out. They could chase him down, but they're far. Instead, they'll go for the tier 1 tower. Take the towers. They know Anti-Mage isn't farming right now. They can be greedy as well.
Moon should be able to find himself the tier 1 down the bottom, but as you said, VP grouping up and ready to just power down the mid lane. They take the tier 1. Looking to go for more here. They're all topped up in terms of the health and the mana department. And 8 seconds until that anti-mage is back on the map. See if OG are able to do anything about this, but look at the pushing power. The tower's literally going to start to melt here. Liquid fire at Jakiro. Flies around. And looks like they'll probably just have to let this one go. They pop out the fortification for this OG.
They have to be careful right now. Weave is super high negative armor on them, at least -10 on all. They can still take the tower easy. And Liquid Fire is so good.
They haven't got No-Tail, and No-Tail does not have a TP on the Viper, so they're going to have to let the tier 2 go. VP, take yet another objective.
Anti-Mage needs to be absolutely scared now, because Jakiro almost has Yules of his own, and he's got Ice Path leveled up to the max. That means every 9 seconds or so, or every Yules cooldown, he can land a 2.2 second stun on Anti-Mage. And they've got follow-up as well. Maybe they don't have the most physical damage, they're very magic heavy, but they have the lockdowns that they were lacking before. And pretty much everybody on OG has to worry about this. It's going to be so hard getting a Fiend's Grip off when you have to worry about Ice Paths and Light Strike Arrays and all this damage pumping out. OG's on the back foot yet again, and they have to rely on Anti-Mage to win this for them, and he has to not get killed.
VP going for the rush. OG, they're smoked up. Are they going to try and take this fight? The weave gets laid down. They've got the vision, and there's Moon. Oh, he gets the 3-man crush off here, and then starting the fight before Roshan goes down to get the Fiend's Grip onto Lil, but the Ice Path there to cancel the Fiend's Grip, and now VP comes straight back in with a punch onto Grit. There's your cooldown from Illidan, looking to move it on to No-Tail. No-Tail trying to turn around, get the slows out. He'll put the bet, but there's your Laguna. Viper down, Moon gets the crush again, though. Phobos to fall. 1-for-1 at the moment. Illidan gets blown up by the Mana Void. They found themselves 2. Miracle blinks himself away. It's a 2-for-2 here at this point. Lil only just surviving.
Lil doesn't know where to run.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, the snowball.
The snowball pass by. She got the stun on Moon, cancelling the crush, and Lil tries to get himself away. Fly one more.
The attack speed.
But he pops the charges, and now Moon, he's stuck here in the shards. He's trying to get himself out, gets the crush, puts the amplifier.
Oh, G might die.
Coming back. Again, G. Ice Path comes out to 2, but they've already lost 3. VP, they need to get themselves out. The shard block is beautiful, but Moon, he's got the sprint and he's got the blink. Crush on FNG, takes down Jakiro. It's another one for the boy on the fish. Dominating streak for Moon, and OG come out on top of the Roshan fight.
Moon is doing so well, he's like, I'm buying Midas, guys. I'm the carry now.
Oh my goodness.
Man, Miracle played that fight so well.
Yeah.
He's got no items, but he still shows up and gets a lot done.
Exactly, and he gets so low, gets himself out, waits for the regen, and then he jumps back in, realizes the opening's there to get himself involved in more kills, and that's, as you said, they're relying on the anti-mage, and now he's back on top of the net worth.
That was the fight they needed. They're doing great now. Jakiro still doesn't have his Yules. I'm really missing a point in Dual Breath here. I feel like for a fact that it would be useful. He's got way more mana than he needs. It's a 10-second cooldown disable. I really wish that he had Dual Breath. Works as well against Slardar Blink, things like that. It helps you a lot in the team fights, but they haven't quite had the full kite potential that they need in these engagements yet. He does actually get Dual Breath this time, so.
There we go. You can die a happy man, Purge.
Yes.
The question is really, who's going to go back into that pit first? I mean, do you feel that OG, are they going to feel any kind of need, any kind of pressure on them to go and take it before VP get themselves back in, or are they going to be very happy waiting for VP to try and go there again?
Yeah, I think they're going to want to wait for VP to go for it. They don't need to try to steal it. Even though they do have a Slardar and a Dazzle, they can obviously, if all of VP shows across the map.
Needs to be careful, they're closing in here on the Viper. Shards get thrown out, but they won't get the trap off.
That would have been a 3 death on VP if that worked, so it's good they missed it.
Yeah, the backup really is there from OG, and VP need to get themselves out. This ward's going to spot all this out. They know that OG's in the area, and VP don't want to any bit of that.
Maybe they're just trying to force rotations or something like that. I'm not quite sure, but because they did have that Observer ward up, so they maybe saw the Dazzle and stuff like that.
Moon's heading into the pit. G just TP'd down bottom here on this Lina, so VP, they're ready to fight. All the ultimates online. They have got a smoke as well if they want to try and find an opening or try and find a pickup before it kicks off. They're just missing FNG at the moment. Revealing himself mid. OG teasing with Roshan at the moment. VP just hanging around on the high ground. So is OG though. Again, we saw this kind of positioning from both teams in one of the previous games. Just waiting for each other to go. Oh, FNG. Oh, he comes out. There's a crush on him. And this is the start of the fight. FNG will go down. The first death. The cooldown's going to be...
Oh, the grip.
And now the grip for the high ground onto Illidan. OG's moving in with Miracle as well. They're going to get the gyro. Double kill for No Tail. VP looked for the fight. FNG just kind of just nonchalantly walking into the middle of it all. And the fact that they got that grip on the gyro. 2 huge kills for OG. And VP just can't contest Roche without these heroes.
I have no idea why FNG was walking through the river like that. They didn't have an observer ward ready. He didn't have an observer ward in his inventory to place. He just completely made an opening for his opponents, and it led to 2 huge kills in Roshan in a game where Anti-Mage can't get ahead. But now he's starting on his Yasha. Manta is quickly going to come after this due to them losing that last fight, and all this advantage that VP got from taking towers, they've thrown a lot of it away. They still don't have Euls on Jakiro. G still doesn't have Aghanim Scepter, even though he's really close.
And because of these fights as well, and as you said, what was working out to be a really smart pickup after that one big engagement, this Midas on the Slardar is keeping him at the same net worth as the mid laner for the side of VP, as the same as G. He's on 8.5k at the moment, and with this momentum that the side of OG are getting, he could be pretty much second or top on the board, even overtake the Anti-Mage if he goes as ham as he has been, Moon.
Yeah, it's going to be a while until this pays off in damage ways. Right now, once he gets magic immunity, it's basically going to mean that he guarantees that he stuns and doesn't die when he goes in. They can still win the fight, though. They have just picked up the Ags on G, but they've got to get the right pick. The last fight looked pretty good initially because they were able to segment the Viper and kill him without him being graved, but will that happen again? Fly normally doesn't make those kind of mistakes.
Smoked up OG, just seeing if anyone was coming up for the attempt on Miracle, and they might be now. VP now with their own smoke. Last smoke here for 9 minutes here on the side, so they're going to really hope that they can make something happen with this one. Making a beeline straight for the Dire Jungle. They might actually get the wraparound here onto OG. OG, so they're going to look to push onto this tier 1, so VP might be able to come in from a really favorable angle here as they come in across from the Dire Jungle. And let's see if they're able to catch up us from the back. Here we go. Phobos leading forward, level 11, second point into the wall now. The team fight potential is there. And, OG are coming really far down. I don't know if they're going to expect this. And we're going to check out the tree line. Oh, the ice bomb!
The vacuum!
Combo with the Jakiro, and the damage is there. Illidan with a flat cannon. They're all falling low, but they got the grave off onto No Tail. They're trying to fight back. Miracle pops down the Mana Void, but they've already lost 2 OG. They're going to lose 3 crits to fall as well. They've caught Miracle in the second ice bomb. It blinks onto G, trying to fight with the light strike. Miracle goes down as well. He has got the Aegis, but what a fantastic smoke from VP, and they should be able to find him. The snowball's on him before he blinks, follows him across. They're going to get Miracle.
Oh, he misses the stun.
Oh, Miracle. No, is he going to live? No. Miracle. Oh, no. Miracle.
Needs another one.
Oh, is he going to live? Is he going to live? Oh. Is he going to live? No. Oh, my goodness, the vacuum misses. Miracle. Oh, Phobos. One more Miracle. Oh, my God. Miracle. Oh.
He stays alive.
All right.
That was a big mistake from G there. He should have stunned him immediately after the Aegis respawn, but I think it was a miscommunication that he was expecting an ice path or maybe a snowball from Tusk, but he got to blink and he made it a little bit too hard to get caught, and he stays alive there. They still have an amazing fight, but that could have gone better.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Miracle got out, but we've got to remember that was exactly the fight that VP needed. If they had got the Anti-Mage, I mean, even better, but the fact that I think it was pretty much a 3-for-1. It was the perfect smoke wraparound, and OG just looked like they didn't expect it at all.
They really didn't. They had no idea where VP was. But that's the combo that they need. Vacuum onto Ice Path, Macro Pyre, throw the Lina stun 2 seconds later, and that's like 3 heroes stunned for 5 seconds. You can't win that fight. The only way that OG would have won that is if they maybe had an Observer Ward sitting around where they were standing, and then maybe do a Slardar counter initiation before the combo goes off fully. They could have won that fight, but not like that.
Not like this. 18 to 15 now for OG. Let's see what the players. Still, Miracle 13k on this Anti-Mage, keeping that farm game up, and what's that coming out of the courier? Is he just getting sent out for the ultimate orb? Yeah, he's got the recipe, so just 400 or so gold, and he'll have that Manta Star ready for the next engagement.
It's not going to be a perfect solution because VP doesn't
There's
have
a
the
lot of AoE,
typical,
yeah.
it's a lot of AoE stuns. It's not the typical thing where they have orchids, but it's going to give them a lot of offensive potential. But usually when you grab the item, it gives you defense and offensive. The defense is not amazing here. It may still make him vulnerable. And the Yules is now up on Jakiro, so if he ever finds which Anti-Mage is real and his Ice Path is off cooldown, he can say, hey guys, let's kill Anti-Mage.
Let's see what the plan is now. OG, just revealing Notel in the mid lane. BKB about 600 gold away here for Slaughter. Phobos, worth noting, he did just pick up those Greaves, so the farm for this Darkseer is still going fairly well.
He did miss Illidan though. He should have caught him with that. Illidan could have more mana and more HP. This might actually make a difference in the next fight.
We'll see if the side of OG are going to be there to take it. They've got a couple of the guys down bottom. Miracle just getting on with a split push. Tier 2 on the bottom lane on the Radiant half the map is at half health, so Miracle could look to try and go, but he's playing it safe. Doesn't quite know the whereabouts here of VP.
It's BKB time. BKB on Jaro, BKB on Viper.
All right, Viper strike onto FNG. FNG will use himself up here. Notel pots the BKB and he wants to fight. Cooldown coming out from Illidan, but OG looking for the perfect.
Oh, the vacuum.
The vacuum. The wall as well, and the snowball stun as well. This is huge for VP. They can follow up, and Illidan with his BKB is doing a lot of damage. Bane to fall. Laguna gets thrown down as well onto Fly. 2 kills at the moment for the side of VP. They did lose the Jakiro, but now Notel's trying to fight. VP is still there. They throw out the Dragon Slave. Miracle has yet to jump in. Mana still not too low on any of the heroes, so no choices. Oh! Moon just TPing away in time. 2 for 1 there. VP did come out on top.
Moon's BKB finally paying off. Or I'm sorry, his might is finally paying off. He gets the BKB. Although I wonder, what if he had BKB in that last fight, you know? Might have been able to dodge the vacuum. Slight miscoordination there with DK Phobos as well as the Jakiro, but it could have been a, for example, interrupted Blink Dagger. Maybe he couldn't do the vacuum. But I thought FNG's play was correct. Do the ice path on the Bane to prevent him from gripping you during that situation. Obviously, it's not going to work on Viper. But again, FNG's slightly out of position here, and he gets initiated on. And his team can't cover him that well. Although I would have liked to see maybe a surge on him. That would have counteracted everything that Viper was doing.
DD is available here down at the bottom. Roshan, we'll see when that will coming up in just 1.5 minutes. So getting closer and closer to that Roche time, which both of these teams will almost certainly look for. Miracle. Just in the jungle here. He's got Moon backing him up. VP though, they might catch wind of Miracle here if he makes a wrong blink. He's going to look to maintain control around this rune spot there with the sentry. And Miracle and Moon, we'll see if they reveal each other in the lane here. They're hiding in the trees at the moment.
They're hoping for a hero to farm like G. If G shows by
there
himself...
There is backup for G. If they jump on G, there is going to be a response from VP. And I think OG, are they going to go for this? Are they going to fall for the G bait? Are they going to try and jump? Moon and Miracle.
They see him.
Oh, the sigil is putting him out. Moon blinks away, and so does Miracle.
The snowball's going to catch him.
It's going to cancel the TP. Miracle down the vacuum onto Moon, bring him back. Laguna onto the anti-mage. They find the anti-mage dead for 70 seconds. The sigil there from
God.
VP, finding them out.
Lil, what a player, man. He's like, they're going to be fishing. It's entirely possible
Really
that they are.
smart.
That guy's really excited.
I mean, that's big. That's a huge amount of time off the map here for this anti-mage. And we can see G as well. He's been keeping it really well with this anti-mage that got a decent timing on the Battle Fury. G on his Lina, only 2k behind the anti-mage at 30 minutes in. Not bad at all.
And he's going BKB next. He's got it now. Great item to have against Viper. No damage there. And anti-mage as well. Won't be able to mana burn him.
There goes the push. G still using that DD rune. It's tier 3 starting to melt. 20 seconds until they've got that anti-mage. Shots. I'm going to clip anyone in.
Notel getting a little low. They need the liquid fire to hit.
Oh, Phobos with the vacuum onto one. The wall's about to work.
Oh, he's so low.
He gets the grave with the grave, keeping Notel alive here. Moon's trying to help with the fight. The Greaves have been popped by VP. They've got the BKB as well on Illidan. Notel incredibly low. Will go down there to the Dragon Slave. G focuses steps back towards the tier 3. They'll take it down now. Anti-mage back on the pitch. Fiend's grip onto Lil. Moon following up with a crush. They'll look for the Tusk kill and they will get it. So they take down the Tusk. They take down the Jakiro. But the rest of the team get out and they did lose Notel and they did lose a tier 3.
I do like how far they ditched
Look
him.
at Miracle. He's really
vision on
going
him,
for
but
this. He's going to blink the right way. Oh, a little bit wrong there with the anticipation.
That surge lasted for so long. Level 4. I like how they ditched him though. This is different than the VP that we saw at the beginning of this tournament. They're cutting their losses. I felt like FNG underperformed again in that fight, though. He could have used dodge his
blink
last
into
hit.
Illidan here. Illidan does have Phobos to back up. Greaves will be popped. They'll back themselves away from Miracle.
I do feel that FNG messed up the fight, though. He could have Yule's dodged that last hit that killed him. He didn't cast very many spells. He didn't combo with the vacuum. Obviously, it was just a Viper, but they're on different pages here, and FNG keeps dying without getting his spells off.
Phobos and Illidan starting to move out down mid. 50 seconds until our Roshan's back. Miracle getting position on the high ground, getting themselves back, ready for the defense. They do have that smoke here on Fly if they want to try and get a superior angle of initiation. And VP themselves are going to head into the pit. You're going to see it's not quite up. And they're just trying to get control around us here, shopping for the runes, so the wards. There's no vision at the moment for the Dire right around the Roche pit. There's a lot of vision around the secret shop and just behind the Roche pit though. So if... Oh, okay, here we go, OG. They're going to smoke up. They realize they need to find a kill here before Roshan's back. And this could be huge for them. They'll wrap around towards the left, anticipating that VP might be hanging around the middle of this jungle. And VP actually moving off to the right. VP are going to come back across here. Let's see if they can find the jump here. They've got the vision moves there with the cross onto Phobos. Phobos track as well, move past the BKB, but they'll pick up this Phobos here in the snowball. Ice Park gets laid down. Crit, he's been caught out. He's going to get stunned up. They'll lose the Darks here, but they will find the Bane in response to Fly with the Grave though. Crit, he's going to be kept alive for the Nightmare. Crit's not dead yet, and he might get himself out. No, he will
OG
fall.
in trouble.
But they get the heal stepped off OG, but he's solo. He will go down as well. Double kill for Miracle. It's a 3-for-1. They get FNG as well.
Oh, they're all...
The TP. The crush is there. It's going to be a team-wide triple kill for Miracle as OG wipe the slate clean, go for the Roshan, and that smoke leading them into the exact fight that they needed.
That was such a big grave from Fly. Kept the Bane alive for so long. He just never died. VP was completely focused on him, but they couldn't get him. The BKBs as well. The initiation was much better there for OG.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Oh man. BKB now, Yancy mate. He's got the Aegis as well. It's getting to the point where it's going to be very hard for the side of VP to kill and control this anti-mage.
It still just comes down to the initiation every single fight.
Yeah.
Like, they went on Darkseer first. Darkseer doesn't get the vacuum. There's BKBs popped on OG, so VP has to outweight those. G just spent a lot of that fight just standing around waiting to do things. And by the time it was time for him to do things, his BKB was gone. And then he was a target for Miracle. They have to initiate first. It's the only way this works. Same goes for OG. If they go first, the fights go great.
We'll see. Once again, very close this game. 3K lead at the moment for the side of OG. Wouldn't be surprised if it tails off a little bit more there after that fight. And OG certainly going to feel in the stronger position. VP, they're not happy. They want to smoke up. They want to try and find something in response. They're actually going to go towards the top lane straight away, so they're going to miss OG entirely here.
I think they're hoping for an anti-mage right now. They do kill the creep wave. They didn't show by right-clicking at least.
And, well, so Illidan now revealing himself to bottom. They're going to see that he doesn't have a TP here on this gyrocopter.
He is going for Butterfly. I like his build, and OG's going to pressure with this. Obviously, they do have Aegis, so. Moon Meander now picking up a Hyperstone. He's got 3 attack speed items. This is really dangerous to a lot of heroes, namely Gyrocopter. He can just chain bash him, do a ton of physical damage, and deal with him by himself. Butterfly is the solution to that, though. Ooh, can they kill Moon? They saw him come up here. They've got the heroes for it.
Yep, they have indeed. They've got the control, they've got the burst.
He's got BKB, though. They can't do a Yule setup.
As well. Moon, he's got to be very careful which way he turns now. And he's turned the right way.
They're late.
Turned the right way.
And you know what? I'm going to say that's because Slardar has so much damage and so much attack speed. If he didn't have a Midas and a Hyperstone and a Treads here, it would have taken him a lot longer to kill the creep wave and to kill the creeps, because they basically had to predict that he was going to kill the large camp and then the small camp. And because he did more damage, their stun was late. So it's hard to read stuff like that. Good attempt at a prediction by a VP, but it didn't quite hit.
Miracle now. 4.4k gold in him.
He's got a BKB.
Yeah, look at the GPM as well. 35 minutes. He's already above the 600 mark.
On the back of Anti-Mage. They've all been playing so well, though.
Yeah. This is very scary for VP. I mean, we talked about it in previous games. They do have the Jaro to take this late, but Jaro is still quite a bit behind this Anti-Mage. There's a good, coming to about 9k between the two of them. mean, Miracle, what does he go for now? He's just with the AJ. Okay, so selling the Vlads. He's probably going to look for the heart.
Eats a Moonshard,
Oh,
actually.
no, okay, sorry, no. Drops the Vlads, eats the Moonshards, yeah. Okay.
Interesting choice. I maybe would have liked a Butterfly instead, just because it's going to make Gyrocopter worthless. Gyrocopter already has very few ways to deal with Anti-Mage. He's really going to have to aim for the backlines, Bane, Dazzle, Viper, but his farm is not really at a point where he's a good solution against a BKB Viper or a BKB Slardar. So Gyro's feeling a little useless here. The ward does spot him out, though. We'll see if they dive past the tower. No, he's just going to call down to be safe.
Indeed, OG looking to take another tier 2. At the same time, VP themselves making the movements around the bottom. TPs are coming back though from OG. They're ready to fight if VP want to. I don't think VP will. They're just happy forcing those back and playing it safe themselves. And yeah, G's going to TP out. And he's still sticking around on his own here top. He's just getting the hits in, but you're not going to be able to chase down this Slardar at all without the control that the rest of the team was about. Miracle's just blinked into this one. There is just the two of them here. They just cannot kill this guy. They've just got to run a Miracle. He wants to fight here. Moving in, FNG trying to juke this one out around the tree line.
Crit's leading him off. No
He's
force
back
staff,
up.
though.
Yeah, Crit's here on the Bane.
Maybe Phobos in trouble? No, blink.
Okay, he's got the blink.
That was great. Really well done by VP there. If he gets an Abyssal next, yeah, that's a kill for sure. I think it's a little weird to get the Moonshard, though. I'm not sure.
Ooh, there's a lot of VP that have come down here. They're very interested in what Miracle's up to. Miracle just staying outside the edge of vision. Things are still coming out, and VP, okay, they've given up on this one. They've head up to the mid lane. AC now done on your Slardar as well.
He's so farmed. He's actually more farmed than any hero on VP now. The might is completely
He's
paying
pretty
off.
much consistently just stayed at the second position at net worth.
This is an area where Slardar gets extremely scary. Even without real damage items, just with the minus armor that he gets out of Assault Cuirass, Amplified Damage, and the passive Bash, he's going to be hitting as hard as a typical carry. Gyro is in so much trouble now. He has to finish this Butterfly soon. Otherwise, Slardar's just going to target him at the start of the fight, BKB or not, and just kill him. It's so tough for VP now. Their farm rates are decreasing.
Oh, boy,
OG's,
Illidan. Oh, the blinker nearly bit off point. Illidan's popping the BKB.
if he gets gripped,
And there's your grip. Illidan is so much trouble. Look at this right click. It's absolutely disgusting. And that's a big pick. 60 seconds down. He does have buyback, and he may need to use it. Phobos already got the top lane pushing out. The mid lane's going in. Look at the light strike onto Miracle, but he's Glimmer caped up. Thinks back.
there is a Ghost Scepter on Jakiro, so if he gets targeted at the start, it could be okay for him. But he's got to watch out for the Slitherine Crush. Can't get stunned for 2.5 seconds. So many of their heroes are like that, really. If anybody gets initiated on, the only person that can save them is Tough Snowball. Even a Lincoln's up. Who's got that on Viper?
Okay, Moon jumps in with a crush, but there's a snowball there from Lil with the stop of the batch. Oh, first hit there from the man. G he's going to be able to keep himself alive for a little bit. Gets the Lagoon out, but he's still 4. G buys back straight away. Miracle heading his attention back towards the tier 3. Vacuum onto 2. Can they find anything on the back of this? Chasing down OG. Shards will come out, but both of the icy spells missing No Tail. It's a basher now picked up by Miracle.
That fight proving Moon Meander's gold advantage is just too much. He jumps on somebody, he bashes you twice, does 500 physical damage. How do you combat that when BKBs are so popular? If you're playing a mid hero like Lina, you can't deal with that damage output. Maybe if he was like a Shadow Fiend or something and naturally had high armor, but Alina can't match up against this at all. Moon Meander's Midas purchase completely paid off, and especially his early game performance, easily making up for last game.
Yeah, he's been involved in 24th of 28 kills. He's been making so much happen this time for OG.
So things just get harder and harder for VP. If 3 heroes ahead of them now,
But he's just so hard to kill. The Nightmare's there. They will get the stun. They've got the Yules. Do they have the control? And the answer's no.
I wasn't a huge fan of that Yules on him, but
I mean, either way, I don't think
he
they're
was
killing
probably
Miracle.
fine. Yeah, especially with a Glimmer Cape.
Not at all.
He gets healed back to full. Lots of glimmers, actually.
I mean, that's the
item they
problem.
need.
Without any kind of big damage, they've got the butterfly, but he needs something else. In fact, maybe even needs 2 more big items before they're going to be able to deal the damage to kill this anti-mage.
Yeah.
We saw them use pretty much all of their lockdown there, and it just doesn't matter.
Their lineup is too magic damage focused at this point. Their timing window was around the mid game. I feel like they're about 6 minutes too late now, because now OG have BKBs on all their core heroes, and they've got Glimmer Capes on all their supports. Whoever gets initiated on, they have so many ways to stay alive at this point. And they don't have any physical damage coming out of VP. Gyrocopter is not typically a hero that has tons of physical damage, especially because he got killed so many times in the early laning stage. It's hard to catch up and stay ahead of your opponents. So VP is just in a really bad spot now. I think they had plenty of times that they could maybe win some fights or get some advantage, but they just didn't quite get as much as they needed to out of their fights. And now they're lacking on physical damage and they can't deal with OG.
I mean, talking about defense as well, it's going to get to the point where VP are going to have to try and hold these racks and the tier 3s. I mean, even when it comes to high ground defense, do they have the lineup really at this point to deal with OG? Because I feel that OG have just got so many great ways of breaking the base.
They have some ways, but the problem is the Tricore from OG is also tanky. They all have 2,000 HP, and the best counter they have to BKB is the Lina X, and it only does half of that HP on each of those heroes. Now he's got a Void Stone picked up. I honestly feel like he should go for a Refresher Orb. It's kind of tough to afford it. It might cost too much mana. It's going to be that or a Hex, but he needs as many Laguna Blades as he can get in a team fight. It's the only way they're going to kill Anti-Mage. It's the only way they're going to kill Viper.
There we go, Miracle frontlining it. Up onto the tier 3. Nothing a VP can do to really slow this down. I mean, No-Tail as well. They haven't really talked too much about him, but at this point, he's just a... You can't kill this man. What are yours? Moon jumps in with a crush. Phobos there with the wall.
Oh, they might get him.
There's Miracle.
Oh, the grave.
The graves are huge, and they'll continue the fight now. Miracle moving forward, does get stunned. Will lose the Aegis here. Maybe this is it from VP. They've already managed to pop the Aegis. Can they get anything more, though? Miracle's back up. He will blink himself even further in. Phobos, well, he might go down, and he does. It's a 1-for-2. Miracle is unstoppable. With the BKB now just getting himself in position to fight. Now he goes back for the racks. So they get 2 for 1, and these are 2 heroes that do not have buyback. The pop fortification here, VP, but they'll lose mid-racks, and with the amount of push and damage that OG have, they may even lose more hit purge.
They do stun Miracle temporarily. Dual Breath as well, going to reduce attack speed. But they've got 10 seconds until the Laguna Blade.
And Moon just jumping in. There's the snowball dodge here, but they still lose him. It's a killing spree for No-Tail. Miracle just cleaning up. 4 down at the moment. And I don't know if VP have an answer to this.
There's 4 dead heroes, that's it.
GG! People online may have been asking, what does OG stand for? And it's because they're soaking up the applause here at the stadium. Absolutely beautiful. 2-1 to the boys. They take it, but a fantastic fight nonetheless from VP. They really did their best, but OG just turned up with a better Dota 2 today. Back over to you, Paul, on the panel.
And OG are victorious. FNG the first to congratulate the team. Very sporting indeed. And what a fabulous match. 2-1 overall. OG advance and Virtus.pro depart. Jacob,
Yes,
you were
sir.
right. You were very right. More than right. Righter than right.
Is this a surprise? Or?
Well, I think it is to the rest of us, right?
It's not even.
He just can't even believe this. What is going on?
I've had things in the past that I cared more about than this.
I would agree.
Actually, a few minutes ago.
Wow. Were you in the toilet or something?
I don't know what to say to this. Congratulations,
Jacob. I'm giving you the...
We're all flabbergasted. We don't know what to say. That's how amazing it is, Jacob. None of us, we're all speechless that you're actually right about something.
I mean, where's the lack of belief in Danish Dota trolls?
It wasn't my lack of belief in them. It was my higher level of confidence in the Russian Dota. I don't think OG have been playing a poor tournament so far. Honestly, I just thought VP had been better, but OG stepped it up. So
Yeah.
it's right. We've got all 3 Danes are still in the tournament. It's true. We have
And now he's crying about it.
I'm crying.
Yeah. but didn't before. Who knew? Let's go downstairs because Dakota has No Tail with him.
Thanks, Paul, here on the stage with No Tail of Team OG, Orangutan Gangsters. A real hard-fought series right there. Before we go into the celebration, of course, of winning, got game one under your belt. Miracle got a Shadow Fiend, dominant performance by you. But game number two felt a bit more difficult. Virtus.pro got their famous core vengeful spirit. What do you think was the troubles with game number two?
I think game number two, we had a lot of troubles in the lane. Like, two of our lanes were going really poorly, and then that translated into like a game where we had to play really scared. And they closed the game in very nicely on us. I think personally I could have done a lot better. I made some poor item choices, but you know, after second game we still felt really good about taking the third one.
So in that third game, you go with the AM at the end. Feels pretty good. There's even a point where it feels like this is going to be it. We got the AM, so it's going to be happening for us. But Virtus.pro put up a hell of a fight. They continue to push into your base. So describe like the atmosphere itself inside the booth so you guys don't get too overexcited. Is it on the discipline of each other to stay calm, or is Fly trying his best to make sure you guys keep your nerves down? What's that like?
It's 99% Fly keeping us in check. When we get really excited, he always brings us back down, saying, you know, listen to me, I'll win you the game. Whereas if I was to make a shot right after we won a team fight, I'd maybe get us all killed, something like that.
So now it feels like a weight's off your shoulders here, but you're not done yet. Later now, you're going to be going against a real tough opponent in CDEC. What are your early impressions about having to take them on?
I've been really excited to play CDEC in this tournament. Like, I think we're going to have some really great games. They're probably our toughest opponent. I mean, they're one of the teams I really idolize. I really like looking at that team play together, and especially aggressive, how he plays. So I hope for a really good series, and obviously I believe we can win.
It's going to be a super hype series. We're going to be looking forward to that one later. Congratulations again, No Tail, and let's give it up again for Team OG. A big win.
A big win indeed. Thank you very much, Dakota, down there on the floor with the obviously gifted No Tail. See, we know what the real names are. Capitalist, thoughts on the game, the match?
I like to go back to what Cinderin said. I think he was directly on point. It's not necessarily that we were doubting OG's abilities. I think they were definitely one of the stronger teams, and I think that they actually have a higher growth ceiling than VP do. I think they're actually probably top three in Western teams, potentially. But the problem is that they didn't make necessarily the best showing. You know, we actually didn't see that much. The group stage was fine for them. Like, even if they dropped down the lower bracket, we have to emphasize the fact that the group stage was actually fine. They just had two very tough matches against Vega Squadron. It just wasn't going to be enough to make the next step. And I think they do have to continue climbing. They climbed up in order to beat VP. I think VP also maybe dropped down a little bit. I don't think their performance was that strong. But they're going to have to keep going. CDC is going to be an even tougher opponent than VP.
Yeah, similar style, though, in some ways to Virtus.pro. They want to fight, they want to get involved, and that'll suit No Tail and the boys, surely.
It'll be very action-packed, that's for sure. But CDC is incredibly on point. They are near to perfection when it comes to their teamwork and coordination in team fights. So, I don't know.
Okay, from the neutrals' point of view, it was a really enjoyable match. 3 great games, backwards and forwards. It was like, you know, 2 old punchers slugging in and out there from pretty much from the minute get-go. It was awesome to watch, but Virtus.pro are going to look back on this, be very disappointed.
Yeah, I think the nail in the coffin in this third game is the smoke inside the Radiant jungle, where DK Phobos leads, or well, it's OG who are smoke coming from the left. DK Phobos comes in from the right and breaks the smoke, and he's the one hero they don't want to have caught out because it breaks the combo. The vac wall, he gets us on, I think, 2 supports in the back line, doesn't really do anything, and I think OG take that fight, I think 3 or 4-0, and they take a Roshan, and Miracle just got like 5,000 gold in the blink of an eye. So that was an unfortunate moment. I think they had a couple of more. Once again, not the same showing as yesterday from VP. I think today maybe they played 90% of yesterday.
Do you think, Milk, that that's more down to the way that OG played them and played against them than it is necessarily Virtus.pro playing poorly?
A bit of yes, a bit of no. I think Moon Meander, first of all, in the Slaughter played an amazing game, really recuperated his performance from game 2. So to me, he was the outstanding player of the match for this one. I think also that the draft of Virtus.pro relied way too heavily on hitting a great vacuum into a combo from Virtus.pro. It seems to be their only way of winning this game, in large part because the only thing they had to actually kill off both Viper, Slaughter, and Antamate needed to be the Laguna Blade, and Can't fire off 3 of those within the span of 10 seconds, unfortunately. So the draft was just a bit too reliant on winning these 5-on-5s really dominantly. And they had 2 of them that was really good. The smoke around on the top lane, I thought was really well executed. They knew what they were going to do for like 20, 30 seconds before it actually happened, and they executed it perfectly. Unfortunately, the Light Strike Array follow-up after the AM died with the Aegis wasn't on point, so he got away with like 8 HP or something. But outside of that, I still think they would have lost the game unless they could continue doing vacuums like that.
Okay. In the battle of the superstars, we keep Miracle, we lose G, and it is a big loss to the tournament. He's had a great tournament.
Yeah, certainly. I think his performances have actually been some of the biggest highlights of this tournament so far. It's unfortunate we won't be seeing any more of them, but Miracle is still a star player, and I think he has a lot more to prove. And I think he's looking forward to going up against some of the tougher mids as well.
Okay, thank you very much to all 3 of you. We'll hear more from all 3 on the panel before too long, because we're going to head into our second match of the day. It is another lower bracket match, but before we get there, we are towards a break. And that naughty man, Pyrian Flax, has been up to his old tricks again. This time, he's in the signing session with Evil Geniuses.
Hey, this is Pyrian. I'm here in the queue. EG fanboys waiting to get a signature from their favorite team. I'm going to see if I can grab an interview with Charlie, the team manager. He's a lovely guy, very friendly. Hopefully, he'll be up for a little word. Let's see if we can grab him. I'd just like to ask you, if I won over $1 million, I'd never leave the house. How do you keep these players motivated?
That's not the hardest part, mostly because they're pretty motivated themselves. Winning 1 TI is great, but people have done it before. They want to be the first team to win 2 in a row, or 2.
So you're going for back-to-back, like you want legend status?
Of course, you always want more.
Okay, nice. And how do you think you guys are doing in this tournament so far? Are you happy?
I'm okay. I think obviously we'd like some of our wins to be a little cleaner, but Ian Barker from I think the Daily Dot said it like this: we're the Emperor Therusian of lands. The longer we're in it, the better we are. So we'll see how we do.
Okay, and I mean, going sort of to the future of EG, how much importance do you place on the sort of static roster and keeping things steady? Because how do you build a legendary team if you have to change players a lot? Are you happy with this 5 and you're like, if we can keep this 5, we're golden?
I think that's always hard to say at a present, in the present tense. You never really know how things are going to change in the future. Right now, I'm very happy with the roster, but you never really know how things are going to develop. Even 6 months down the line. This is an industry that changes really, really fast. You never know what complications arise, who decides to retire, or what have you.
Okay, all right, thanks very much, Charlie, and we wish you guys the best of luck. I know you guys have a lot of fans here, a lot of people queuing up to get autographs, so we'll see you soon. Thank you. That was Charlie. A lot of expectation there, a lot of responsibility. But I'm done for today. I'm going to take it easy, so I'm going to go and watch some Dota. I'll see you guys later.
And welcome back to Frankfurt for live coverage of the Dota 2 Major, the Frankfurt Major, the first ever Major in Dota 2 history. We're going to move on to match number 2 right now as we move into eHome versus LGD. We also have a new addition to the panel. We've got Capitalist has gone off to do something else, something more interesting apparently, but we'll find out from that a little bit later on. Instead, we've replaced him with the one and only Blitz. How are you doing, William?
Hello.
You good? Hello. Hello.
Why did you have to do that, Sid? I don't know.
Why did you have to do it?
But I'm kind of
Let me
nervous.
get my-
I just kind of, the default.
Hello.
That's racist.
You were on.
How was
form.
that?
You were on form yesterday.
Was I?
LD got burnt.
I mean, it's kind of easy because he's just not very clever. The comebacks just don't come as easy for him.
And he's off already. Brilliant. We're going to start off with our view of eHome as they've made their way through the brackets and, of course, the group stage as well. Didn't have a particularly good group stage, finishing in 3rd in their group. But the lineup are looking very good so far in the lower bracket, coming through against Newbie Young and a more impressive performance, I guess, against Vega Squadron. That's, almost out of the blue in some ways.
It sort of seems to be the story of this tournament that some of the teams that were knocked down just seem to rise up and then rise to the occasion and build themselves stronger and stronger. Even in the winner bracket, teams that didn't look as convincing as we would expect them to started playing better and better throughout the tournament, Evil Geniuses especially. And we saw Alliance get back up before they were then knocked out. OG definitely getting back up now with 3 consecutive wins. So I'm sort of prone to think that eHome has it in them. They can take it not all the way, at least to top 4.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the Vega Squadron game from yesterday. And as you rightly pointed out, eHome in a sort of similar vein to OG in the way they've gone through. And it could mean that we have eHome and OG through the bottom bracket, despite the fact that they were poor in the groups.
What I really liked about eHome in this matchup against Vega was their creativity in drafting. They incorporated Abaddon twice.
Yep.
They picked the Luna, which I think was the 2nd pick of the hero this tournament. The first one got completely destroyed. So if eHome can keep that kind of creativity up, they even said in an interview this was tailored to beat Vega. I'm very curious about what their strategy is going to be against LGD.
That Abaddon pick in game 1 was actually really smart. It countered pretty much everything they could throw at them. The second one, you almost felt like it was, well, that worked all right, let's keep it.
Yeah. It also fits. In the first game, I feel like it was more a counter pick to what Vega were doing in the draft. And then in the second game, it was more a complementary pick to how you play Dragon Knight and Shadow Shaman in a pushing strategy. It's very good for keeping Dragon Knight alive.
How did you assess their matches game against Vega Squadron, Will?
I thought personally, you got to really see the other stars shine on this team because oftentimes what ends up happening is it just becomes the CTY show where he sort of just takes over. But I felt like in this one especially, it was kind of like a team effort. They really won through the drafting, and it was more just they were able to work together. Like the fact that they had a pushing lineup in game 2 with the Dragon Knight, and they were still able to execute, that to me was the most impressive by far.
Jacob?
Yeah, I watched the game through last night, and I thought Old Chicken played really, really well. As you were saying, CTY was one of the reasons why they won their initial group stage, lower bracket games. And so yesterday, the entire team stepped up, landed him on the Abaddon, obviously, but Old Chicken finally, we've seen a lot of these players on the middle lane pulling through for their team, and I thought he did so yesterday.
Okay. One of the key points I raised in the first match of the day was that OG had a 4-1 lead over their opponents in this patch. You quite rightly raised the point that some of that's online. You can't always take it for granted, but they've proved that actually proved really well. I'm going to throw another one at you. Right now, eHome have a 5-2 lead over their opponents. So do we follow the same path? Does the same thing make the same difference in this match?
We had a bit of talk about whether eHome was losing their unity, their team play, and their cohesion. And I think if they've managed to shake that off, if there ever was anything within the team, I think they're actually the favorite going into this game, especially because they're probably on a high right now, whereas LGD is sort of, that didn't work, we just lost. And they've had some very narrow games. So in that respect, I think eHome might be favored in this matchup.
Okay, Sidwin, agree, disagree?
Yeah, I picked eHome for this as well.
Don't reveal predictions yet, you're spoiling the show.
Okay, I didn't predict eHome yet. I will predict eHome a bit later, I think. I'm pretty confident because I think they're...
I'm fairly sure you will go that way, but...
Yeah, I think they looked very strong against Vega Squadron. LGD definitely showed weakness against CDC. It was fairly one-sided, that series, I think. So just based on those two matches alone and eHome's, in my opinion, more creative approach to drafting, I think they have more tools.
Okay, we're going to move on to LGD in just a moment. I do want to talk about CTY. I know it does get a lot of press, and I think it's deservedly so as well. But one key point, can they actually afford to let him have Queen of Pain?
I don't think so, not in this meta. The way that he plays it is fairly unique. He kind of baits his team almost, and he's the type of player that needs to get ahead, and he does a really good job of it every single time.
Quick to the punch.
I'm not. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you didn't see it.
Punching
yeah, he was just like. That was the first time I've seen somebody do something with the camera. Right. But he's got a lot of personality. He's that type of player that he wants to be the star on his team, and you can tell the way that he kind of baits his teammates out. And for a second, you think, okay, is he actually going to contribute to this fight? And then he just gets a rampage.
Okay, let's move on to LGD right now, and we'll also have a look at their team highlights. They've been a mixed bag so far. It's very difficult to define where they are in terms of the tournament. Group stage looked okay, looked a bit shaky, looked okay again, drop into the upper bracket, go down 2-0 to CDEC, lower half of the bracket, team unknown, and then suddenly they look good again, but was that too much unknown? How do you define them right now?
I think they're actually even in terms of actual games won and lost. Which sort of speaks to their performance. It's they have some really good games, especially the ones they win, obviously, because you look better. But also, as Troll said, when they played CDC, it was pretty one-sided, and I'm a bit skeptical about what kind of LGD we'll see go on stage, just because they have this really high highs, and then when they do fail, it just seems as if they had no coordination. They didn't really know how to execute the strategy they had. I'm a bit on the fence with them.
Yeah. Difficult, isn't it, Will? What do you say when a team gets roundly beaten 2-0 and then comes back and wins 2-0? It's hard to figure them out.
I think a little bit of it is they needed a confidence booster game, and they were able to get that in Unknown. But the sad thing is, the second game was pretty close. And this is a game that they should have just been able to blow out of the water and say, okay, we've gained back some of our footing. eHome had a much more difficult road here. They had to beat Vegas Squadron, a team a lot of analysts predicted that they would get at least top 4. They won ESL New York, and for them, they were able to dominantly win over Vega, whereas if you look at LGD's victories and even the way they lost in the group stage, it wasn't very impressive. They dropped the game to Cloud9. The game that they were able to win, it didn't look very clean. They've been struggling the entire tournament, I feel.
Final moments of their game against Unknown, which was a dominant performance. One of the men that's helped them kind of dragged them through the tournament almost is Maybe, and it's incredible what these players are doing for each of the team. It's almost like we have this one particular player on each team who just seems to shine at the right moment and just seems to open up a match for them, and it seems to be that he's that man for eHome.
I feel like this is the main reason. All right, so I think that maybe the main reason is they tailor their strategies around him because they realize this is our star player. We're going to give him the best possible mid-matchup, help him out as much as possible, and see what he can do. I think a lot of people erroneously believe that he's the only, worthwhile player on their team, but that's not the case. The way that they draft, the way that they tailor their strategies, it's almost entirely just based on how well can Maybe do, how much can he actually do in the mid-game, and how many individual kills can he get.
And we have been talking about this early on in the week as well, how Sylar has adjusted his play into actually working around the team and playing more of a utility carry role than just going all out for farm as we usually saw him back at TI2. So I think as Will is saying, it's tailored around Maybe, but it doesn't mean that he's the only star, obviously, on the lineup with MMY and RGK and so forth.
Yeah, with Maybe and CTY on opposite sides, are we expecting some targeted bans?
They are both very good at Queen of Pain. I think that's the most hotly contested pick in this matchup. Maybe the team with second pick will actually ban Queen of Pain because they're scared it will be the overall first pick, but else, I don't know, I feel like the metagame of the tournament has developed quite a bit so that we've gone away from these, going into the tournament, Slardar was banned, Doom was banned, and now the teams are a lot more flexible.
Yep.
Maybe we should look more toward the supports that the teams actually get away with in the first phase.
Okay. We're going to find out very shortly because the draft is almost upon us. But before that, let's introduce you to two teams who really want a place in the next round. A huge match for both teams as they get ready in their booths. Draft 1 will be on its way very shortly as we let them get settled in. They're also settled in on the expert desk right now. Malk, we're going to do predictions in just a second, but I just want to talk about ROTK. You've been captain, you've been manager, you've kind of looked after players, you've mollycoddled them, you've got them on airplanes, put shoes in their mouths.
Yelled at them, yeah,
exactly. What's it like running a team like that? How much pressure is on him right now?
I think even more so, he has a big legacy to carry just because of who was the captain before him. Xiao Wei, possibly the greatest captain of all time, only rivaled by Poppy, in my opinion. So that, more than anything, really speaks to the responsibility on his shoulders right now. He has the fortunate responsibility of being with a team that is very tried and tested. It's sort of like, the storyline here is that it's the old guard against the new school, where it's like 4 old players and maybe going up against Lanem and his 4 younglings. So they're sort of the polar opposites in that respect. And I think it's probably easier for him than it is for the e-home lineup to sort of get team cohesion.
Let's go through predictions. Let's put you on the spot. Blitz, which way are you going?
I feel like eHome is just going to dominate this matchup. I feel like I completely disagree with Jacob's analysis. I think that it's going to be a lot easier to control players that are untested, the ones that respect Lon M, see his history, and say, I don't know as much as this guy. I'm going to follow him through wherever he tells me to go.
Okay, Jacob?
I mean, I disagree with Will disagreeing with me, but I do agree with the fact that eHome will come out strong in this one. I think they're going to come firing, and I think they have a lot more morale to work with right now.
Okay, so 2 of you for eHome. I have a sneaky suspicion that LGD can get under their skin and maybe spark a little bit of a comeback. So I'm going to go with LGD. Sindri? You're Danish broing it right now, aren't you?
That was CTY stuff.
That was CTY.
Oh, yeah, of course it was, yeah. So easily I forget. I'm like a goldfish.
I don't know if he's about to salsa or...
I don't know.
Do you want to all do it?
I think eHome will do it, but 2-1 probably most likely.
Okay.
I think LGD will get it.
So 3 eHome, 1 LGD. Let's find out with Draft 1 underway. Bands, 3 of them already in, and no surprises whatsoever to see Queen of Pain and Tuscon.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's sort of to be expected. Obviously, CTY is Queen of Pain, and then also removing the Tusk.
Seconds remaining.
Both a hero eHome is shown to play on the offlane, but also on the support role.
Quick new pickup. That's actually no surprise whatsoever. Oh, they're going through this so quickly.
LGD's turn to pick.
Well, Quap got banned, so now we can catch up to what happened. They banned the Queen of Pain. The Tusk is out as well against eHome. I'm happy to see Undying. I think I was very surprised in the last matchup that it wasn't picked at all between OG and Virtus.pro. It was banned in one of the games, I think.
I think it's about team comfortability and what they like. If you play against Virtus.pro, for instance, sometimes picking the Undying for the Tombstone, for instance, is pretty difficult with how the fight keeps on going and spreads out. And we rarely ever see Virtus.pro pick Undying. So in that particular matchup, it wasn't too surprising.
What do you feel like the decision is here? Do you take the Dazzle, the Winter Wyvern? Those are the...
I personally prefer the Winter Wyvern. OG is the first team that I've actually supported picking up the Dazzle.
Gyro's actually...
Gyro for Silent?
Gyro fits their playstyle too. But I think the one thing I would worry about is you don't necessarily want a team fight into an Undying. People have shown that the best way to deal with it is actually to just completely ignore the hero, go for the split push. That's what we saw in EG versus Fnatic in Game 1.
It's also a lot to commit to right off the bat in terms of your lineup and your strategy. You remove a lot of versatility and ability to counteract what they pick for their mid and carry role.
The laning phase is going to be a lot stronger, but Jacob, you were correct.
LGD.
I don't know why you guys are surprised every single time.
Just the sheer arrogance alone, man. I just don't understand where it comes from.
Greatness, that's where.
What happened to TI?
And modesty.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, so ban out.
5 seconds remaining.
Probably get rid of the gyro actually if you're on LGD.
Ban IO.
eHome's turn to ban.
Especially considering that this from eHome could be the 2 supports already. Banning out IO seems a little bit strange.
It seems like the Chinese teams are more willing to run Undying as the offlane, right? Because almost exclusively I see it as a support in the Western scene, with the exception of the odd occasion where Bulldog plays it. But I've seen Ice run it pretty frequently as the offlane.
Yeah, and 11 has a pretty wide hero pool in terms of what he likes to play on the offlane. And at the same time, I think Lanham is probably one of the players that has the most experience in knowing how any IO matchup works. In the eHome of old, he would either play the IO himself or actually the carry connected to the IO.
Reserve time.
And I think on dying in an offlane position, as long as you don't get completely shut down, the hero benefits so much from getting a fast level 7. When you're playing the support on dying, some games it goes wrong and you have a strong tombstone at like minute 15. But getting tombstone to the max level pre-minute 10 is extremely good for taking team fights and forcing them as well. You just put it behind the tower and you get the tower for free if the enemy doesn't show up. And if they do, well, you're fighting into tombstone.
eHome's turn to ban.
So they take out the bristleback. I think that makes sense. You know what is interesting about whenever you see region versus region matchups, for example, China versus China, the fact that they don't pick or ban the Slardar whatsoever. Whereas if you saw a Western team, they would almost certainly do it immediately. And I saw that in OG versus another Western team where the Doom just like completely made it through. Nobody banned it or picked it.
I think that was also an LGD game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's weird how the meta kind of develops like that.
Something LGD should probably take note of is eHome's desire to put a lot of pressure on towers early on and objectives and trying to take down, like, push 5-on-5.
Could you see eHome running a Juggernaut with this somewhere down the line? Not now, but...
Juggernaut, a Dragonite, they do go for the tiny.
LGD's turn
Something
to
LGD, no, that's still, like, I keep thinking it's LGD, it's actually still VG Gaming who did it.
Yeah, a lot of teams are running the tiny independently now.
Yeah.
We saw it even as a support, but I felt like that was like a one-off strategy more than something that we'll continue to see. But I think it is one of the really good heroes against teams like that run the Doom, the Winter Wyvern, the ones that have to kind of play defensively a little bit more, because I feel like this hero gets in your face, it uses its combo immediately, and if, at that point if you Doom it, you're okay because you've already gotten the initiation off, and you need a hero to start the fight. Ideally, when you have a lineup like this.
And if you want to kill Doom, you have to burst. Damage over time doesn't really help very much. So Tiny and Bane together should be able to kill Doom in the first 12, 13 minutes of the game if he doesn't get great farm. Well, of course, AA is still in the pool as a possibility for eHome. If they want to do that to counter Wyvern heal and Doom's heal.
5 seconds
And put the Undying as a core.
I like the Visage pickup against both Bane and Undying. The ability to go in and focus down the Tombstone and cancel the Bane ultimate and so forth.
What are we looking at for CTY here?
He might play the Tiny.
It is kind of his style, I think.
Hasn't played Tiny here, but did immediately before he came here as well, twice in a row, right?
I think the main reason they actually took the Visage, though, is for the laning decisions, because when you have an Undying on the other team, oftentimes they'll just run the dual lane on you, and they'll immediately win. But by taking the Visage, you can kind of counteract that, at least a little bit.
So the win range is obviously for CTY now.
Familiars are really good at destroying the Tombstone as well. We've seen it earlier in the tournament where a team was trying to Roche, and the Tombstone gets placed in the high ground, and the Familiars, you just commit them for a few seconds, and the Tombstone is gone. It's another, I don't think it's the primary reason they're picking it, but it might have played into it. Whenever you're playing against Undying, you just think of him as a walking Tombstone. That's the main thing you need to deal with. Early on, Decay, and then Tombstone for the mid.
Interesting thing here for maybe is that there's no Queen of Pain, there's no Wind Ranger.
Those are the two heroes that I've seen him on. So
yeah, and he's also played, since he's been here, he's also played on a Slark, a Spectre, a Juggernaut, an Anti-Mage.
Do you think that plays into why they picked up the Wind Ranger? Because I didn't think it was an obvious pickup.
Ember Spirit.
Considering how
there's an Ember
wide a pool of heroes eHome likes to play.
I thought this was a more obvious pickup. Yeah. The Ember Spirit, they needed a control hero, something that could deal well with the mobility of eHome, and something that could also play the mobile game. I thought it would be either the Anti-Mage or the Ember Spirit, but I feel like with the Anti-Mage it would take almost too long to get online, and you would concede so much in the early game that I don't feel like it's necessarily worth it.
I think this Bane is going to have a hard game.
I don't think so. Banes always have great games nowadays. You just right-click the enemy mid-hero 3 times because you've got 60 base damage and 315 move speed.
It's a lot of ability to focus him down real quick, though.
Yeah, that is true. They've got a lot of ways to cancel the grip.
Yep.
You're so right, Jacob.
It hurts you.
I like how you brought up the fact that the Visage Birds counter the Undying Tombstone, and Cinderin just like brings it up again like 30 seconds later. He completely ignored you.
Oh, you said that?
Yeah, he did.
Well, welcome back to the
What
draft,
else? What did he
Cinderin.
say before that?
As always, Cinderin, I'm just way ahead of you in everything.
What else has he said during the draft?
Also, the Queen of Pain ban, I already pointed that out, and then you also repeated that 30 seconds later. It's okay if you're asleep.
That's a pretty good ban, though.
You did stay up late last
It
night.
deserved some extra recognition, I think.
Did you notice that the first ban was Queen of Pain?
Oh yeah, that was good.
Have you caught up?
Yeah. I think Bane is gonna have a hard game.
E-Home's turn.
Shadow Shaman for E-Home. That's a hero that we've been seeing run pretty frequently. The laning doesn't exactly work out, though, is the only downside. But it does put on a lot of pressure. Are there any obvious supports that we're missing?
They could go for the Abaddon. I think it counteracts Doom pretty well as well. If they do intend on putting the Undying of the offlane. They were successful with it yesterday.
Reserve time.
I feel like you press the tempo and take something like the A or the Shadow Shaman. Unless the Undying is meant to be the support.
Okay.
That's a great pick.
Yeah. We've been talking about it the whole main event, and it keeps getting banned out
I think
before
what
the
we said
fifth
on
pick,
day
and now it
one
has.
is we're gonna forget that Brood is in the pool, so is a team, and it's gonna punish that team a lot.
Yeah.
I think this could be one of those games.
It's not final pick though. So what do they pick into that?
You need a core that
10
can
seconds.
one-to-one lane against it, or at least disrupt its amount of farm.
Axe.
5 seconds.
Axe is amazing, but
Same.
Reserve time.
I can't remember what team ran it
10
earlier. I think it was during the group stage where they just switched it around and they forced the axe, but that
Okay.
is not an axe.
That's not an axe, that's a Lycan. And we're ready for game number one. E-Home versus LGD.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live here in the Fest Hall Messe, getting ready for game one of this best of three showdowns. E-Home versus LGD. Yeah, I caught myself there, Ben.
You called a brood pick, though.
Oh, thank you.
They did have a bristle backband, but that's not actually that uncommon versus E-Home. Sometimes it is telltale of a brood pick, but 11 or their mid player, Old Chicken, plays it a lot. Mid, just solo brood or solo bristleback all the time. So
It's definitely an option here, and LGD go back for a signature hero of their own in the Sylar Lycan. But is it the game where the Lycan can work out?
they might switch up the lanes a little bit too. They might put Lycan in the mid and have Ember try and deal with it, having the two supports. So I don't really think it's that great versus brood, but Ember's good enough.
The last Lycan we saw did end up going into the mid lane, I believe. So definitely an option here as you see MMY barking out orders, or at least chatting with the team. And we are going to get underway, guys. Game one is now live. E-Home versus LGD. Teams are going to move out. DDC down into the river off the bat. Looks like he did TP for this quick ward. So Ben, how do you evaluate the teams? I know for myself, coming into this tournament, I felt E-Home looked a lot more solid and stable than they had a shaky group stage. We started to question, there were some rumors of internal issues, but they've looked really good their last few matches. For me, E-Home coming as pretty heavy favorites. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. I think LGD has kind of come through because of their fantastic individual skill, most notably on Maybe, but overall E-Home, I think, has the individual skill as well as the teamwork that LGD lacks.
Of course, LGD definitely have the players, you know, they have the horses. It's more, do they work together this time around? The unity that CDEC has talked about in many of the interviews before and after TI5, even coming into this event, does seem to be lacking at times. But let's see if they can pull it together. A lot of these guys have played together before. So with that, E-Home gonna camp out the bottom rune, it looks like. There was an early Radiant ward here planted, as I mentioned, but I don't think we're actually looking at the game just yet. Dire side does get their own ward, pretty unlikely to be dewarded up towards the top lane. And the bird mama already spreading her webs as old 11, new and improved.
The battle begins.
No longer just a regular 11.
So CTY is actually a little bit late out of base. He's not even able to creep block on the top lane. I think he used Wind Run like maybe three times to actually place his Observer Ward out in the top lane as opposed to TPing. So that's kind of a unique take on the Observer Ward placement.
Yeah, so the lane is going to be a little bit easier here for RTK. He'll let that one melee creep go ahead and should die rather quickly.
But it looks like it's going to be Ember without that much early game support versus the Brute.
This is not a fun matchup.
The classic 2-on-2 mid lane.
Yeah, what's the last time we've seen a real 1v1?
I mean, almost every time you see a Bane in the mid lane, though, this is what they start off doing, especially in a melee on melee matchup.
Yeah, of course, with the HAL damage to work with as well as the Arctic Burn, LGD not too bad at handling that early pressure, but it is still irritating, nonetheless, to try and trade with the Bane early on. So obviously, one of the nice things you do get with the Lycan pick is it kind of serves that same role as a Drow, where it really amps up the Visage's damage output quite a bit. So can be pretty potent moving into the mid game without having the squishiness that we've seen out of Drow. So it is kind of an interesting compromise in picks.
He's also really good at killing the Undying Tombstone, too. Although we have, I think, seen him picked a couple of times versus Doombringer, which I also think he's also very good against, just being able to run around and you precast HAL.
Pretty much all the transformation heroes are quite good against the Doom, as long as they get their big spells off in time.
So you're saying teams should pick more Medusa and Lone Druid, right?
I said transformation heroes. Lone Druid is good against Doom.
Medusa used to be kind of a transformation hero.
That's true. I don't know, Ben. You might be getting up there with Jacob at this rate. That's going pretty far back into the annals of history. So it looks like they are going to rotate DDC now. That 2-minute rune spawning soon will stop off for a stack here. Bottom rune will be secured by maybe. Top rune going to go to Lanham, and it's an illusion, as though they needed more harass on this mid lane. They're going to have it now. But in the early moments of this game, the Wind Ranger of CTY getting close to free farm up in his own safe lane. The Broodmother shutting down the Ember very hard. Only 3 CS this far, so it seems the early lanes, as they often do, are going very heavily towards eHome.
It's kind of interesting to see them pick up the solo Tiny, though. I think that's something that we really haven't seen out of the Asian scene. And they haven't won any major tournaments lately, and people are wondering why. And sometimes it's because they are a little bit slow to adapt and not as innovative as some of the other teams. And, for example, not picking up on the Slardar. And you'll see signs of this now and then.
Yeah, I mean, eHome has been a little more, definitely more innovative than others.
Oh, definitely
The Abaddon pick comes to mind.
The Bristle mid, I think they've had a lot of success with. They had a very nice Bristleback plus Winter Wyvern combo. I liked how they ran that a lot.
So the pressure is going to mount here in the bottom lane as Old 11 has hit level 3. He's going to extend his pressure on the lane a bit, and
you usually
December
see
is just not farming.
2 levels of webs, though. He's not able to really take control of the jungle because he doesn't have enough webs placed out yet.
You say that. He doesn't want the jungle. He wants the lane, as he's going to completely cut off the creeps. Maybe. Very low here on the regen. He's used to that last tango, but is going to jump in. The support rotation from DDC, and a quick and decisive kill does go the way of LGD. Never saw that one coming. Very nicely done.
They actually don't have enough damage to proc the Flame Guard right now, which is a problem because those are just going to burn all the Spiderlings down. They need, what, 200 damage? Spawn Spiderlings only does 150, and Decay doesn't do enough.
Still going to be able to cut the wave here, though. And it looks like the Wyvern will rotate back on mid as they get the Avalanche off, looking for the toss back. They get him, but not only one tower shot. Not sure if it'll be quite enough here. Lanham is level 3. He was close to being able to get the kill with that level 2 Brain Sap, but does have to worry about the Wyvern counterplay, though. There is no Cold Embrace here.
Yeah, oftentimes you'll see like the supports stand a little further back. I think they only utilize maybe 3/4 of the range.
Spiderlings, they're hunting MMY, quickly dealt with. Maybe unable to do much about this. The Flame Guard is still active, but only for a little bit longer.
He doesn't have mana to do anything else. I guess he has a Mango, but that's only going to do so much.
Yeah, he's got a TP, though, and they don't have a way to cancel it. So if they really dive on maybe, he could just teleport out.
I mean, of course, MMY is also alive again.
Yeah.
He's only level
I don't know.
2.
Oh, a little scout. Hey, maybe. And the instant TP. Just the one Spiderling at first, but the Horde was coming, so... I mean, bottom lane, yeah, they get the first blood there, but this Ember is really in Struggle City right now.
And Brood's having the time of her life.
When is Brood not having the time of her life?
Oh, I've seen some sad Broods.
Mostly if there's a Darks here, it feels like. Mid lane, there is a jump onto Old Chicken. Avalanche not enough. Good rotation there with a hasted Sylar. So far, it really has been the support rotations for LGD. The big thing preventing this laning stage from falling apart with the Brood Now taking a tier 1 very early.
Radiant's
Let's
bottom
see
tower
if maybe gets a little more freedom, or if Old 11 is going to keep the pressure up.
And the lane that we haven't focused on, which is ROTK versus CTY, the Doombringer versus the Wind Ranger. ROTK is actually losing out fairly heavily in terms of CS, even with the aid of Devour as well as Howl. And CTY, I think one of the best early laners in the lane, but I did not expect a 2-to-1 CS ratio.
Yeah, especially with ROTK occasionally getting that Howl to work with, like you pointed out.
And he was also a little bit late on the block too, so he wasn't even able to pull the wave into like a really favorable position.
Creep's getting killed off here, maybe. Does have the level 3 Flame Guard now. That's going to scare the Spiderlings out for a moment. Old 11, though, still freely creating new minions for the cause.
The cause.
The cause. Making Ember sad is the cause.
And the supports. Like, you want your Visage to be able to pull, but he's kind of forced to go into the top lane where the grass is greener.
Well, at this rate, the Blight might spread there soon enough. 2 wards up for the Dire here towards the top side of the map. 1 soon to expire. In fact, both teams have just planted a ward down. Guess they didn't see each other's. As Sylar's going to wait out this bottom rune. Not yet level 6, though. They drop the Tomb Bird on the high ground. They're going to commit the Brood in. Great time to shut down the Wolf. And Red easily dealt with there.
So going back to the draft, I think the Ember pick was obvious for LGD, but at the same time, I think eHome actually wanted them to pick Ember Spirit. They already had the Tiny with the early Blink Dagger, is really good with the instant initiation, as well as Wind Ranger with the super long disable. I think both of those are pretty darn good, and Ember's like not that great versus the Broodmother. So I think like eHome prepared for the Ember. Wanted them to pick Ember, so it would just make everything
they've now
slow.
found DDC. He does Arctic Bird trying to get over the trees. The Brood runs out of webs and is unable to continue pursuit. But yeah, going back to that, I mean, I think we were discussing while watching the draft about 2 picks in. All right, do they want the Ember here going into phase 2? It's kind of a staple for LGD. Obviously, maybe has had some sensational performances on it, but it's also very obvious they would look for that. And with the Undying pick, that somewhat frustrates the idea of an Ember, where his laning isn't the strongest. And then when you pick the Brood, like you said, it just really limits the options there. So often the bane of teams' existences. And you could see eHome know how to play around it, although Lanham has been trapped out here a bit by the Wolves. He got the ward down. They're going to look to quickly deward this as well, dropping the Sentry. They know if they find a bane in the trees, there must be a ward there. So very well played by LGD, retaining some crucial map control. But still, I am seeing Old 11 literally just making his new home in their jungle. He's got a bungalow and everything.
The Blight. I think he's been using his wolves pretty darn nicely. Level 3 invis on the wolves.
Wolves on Spiderlings. Could be a very cheap thriller.
They actually need the Doom.
A low-budget Halloween movie, perhaps.
They're actually looking for a kill with a Doom. I mean, I think Misery's Doom was able to use Doom like almost every single time on cooldown, and ROTK already hitting level 7, and they're already feeling the pressure all over the bottom side of the map.
They are allowing maybe to get out here a bit. For now, showing the Tiny and the Bane mid, the 2 heroes that could gank him, and CTY was just top. So Ember getting a little bit of catch-up time, but it's because they are applying that pressure mid. They're going to sleep out ROTK. Doom is ready. 4 heroes in this mid area.
And 11's now contesting Sylar on his last neutral camp available to him. This is a bad sign for LGD.
He's been chain farming this. He just keeps on camping it out. And he's going to steal that one as well. Makes a new army.
So I think they really want Ember to have like a... They want him to get early BOTs. There's a lot of good summons to TP on with the Lycan Wolves and the Visage Birds. I think that's kind of what they were aiming for with the draft and having maybe just go crazy in this game. But, you know, as with all plans, Broodmother usually throws a wrench into it.
Yeah, she is the leader in net worth. Of course, we have seen many a Brood game where you have to start and then things fall apart, but for me, it looks like it's really the old chicken Blink they're waiting for now. Up to 1850, almost 1900 gold. He gets that. You take this tower mid, and then you just start diving for kills all over the place.
I mean, 11 is right next to the Doom and Sylar, but they have no detection in between the both of them, so he's still not scared to invade that area of the jungle and still just completely owning Sylar when it comes to taking down these neutral camps. And
that's the Blink. 9.5 minutes with a mid Tiny who got some pressure early on between the Howl and the Arctic Burn Harass. They have not slowed Old Chicken down. All 3 cores now for eHome, topping the CS
ROTK.
charts. They get to really find that opening, as they are going to catch him out a bit here. don't really want to fully commit, but they're keeping multiple cores trapped in the same lane, just hiding right now. And LGD, I think they're a little tired of trying to fight these more straight-up engagements. They want to go for the backstab. Unfortunately, Old Chicken will be the one to reveal maybe here.
He still hasn't had his blink yet. His blink's still on the stash.
Oh, he's going to get caught by the chains. He's going to chuck him up and down, and that is actually going to prompt the Ember to run the hell away.
Oh, he didn't get the rune. He doesn't know what rune Tiny has.
And in fact, there's also a haste turn on CTY. Bites the 2-hero shackle. Beautiful way to start off a fight. It's not a very highly leveled shackle, but it's enough. 2 heroes quickly get devoured. His old 11 makes the pilgrimage all the way from the Radiant jungle to the top tier 1. And now they chase onto Maybe. He's going to try to retreat himself out of here. Heads to the north, but continue to pursue is CTY holding onto that shackle for now. And then jumps back the other way. Will TP out in the trees, but still. Maybe running, not the one doing the chasing, which is exactly the opposite of what we're used to seeing.
And now what did LGD supports do? Like, they just can't really farm anywhere. Viscer's still struggling to get level 6, and this Broodmother is just demolishing them at this point. RTK still, I don't think, has been able to doom anyone as of yet.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Just systematic, Ben. You know, they're taking all the towers, they're not letting anyone farm, they're applying equal amounts of pressure to top, mid, and bottom, keeping all 3 cores down. We still have yet to see the Doom actually make an offensive play, as RTK just works on the Tombstone bottom lane. Kaka works on punching him, is gonna heal up his Tomb a little bit longer. They do get the Doom off, but CTY's here. Shackle gonna fly, latching Sylar to his own Invisible Wolf, chasing. They might even be able to get a deny, even if Kaka goes into that range where he would die, and CTY does it, beautifully played. Very simple stuff, and now at long last, the blink is ready. Sylar immediately forced to turn tail and run, and so too is RTK, so the first Doom, not very successful here.
Yeah, 2 big ultimates, I think, blown for that. And on top of that, Broodmother committing for an early Vlad's. I think the most common bit that we would also see a Brood go for in this situation is an Orchid to shut down the Ember Spirit. It's even pretty good versus a Doom, too, because he's usually, you know, in plain sight, and you can Orchid him so they don't get a clutch Doom off, but maybe they want to... He's been actually doing the Ancients a lot on the Radiant side.
He's pretty much been doing every camp. He's like, I'll have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know, sampler here. He's got the full platter. Yeah. He's had the big camp, he's had the camps over towards the bottom lane, he's had it all. It is worth mentioning as well that before that all happened bottom, Old Chicken did grab a kill on DDC on the Wyvern, so the Blink Dagger already allowing them to control the map in eHome. This is how they play. They play from a lead with a lot of pressure early on, rarely picking those heavy late game lineups.
Sylar's like, where's my Ancients?
Something. It's just like...
Well, you don't actually expect the Brood to be able to take your Ancients down this early. And that's where I think the Vlad's really helps. They already have the Tiny for the gank and the threat on the Ember Spirit, like into a Shackle or something else.
I'll check in a little bit of help here. It's not a max avalanche, but he finds a squishy support. Quick takedown on the Wyvern in the top lane. A slam dunk for him.
Yeah, heroes are just getting assassinated around the map without even getting a chance to pop a wand or anything.
And they're just kind of looking around like, where are they going to come next? It's one of those like horror survival games where your teammates just slowly die.
They have observer wards up in their own jungle, but it's not like they can really go there. Maybe they can smoke and get 1 kill, but that's still not going to regain control for them.
And the advantage increases now, eclipsing about 8,000 gold, 4,500 experience. LGD have to resort to those rat tactics as Sylar will shapeshift. Lanham not having the vision of that as he was around the tree line. But again, they're just running. They're playing keep away here and not actually taking objectives. Whereas everywhere eHome goes, they are starving out the opposition and farming very well.
Yeah, Brood is doing a really good job of making LGD feel really scared. He's just limited so much of their movement. They have to worry about Broodlings scouting them out, and then bam, boom, blink, stun toss from Tiny, and half the heroes on LGD can die to that simple combo.
You know, a lot of Dota games, Ben, it's like the...
Smoke on the left side?
Oh, okay, we are going to see the smoke top. It's a lot of Dota games where you see like the impressive plays are the flashy ones, you know, the big blink into hero shackle. This game, it's very much what LGD aren't being allowed to do. They're not being allowed to walk in on farm lanes. It's just slow but steady death, and it's because eHome aren't giving them any breathing room. LGD are playing safe because they know they'll get jumped, they know they'll get killed, but that also means they're losing by default. So it's a very impressive strategic game thus far from eHome, as they will take this opportunity, walk into the Roche pit. LGD striking, but it's at the wrong time. They don't get anything out of that first smoke.
Nice attempt by them, but I mean, it's come at 14 minutes. I still didn't really like their decision to not put enough pressure on the Brood early. I think Ember can handle the lane fine, and it's just really crucial not to lose your T1 tower so early in the game, especially when you have a Lycan and a Visage in the game who both kind of need protection at the early stages of the game.
It's very early aggression here as far as all the items go for eHome. Nobody trying to build anything greedy, no Midases, no fast Aghanims on the Tiny. Old Chicken gonna go back for the Blink, for the drums
They
after
need
the Blink.
Dagons.
Why not, honestly? So much for your Wyvern DDC bottom lane. Quickly dealt with. And eHome now, hey, let's push in that tower as well. This is something else, LGD. They're not very good at defending their towers until the Ember gets farmed, but maybe it doesn't have items yet. Just BOTs only now completed 50 minutes. They're not really prepared to play from behind.
Oh, see a two-man smoke. Looks like it's going to head over and find ROTK, who is currently creep skipping,
Are fortified.
but not really sure how many heroes are behind him. Ember Spirit with
the grip top
BOTs
lane. They found out ROTK. There's the decay, the follow-up from the Shackle power shots there. I mean, once again, Doom, I mean, I'm not going to lie, Ben. It brings a smile to my face to see a Doom struggle this much as Old Chicken leaps forward onto maybe hunting for the Ember. He will jump away, but again, the pressure's everywhere. While this was all going on, Old 11 was taking that tower bottom.
Maybe saw Doom get gripped, and he's like, nah, I'm not going to help you out there. But that's kind of what they have to do. They have to go for those risks, and they didn't know that there were 2 heroes smoked and 1 hero TPing in, but at some point you have to take some chances. They're just getting crushed on all fronts, and Broodmother, one of the best heroes at picking apart a team without a unified game plan.
I honestly think this is like one of the most morale-crushing ways to lose a game as well. Like there's no plays that work for you. You can't leave your base. You smoke, you get nothing. They take Roche off of that. They kill you top. We'll take your tower bottom. Nobody's farming. No objectives to be grabbed. They haven't gotten a big kill in how long has it been? It's been since the 7-minute mark that they actually had to kill this game, and it's been over half the game time since then.
I can see that. It's still easy for them to recover. Let's say if this goes, you know, if this is a quick win for eHome, they can just be like, we'll just ban Brood and things will be all right. And they can kind of reset, as opposed to just getting completely styled on by...
Oh, I think they're going to get completely styled on.
Well, mostly because of the Brood.
That's a fair point. Well, LGD losing their tier 2 mid now. Going out with a whimper thus far, not even really attempting to mount any sort of resistance as Old Chicken starts to feast on some delicious droppings. Winter Wyvern down next, and they're going to push in looking for more. They've got the Spiderling army grouping up. Is there any stopping the squad? Power shot crashing through, and there's the Blink, the toss back into the Spiderling army. Hello, ROTK. Meet my babies. Down he'll go as well. They keep on pressing in. The tower's in danger now. The Lycan just watches while this all happens. Really unable to get much done. Even the Familiar's getting cleaned up. Nobody's outside of the base. Honestly, LGD looking like they're a dead man walking at this point. Not even trying to mount a defense here. They have the Winter's Curse available. Even with the perfect one, do they have the follow-up damage? eHome with the Tombstone dissipating soon. If they were ever going to consider retreat, this would probably be that time, but at the same moment, they get the Aghanims up on CTY, and they keep on going. Another Blake, a toss back. Old Chicken, you said not styly, Ben, but now they're starting to as they chuck Sylar back. The Wind Ranger of CTY looking to finish him off. Needs that one more auto attack for the focus fire. Gets a couple. Will secure the kill. The Brutes chucks the Spiderlings all over the place. Oh my goodness. They'll buy back the Lycan here. Only 18 minutes in. LGD getting completely run over. They may lose Old Chicken, but that's just the Aegis. Time for round 2. They've committed the Doom onto CTY. They've bought back on the Broodmother as well as the Wyvern. eHome wanting to close this out now. Can LGD fight that crucial turning fight? They do get the Tiny at long last. A couple of kills going their way. And Old 11 with the buyback, not really able to get involved in the fight after that. So when the dust settles, they don't quite breach the base fully. They do get the tier 3. They force out the buyback, but they give up one of their own as well. Actually, 2 buybacks, with the Wyvern also using one.
Yeah, good chase down by LGD. They finally get a good Doom on CTY. But little work in the grand scheme of things. eHome, I mean, pushing high ground in 18 minutes is unheard of. Unless you have Drow or Visage or Brood.
It's something RTK has a lot of familiarity with from TI4, I suppose. So he's used to being on the end, dishing it out, though, not the guys receiving it. But LGD on the back of that fight, they at least get these lanes out a little bit. The Lake able to push past the river. First time in a long time, but CTY is going to look to hunt him there. There's the Shackle Shot connecting with the Focus Fire follow-up. BOT is coming in from the Ember. This may dissuade CTY, then the Blink, the toss as well. The Wolf has been slain. Maybe still trying to find that big trade. Gets the Wind Ranger for now. Does he hunt for anything more? The Wolf, so it looks like Sylar actually got the last hit. Well, elsewhere in the Radiant jungle, Old 11 being chased out a bit by RTK. His ultimate is on cooldown now. The Orchid also not currently available. So good rotation there by Maybe. He's closing on the Battle Fury.
ROTK needs more detection on the Doom. The Broodmother never feels scared. Like, even if you can't kill him, he has to be worried about, oh, what if a support's behind him and I get doomed with a Scorched Earth. Without that, he can just kind of go wherever he wants.
Welcome to the Slam Gem, says Old Chicken. They get the grip up onto DDC. The dunk was there, but it was on the Flame Guard. Now the Orchid coming through as Maybe scoots away to the left. Does Sleight of Fist. Does he have the Remnant? Balls up over the tree line. Beautifully placed. Then the double Remnant out. He will manage to escape, but they're not ready to give this one up just yet. The Blink cooling down, about 8 seconds to go. Could look to chuck somebody in. Old Chicken diving. Oh, he's going deep. Does he have the vision right now? MMY just out of range, and they are going to kill off that sentry. They get the Observer Ward down here too. And a Blink forward. No, doesn't have to toss back. Has to be careful. I'm getting a little over-aggressive here, perhaps. Need to group up with the whole team. The Wind Ranger currently not around.
Once the Battle Fury comes out for Ember Spirit, they can actually kind of clear out the Broodlings with Splinter Blast as well as the Cleave from Sleight of Fist. So it's actually pretty good for LGD that no Rex has already been taken yet, and they're eventually going to have the tools to deal with the push eventually. But now Broodmother has an Orchid.
Yeah, did almost get the Ember that last fight, but maybe was able to slip away through the fog. But it seems eHome are starting to slow the pace down a little bit with the early lane of Rax not fully claimed. They know the next Roche coming relatively soon. Their fresh round of items coming out now. You mentioned the Orchid, the Wind Ranger grabbing the Blink Dagger to go with the Aghanim Scepter. I think they just want to wait to have a little insurance before they go for the full lane of Rax.
Yeah, probably waiting for Aegis at this point.
But LGD used this time to farm. They actually do get to take back over their own jungle at least a little bit. They did grab a gem on MMY as well for that crucial map control.
That last push hurt Sylar so badly, though. I think he had his Vlads pretty similarly to Brood's timing, but Brood has an Orchid on top and Lycan just has a Belt of Strength. He probably would have had Necro 1 very well on his way to Necro 2 had he not had a buyback in that last fight. So eHome doing a good job of pressuring at the right time, knowing that LGD is going to be put in a very compromising position if they have to even think about defending their high ground.
eHome patient. The early aggression has been tempered. Keeping the lanes pushed in, just waiting for that Roche, wanting the full map control, so there's no way in hell that LGD can contest it. No detection for them yet as far as the gem goes. It's only Momoya who's taken that risk.
Old Chicken's done a good job of keeping up his farm too. He's been going around killing a lot of people already with 7 kills and 4 assists out of the 14 kills on eHome, but he already has a Scepter and is still keeping well ahead of Sylar. He's not focusing too much on kills, realizing when LGD is playing passively, it's just better to farm up.
It's not like eHome's late game is bad by any means. They do have the Tiny, the Wind Ranger, two of the better late game cores. Probably not where they want the game to go, but they do have a bit of an insurance policy here, just in case. But I like what Sylar's doing. He sneaks into this dire jungle. He's just getting those little crumbs of farm off the map, out of vision, knowing that his team's going to have trouble also accessing those deeper camps. So trying to create a little space here as maybe Long Last will grab the Battle Fury. It's a late one, 23 minutes in, but considering the pressure he was under, definitely still a good timing.
And on the flip side, eHome does have the Glimmer Cape on Bane. I think they were really missing a Glimmer Cape or Force Staff because they really need to limit Sylar from getting kills. They're using Fiend's Grip relatively early on in the fights, which allows Sylar to go in and clean up with the Shapeshift. So with a Glimmer or a Force Staff, they can kind of kite him during his ultimate until at least the Doom wears off.
Yeah, definitely could be the case here. As eHome walk into the Roche pit now. 4 heroes are going to quickly take this down. Just very textbook play, getting the mid and bottom lanes pushed in, constantly scouting the pit. As soon as the Roche is up, everybody runs there. And there's just no way LGD could take that risk of contesting. So eHome will grab themselves a fresh Aegis. They have the Tiny Ags, as you mentioned. Is it go time? Are there any other big items that you think they're waiting for, or do they just look to barrel down that mid lane right now?
I think it's about time. There's no reason to wait. I think like Ember Spirit's still relatively weak because the Orchid counters his build. Wind Ranger is pretty darn farm. Tiny has his Ags. It's a very good time, especially with the racks being exposed.
Of course, it has taken a while since they last made that pressure up. Elsewhere, RTK gonna get caught out. There's a grip on him. This is looking to be the death of RTK. Kaka giving him the zombie claw, trying to focus him now. One last swipe will be enough for the kill. And RTK does not have buyback, down for 50 seconds. Can eHome break through on the back of this? No Doom. But they're drawing lines elsewhere. It looks like they want to push in the top lane, perhaps. They leave this Kaka up there to deal with it. Rotating around from behind the creep wave will be CTY, maybe hunting for a kill. Old Chicken gonna handle the mid lane. Bottom lane was already dealt with by Old 11, but again, it's patience here. eHome, they go back for a gem on Kaka, which now gets handed off to Lanham, and it seems like they may want to do a spot of dewarding before they actually try to push in.
I think LGD is a little bit rigid in their laning choices early too. We saw ROTK like stay in the top lane until level 7, whereas like let's say Lycan was a little bit under pressure mid because the Bane was farming there. Same with Ember Spirit. They could have easily rotated one of those weaker melee heroes to the top lane and sacrificed Doom's farm in exchange, because Doom all he really needs is level 6, and then you can run around Scorch Earth and Doom people and be a meat shield for your team. But the crucial items that they really needed, like Vlad so he can accelerate his farm a lot, or they might catch 11 here. Looks like they won't. And the BOTs up on the Ember Spirit, though, just came up way too late, and they lost way too many of their towers because that safe lane was so weak.
Oh, those spider lanes, a delicious bounty for maybe. Gets a couple hundred gold just off of one sleight.
That's actually a lot. Now he has his Crystallis.
They're taking a while to go for this push. And LGD just keep on sneaking out of the base. RTK now. Looks like the pursuit will begin for him, but he's able to use the Scorched Earth, does back off. I'm starting to feel like eHome are waiting a bit too long here.
Well, they don't want to be put in the position that I think it was like a LGD Cloud9 game at TI5, where it was also maybe's Ember Spirit on the Radiant side faced in a similar deficit, except they let him farm up way too much. He got Rapier and Daedalus and just massacred eHome.
Now, normally before he gets those big damage items, he does grab a Blink Dagger. So we'll see if he thinks he can get away with it this game.
Yeah,
no, it does go Yasha, so he's worried about the Orchid.
Need to take down Arax fairly soon.
Well, if they want to do it, they've got 2 minutes here on the Aegis, so it's either then or presumably they wait for the next one. But judging by Old 11 saving 4,000 gold, Tiny not yet quite having that Assault Cuirass. Maybe they do wait. They are smoked now. eHome, I think, hoping for the pick. They are going to try to take down the tier 2 top. The last outer tower for LGD under assault, but they're happy to give this up. They know the high ground is the key, and that's where they want to make their big defense. So they'll send out the familiars, maybe going to try for the tower. Not a bit too late there. Good effort by MMY. But the clock is ticking. Less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
Yeah, they have a regen on CTY if they want to continue. But I think it's a good time. They just purchased the BKB on the Broodmother. It's on the way, and they're timing.
They also get the
Deso.
tight. The Wind Ranger Deso is now up. Perhaps that was the big item they were waiting for.
Yeah, I think this has to be it.
At the very least, you want to try to get a couple kills and force buybacks to slow down LGD's economy.
I mean, if you kill Lycan when his shapeshift has been used and he buys back, he's not actually that useful. So you don't have to be scared of, I think, anyone's buyback aside from Ember Spirit or Doom if he doesn't get his Doom off.
And that's where we want to keep an eye on whose buybacks are even available right now. It's only the Visage currently. As they press in, eHome trying to make the most of these dying moments of the Aegis. They'll drop the Tombstone on the high ground. The Familiar's quickly looking to deal with it. Can they heal this thing up in time? Kaka, there's the Winter's Curse onto Old Chicken, but CTY turns with the Desolator, laying into ROTK. They committed a Doom on a catapult. Oh no! ROTK having his own blitz moment here on the big stage as MMY will get cleaned up. eHome now crushing through the base. The BKB gets popped. Sylar's going to be finished off. Everybody having to back out. And eHome, it looks like a free lane of Rax at this point.
Oh man, pulling a blitz. Whew. That's tough. I think he might have been like glimmered right before too when he wanted to do the Tiny. So maybe we can give him.
I mean, we can definitely give him more credit than blitz. That's for sure. That's no problem. LGD on their last legs here in game 1 of this best of 3 showdown. The blink forward from Old Chicken. Does he go for the toss back? No. Playing it safe, just buying time for the siege. The Sleight of Fist crashes through, and eHome do start to drop a bit low. They've got a fresh tombstone now, but again, the familiars deal with it nicely. At the same time, Tiny clobbers down the melee racks, and eHome look to just get the hell away. The Glimmer Cape again comes into play, covering the retreat, and with that, the gold lead goes from very big to out of control. Now, over 20,000 gold lead with a 2 lanes of racks advantage. This is going to require some just heroic efforts for maybe to even give them a chance.
That was a really good start for LGD for the fight, though. They had the tombstone pop down pretty early. They had already used Soul Rip on it. It was still like a couple of hits away from dying, and like 3 heroes were comped up for the Battle Fury Cleave from Ember Spirit, and they had actually did, like, I guess, done a significant amount of damage to Tiny's HP pool, and with a Doom on that, maybe they can continue on, but that's kind of sad way for LGD to lose so much of their base.
At this point, it feels like maybe can't even afford to go into a Manta style. It's like they just need a Rapier right now to even have a chance.
I think you could have gone for Crystallis still. The Manta's obviously to counter the Orchid from Broodmother, but that's where you have the Winter's Wyvern. I don't really think they can burst through his Cold Embrace at all. I mean, Tiny's usually going to use his burst to lead up, so with the Cold Embrace, he can actually get the damage that he needs out, maybe.
Perhaps Roshan number 3 now. eHome very comfortable with their advantage. This is a crucial knockout game, and although they lead by about 22,000 gold, haven't given up a kill in it's like 7-8 minutes here or so. They may just want to wait for that next stages and the ultimate in safety before looking to finally crack open that 3rd lane of racks.
On top of that net worth lead, they also was able to steal MMY's gem.
As though the map control wasn't already bad enough.
Well, now they drop a sentry in mid, so the Doom debacle doesn't happen again.
The Doom debacle. Doomgate.
ROTK, lead us to victory.
You know, ROTK has been playing so long that it's almost inevitable you're going to have moments like that. And one comes to mind where he's in a similar situation as Batrider and he lassoed a creep. Poor guy. But he's had some great moments too.
But there were so many zombies around. Come on, guys. And broodlings.
If there were a game to click on the wrong unit, I suppose this is probably the one.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rather largest creep, though, that is relatively static. So.
I mean, even you're being slightly sympathetic, Ben. That's not like you.
Well, it's because he got glimmered. If he didn't get glimmered, it would be much more. I'd be much more frank about it.
I think you're getting soft in your old age.
Maybe so is ROTK.
Oh, damn. Double damage rune will spawn top. Siler's going to bottle that up. Does have the Necro 3 now, so his personal damage output is pretty fearsome if he's allowed to right-click in these fights. But there's the feed script to worry about, the Shackle as well. For now, Old 11 is just going to hide in the trees, waiting for round 3 and quite probably the end of game 1.
Yep, still just trying to find Brood. Where is he? They still don't have Dust. I guess they have the Necro 3 up on Siler now. Could potentially chase him down with the Familiars, but now the rest of the team has joined them, and that is a no-go.
I do like the fact that maybe has adjusted his build. He wanted to go Manta, but he sees, okay, we're down 2 lanes here, possibly a 3rd soon. We can't afford for me to be.
He didn't commit hard enough, man. He should have saw how dire of a situation was, and like, I need Rapier.
Right then, just naked Battle Fury Rapier. Let's go.
If only he knew they were.
That was
so
when they had
behind.
all their lanes of Rex, though. So maybe he should have saved his gold. I guess that's the other argument you can make. Or perhaps they should have just banned Brood. How many other heroes do you think we say that about where it's like, oh, they just should have banned that hero and they would have won? It's like Huskar is the other one that comes to mind.
Sometimes Meepo, if it.
It's just that not many teams run the Meepo, I suppose.
Well, also they did actually have a pick to deal with it. It could have been worse. Imagine if eHome actually had the last pick.
Roshan has
That's true. I don't think their last pick did much to deal with it, though.
It didn't at all. So
Lycan has not exactly.
They treated it like a 10th pick, kind of.
LGD may be making their own lives a bit harder than they needed to be. And now it is time it feels for that big push in. They get the blink up on the Brood. Almost a basher complete for Old 11. So the blinking stunning spider, something out of a nightmare, is heading towards LGD, and perhaps this nightmare of a game will soon end for them as Old Chicken jumps in with the avalanche off the bat, the toss forward, the shackle, not going to connect. CTY was hoping for it. Instead, they'll rotate on top. They leave the Brood bottom to split push. She can quickly join the Horde. And it really is a Horde at this point. Any big YOLO plays? I mean, you mentioned Rapier. They don't have the gold for it.
Not versus the Aegis Chiefs. I mean, they kind of have to hope that eHome split up. But one thing they are really good about doing, eHome, is kind of going in as a team and going out as a team, even with that early high ground push where they nearly got the racks. They still all retreated together, even though they lost a couple of people. But they're very good about being generally fairly unified, aside from the Broodmother, which you don't really need to be unified with.
LGD have been forced to unify because they have to stay in their base. You're going to learn to be teammates, damn it, and you'll like it. That's Lanham's message to them.
I don't know. I don't know if they're really unified. They're more like exiled towards their base.
Kind of like we were up until last night. eHome going to push in now. Old Chicken, Lanham, and Kaka on the low grounds. Not yet committing fully, but they are going to go for the curse here. And CTY does some decent damage to Old Chicken. Got the Deso debuff on him as RTK runs in. Quickly dies. Did manage to doom the correct target here as in an enemy hero. And so they might be able to turn this one around. They do get the Tiny, but still staying alive. And now Brood joins the fight. Blinks in, jumps onto the lake, and almost finishes him off with the Spawn Spider. He turns around, pops the BKB onto maybe. He goes. There's the silence. The bash as well. Maybe. No, he might drop. He's so close. Not quite. Old Chicken, has he gone in too far? He is creating space as CTY focuses frantically on objectives. They're going to buy back the Wyvern. The Shackles there. It's on to 2. CTY, no. Denied by DDC. Still goes through with the power shot, trying to get the kills at Old 11. Jumps in again. eHome at long last. They're going to put LGD to bed. But this one never, and I mean never, felt like LGD had a chance.
Time to ban Brood.
Outdrafted, and then the execution was there.
It was just so good at picking them apart, though, and kind of make them play like 5 solo players, which is exactly what eHome wants LGD to do.
It seems like eHome has a much clearer sense of identity in the draft. If you look at how quickly they picked those first 2, how long RTK took, or the team took, I should say, debating what that second pick was. They ran out of, towards the end of their bonus time, they seemed a little hesitant in the draft, and then it was reflected in how the game developed from there.
They need to adapt, man. They're like dinosaurs that last game.
Oh, they do have some young blood, perhaps. It will give them a little confidence. But with that, we'll see if the analysts have much to say besides Broodmother as we hand it back to the panel.
Spiders everywhere. Yes, welcome back to the panel where we'll be discussing spiders mostly. A good game from eHome, a very dominant performance as well, gentlemen. How do you summarize that for LGD? Will, start with you.
I'm trying to think of the right way to say they pulled a blitz, but when you doom the catapult, that kind of just summarizes the game for you, right? Like nothing went right for them. That kind of topped the moment for them just when that kind of thing happens. It's so hard to recover, right? You see a teammate make that crucial of a mistake, it's hard to just kind of play on and go like, yeah, we can make a comeback.
Yeah, they held out for a bit longer than perhaps we thought they would, because at around about the 17-minute mark, we were like, oh, well, that's GG then.
Well, it was the beginning of the end anyways. I mean, the Broodmother was sort of reminiscent to Korean StarCraft times. I felt like he was all over the map, controlling everything, microing his Broodlings very well around, even against the early Flame Guard from the Ember Spirit. Great, but also the Tiny got so many kills on poor DDC in the early game. You're struggling to even get level 6 on that Winter Wyvern. Just an all-around great performance by all of eHome, I feel. Really the entire team that stepped up, but they all delivered really, really high performances on their individual heroes.
Yeah, wasn't the outstanding show that we were expecting from CTY perhaps, but he didn't need to.
This, out of all the games that they played, kind of felt like the most complete victory. Just the fact that all of them, due to the laning phase, they were all able to have star performances. Their tri-core just worked out so well. It's rare that you see all 3 heroes get as farmed as they did. They were firmly on top of the network lead at pretty much every phase of the game.
It was in this early point that we thought the game was almost going to be over very early.
It's just one of those stereotypical fifth pick brood that the enemy team doesn't counter properly.
Yeah.
Those are the most obvious games to get top 3 net worth in, because Brood draws so much attention to herself that you also can't win the 2 other lanes. And I don't know what LGD could have done with their draft. I don't think the Lycan last pick was the solution at all. Then they did this weird dual lane mid that didn't really accomplish anything either.
I think Lycan was on the very top of the list of heroes I wouldn't go to.
Yeah.
He doesn't even do that well, actually, against the Wind Ranger either. So I think the plan was LGD was going to pick it last, no matter what. And then they were in the deciding moment saying, okay, do we adjust to the Brood, or do we just run with our own strategy?
You always adjust to the Brood.
Yeah, you always adjust to
Yeah, there's a little bit of stubbornness on ROTK's part, perhaps.
I think was a part of it that they were more focused on countering the Undying and being able to run in and take down the Tombstone. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was behind the Lycan pick. Split pushing all day?
Yeah, you split up the map, but
it takes too long for Lycan to reach that stage, whereas Brood reaches it minute 7. Before you really start posing a split push threat, you need a Necronomicon and a Vlad's. When did he get it? I think Sylar, minute 30, had a Vlad's and a Necro 2. And Treads. They lost the laning stage, and that game was just very, very one-sided.
Okay, let's look forward to game number 2, because LGD need something big, and they need to come up very big in this second game. They haven't managed to do it when they've gone a game behind already. How are they going to change things around, Will?
I think it's the rigidity that really hurts them. The fact that they won't change their strategies. They're saying, okay, we see the last pick Brood, we should have expected that. And a lot of teams would say, we're going to, no matter what, we're just not going to lose to this hero. But you saw, they're just like, well, we're going to pull off our Lycan because it's the hero that we know how to play. Do something different. Pick the Tidehunter, pick the Axe. Adjust your strategy around that fact. It felt like eHome as a team is just a lot more flexible. When they run the Abaddon, when they throw the Brood Mother at you, it feels like this is a team that knows its own limits, how to set the tempo, and it just feels like LGD, it seems like they're just stuck in the past almost.
Considering the disarray that the team were in, reportedly in anyway, during the group stage, this is a totally different team.
Yeah. eHome seemingly had one bad round, and they've pulled it together, and LGD pretty much the opposite story. They started out strong, and they've lost, what's that, 3 games in a row now?
Well, not technically, because they won 2-0 in the lower bracket, but they lost the 2.
That's right. They lost to
CDEC.
They lost to CDEC.
Bracket, yeah.
So they've lost the 3 games, the last 3 games against Chinese teams, which is, those are probably the teams that know LGD the best. So again, like Will says, if you're playing against teams that know you well and you just keep playing the same style and they change their style and you don't, it's.
I mean, when even a team like CDEC shows more versatility in their picks than you do, that's when you know that you're way too rigid in your strategy. And again, that Lycan pick made no sense whatsoever, but RTK is just known to be this very, very stubborn captain that just goes with the game plan that he sets out to do from the get-go.
Yeah, I talked to somebody from eHome's organization actually about the whole group stage thing, and the fiasco is when they switched drafters and stuff, and they said it was completely overblown. They said that there was a comment made in the Chinese forums that this was how it was, but they said, no, we were just trying to see what was working out. We weren't too flustered about the group stages. Like, our only focus is on the main event. They're just like, we're going to treat this kind of like as a practice, see where we're at. Even if we're in the loser bracket, it's okay because we feel confident that we're still a top 4 team. So everybody made this whole big deal about, is eHome, are they in shambles? But I think it's the other way around. I feel like LGD is a team that we should be focusing on.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very good insight as well. As we turn our attention to the second draft, presumably they're not going to let Brood through again, are they? They can't afford to.
The question is when they ban it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will, unless there's a very clear. If you see in the draft that there is no way they can make Brood work, you don't ban it. But in this one, it seemed to me like LGD were banking on the fact that there was an offlane Undying, because they last banned a Dazzle, so they banned a support, and then they were just like, oh, they think we're playing Undying as a core, let's just swap it around.
Yeah.
Catch
I mean, against teams that run that Brood in that 5th pick, second phase bans have been pretty common, so yeah, you must be right. I mean, they must have thought, almost tricked in a way. Got to avoid that the second time round. What positives can we draw, if any, from LGD, bearing in mind it was the Brood game?
You would have to ask me that question, wouldn't you? I don't think there was many positives.
Well, if there wasn't, no, there wasn't. Will, did you see anything in there? Did they just write that game off very early, do you think?
They got a Doom.
I mean, they got that is the one positive of that draft, but I think up until the Broodmother pick, it was okay.
Yeah.
I was kind of okay. I was down with their draft once I saw everything. I was like, okay, that Ember Spirit pick makes sense. It was honestly just the Brood. The fact that they didn't really account for it But that's what happens to a lot of teams too. I feel like sometimes we might have been a little overly harsh on LGD on the panel right here because oftentimes you're halfway through a tournament, nobody's picked it against you, and you get into that rhythm, and then it happens, and you're just like, oh crap, what do we do?
Yeah, to feel a bit like that. Could you also point to the fact that LGD perhaps weren't as positive in the draft as they could have been? You know, we've seen it from Secret, for instance. They just come out like, straight away, and this is what we're playing. React to us.
Yeah, I think that the one downside of LGD, if we are going to have a downside, aside from the fact that they weren't able to adjust to the Brood, was just it felt like they were a little bit demoralized. Like from the get-go in the laning phase, I think they understood that they weren't going to win the laning phase, and they were trying stuff out to see if it could happen, but at 17 minutes, when your Lycan, your main hero, the centerpiece around your draft, dies and has to buy back, you barely hold. At that point, you're kind of already conceding.
See what sort of faces they're showing as they re-enter the arena. LGD on their way back to the booths.
I do think the man in the shot right now is the bright side for LGD in that match. I actually think he played pretty well on the Ember, given what he showed up today. So if they can find a better draft and enable maybe, I do think he did his absolute best in that game. Even
yeah, that's fair to say. Yeah. Sort of like aggressive on the lifestealer yesterday.
Yeah. We found some positives. So they'll return. RO2K having dished out the team chat. We'll huddle them together and get them ready for the second draft.
What is the story behind 11 and most, namely Chicken, being old?
I think Old Chicken started it, and then 11 as a joke put Old 11 or something like that.
It's funny, actually, because when I play, I have Old Renault in front of me.
Very old in comparison to these guys. This is actually the only old guy, the daddy of the team.
I was going to say, fellow old man. Also, the victory shirt is still on. I'm not sure that's been washed.
Maybe it's a magic shirt.
Don't all players have that, though, in other sports, too, where they have this ritual that they build up? If it works for you the first time, just keep doing it.
Yeah, they certainly do.
I did it with my boxer shorts. Luckily, we lost a lot, so no fear.
You got to change them occasionally.
Wasn't it Pusher Street who had a bet going at some point that he wasn't?
He had a mustache.
He wouldn't shave until you lost.
Yeah.
And you won a lot in a row with MYM.
I'm pretty sure we lost intentionally because he was too hideous to look at.
Some people just aren't meant to grow facial hair, man.
Or arm hair.
I'm just thinking about that. Like, I was looking at my facial hair. It takes me like 8 months to grow anything, and I feel really proud of myself because I don't know what it looks like to have a beard. And I'm super happy with the little bit of mustache that I get, and then everybody just laughs at me, and it makes me feel terrible.
You have to start November and February.
No shave life.
So, moments away from the next draft. Where do we go? Where do we home go this time around? What other tricks have they got up their sleeves, do you think, Jake?
I mean, right now it feels like they can go anywhere, right? The draft we saw yesterday was fairly surprising.
Yeah.
We saw both Luna, Abaddon, Shadow Shaman. They were all over the place. And then today they go for this, not unconventional. We've seen it a lot, as we talked about earlier, but Tiny without a Wisp, who followed up with a what's it face? Broodmother?
The spider thingy.
This strategy itself was very, it was sort of textbook. The Brood pick, obviously, when you do remember it, it's just a great adjustable pick that they had to go for. It's sort of the ace in the hole that presents itself when the enemy lineup have no counters. But I think right now it's way too hard to predict what they're going with.
Yeah, I think eHome just continue to be flexible. Pick whatever you feel like picking at this point. And as a drafter, what I'm starting to really realize throughout this tournament, the biggest thing is you want to force a team to react to what you're doing. You want to be able to set the tempo, establish that we have the better heroes. You have to overly react to this one hero, and then set your game plan up from there.
Yeah, it's partly why I think that the second pick, obviously second and third pick, have often decided how the other team have reacted. Sometimes first pick hasn't actually worked out.
Have you guys noticed, just to take the shot away, how that looks like a Hyperstone from above?
It does.
Boots on the floor.
Good spot. It's almost as good as the tentacle.
I read Reddit.
Jacob, if you hadn't said anything, we would have just given that to you.
eHome's turn to
So, no differences in
LGD's
bans so
turn
far.
to
Exactly the same three that we opened with in Game 1.
Now I think the thing for LGD is going into this first phase. Last game, eHome went for Undying Bane, And LGD have got to be wondering, what are they going to do this time? Because that was a very unusual opener. I don't think you can ban either of those two heroes against eHome right now, because then you're just giving something else. So
yeah, especially for a team that can just go for any support hero by the looks of it. So like you can't commit to support heroes.
Oh, that was so fast.
That's a great opener, I think. Wow.
Turn to pick.
Let's go Broodmother.
Pick 2.
eHome's turn to bat.
Very confident pick time by both teams.
I think they kind of make sense though. The Tusk first pick is, especially for eHome, fairly obvious. And once you take the Ember Spirit, you need a hero to kind of limit his mobility. And Night Stalker is one of those heroes. You pop your ultimate, you can get in close, get the silence off, and it's one of the much better ways to catch him off guard once you have the Aghanims.
There's very few heroes that are better against the Ember Spirit than Night Stalker.
Yeah, I agree. Just because once you have the Aghs, he can't really hide in the trees. You can isolate him out.
So which top tier picks are still in Dying, Bane,
Dazzle.
Slardar is being ignored in this series, I think, entirely.
I think the Dazzle could be a decent pickup for LGD.
They actually banned Lycan right now. I wonder what eHome are planning that Lycan would cause trouble for.
I think neither Tusk or Night Stalker can really fight up against the Lycan. That might be a concern.
Remaining.
Yeah.
Get away from them.
Remaining.
Constantly split push while they're looking for ganks. It's just a generally annoying hero to play against. And it is Sylas, historically one of Sylas' strongest heroes.
And he wasn't completely ineffective in that first game either, was he?
It was just very difficult to do much, I think.
I think Will said it best when he said we shouldn't judge him too harshly on it, just because rude.
Yeah. I sort of, obviously in hindsight, we can say that we disagree with the fact that they didn't really have the best options to deal with it. But if it had worked out, then we would have been praising them for sticking to their guns and running their strategy no matter what.
No, Will, never.
The line of greatness
yeah.
is very small.
The thing is, if they would have stuck to their strategy and it would have worked, it would most likely have been because eHome misplayed. And we would have focused on that instead, because eHome's draft was just superior in quite a few ways that they had a lot of margin for error. I think that's the key thing for LGD in this draft when they're playing against eHome. They don't need to outpick eHome, they just need to get an even footing, at least going into the game, and then try to outplay them.
It's pretty scary though, just because of the way that eHome team fights. You've got Old Chicken that runs rampant. I've seen that guy run in with 200 HP on a Viper into the enemy tier 4 chasing a Wind Ranger. There's not a lot of players that'll do that, but the only way that that's set up is just because the aggression that they put on, and they're so confident in each other backing themselves. For eHome, and they like to run aggressively. You can take the gyro for yourself. They've been prone to run heroes like the Viper and the Razor.
And right now, I think they're trying to force LGD into an Earthshaker. I'm pretty sure this is the only hero left that RTK has played this tournament. He has played Clockwork, Darkseer, Doom,
10 seconds remaining.
and Earthshaker.
He hasn't played Slaughter.
I don't think he has played anything else. If he has, it's been like one game.
It would really suit LGD to just pick up the Slaughter right now.
Reserve time.
Shaker, you mean?
No, Slaughter.
Slaughter?
Yeah. Just prove, okay, we realized that the West, or why the West likes the Slaughter so much.
Oh, he did play a single Batrider game, and they lost.
Yeah.
It's a small sample size.
Yeah.
But that was a 5th pick. I remember actually now that they picked it absolute last in that game, and that was because they were out of other options.
Was that against CDC?
LGD's turn to pick.
I can't remember. I think it was earlier in the tournament. It was actually against Secret.
Oh.
That was... Oh yeah, that was the game where Secret crushed them with Chen, I think. So he didn't even get to play the game.
Oh, the one where they just got like 7 kills in a row?
Yeah. He didn't really get to play Zero that game.
Right.
Oh,
eHome's
I think
turn
eHome
to
would have
pick.
taken it if LGD hadn't. This pickup just makes a lot of sense.
He's very good against heroes that engage in your face because he has so much turnaround potential. Call Down and Rocket Barrage are great against these two heroes that eHome have picked so far. So I think so far so good for LGD.
Yeah, I like their draft. I like their draft too until the last pick last game as well.
That's true. And Brute is still in, let's not forget. And it would still be a good pick.
I think this time, though, they have better heroes to deal with it. Yeah. They've got a lot more AoE. Not as much control, though.
If eHome want it, I guess they're going to have to pick it 4. Surely that last ban will be
10 seconds
used for that.
Maybe not. If you have this many ways to deal with it.
5
but
seconds
as a psychological thing, possibly.
Just going to screw with your head, ROTK.
Reserve time.
They're running out of time.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think at this point, unless they run like a core Night Stalker or Tusk.
eHome's turn to pick.
This is also good against the first 2 heroes of eHome. It's even good against Bane. Glimpse has a very long cast range and can stop grip, so can the Static Storm.
It's Tiny again. Do you think they'll just follow up with a Wind Ranger pick as the last one again?
This has been picked 4th a few times, and it forces teams, doesn't it? Because then they've got 2 things to worry about.
I actually think a CTY Viper this game would be really good. Just they have such an in-your-face lineup. They just need a frontline tank to set up the fights for them and let them follow through.
They also need a high ground hero, pretty desperately.
Exactly.
You don't have
Tiny can do it to an extent.
Once you have the Aghanims, but besides that, you just have to get overwhelming map control to be able to do it.
How about Brew?
How about spiders? The Juggernaut banned.
Yeah, I think Viper
CTY.
makes a lot of sense. We saw the strength of it in the first series of the day, OG against we forgot VP.
I think the Wind Ranger, the 2 supports that LGD have, actually do quite well against it, the Disruptor and the Winter Wyvern. Just because their item set is usually going to go, she'll go for the Aghanims, then the Blink. The BKB comes a lot later. And even when you have the BKB, the ability to just isolate her out, force everything on her with the Winter's Curse is so strong.
I just think LGD don't have good single target damage. There's everything they have is spread damage. Ember Spirit, Wyvern, Gyro, and Disruptor are all about hitting the entire team. Just pick one super tanky frontliner that they can't focus down.
At the same time, do you think there's
Dragonite's good too.
Too little wave clear on eHome?
I think that if you're playing this aggressively, but I think if you're playing this aggressively, it doesn't matter anyways.
If they get Dragon Knight, that's the best of both worlds. And they get a tanky frontliner that has some wave clear. I think that would actually be a very nice pick for them.
All right, let's see if I was right.
Spirit Breaker banned. That is also a potential RTK hero. I think it's going to be Bad Runner now. I don't see what else they would grab for him. It is a pretty decent bad game, actually. Offlane Wind Ranger? Has he played that?
That's not bad at all, actually. Against 3 of these melee heroes, you can sort of counteract the Tiny really well.
I think you need something that doesn't require a lot of farm.
10 seconds
just because of how much space heroes like the Ember eat. You need something that can fight
They
with
will still get the Shaker.
eHome's
It's good at stopping them in their tracks, but again, there isn't that much single target. Okay, that is something different.
That's your tower pusher.
Yep.
I regret to inform
Last
you
played
both. You were
just
wrong.
before the Frankfurt Major, but for the first time, Leshrac in for eHome. LGD versus eHome is game 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live here in the Mesa, getting ready for game number 2 with LGD trailing eHome 0-1. I'm LD. I'm joined here to my right by Merlini and Ben. Leshrac, he's been nerfed. We haven't seen him on occasion. S4's had a couple of good showings on the Leshrac. The Disco Pony's back here. Do you think it's going to work?
It's CTY playing it, so yes, let's see it.
What doesn't work for the former 6-minute god, now the 60-minute god, apparently. He seems to be able to push through much later into the game. So why do you think Leshrac over what Blitz brought up, the Dragon Knight? There's also like a Viper, if they want someone who's just a strong laning hero that can be that kind of frontline engine. Why specifically would you say Leshrac?
I think Leshrac has been picked over, like, let's say, Lina a lot because of the ability to push down the towers. Sometimes you need the multiple instances of damage, but that's far rare. I think we saw Leshrac once versus a TA in particular.
All right, let's see if it pays off here. It will be their big pushing hero together with the tiny old chicken, though. He was more of a ganker early on. As both teams get into the game, there was an early teleport towards the bottom lane in order to plant a lane ward down for the Radiant, and then one towards mid for the Dire to get a hill ward up near the Ancient. So both teams trying to get their quick vision. Doesn't look like anybody wants to go for too much aggression here over the runes, but they're at least going to get in position to scout them out.
we've seen like VP play safe lane Lina a fair amount, and sometimes they just like leave her alone and just concentrate on the other sides of the map. The thing about leaving a safe lane Leshrac alone is he will push down your tower very, very quickly. CTY had a very dominant Leshrac performance at TI5, and we'll see if the safe lane works. Not really met with that much success, though, by other players in the safe lane.
30 seconds to battle.
Old 11 does get scouted out here. Sylar skills up that rocket barrage. They do have the pointing glimpse available. They're going to glimpse it back right into Sylar's waiting arms. Immediately got a snowball forward, but still tanking the rocket barrage. It's only level 1, but a lot of punishment here for Old 11 on one of his go-to heroes. And this was something that wasn't really discussed too much in the draft, but this was the change-up. His last game, the Tusk for 11 was banned, but this time around it gets through. Hero that teams have been loath to give him.
Sylar trying to zone him out early with a boots of speed first on the gyrocopter.
Definitely good for pressuring that Tusk. Let's see, the sentry wards planted down. Looks like they do have the range here on the Radiant Sentry, but are they going to be able to find the dire one that's blocking the secondary pole camp? Kind of an unusual position for it as Kaka scouts around. He saw, I believe he did see the hero run into the river, so he has an idea there's something nearby, but not able to track it down just yet.
Night Sucker can roam around early anyways. He's not a hero like Visage that has much more trouble getting tasks accomplished on the other side.
So they do in the end leave 11 up in this 2v1, and again he's going to start taking pressure, has the snowball, but nothing great to snowball to now as he circles through the trees. They're going to glimpse him back. It's kind of a short range one. Without the boot, Sylar can run him down, does buy the TP scroll, and it's just going to look to walk away here. Sylar not able to get in range, but tons of early pressure on the Tusk.
Oh, that's actually a really good movement by 11 too. He managed to stall until the next creep wave came, so that rocket barrage wouldn't kill him. This is not that easy of a lane for him.
It's a much tougher lane than what we're used to seeing for him. He's not having the kind of start that he's accustomed to.
Yeah, but now there's a double range creep heading towards him, unless they get this pull off.
Looks like they might. LGD really handling the offlane Tusk beautifully so far.
He's out of regen, actually. I mean, if you count Mango, I suppose he still has some.
We always count the mangoes. Not only the one, but how many do they have?
I'm still waiting for an offlaner to buy 5 mangoes with their first 625. There will be a day.
Feel free to do it in your pubs anytime you want, Pat.
Oh, please. I've done 6 mangoes with random gold.
You're disgusting.
That's not what you say when you get 150 mana, man.
Hey, if you get kills with it, it all works out. But in the mid lane, there's some aggression here. They throw a little shade on Maybe. He'll back off. Still, the Bane appears to be having his impact once again. A lot of early pressure from Lanham, slowing down the Ember Spirit's early farm. As the courier runs into the river, and oh, DDC says, I'll take that gold, thank you very much. But, well, not the best micro there, although Old 11 did manage to grab his salve before it was too late.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a byproduct of MMY doing an excellent job of zoning him and controlling 11. He is still only level 1, even though it looked like he was going to get an easy level 2, almost level 3. And he's still out of region now after having to use that salve and misses the D ward on that observer ward on top.
You know, speaking of D wards, RTK actually D wards the Radiant Sentry, so in the end, they were not able to find that camp blocking ward on the bottom side of the map.
So now it's kind of up to Kaka. The Night Stalker, he isn't able to pull, but that's okay. He's still level 2.5, but Nighttime is going to hit fairly soon, and they need to stop the Disruptor, who isn't known for his strong laning phase.
The Avalanche gets lobbed out mid together with the toss, but maybe easily able to handle that offense.
So how's CTY farming? Looks like he's
pretty well.
Yeah,
14-5.
On par with Sylar, who already has phase boots. So Tusk, I mean, he is going to have a really difficult time and can't really stay in lane. Looks like everyone's going to start gravitating towards mid soon.
This might be the worst start 11's ever had on the offlane Tusk. I don't know if I've seen a worse game. And I wouldn't even say he's played particularly poorly. It's just the matchup is and LGD's commitment to slowing him down. But they're going to bring 3 on the mid lane now. Momoya arrives. They've got 3 heroes here. They get off the sleep onto Maybe, look for the glimpse back. They find Old Chicken. He gets trapped in the kinetic kill. He's going to turn, gets off the toss, doesn't have mana for the Avalanche, and that's the level 2 spell here. Old Chicken will burn down, and LGD, a much better start for them in pretty much all respects here. Game number 2, quick first blood at the bottom rune. A little skirmish developing between RTK and Kaka, and back to the top lane. The snowball gets dragged back. Sylar, level 2 rocket barrage. Not enough to really threaten for the kill. But the good news is Old 11, he sees that gank mid, and now he can at least get his level 2 and a bit of extra experience.
He's been doing a really good job of snowballing during the rocket barrage and then exiting when the rocket barrage is about to end so he won't die. It looks like he's actually TPing back and scared of MMY actually having vision of him, and he certainly did. Good play by Tusk again.
Yeah, that's definitely the power of the lane ward. Very important when you're running a support like Disruptor to have that extra vision.
Yeah, he's just much more comfortable with this hero than other heroes, though. I still remember his Nyx assassin from the group stage dying well over 10 times without a kill, but with Tusk, he seems to have a much better grasp of the map and where the supports are moving around.
eHome do get aggressive here. They move up onto the high ground. They had a hill ward on their side, well, kind of the lower hill, but DDC has managed to escape its vision, juking back into the trees. And as you mentioned, this nighttime is very important for eHome. What are they going to get?
But ROTK's filing, I don't think they have vision on me yet, and a fissure could interrupt the tower dive. And now CTY as well as the Observer Ward on bottom have like very good vision of bottom, so they know that ROTK is sitting around mid.
It's like it's the delayed bounty hunter effect. Instead of getting these wards up maybe at like the 3-minute mark, you wait until that first night, and then Kaka goes on the roam. So he gets a deep ward off in the Dire jungle.
But this is not how eHome wanted their early game to be, and now they're Night Stalker's underleveled, searching for kills. They want Tusk to be involved in kills too. They're desperately searching for experience.
And they know if they make a go on the top lane here that there could easily be a TP from the Shaker. So they're playing it safe.
Yeah, they want to go before Gyrocopter is level 6 though, or else he will just, I mean, he will crush these 3
bottom lane. They are moving on to RTK, bringing him low, but he looks to turn here with the fissure. Sylar also rotating, throwing out the rocket barrage. That stun needs to hit. It doesn't, and CTY in a lot of danger, juking through the trees. Can he make it out the salve? The jukes, it looks like he's just a bit too elusive, and CTY gets very far away. One last auto tag, just Sylar denying any additional salve regen, but well handled by CTY. Patience under pressure.
Yeah, very well handled. I mean, he's trying to outrun a Gyrocopter with phase boots, too.
And Alesh does have pretty good base move speed, but still, with the phase boots, it's not an easy.
That ward has expired. They actually do not spot out ROTK. He is hiding in the trees, waiting for a go on Sylar, who is still very close to level 6.
One thing for maybe is he's not farming particularly well in the Ember, but he is getting his levels, already level 5. Something that he can use to catch up with later on. Still a better start than last game, where his entire lane got destroyed as they creep up on RTK. Still no vision here. Sylar just wanting that call down, and then I imagine they are going to look for the jump. There's the fissure. He's got the call down available, but the Lesh stun prevents it from easily clipping. The first one does connect. That's enough for the auto attack range. And Sylar strikes again. RTK, a much better performance this time around.
Yeah, Kaka wasn't actually there to slow down the Gyrocopter. I think he just needed a void on the Gyrocopter, and he might have even died at that point too. But LGD striking at the exact perfect time while Night Stalker was pulling the camp.
This is definitely where eHome struggle a bit. They're not a team that normally plays from behind, partially because of how they draft, and partially I think it's just their general tempo, where they're just used to having a lead. They're used to diving, playing aggressively, but they may have to adapt here, Ben, with the way this laning stage is developing.
CTY's having a hard time topping his HP. He took one fissure on bottom, and he's already at like 2/3 health. So this is where some safe lane players look to get like a bottle or something so they don't die into just one nuke. 11
getting caught out, but Lanham's rotating in. He's got the level 3 brain set. They are going to go for the glimpse back here. He's also got that sleep available. Lets it go on to Sylar, who has a call out ready. 11 going for the TP out, and MMY, he ended up taking the Nightmare. Now Sylar chasing. He wants revenge. Lanham, though, a little bit to snake his way out. So another good play by eHome to dodge a gank, but again, a lot of defensive maneuvers for this team. Used to
Old Chicken.
The offenders. Now they're going to make their way forward. Old Chicken with the toss. It's only level 2. Doesn't have the mana for the avalanche, or that would have been a kill.
Well, LGD go by unscathed in the first nighttime, and still those 2 melee heroes, the Tusk and the Night Stalker, still wanting to get their level 6 so they can actually get some kills. But LGD with like the Earthshaker in the off lane, he is already level 6, so they're having a much better start.
So at this point, looking at eHome, last game we saw the Blink Dagger from Old Chicken really opened it up. Is it all about the Blink now? Is there anything else that can get their game going?
Tusk level 6 is also something that they're waiting for, but they have to be careful that they don't wait too long. Maybe is having a good time in mid, and will have his BOTs at some point too. So they actually have a lot of stuns, and Disruptor getting level 6 already is also going to be very difficult for these 3 melee heroes to deal with.
Yeah, you roll in with the snowball. If you don't catch MMY, it just drops that static storm kinetic field and you die.
And if you roll on Disruptor, you're also going to die. And they had the Shaker to follow up on top of that.
The glimpse back, level 6 before the Tusk. 11 feasted upon. LGD looking very poised after that game number 1. Seems they have been able to shake it off. Atlanta will get his Fiend's Grip now. Perhaps a rotation could set something up here. He's looking for the long-range grab. MMY, no way to cancel this one. He used the whole combo of spells previously. Silart looks like he should go down. Immolates in the Pulse Nova, so a counter kill here with the Fiend's Grip debut. As LGD take this time to smoke. It's a level 7 maybe. Now he's got a haste room bottled up. There's no grip available. The lockdown's rather light. It's a bit lacking here on the top lane, and they're moving forward. DDC only level 3, but it can mainly be the Ember who sets this one up. Now he jumps forward. No, just throws out the Remnant. Doesn't want to commit just yet. Now deploying the Flame Guard, burning Lanham a bit, but again, afraid to fully go into this. So that heal will keep Lanham in healthy condition for the moment. E-Home. Just fencing back and forth, but nobody ready to commit. They're waiting for the Tiny.
They're doing a really good job of protecting CTY though. He had that one kill, one death on bottom, and he still only has 758 HP. That's so easy for like an Ember Spirit to kill, even when he gets like one level Sleight of Fist perhaps to dodge the Split Earth. But he is like very, very vulnerable right now. And LGD's kills have not come without a cost. The Gyrocopter has been forced to move around a lot and has fallen behind in terms of CS. He's still a little bit ahead of the Leshrac, but with his score and with the way the past couple of minutes have been going, you really want your Gyrocopter to be a little bit more farm, maybe even like 1,000 gold ahead of the Lesh.
Yeah, he's a little bit, but now Sylar is going to try to extend that lead, uses the call down to clear out a wave, but it also means Evan Lanham can feel a bit more confident about the pressure here, as they did see the call down get used. Perhaps we see the pushing intensify. Old Chicken quickly avalanche taunting the wave mid and pressing on forward, knowing that big ultimate is unavailable for the defense.
Yeah, I guess they want the Gyrocopter to fight a lot more while maybe is farming up his BOTs, and after that maybe they can kind of switch roles in that regard. But Sylar's doing a good job of eking out some efficiency in the jungle.
It's normally how this team has evolved, where, bottom lane, Kaka in some trouble here. They do drop the kinetic field. He's got the TP, and LGD, now that it's nighttime, they're afraid. They do run in, maybe gonna tank the Void off the bat. There's stick charges for the silence, but doesn't want to use it. And while that was going on, they did find a kill on the top lane. Looks like a solo from RTK as he echoed 11. Just another bad engage.
Radiant's top tower is under
11
attack.
has had, this might be his worst tough start ever. 0-2 and 0.
But finally the blink comes out from Tiny. He's going to be able to get another kill. Let's see if he can kill Sylar.
While that's going on, the cooldown gets dropped on the top lane. The Fissure's there. CTY dropping low. Looks like they may lose the Lesh. So close. 60 HP gets up. The Lightning is going to survive for the moment.
Oh, where did he
And simultaneously, Lanham gets trapped out. They use the chains to set it up. They've got the Glimpse available, and they drag him right back into the flames. Maybe with the triple Remnant available, he might need it to get this kill as well. Another chain's coming out. Triple Remnant, just enough. Static Storm gets dropped as 11 rolls in. He still doesn't have the Walrus Punch. We're now 12 minutes in. I am just shocked at how poor a game.
Oh, and now the Blink Dagger reveal on Old Chicken. He really wanted that for that top fight. I think he could have like blinked onto
Bottom
the
rune.
Gyrocopter and tossed him over.
Maybe he's in trouble. There's the silence, the Void as well. He wanted the rune. He ain't gonna get it. That will slow down the Boots of Travel. And as you mentioned, that blink is ready. They've got the vision behind the tower. DDC in danger now. The Avatos, he blinks in, he goes for the dunk, he gets only the Wyvern. Perfectly played. E-Home will strike back. But my God, they have to find a way to activate this Tusk.
I mean, he just got level 6 though. That was a really important kill because it slowed down his BOTs and it gave the two weak melee heroes the levels that they needed. Now Night Stalker's level 7, they have to play around Darkness, and they dropped the ward in between the T1 and the T2 in the mid lane. So it's actually not shaping up to be that great for LGD. Ideally, you want the Ember Spirit to have BOTs, and then you can fight with your Gyrocopter and your Ember Spirit and kind of counter this aggression that E-Home is putting out right now. But they still need a few more minutes on maybe.
BOT's definitely coming soon. Sylar has gone for the early aggression here with the quick drums into the Aquila.
They're kind of
fight
split
early.
in their smoke. Like you see the Earthshaker, or sorry, the Night Stalker and the Tusk moving to the right, and you can see the Tiny signaling out to kill maybe in mid, but they missed their window already. Have to search for other targets.
Yeah, the wave gets shoved in, and then LGD quickly back off. While this is going on, Lanham has been farming the top lane, and you can just see that shift in mentality when it's nighttime, where a support can be here solo. They don't even have backup in range at the beginning of it, but LGD aren't going to take the risk of jumping that.
And they're also playing much better with ROTK. CTY in trouble.
Mid lane, CTY going to dodge it.
But RTK has been involved a lot more in the fights as opposed to, let's say, static farming his Blink Dagger. Oh, nice shards coming out.
Finding DDC in the trees, but he's able to Arctic Burn away. Do they want to pursue this? Doesn't seem like it. Trying to just get the tower instead, but the trade is coming for now with Sylar. Pressuring that bottom lane, the ping's there from CTY. Looking for the slow into the stun. That's going to set it up nicely. He activates the Pulse Nova. They roll in. This is a big kill. He doesn't even bother to commit a call down. Knows it wouldn't be enough. And the tower is going to get denied. And with that, CTY has got his Bloodstone. So it is a fast start here on the left track.
Please, you doubted 11's Tusk. Who are you, LD?
I mean, did you see the start he had? He has done a good job of catching up. That was a very fortuitous gank on the Ember bot. Now back in the game, 1-2 and 1.
And well on his way to having a mech, although bottom network on the side of eHome.
Maybe because of the BOTs, they're making their jump on the Kaka. It might be nighttime, but they have a Winter's Curse to lock him in position, try to finish him off. The chains are there. Old Chicken arrives, though, again, shutting down the Wyvern. Knowing the chains aren't cooldown, we'll just quickly TP away. So maybe can't counterplay it, but there's the Bloodstone. 15 minutes in. Good timing here for CTY.
Yeah, the Ember Spirit, though, going to prove to be a problem with the Boots of Travel. They're not really able to have the resources spread out enough around the map, whereas maybe is going to be much more efficient with his farming and his killing. So now eHome's like kind of maybe worried about being behind in terms of farm or in gank, and kind of have to commit, I think, heavier on the gank.
Well, the nighttime wearing off fairly soon here. So we'll have to see if they want to continue to be aggressive. Darkness cooling down for some time. That window might close a little bit.
I think they should. They still have the Blink Dagger on the Tiny, and he hasn't really died that much, so they can keep him like equally underfarmed to Ember Spirit, I would say, in terms of how often they want to spend around roaming around the map.
I mean, they show both their gankers mid. And now the Crow does bark, and eHome are gonna back off to the woods now. It seems during the day they aren't really ready to be aggressive with the Night Stalker, but Tiny might go for the gank.
Their wards are set up to push the mid tower, though. Like, it's all around that side of the map. Looks like they might be able to snag a haste rune for an important hero on bottom.
RTK moving in. Lanham there on the other side of the trees. The stun comes out from around the tree line. Just narrowly. Yeah,
so now both teams know they have wards. CTY almost hit a blind stun, and ROTK also fissured into the fog, or what eHome thought was the fog. So now it's time to set up a D ward.
Or maybe the 6-minute god has just become the 16-minute god. No, they know, and the sentries do come out.
So it looks like he wants to go a Yule's build. This is pretty good versus Disruptor. It is really good against the Blink Earthshaker if you're really quick on your fingers, and it's especially good versus Ember Spirit at removing his Flame Guard, but not actually being able to kill him. They still have to rely on the Tiny in order to have that instant cast.
LGD do start to group up and getting more aggressive forward towards bottom. They're only leaving DDC on the mid lane for now to try and hold the wave. And eHome also starting to congregate a bit.
Yeah, I think they
wants to D-ward here, but he's walked into glimpse range. This is trouble. Fissure coming out, and it'll be a quick and decisive kill on the bait.
They wanted to smoke there, but only after the ward had been dewarded, because they knew because of that fissure. So they had to wait just a little bit, and it ended up being too long.
Quick backstab. CTY with a nice kill there, but Old Chicken's in quite far. The Gyrocopter looking to punish this. There's the fissure. A lot of magic damage, and LGD will grab a freebie. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 around the map. Bane earlier, and then a 1-for-1 mid. Tower not quite in deny range.
Yeah, that was overextension by Tiny. He kind of expected his team to follow him up, but they were really worried about being split across by the fissure from ROTK, and that could have trapped like 3 heroes instead of 1. So I think it was a good call by the rest of eHome to not follow the Tiny in, even though he's a very high net worth hero at this point. CTY getting out of control in terms of his net worth. His Yules plus Bloodstone looks like it's going to come out before 20 minutes.
At the same time, you mentioned it early that RTK was having a much better start and an impact, and he's already got a blink. This is huge for him. He wants to set up on CTY here. This could be the blink reveal. Jumping in, the echo's there. Can he lock CTY down sufficiently? He does have the Bloodstone deny available. He's hesitating a little bit, does get it off in the end. Still, down to 6 charges. That's what you want to see. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, they also make their go on to DDC, so it is, once again, a 1-for-1, but with, of course, the suicide as well as the tower denied by DDC. Now Cooldown getting dropped on the top lane. Old Chicken could easily tank that.
It's under attack.
This will open up access into the dire jungle a bit. Old 11 pokes his head out, gets a ward down, and will back away.
Ember Spirit actually saving up a lot of gold and thought he might be going for something different, but still will be the Battle Fury build.
I don't think I've seen an Ember not go that build in a very long time. Sometimes you'll see the Manta first, but...
Yeah, I mean, I guess Drums is the other option that he might have been considering.
I saw one Maelstrom.
Maelstrom's not bad. I think it's underutilized, but some people like the Drums pickup in case you get caught out by the Tiny, but if you're only going to farm out with your Flame Guard, or if you're very confident in your ability to not get caught out, then you can get away with this very low HP build, because most of the time you have treads to make up for that, but going BOTs and no Drums is very risky versus a Tiny. They also have Cold Embrace, so I suppose it's not that risky, but...
So those utility items are coming out now. The Drums you mentioned, as well as the Yule Scepter for CTY. And it is now nighttime again. Roll a full Howl. Let's see, do eHome look to make a play on the back of this?
I think they need a Glimmer on this side of eHome. They need it really badly because LG doesn't really have that much physical damage right now. Gyrocopter committing to an early BKB, Ember Spirit, still not that farmed yet, so almost all their damage is going to be magical, especially with ROTK's early Blink pickup. And Glimmer Cape is going to be really useful in helping out Tiny and Lesh, who have really large HP pools right now.
Daka will pop the Darkness here. Just wanted to help get a ward down, but decreasing the chance LGD will spot him planning that one, and indeed, once again, able to get it out without being detected.
eHome's Observer wards have consistently been much better than LGD's, though.
But it feels like they haven't really been able to capitalize on it.
That's because they have a really poor early game, but this is how they usually play, right? Regardless of whether or not they have a bad early game, then they try to control the map with Night Stalker and have very aggressive Observer wards, set up kills with the Tusk, and get a lot of farm on CTY as well as Old Chicken. Old Chicken setting up for a defense on the top lane. This tower is very low, but LGD don't have to worry about Darkness for that much longer.
And they do have the Glyph available. Currently, Flame Guard is not active. Maybe he's actually dangerous. Really close to being a kill here, if that +1's able to get into position in time. As the pressure also comes in the bottom lane, Lanham does get Echo Slam. There's the jump in from RTK, trying to focus him down. They managed to secure it, and at the same time, Old Chicken did jump in up back towards the top lane. The missile hunting him down. The tower does get killed off by Maybe, and Old Chicken unable to find the kill there on Maybe in the end. So.
But they note that the supports TP'd out and that Sylar is kind of left alone, so they're actually looking for a kill on the Gyrocopter.
Looks like Old Chicken's in a bit of trouble here. He's got Pack-Up, though, coming in. Old 11 wants to go on Sylar. It seemed like Old Chicken wanted to go the other direction onto the Ember, but in the end, they will corral the Gyro. Maybe forced to watch his friend die. But they did get the tower out of that.
His Remnant's actually not in that great of a spot. If he's forced to Remnant, he might get caught out by CTY.
He even chucks the Remnant towards CTY, who's like, ooh, Ember.
Oh, that could have been actually really bad for...
Just out of range, it looked like.
Maybe.
He's going to try to TP out here and should make it. And now much closer to the Battle Fury as he did get the tower last hit. On a pretty decent clip.
So eHome doing a good job of mitigating their losses. The Bane on bottom, they could have committed with more heroes, but they weren't actually sure how many heroes were behind the Earthshaker. But they assumed that 2 heroes had already TP'd in and looking for a much more prize kill in the Gyrocopter. And LGD, again, with not that great of coordination, they kind of leave 2 heroes stranded out in the middle of nowhere. Ember Spirit already has his Remnant, so he's not really stranded, but Gyrocopter certainly the target. And they kind of honed in on him, especially when he realized he didn't have his BKB out yet. Maybe with the protection of the T1 tower, eHome don't go for that play.
Yeah, in the end, it's only a Bane as well, so that's where eHome, they know an Echo Slam's come in. It's a pretty heavy investment as they're looking to make the jump on the top lane. Sylar, he just went down once earlier this same lane. It might be cursed for him. There's the punch up back into the air, and Sylar will fall. Maybe try to join the fight and turn this one around. CTY, very tanky though, quickly chewing through the Flame Guard. Maybe gonna have to back off. Will retreat out, so they get to the Wyvern falling as well, and Kaka and Old Chicken looking for more towards the Dire base. They catch on him a bit. Could go for this. RTK blinking in, but that's right as the glimpse back occurs. So eHome not able to find that 3rd or 4th kill, but it looks like they will get the tower off of this.
And now you're seeing more of the reason why Leshrac was picked. He's so good at doing damage through the Cold Embrace. On top of that was a really good read by CTY. He overlapped a lot of the stun with the Fiend's Grip, knowing that the Fiend's Grip would actually be canceled very early. And all they had to do was prevent Gyrocopter from popping his BKB until he was like below 20%. So it was really crucial that he cast his Split Earth at the time that he did. Very nice play.
And now ramps up the map control for eHome. They're going to get a Shadow Blade here. onto Old Chicken. So he'll have another way to initiate and kind of lock them up in their base. Obviously, the Night Stalker looks probably towards the Ags or the Gem at some point here.
Now they have to fear so many things. They have to fear like Night Stalker seeing them before they see him. They have to fear the Blink from the Tiny, the Shadow Blade from the Tiny, and the Yule's initiation from Leshrac, like the Grit from the Fog, like we just saw. Like
soon a Glimmer Cape on Lanham, it looks like.
There's so many things running through LGD's head. Like, I'm not sure if I can farm out safely, and they are all just very, very scared right now. And if you don't play too carefully, you're going to die.
Well, there's the debut of the Shadow Blade. Old Chicken quickly slaughtering the Ember Spear. That's exactly what you want to use it for.
This is one of the trade-offs of going the BOT build. Like, if he had just a little bit more HP, he might have.
MMY, he's trying to go on a little Glimmer mission here, but he is going to get caught out momentarily. He drops the Static Storm. It's not much of a catch, only grabbing Old 11. It's after the Shards got committed. They might lose Old 11. There's the Blink Echo onto C2I. Perhaps they've got the follow-up to make this one work out. They do lose the Disruptor, as well as the Ember Spirit up top from earlier. Now the Gyrocopter looks to turn it. Sylar jumping in. He committed the call down already. The Rocket Barrage is there. The Bloodstone denied. Not sure if he actually had it in that fight. He didn't manage to get it off. Ends up going down to the chain stun. And now RTK blinking it again. This could be the third kill for LGD. No, not quite enough damage. I guess they let him go here, at least for now. But top lane, there's a Tiny. He's beating the crap out of the tier 3 tower while this is all happening. Huge objective being grabbed. And finally, this will prompt the TPO, but Sylar continues to chase, looking for Lanham. On the Bane, the Void comes out, looking to slow him down. They get up the Brain Sap, Old Chicken's home, and he's looking to roost, trying to find Sylar, gets the toss-off, smacks him, clubs him, not quite enough. There's another jump by RTK. Beautiful control here. He's got the Fissure as well, trapping in Old Chicken. The Gyrocopter will plummet down to Earth, but he's dead again. ROTK, talk about boom or bust. Last game, he was the GOAT. But this game, he looks to play the role of the hero. 5-0-5. Single-handedly, it feels, winning these fights. That's a 2 for 5. And in the end, a 5,200 gold swing.
Hellbear Smasher coming through with the Thunderclap. I'm not actually sure if he would have died without that. He was under Cold Embrace, and they had already used all their nukes, so kind of working against LGD there. So that's a lot of damage on the T3 that you do not want this early in the game. And keep in mind that Ember Spirit had died right before that. So although it looked pretty favorable for LGD, still getting some crucial kills up in there.
Suddenly a Force Staff up on RTK as well. He's keeping up with the farm of
he is
the
playing
Troopers.
so much better than last game, though. I think his team, might have said something to him. It's like,
have we jinxed him?
We need you involved.
I thought we may have jinxed him. The commentator's curse is strong, but not as strong as RTK's Spidey senses.
But now we see BKB starting to come out too for eHome, most notably on CTY. They do not have much anti-BKB. And Bane was really close to his Glimmer Cape. He had 1350 gold before that last fight. Looks like he will complete it on the top lane.
So there was an Invis Ring collected by Old 11. He was hoping to find someone bottom, but RTK just patiently waited behind maybe Zember.
There's already a gem picked up too. ROTK also, on top of having a Blink and a Force Staff, he fed the gem to the Winter Wyvern.
After that last fight, I suppose he collected a lot of gold. Big pickups for him. Old Chicken now moseying through the river, heading towards the top lane.
Oh, they might get a free kill on Tiny because of this.
Let's see if they can catch him out.
Yeah,
here.
he might actually roam because he has no idea that they have a gem.
Do they have any? Yeah, they do. You're right. The Sentry available as well. Not that they're going to need. There's the Winter's Curse. Triple Remnant forward. And quickly, or actually not triple, only one, but enough to get the kill anyway. Meanwhile, RTK is in the lane bottom.
I still don't know if they have if they know that he has a gem. He probably thinks they just had a Sentry Ward because he tried to invis at the last moment. So I still don't think that's gem reveal.
Yeah, he did get ambushed there. RTK was poked up pretty far bottom lane, but he's almost off the minimap right now.
ROTK in place for a huge dunk bottom, though, in case eHome try to trade towers.
They've got the call down available. Ember does have his Battle Fury. There's some AoE to combo with this.
It's looking like they really need the Night Stalker Ags. LGD has just been catching them out of position so often. But they don't want to wait that long. Ember Spirit and Gyrocopter getting pretty strong, although not really utilizing the Ancient stacks as often as perhaps Sylar would like.
I mean, do you think eHome are getting enough done right now? Because I just see an Ember a Gyro farming.
I mean, do you see CTY's net worth? It's still way above Sylar's.
Do you, I mean, at what point do you say, okay, our Leshrac is farmed enough, let's go take objectives?
Well, they have the BKB, so it looks like now.
Okay. eHome grouping up mid. They smoke. It will be Old 11 in front. CTY close behind him, a freshly grabbed plate mail, so 18 armor. Let's go with the Magic immunity, and Ancients are getting stacked here. RTK is going to be the one that reveals the gank. He tries to force that away, but they've got way too much control. All good things must come to an end, and RTK's streak does. They also find the Ancient stack, but they're not really the best lineup to farm this up with. Old Chicken still no Aghanim Scepter. They're lacking that physical damage, but not the scouting potential as he Shadow Blades up.
Yeah, but it's a dominating move by Ehom, though, kind of trying to control that Ancients.
There could be. Snowball forward. They found MMY. They get up the curse, though, preventing Old Chicken from doing his damage. Now the Static Storm trying to turn this one around. Sylar engaging, pop the call down, engages with Rocket Barrage. Lanham already committed his grip for this, so he doesn't have much to help out. It's up to CTY to do the damage, but Sylar's BKB keeps him in fighting shape. They kill off the Centaur, and CTY is the one on the run. They're going to earn him. He does have the Bloodstone as well as the Yules. Lana backing off, though, just not much backup. It's completely LGD on the chase here. The Fisher coming through the chains as well. Yules is going to dodge that rocket, but still, with the homing missile not connecting, that doesn't really affect LGD. They want to continue pursuit from the backside. Kaka tries to slow them down, so RTK, he turns and heads the other direction. He wants now the Night Stalker instead. Fisher comes in, there's the BOTs forward from maybe, searching for the Vampire. Can he get him? Force Staff, Sleight of Fist chains, and a connection. And this will be the death of Kaka. Another grab. LGD, a very nice hold. More importantly, perhaps, than the kills, the tower also stands.
So constantly catching out the Tiny Shadow Blade build, not really paying off for him. He might even have to go for a BKB before the Scepter at this rate. They don't necessarily need him for the damage right now, just because they have so many ways to counter his initiation. But yeah, he constantly gets caught out at this point.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So good sacrifice by the Night Stalker. He wanted to keep tabs on the Winter Wyvern, seeing if they were clear to go with the Glimmer Cape. And pays with his life.
So what do you think needs to go differently in the next fight for Ehom?
Kill the Winter Wyvern, I think. That was a really nice Winter's Curse, which pretty much locked Ehom into that fight, as well as buying time for ROTK to buy back TP to the mid T3 and potentially lead up with a big Echo Slam after that. But they've been having a really big time just like finding the right target in the fight. So I think Night Stalker needs his Ags as soon as possible, but CTY has been taking up a lot of the farm on the map. Tiny still needs his BKB, so I'm not sure when he's going to get it.
I just haven't, as much as the Letrex farm, we haven't really seen CTY converting it too much into kills or objectives as of late. He's still only at 8 Bloodstone charges.
Well, he can't catch anyone with the Yules. Like Gyro can just BKB out of it. Ember Spirit can.
Right, and I mean, is
spells.
that farm gonna convert? I guess is the question. Because they already have the 1 BKB on Gyro. I imagine at some point we do see one on the Ember. And then what does CTY do?
Power farm, I suppose. That's one of the benefits that Leshrac has in this sort of game, where he can't actually get solo kills. He's been able to farm up so many camps and so much faster than Sylar.
Well, the 2 old men, 11 and Chicken, now roaming down from that top.
I'm just waiting for all of them to be named old Kaka, old CTY.
The more they win with it, the bottom lane, Kaka gets caught out. They do grab the Night Stalker here. Committed a lot with the Static Storm, but well worth it. I mean, 11 changed his name to Old 11, and then he had an amazing performance. So I was thinking that maybe it's good luck. This team seems to be very superstitious. You've got the victory since 1841 sweater that I'm not sure if Lanham's washed his entire time here in Frankfurt.
I think Ember Spirit having a pretty successful game thus far is kind of a result of last game, where they had a lot of tools to deal with the Ember Spirit, most notably Broodmother destroying the Ember's lane, but on top of that, the Tiny with a Blink Dagger and the Wind Ranger for the long duration shackle. This game, they also have somewhat similar tools, but I think they're like, oh, we don't have to worry about him this game because of what happened to him last game, and now it's proving that they can't actually kill him really easily, although Old Chicken may prove me otherwise.
As the game continues, it just feels like that the tempo is much more comfortable for LGD, much slower, more about split push, not being forced to constantly, frantically scramble to engagements at like the 15 to 20 minute mark.
CTY, he's going to have to be really quick about his... I don't think he can get out from this.
He doesn't have
regardless of...
He does have the BKB BOTs, but they have that curse in range. No, DDC's pretty far away. CTY might be able to make his way out. He's fully committed to this one, and now the curse comes through. The BOT is already committed. CTY is trapped, and is going to go down. No Bloodstone denied there. Big grab for LGD.
surprised he didn't. Bloodstone deny right there. So Ehome will walk away with a T1 unless ROTK has something to say about it.
He's got the Blink Force Echo. He can really jump Old Chicken if he wants to. He begins it with a Fissure. Blinking in Enchant Totem as well, right as the tower will fall. His last hit by Old Chicken, so he gets that gold. And he's going into a BKB still skipping the eggs.
Yeah, they're playing very, very scared. Just teamwork is just not the same as last game. Night Stalker, for example, ditching CTY early in the game and having him killed on bottom. I think that Lanham was very scared to make a play there, and they just constantly do not have vision of LGD's heroes. How many heroes are sitting behind ROTK?
It is going to be a big Ancient stack now. LGD farming up a lot of additional gold. Sylar now, suddenly, MKB is going to be purchased, it looks like, flying out on the Courier. He's already gone back for the Dominator a while ago, so he's been able to increase his income by quite a large amount. And it seems like the only hero that can really match this level of farm is the Leshrac.
I think he needs a Blink Dagger to be mobile. He needs, because there's this like huge area that they can't go in because of the call down on top of the Winter's Curse and the Earthshaker Echo Slam. If he can like somehow blink and then use the Earthshaker, that's a very good way to start off the fight. And then the melee heroes can kind of file in as he runs in with this BKB. And this way, they don't have to worry about the Winter's Curse and the Echo Slam. But as it stands right now, he's just kind of forced to walk in, and he has to like wait for the call down. He doesn't want to get Winter's Curse and just can't really walk into the backline of LGD where he will do the most damage.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I haven't seen CTY going for any of those more utility items. I think more of your hard carry Lesh build up.
Yeah.
Aside from the Yules.
He needs to pick it up though, I think after the Shiva's Guard. Although after that he's 6-slotted.
And then I guess you start to ask, what does he replace?
I guess BOT2s into maybe a Scythe instead of a Yules, I suppose.
And, well, meanwhile, you look at LGD, there's a lot of item progression available for this squad. Not often you see a Tiny line up at 36 minutes where the Tiny needs help to clear the Ancients, but Old Chicken is looking a little rubbery.
I think it's a good choice for him to go to BKB though. Like it's clear that he just dies in this fight because he doesn't have the magic immunity. They scout him out, and now that they have the gem, there's no way he can catch him off guard with the Shadow Blade. So he needed it, and CTY is doing his lion's share of farming. More than enough for the both of them.
Curious to see what maybe he's going to go for here. He's got the Ultimate Orb as well as the Crystallis. So a little bit of defense, a little bit of offense. He's also got Sylar who can really assist with that. Not only does he have the MKB, but now he's got another 2,000 gold picked up as a hasted DDC is going to jump in with the Arctic Burn. Everybody blinking out. It's a game of whack-a-mole here. Who's he going to find? Gets the curse on Old 11, and CTY is just going to have to run another pickoff for LGD. It just seemed to more and more be the team that's comfortable to move out and go for objectives.
Still could have been 2 kills though.
Good reactions there by Ehome, but it is going to cost them a potential Roshan.
Oh, actually, they had the Night Stalker Axe. This is much quicker than I expected coming out.
They want to contest this. BOTs are available for CTY, so he can join the team.
Yeah, they have to de-ward first, though. There are actually 2 Observer wards, and Roshan's actually going down pretty slowly, only at half HP right now. And once they clear this next Observer ward, maybe they can go in, but Lanham not really wanting to clear that Observer ward.
Oh, Kaka, he sees what's going on, but can they get there in time? The pings are coming out, the team's rotating. We've been waiting for a big team fight this entire series, but is it going to happen? Old Chicken blinking in, gets off the Avalanche, goes onto the Roche. Last hit going to the Dire. Who's going to grab that Aegis? Everybody skirmishing in the pit. It's finally the Gyro who picks it up. So everything going here the way of LGD as Old Chicken will fall. MMY will be the trade, though. So far 2 for 1, but round 2 of that life now begins. CTY looking for the Sun. Sylar did already commit his BKB, but then RTK leaps in with the Echo, looking to be the savior here. They are going to bring down the Bane, and now looking for more. CTY held in position by the Troll Trap. He's got the Bloodstone tonight, may have no choice but to use it if RTK leaps in again. He jumps forward, there's the Suicide. They've lost the Leshrac again, their key farmer, and then the Embrace keeping RTK alive. Snowball forward, they can't seem to kill anyone off though. The 2 hero chains, maybe once more. He rushes in, Flame Guard reactivated and engaged, and now the Fissure just barely clipping Kaka. It's ROTK again and again. Stun after stun, meet the club as LGD completely swing this game on its head.
Whew,
5 heroes
The Aegis was there for like a good 3 seconds. So I was like, who's going to pick it up? Nice patience from ROTK. waiting for that fight, and eHome just took a little bit too long to get there. Had they started off the fight a few seconds earlier, maybe they could have prevented the roast from falling in. With Gyrocopter out of the fight that early, I think it probably would have swung eHome's way, but just all the items have been coming out just a little bit too slow. The Glimmer Cape first on the Bane, like the BKB on the Leshrac, the Night Stalker Ags, everything's been like 1 or 2 minutes late because of the excellent start that LGD had. I think mostly due to MMY.
Can I just point out that RTK is 10-1-7 on an offlane Earthshaker? I can't even count the number of times that we've had a panel session where people are saying, you know, offlane Earthshaker generally isn't that good. I don't know why anyone's picking it. This guy's been involved in 17 of 25 kills, Ben, and he's only died once. He's got a BKB.
They had a good start for him too, and it's, I guess a Night Stalker support isn't the greatest at zoning him, but they blocked that creep, the creep pool spawn for him, which I think is pretty big.
Yeah, and the Night Stalker, it's worth remembering, was running around for a while trying to find the ward that was over here in the trees towards that bottom rune, and never was able to do it.
RTK actually went for a BKB, so now he's kind of immune to the tiny jump and the Leshrac.
They need
Yule's initiation.
They don't have physical damage right now. Like, I don't even really count the tiny that much.
Yeah, in retrospect, Old Chicken probably wishes that he went a Scepter instead of a Shadow Blade, but he probably didn't think that LGD would retain a gem for so long, nor pick it up so early.
In fact, now they've got 2 gems. That was one of the other
casualties. They're actually using
a
kobold, a smoked kobold to scout out their positioning.
Very interesting. They just want that extra bit of movement speed, perhaps. Fast Raptor, straight out of Jurassic Park.
So it looks like Ember Spirit committed for a Eye of Scotty build, and they're keeping the HOD creep, I think, with them so that maybe can BOT onto the creep. Last game there was summons, this game it will be the HOD, but Eye of Scotty, much better synergy, I think, with the Cold Embrace and I mean, what other item is there? I guess Manta style for the silence, but Night Stalker hasn't proven to be that much of a problem this game, and it's not particularly great versus Leshrac's amount of AoE nor Tiny's cleave.
I mean, and they lost the gem, so at this point, you know, what the Scepter is still decent, but not nearly as scary.
Yeah, they kind of need to stall out for the next 3 minutes while LGD kind of while they wait for the gem to refresh.
Well, while they're waiting for gems to refresh, LGD are wasting no time in pressing up mid. The creep wave will arrive soon, and they'll continue this assault. Tier 2. There's a glyph available, CTY. Still waiting to see the Leshrac activated this game. He's gotten 1 kill in it feels like the past 20 to 30 minutes. Been very quiet as of late.
Yeah, now they have a good span of daytime.
Look for the jump. There's the dunk. It's the return of the king into the entire eHome backlines as RTK leaps forward. They've almost killed off the Leshrac again. It's the totem once more. No mercy here from the captain of LGD. They do get a grip though, and maybe he's in pretty far. He's got 1 of the 2 gems. He may end up paying for this fissure coming through. Where's the backup? Sylar just kind of sitting back and watching it happen there because they're busy chasing Old Chicken to the periphery of the fight. They do end up bringing down the Disruptor here, but somehow able to jump away. Is maybe close to dying. The Walrus Punch almost cooled down. Not quite in time. His Old Chicken is being chased here. He's going to get dunked by the missile. He's got the backup of CTY. It was a buyback, though, forced out of the Leshrac. They need to get more out of this. There's the long range push in, leaping forward. He wants Sylar so bad. Can he get the kill? He will. I almost feel like he still needs more after that buyback. In the end, they only get the Gyrocopter. It cost them a Lesh and a buyback.
And they didn't actually end up getting a gem, I don't think, out of that exchange.
I thought they were going to get the Ember, but he ended up just miraculously escaping with the gem. Oof. That would have been big, considering that they really need one to go with that Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Still on cooldown for 2 minutes.
Very good jump by ROTK once again on the backline. And the Winter Wyvern with the Cold Embraces are just devastating. eHome can't really focus anyone down. They don't have that much AoE, especially without Tiny having his Ag Scepter and with Lesh not really being able to do that much damage in these fights because of the mass BKBs.
Let's see, what is Old Chicken going to go for now? Spends the gold, picks up the Hyperstone. So yeah, he's just totally ignoring the Ags. It is pretty late at this point to be thinking about farming. Well, looks like maybe the AC could be a possibility now to try and deal with all the physical damage from LGD. Still, Leshrac down to 3 Bloodstone charges. My goodness.
The AC is also, I think, a lot better if he's going to get Winter's Cursed, too. He's died a couple of times to it already.
So eHome, after that whole engagement, they now find themselves down only 8,000 gold, which at this stage really isn't all that much. The experience graph around 8,002. So numerically, it feels like a pretty even game, I would say, for 44 minutes in. How do you feel the teams are matching up as we head towards the Ultra?
I mean, I think I agree with you that CTY has a lot of farm, but he hasn't actually been able to do that much with it. The Yule's initiation, not great versus the BKBs and the Ember Spirit, and just too many BKBs coming out from LGD. And on top of that, he's died a lot with that high amount of net worth without being able to deny himself with the Bloodstone, which has given LGD a lot more gold than they should have been able to get.
Oh, they might be able to make the jump in. DDC leaping forward, but there's a quick blink out. And then the Glimmer Cape. Everybody retreating here on the side of eHome, still pressing forward. LGD group up. So is there anything that changes the equation for you, or is that just where the numbers are even more misleading and eHome's actually even farther behind in your department?
It's still, I think, the Night Stalker with the Ags. He is the key to try and blow up these heroes before the BKB, but like, let's say they jump the Earthshaker, they need to make sure they control the Winter Wyvern too, or he'll just turn it around with the Cold Embrace into a Winter's Curse. So
they did buy a new gem, by the way.
Yeah, this is the thing they have to do. They have to fight, I think, before the next Aegis too. Or else, like, I mean, look at Gyrocopter's items. He has BKB, Satanic, and Monkey King Bar. He will just be able to crush them in BKB wars.
Yeah, maybe he can just kind of kite at this point. He doesn't even need to be the man up front.
I mean, he does a lot of damage too. Like, he can kite and still do a ton of damage with his Daedalus and Battle Fury, so.
LGD looking for that decisive blow. They're up on the high ground. eHome in trouble here. The Fissure comes through. The curse onto Kaka. CTY gets trapped out. He's going to engage, but RTK laughs and chances Totem, and BKB's Liz going to back off. Old Chicken leaping forward, trying to isolate the Earthshaker, keep that big team fight out of the engagement for now. Old Chicken trying to Avatoss and combo him down, but he's backed up by Maybe, as well as Sylar. eHome just so slow to get into this fight. Old Chicken's in the front door way before them, but the curse was committed. They still have the Static Storm, and down into the river they're gonna go, trying to hound Sylar and finish him off. The Satanic was committed, but it's while he's stunned. He heads up dropping. Maybe now trapped out a little bit. Still no big damage coming out from LGD, and they have lost a lot of their key heroes. Now the TP out attempted by RTK. Not gonna happen though, as he gets Lesh stunned, snowballed on, and blown up. eHome finding two big picks there and punching through the LGD defenses, and now maybe into the trees to blink out. Can they find him? They do have the vision. So they have the toss, no mana.
I bet CTY wish he went blink now.
Just for that one
yeah,
swag moment.
Still, eHome, the Night Stalker with the Ags, they finally didn't get jumped. There were two heroes. ROTK hesitated just a tiny bit, and then they split up, and then it was just a one-man Winter's Curse coming out from Winter Wyvern, and I think the big player of that fight was Old Chicken. He kind of ran around the back lines, and he BKB'd and homed in on the Winter Wyvern. And then the other four heroes, aside from Sylar, went to go protect the Winter Wyvern, and just left Sylar isolated, thinking that his BKB and his Satanic would let him survive, but actually it doesn't, because they have so many stuns to follow up. And I mean, it was no way he's going to be able to leech.
It was impressive that Old Chicken jumps in and basically zones back 3-4 heroes as they were all busy trying to deal with him. Maybe we'll take a pretty heavy beating here in the top lane, but is able to jump out. And now the AC complete for Old Chicken. So another big item. In the mid lane, it looks like CTY is going to nearly complete that Octarine core now, getting the Soul Booster. So we are about to see, like, more or less fully 6-slotted Leshrac. Maybe, as you mentioned, you could get the Hex, replace that Yules.
Still a little bit of nighttime left while this Roshan is going to respawn near a maximum time of 11 minutes.
Well, that's where having the Night Stalker with the Ags and the Gem is so important, because you look at LGD's just pure AoE, fighting in the pit is terrifying. But with the vision advantage, anything is possible.
So they really need Old Chicken, I think, to get the Aegis and survive another fight. He is falling behind in terms of farm, especially without the Ag Scepter. But decent single target damage. I wonder if he's going to change his Shadow Blade into a Silver Edge to conserve slots, because you don't really want to sell the Shadow Blade at this point when you don't have the luxury of 10,000 gold access. So I think he has to make do with his slots, and I guess maybe you go like Silver Edge and Moonshard and hope that you get the Aegis for your 6th slot.
Yeah, the damage reduction is still quite nice, even if the disabling passives isn't really going to come into play.
And of course the HP, even the MAME is pretty useful in BKB man fights, which he has been doing in this game.
I hate getting maimed. It's one of those.
You don't like getting crunched?
Not particularly.
Sounds like your bones are breaking. Well, Roshan is up, and
probably what happens when Tiny hits you in general.
let's see, maybe has reunited with this team, so this will be a full 5-on-5.
Here comes the big blast. Sylar, the man in front, they're going to jump in off the bat. He got up the BKB though. The Static Storm gets dropped. Try to zone some of these eHome heroes back. They snowball forward. Then the call down deploy. That's going to keep eHome out of the fight. At least it would seem so. As RTK hangs on, tries to find his opening, but does get caught by the Yule Scepter. Needs the BKB. And now the Curse keeping CTY in position. The Fissure comes through and keeps Old 11 back. Old Chicken's too low to engage. It seems like LGD are getting the upper hand here, trying to focus on CTY. They get the kill on the last track. No buyback available. Dead for 100 seconds. They got to win this one without it, but who's going to deliver the damage? They just don't have it. So they chase forward looking for more. The Remnant up. DDC also blinking in pursuit. The Fissure again. RTK keeps on finding the openings. Kaka, this could be another gem down for him, and it is going to be a triple for Sylar. LGD. They may just go for the GG right here, or at least try to take that lane of Rex. No glyph available. Tier 2 only up.
eHome had a split of ideas in that fight. They wanted to blink and stun lock the gyrocopter. We could see the blink punch almost come out from the tusk, but they didn't actually connect with it. And then after that, they're like, okay, we want it back. If we file up this, we're gonna get hit by like a 4-man Static Storm with a multiple-man Winter's Curse on top of everyone getting flacked down. That was the worst place for eHome to fight, but CTY kind of made them commit to that fight, trying to isolate ROTK up on that cliff. But without his team there to follow up on that, that was...
And RTK still BKB, so it's just how are you going to kill him?
Yeah, I don't agree with CTY's choice to go up there, and neither did his team.
Well, the farming Leshrac not paying off the way that the CTY Queen of Pain has in games past, and now LGD on the precipice of elimination have taken one lane of Rax as well as an additional melee, so effectively 2 for most intents and purposes. They find themselves very close to forcing that deciding game 3 and resetting the series.
He just doesn't have the mobility. Like he has to pop his BKB very early on in fights, and he's
just not able to burst anyone down either. It doesn't seem like he's getting any quick kills this game.
They also don't have that great setup for him, though. I guess a single target with tiny stun toss, but overall, here we go. CTY, BOT's only level 1.
They actually managed to recover their gem after all that. LGD didn't even care. Not sure if they actually saw it, but it is the Roshan now, the new contest, and oh my goodness.
They have to remove that Observer Ward, though. I guess I can't really see that much with Darkness, but that's only going to last for so long.
Well, Ben, this team fight just got extremely hard. BKB up on the Ember against still predominantly magic damage, and now a refresher on DDC.
Oh my.
I feel like there's very few games where you see a Wyvern get a refresher unless that team has lost 2 lanes of Rax, where you're not like, oh god.
I actually think they kill him instead of ROTK. ROTK, I think you just have to disable his Blink Dagger. You don't necessarily have to kill him, just make sure he doesn't get a good echo.
So Remnant down in the pit, and the shards get thrown out. They're trying to scout here as DDC engages. He's the first man in. He tries to get off that curse, and it will be on Kaka, locking him in position while the Sleight of Fist comes through. And then curse number 2 onto CTY. Then the echo! ROTK raining down the hammer and beating the living daylights out of eHome so hard that they instantly tap out. Their former leader just punched them in the mouth. He ends this game with an incredible performance. 12-2-12 on the big stage in a key moment. There were rumors of team dissension. You would not know it from how they played this one.
Yeah, what a performance from ROTK. Maybe, all of LGD playing spectacularly after that game 1.
The king has returned, and to find out what's next after his coronation, we'll hand it back to Paul and the analysts.
Indeed, the king has returned. LGD tie things up 1-1 as they head off for a quick break. They'll give us a chance on the panel to discuss game 2. Jacob, start with you.
You can't really tell that these teams are enemies right now. You just see Lanem scratching MMY in the hair before going off. Those two have obviously played together for a long time before splitting up. Great game by RTK, really redeeming himself after that Doom Blitz game.
No, this game around his Earthshaker was a lot more clean with the execution. It really felt like the Doom game, he was just uncomfortable because I haven't actually seen him play it that often, but with a hero like Earthshaker, it's a hero that people have been playing since the beginning of Dota 1, even Dota 2, and so he was able to have a lot more impact that time around, and I felt like this is what you saw, or what they had hoped to get when there's not a Brute in the game.
Syndred?
I also think DDC is worth mentioning in this game on the Winter Wyvern. I think it made a very big difference this time around compared to game number 1 where he just got shut down entirely. This time, countless good cold embraces, a couple of good Winter's Curses as well that really kept them alive in the fights. And that seemed to be the name of the game for them. They wanted to extend the fight so long that BKBs expired, and then boom, ROTK comes in with one good Echo Slam after the other.
I think one thing we could discuss as well is the momentum loss you seem to get on Tiny when you don't go for the Aghanim Scepter. We saw No Tail in the OG game that they lost. He didn't have an Aghanim Scepter, and now Old Chicken, no Scepter either. I feel like the damage output, the damage potential from the Tiny sort of fades out really quickly. We also saw him split pushing the top lane for a long time and didn't really do anything.
Yeah, and part of the problem right now too was that you see in this engagement, all they have to do is all in onto the Leshrac. Once he dies, they have no more damage sources.
Things started off very well for LGD. It was almost like a bit of a sandwich for them, a jam sandwich, you could say. The first part was absolutely fine. The middle part of the game, though, seemed to be slipping away from them at one point. Ehome trying to take control in that mid-game.
Unfortunate difference in targets here. I think the brain sap on the gyrocopter could have made the difference.
I think the bigger issue is the decision for the Tiny. Before this clip in between the two, he decided to go for the split push at top. He did some damage to the tier 3, but during all of that engagement, I feel like if he was just there was no BKBs or anything like that for him to worry about. A lot of the big abilities were already used. If he's there, I feel like they're able to win that, and they have to. Like, this is not a late game geared lineup as you saw when they lacked damage.
At least not with the builds they went for. There was a little bit of an inconsistency, because if he goes for the Shadow Blade, which is more of a... I think he built it solely to try to catch off the Ember Spirit, and he managed to one time. And that's just not enough to invest 3,000 gold into with the lack of ramp-up that Jacob mentioned that comes with it. And it's not like LGD didn't let them farm. If he went for an axe, he could have been 6-slotted this game.
Yeah, even right here, you just see all they have to do is go for the Lesh, and with him dead, there's no frontline tank, there's no more damage sources. The Tiny, he goes for kind of like a more rat instant initiation kill build. No follow-up damage whatsoever.
He was down to 2 Bloodstone charges at one point, I think.
What do you think about Ehome's decision to try to contest this Roche? Because when they went in, Tusk was still dead for 20 seconds, I think. So they effectively took a 4 and 5, and they ended up losing, what was it, 5 for 2? Should you just give Roshan instead?
I think they just doubted their ability to kill the Gyro or the Ember twice. It took them way too long.
Yeah, the problem is the high ground push when they get that Aegis on the Gyro. Sorry, were you done?
No. You're good.
Okay. So when they get that Aegis on the Gyro, that's where LGD could really extend their lead. So if you give up that Roshan, you're basically done for. I think it was the right call. It was just a bit uncoordinated, and they needed that extra damage output. Because Leshrac is great at dealing out a ton of damage in an area, but they didn't have that final damage output that potentially the Tiny or even the Tusk could have built.
In comparison, so they last picked this Lesh, right?
Yeah.
In comparison to a hero we've seen a lot in this game, or in this tournament, Lina, do you think that would flat out just been a better pick? I think that hero just destroys Ember Spirit. Laguna Blade with Aghanim Scepter just goes through Flame Guard and kills him off. Kills off targets in Cold Embrace.
Gyro
and it gives
too.
that single target burst they needed against the Gyro. I don't think Lesh was the solution they needed this time.
I think both, as you guys were talking about Viper, what did you say?
I don't know if he could have ran the DK, because I think Tiny safe lane is considerably worse than running a mid.
So the Viper pick, I think, would have been better, but I think Lina is a great option as well. I think they could have just stuck with the Wind Ranger too.
I think that one got banned, didn't it? Wasn't that the final ban from...
I want to say no.
I don't think...
Oh, that was the Spirit Breaker. That's right. They looked similar.
Yeah, very. They both have like...
They both have faces.
Braided hair. Okay.
Are you done?
Sure.
Okay, good.
Jump in anytime.
Well, I just thought, I'd leave you underneath the train that you were obviously falling under. Maybe versus CTY, both had decent-ish games, but differing results as well. Maybe 4-2-19, so getting involved, but maybe not leading the charge. ROTK doing that damage as well. What do you make of that?
I feel like the Ember Spirit, you didn't have to be the finishing blow or anything like that. You saw that in a lot of the engagements, he was the one leading things in, just kind of kiting them around nonstop so that he could set up ROTK for those Echo Slams. And part of the issue too is, again, it just goes back to the fact that all they had to do was kill the Leshrac. You saw that everybody's focus in every single one of those fights, kill the Leshrac. It doesn't matter what else happens with the rest of the fight. When they took that play by the Ancients on the Dire side, you notice they used the solo Echo Slam, Winter's Curse that wasn't even very efficient, and every single hero piled on top of him, regardless of positioning, and he said, this is all we have to do. And they were able to execute.
Yeah, 3 months ago at TI, he was one of the most banned, if not the most banned. I can't recall. I think he probably was, actually. But definitely a dangerous hero to be playing at TI. It was almost entirely avoided or banned out of the game. 3 months on, explain to the more casual viewer why he's not used so much and why he's not as effective as he was before.
He was nerfed a lot. So I think, what was it? His Lightning Storm deals way less damage and scales worse as well. I think it went from 70 damage per level to 50 damage per level. And the jump range that it bounces was reduced from 650 to 475. So in the past, he was just like this teamfight hero where you couldn't even position against him, because even if you had a good position, the Lightning would just bounce around the entire teamfight. Bloodstone got nerfed, his favorite item. He also went for it in this game. I think it was the right choice. So he got hit really hard by multiple things.
And CTY still makes it viable, but obviously not anywhere near as effective as it was a few months ago.
I think it was okay in this game. I just felt that he didn't really have any sort of backup. The Tiny, maybe if he had geared or built a little more towards the late game like Synderen and I talked about, he would have been a force that they would have had to reckon with. Because what ends up happening is the Leshrac does such a disproportionate amount of damage compared to the rest of his team that was the entire focus of their draft is we kill the Leshrac, the game's won. If it's not like that, you have a second core to back you up, maybe it works out.
Okay, let's turn our attention to Game 3. We weren't entirely sure at the end of Game 1, that turnaround in Game 2, completely down to the draft, mixture of the draft and strategy, play, fights. What do you make of it?
I think it was both a combination of the draft and the fact that you gave ROTK a hero he looked a lot more confident on. The team fight kind of hero where you don't have to necessarily rely so much on your individual skill or your mechanics like you do with the Doom, but more you rely on the team fight, reading the game, keeping up with the other cores like you are with the Doom. With an Earthshaker, you get a Blink Dagger, a Force Staff, you're pretty much set for the rest of the game.
On the contrary, mechanics with Doom. Press Scorched Earth, press Doom, but don't target Catapult. So it's a little more mechanically challenging.
It's slightly more complicated. But from the from the drafting perspective, it made a lot more sense overall. Without the Brute in the game, we saw what LGD looked like when they had a full game to actually execute.
Yeah. What do we expect from Game 3, Jacob? What would you like to see from the two teams?
I mean, what we've seen now is that the fifth pick off-lane hero has been the deciding factor in both games, but for two very different reasons. The first one being a strategical one, and the second game where with ROTK on the Earthshaker, definitely from a playstyle perspective. Game 3, I think it's about taking, for eHome to take LGD out of their comfort zone pick-wise. Because eHome seems to have this wide range of heroes that they can pick and play, whereas I think LGD is a bit more limited.
I'm just curious to see if eHome can keep their composure into Game 3. After losing that game, I'm pretty sure the team has some internal disagreements of how that game should be played, because it didn't seem like they were entirely on the same page. I have a hard time believing that Lanham, with the draft they ended up with, would have suggested a Shadowblade on Tiny and not playing the farming kind of game for that situation. You know, most of the times, the captain can't call everything. Like, you have to play your own hero and you have to make your own decisions. And this time around, I just don't think it was the way to go on the time.
Okay. Blitz, what would you like to see in Game 3?
Honestly, I completely agree with Synderen's assessment for once. I felt that...
For once.
As always.
I felt that that game would have been okay, but for example, there are moments where the Tiny decides to go for the split push. If he doesn't do that, then they probably win the fight if he comes in, or at least it makes it a little bit closer. You have to have a little bit more unity, and I feel like Lanham, he can't make all those decisions for you. You have to learn to kind of say, okay, we have an early game center draft, a lot of magic burst damage, focus around that.
Teams entering their booths once more for the final game. And if you are just joining us, there's two cracking games from both teams. It's 1-1. And we are headed into Game 3, the deciding match to decide who stays in the Frankfurt Major and who goes home. That's right, it's decision day here. Day 4 of 6 at the main event.
LGD strikes me as very calm going into this one.
I'm sorry?
LGD strikes me as someone who looks very calm going into this one. Not very tense or anything. It's just another day at the office. They do have 4 players who's been attending all the major tournaments for, some of them, a decade.
I think quite a bit. I feel the one thing that we talked about early on is whether or not it's easier to control these newer players. And I feel like it is, but nothing beats experience when it comes to the end of a best of 3 where you're about to be eliminated. This is where players like MMY, DDC, the ones that have been there, they can buckle down and say, okay, here's what we need to do. Everybody's going to be calm. ROTK doesn't have to. Whereas on the flip side, eHome, I feel they're going to be a little bit more nervous. They're players. Unless you're some kind of like monsters, you're going to feel a little bit of butterflies. You're going to feel, this is my big shot to kind of perform. Can I be able to do it?
You've been in lower brackets before. You've been in that situation where you've got to win the next game to stay.
Spawn in the lower bracket. Oh, I didn't see you looking at him.
Yes, you've been in a few lower brackets as well. We'll get your thoughts as well. Well, collectively, between had that high-level competition experience in that lower bracket, are you so blindingly focused that you just forget about the consequences of losing, or does it play a part on it? And does it affect different players in different ways?
But the number one most important thing is that the team can stay a team. And I got to say, from my own personal experience with internationals mainly, there's been some racing elimination. It's very difficult to pull yourselves up if you don't share the same joy and the energy of playing the game. So that's the number one thing. And I think for both of these teams, that is not an issue. So once that part is eliminated and you're focused on the task ahead, then it's about focusing on yourself. Like, don't get too nervous, like Blitz pointed out. Just try to calm each other down, stay collective, and look at it. But you can't let it get to you too much, then you lose focus on your own game.
Yeah. Jacob, have you ever gone into a booth in a lower bracket match like this on the verge of elimination and actually thought, oh my God, if we lose this, we're out? Has that ever entered into your mind, or like Synerin said, are you just thinking about the team, you're thinking about how you're going to play?
I don't think it's something that you think too much of. I didn't, at least. It's more of you got your back against the wall, you have to perform, and it's really a great motivator, but I think it also varies from player to player and team to team.
Sure.
So I'm not saying it's necessarily holds true for neither LGD or eHome, but as William said, on the Chinese forums there was a rumor going that eHome seemed very confident, regardless of whether they had to play their way up from the lower bracket or go through the winner bracket.
Yeah, I think most of the time they don't really care the road that they have to take to get there.
We're in the draft, and as ever, these two teams are flying through it. 4 bands, all the same bands that we had before, of course.
Strikingly similar.
And it's almost the same until we get to pick 3.
So this time they didn't go for the Ember.
Why do you think that is? Because I don't think Lanham was necessarily...
Bane is just a really good control hero. It's a hero that you have to work yourself around. You have to worry about the constant threat of him just right-clicking your mid-hero out, and like we talked about, for me personally, it kind of feels like a core matchup, or it's going to be the Maybe versus CTY, and if you're able to slow down Maybe in the mid lane a little bit, maybe this gives CTY some confidence going in.
We've seen more and more of Bane over the days, as the days have gone further through the Frankfurt Major. Early on, I think the first 2 days, many of you were saying, we haven't seen enough Bane.
It was banned out in a lot of the games, especially a team like Team Secret had Bane banned against them, out of respect, I think, because it was the support hero that they seem to have the most success on, and it's been one of the absolute best support heroes as well, both in terms of win rate and also just like if you look at the details of the hero, it's just so incredibly difficult to deal with.
The reason it's got so much back into the metagame was the last patch, where it got a very significant buff to Brain Sap. The mana cost was lowered a lot, and it allows you to sustain way better in lane. Bane's old innate disadvantage was that his abilities were so expensive, all of them, that you could barely get each of your spells off once, and then you would have to itemize directly to get mana. And nowadays, he's extremely good for cost, I think it is, level 1. It's incredible. You can't fight this guy in a one-on-one with a support or a core most of the time.
It also helps that he's got absurd move speed, 315 base.
Yeah,
his
move
stats
speed, good
are-
stats, exactly.
Yeah.
There's an early Rubik. We've seen it.
Very good against Bane.
Yeah, don't think we've seen it that early, though. They really didn't like that in game 1, did they?
Which is weird because they beat it.
Yeah.
Like pretty heavily too.
Yep.
This was too easy. We're looking for a bigger challenge.
These are two teams who played each other a lot, though, so and have done so in the past as well.
10 seconds remaining.
So they probably know the strength of Sylar, and maybe they just really don't like playing against
5
Split Push.
seconds remaining.
I imagine eHome could have potentially banned out Nature's Prophet against Alliance as well.
The Brood's gone this time.
I think they should ban the Ember. Both Rubik and Tusk are decent against it. No.
What a genius you are, Jacob.
LGD's turn to ban.
What do you ban this time around, though? Probably don't even want to pick the Earthshaker, right? Against Tusk Rubik.
10
Getting
seconds
Fissure stolen
remaining.
is so miserable.
5 seconds remaining.
Undying, Night Stalker are two heroes that comes to mind.
They banned out the Dazzle at this
LGD's
point
two
last
supports
game.
are both good against the Ness.
Undying has some merit to it though. Especially the way that you fight around the Winner's Curse. If he just drops Tombstone, it's good counter initiation. I feel like there's so many core heroes though that you have to take care of that unless you find one to be incredibly striking, you don't even bother banning it out.
They haven't banned the Wisp deck yet, which they banned in the second phase in both the first two games.
That's a good point.
What are the core heroes left that are incredibly contested by both teams? Wind Ranger, potentially. I don't really see Old Chicken play that hero though.
It's not that contested. Went through last game.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
If anything, Tiny.
Yeah, they had a lot of success.
Gyro?
Gyro.
Gyro's probably the #1 hero, yeah.
I don't think LGD will ban it. I think they want it, and they're just thinking about what counter to their draft they want to ban, and then they'll insta-pick Gyro after this. Seems pretty straightforward for Salar to go that route. And I guess the reason eHome didn't ban Io is just that LGD opened up with two supports. Like, there's very little chance that LGD will play either of these as a core. It's so unusual.
The off-lane mid Winter Wyvern.
Off-lane Wyvern
LGD's
is
turn to pick.
very rare.
eHome's turn
They banned
to
one of the
pick.
better heroes though against the Gyrocopter. That Aghanim's piercing Lina.
I think they heard Trolls talking about it.
Yeah. So they were, I guess they're thinking, okay, eHome won't go for Lesh again. They could try another of those Spellburst heroes that could become a problem. They feel like they've got pretty good control of the physical damage by having Cold Embrace, and of course they have Defensive Nightmare. They even have Enfeeble against it. So they just need to take out the main magic threats. I think Lina is a great ban.
We saw in the VP game how strong AM is when you're playing against a core Gyro, just because you can kind of out-farm him like crazy. Because the Gyrocopter almost always has to come to fights, but they've got a Winter Wyvern and a Bane, two of the better heroes against AM. So I don't think that's a hero that you have to worry about. And like Jacob said, eHome, they've gone for the Tiny once again.
There is a Wisp available to them this time around, with Tusk going into the offlane instead.
Do eHome play that frequently?
Ban him?
Yeah, I know he can play it, but I just don't recall seeing eHome run it for a long time. Had they played this tournament and I just didn't see that game, or?
No.
It was eHome banning it the previous games, right? Against LGD. No, it was LGD banning
Yeah,
it?
it was LGD.
Oh, I see.
Banned it in second phase both games. So they obviously know something.
You still need a core though for CTY.
It's still kind of a dangerous proposition going for Io and Rubik as your two supports.
Turn to pick.
It's really not that strong early on, and it's something LGD can take advantage of because their two supports early and their cores are actually very good in the early stages of the game to put pressure. So,
okay, they don't go
something else.
LGD's turn to
Aka played such a good bounty hunter. I can't remember, I think I cast in one of their group stage games where he was able to snipe a courier, lay down a ward to block the Radiant big camp stack, and he was able to set up the fight for his team, all in the sequence of like 3 minutes.
Remaining.
And it looks like unless this is a CTY Tiny, then the two mid laners this time are missing. They could, of course, put CTY in the safe lane again.
They seem to do that all the time lately. Even the Queen of Pain has played safe lane for them.
So if they do that,
it's a good Wind Ranger ban. What do you think of an Alchemist?
For LGD? It could go okay. It would actually be incredibly hard for eHome to kill it.
they can prevent his stacks from happening very easily with Bounty Hunter, though. A big part of the hero is securing your own jungle. That's like the #1 hero you don't want to play against. Do that.
I'm a little bit worried though, Synderen, if you look at eHome's lineup, they don't have a lot of damage. Like their two supports, Rubik is not a damage dealing support. Bounty Hunter is not a hero that you want to get in close and right click and shuriken with. And even Tusk, most of the time they build utility now. There is some burst damage on that hero, but especially as an offlaner, I feel like you get slowed down a little bit too much. So eHome, it feels like they're kind of in the same predicament they were last game, where they need a hero that can assault towers, but at the same time draw a lot of attention.
I think Viper is good again.
Venomance.
I don't think Venomancer is that good.
Has a very well-rounded lineup.
Okay.
And we're going to go with the Lashrak once more. Okay, game 3 is upon us, the decider in this lower bracket. LGD versus eHome with LD and Malini.
Thank you very much, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live here for our deciding game number 3 at the Frankfurt Major, LGD versus eHome. One of these teams will be going home. I'm LD. I'm joined, of course, by Ben again. Ben, do you have a favorite here in the draft?
I have to go with eHome. I kind of thought they were going to win this series much easier than they did. It looks like pretty much the same, very similar lineup to game number 2.
And going into that draft, you thought there was a chance maybe the Lashrak could get out of control. We didn't really see it. They go back to the well. I guess a little bit of a difference here because they go for some different supports. They get the Rubik, who can be a big playmaker. They also grab the Bounty Hunter, who can accelerate your team's income heading into the late game. So maybe they can get the gold advantage.
I expected the Bounty Hunter to come out in game number 2, actually. I think it would have worked much better for them than the Night Stalker, although they probably drafted it in response to the Ember Spirit. So, yeah, we'll see. I do like their Bounty Hunter play a lot, though.
All right. Well, with that, guys, it's time. The teams have just entered the map, and in a moment, we will be as well. LGD versus eHome. Only one team can survive the day. The other, their road ends here. A lot of storylines coming into this match. You've got Lanham, RTK, old friends facing off. Of course, MMY, one of those wily veterans, along with DDC. Sylar, been on this LGD team, it seems, for ages. eHome, the team with some new faces to the pro scene.
3 mangoes overall. Got to keep that in mind for later, LD.
Okay, very important, Ben. That's the real storyline. We'll have an early pause here. And again, a very similar pattern of warding for both teams. We see that TP in mid drop the ward up towards the Radiant Ancients from LGD. We see the TP bottom drop the lane ward for eHome. I wonder if either teams had a chance to look at those replays and maybe get some D-ward off.
Well, it looks like 11 might have a better start this game because LGD is actually in the eHome jungle. Looks like that difficult to D-ward sentry will be placed again. Vici had a lot of trouble dewarding that one yesterday.
Seconds to battle.
Yeah, eHome are going to send 3 heroes towards their own agent, so the old 11 now will back off. And I'm just patrolling in a swivel mode here towards the bottom side of the map, and Kaka is going to go invis. Sylar is actually the only guy up towards this top rune right now. 4 heroes heading bottom. He's
Yeah, he might get snowballed on if he goes too deep, but they have vibes.
Where do you expect the Bounty Hunter pressure this game? We've seen so many different ways to run it. Pressure your own safe lane at times, go on mid, try to shut down the jungle game early on, even gank the snipe the courier. Like, where is the ideal place to you for Kaka to go?
Well, it looks like Rubik's already starting off bottom to handle the clockwork, so not bottom, mid potentially, but we've seen a lot of Bane just stick around in mid, so likely not mid as well. I would say actually top to give 11 the start that he needs. He's actually doing some creep blocking with level 1 ice shards as opposed to his very early level 1 snowball last game. Looks like he just wants to secure himself level 2 this game.
Meanwhile, very nice block in Sylar's.
The chicken.
For Sylar as well as Kaka was scouted moving through here. That dire sentry ward still operational, but Kaka did manage to figure out where it is just by how long they were tracing him. Gets the D ward off, has 1 more sentry available. And then why? Just the dust. The other dire sentry, not sure, don't think, yeah, oh, they dropped it bottom to block the camp. So they don't have anything else to do with this bounty, but I guess the solution then is maybe they just leave the Bane mid longer.
Do you think the Lashrak's better in this game?
Good, really good against TA until she gets BKB. Very tough against Clockwork though, don't you think? That's one of the best heroes to shut down Lesh normally.
I guess they have the Rubik to lift the Clockwork out of the cogs in case, and they have also good setup for the Lashrak stun, so...
I actually feel like last game was an okay Lesh game. I just felt like they didn't get enough mileage out of him before the BKBs came out.
Yeah, well, a lot of that had to do with the Tiny not really being able to convert into a big team fighter like they wanted him to. So.
I mean, maybe that's where we see the adjustment in build from Old Czech, and perhaps he does go for that quick Aghanim Scepter, or even like a moderately timed one. It was 42 minutes in, he still couldn't keep up and farm with anyone.
But they're actually able to secure a lot of 11's levels this game, though. He's level 2.5 already. I think at this point he was still level 1 in the last game. So, I mean, MMY kind of focusing his resources elsewhere because of the pesky bounty hunter.
At the same time, the Tiny, it doesn't have the easiest lane here. Up against a dual lane, now a double damage rune on MMY, as though the lane wasn't already hard enough. So he will be struggling quite a bit. And I'm just not really sure where Kaka's going to be able to go. This top lane, kills will not be too easy to come by. Unless they're able to trap the Wyvern, but even then, you've always got the Arctic Burn to get yourself away.
At least he can block the spawn, though. They don't have any detection left. The only detection that they have is the dust on Bane. Actually, he recently picked up some sentry wards, so look for early kill on Bounty Hunter, perhaps. He is still only level 1. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get the eyes on MMY in time. He has not walked in range of that Observer Ward yet.
He is going to counter D-Ward mid lane, so now they have the sentry. Bounty can't really easily come in, and then MMY will make his journey top lane, as the pressure was mounting a bit. With Sylar laying out the rocket barrage here, but they get the shards grabbed. Do they want to go on Sylar? It is a level 2 barrage, and
they don't have Janata.
MMY streams into the lane, but I believe was scouted out by that Radiant Observer.
Yeah, it was kind of going on while they were harassing the gyrocopter, but
he was on the map, but yeah, maybe they weren't actually watching.
No Janata, no Uv. I don't think it's going to be a kill, but they really need to be able to put out some more pressure on Bounty Hunter, and the chicken is not even having to go a different route because of Bounty Hunter's visibility on the map.
It's kind of reminiscent of like a Clockwork when he hits 6, where the less you're on the map, often the better it is for the team's overall strategy, but he is going to make that rotation now. Maybe the counter D-Ward, we'll see. Still, maybe's farm, not even slightly contested. 25 and 9 mid, and this is now without any backup required. I'll just kind of chuckle at Kaka poking his head out.
He doesn't actually have a Tango to eat the ward, so he's not even sure if he's going to get the ward kill, because maybe he can kill it in 2 hits. It'll probably take Bounty Hunter 3, almost 4 hits.
Yeah, it's not like the Tiny can easily get in there. He's going to try for it. 1, 2. Actually, might take 4 hits. Indeed. Oh, well, all the sentry's gone now. Nobody's going to have fun mid.
Yeah, but Kaka had to expend his entire HP and mana pool. Maybe he'll get some bottles from Old Chicken to keep him in the game.
So they're farming the TA. The Gyro's farm isn't the best, but we generally look at Gyro as a hero that needs levels more early on, and he's already level 5 as they make their go, trying to catch out the Bane, and it will be a first blood. At long last, he'll make the connection. It's Old 11 joining the fight a bit later on, but they found the opening bed. It took a while, but they were persistent.
It's a good play from Old Chicken. I think the bottle is kind of what pulled LGD into that position. Firstly, they didn't expect to have the Observer Ward up there, and they didn't expect Bounty Hunter to return so quickly because when he invis, he looked like he had no mana and was just going to return home to heal. So that was really good for them. I don't know, maybe they had the Observer Ward on the Dire side to see that he was like bottling someone that wasn't himself, which would have tipped him off to the Bounty Hunter there, but didn't look like they were actually looking. And now Bounty Hunter died, fills out the bottle for Old Chicken.
Toss back mid lane. Old Chicken's gonna try for it, the long range throw, and then get slowed down. The Courier just kind of scouting this out. Maybe does not have any more defensive refraction charges, but with no Uv, doesn't seem they have the pursuit necessary. Might not even have been able to kill him anyways. MMY was on the chase.
Yeah, need more body blocks for that to happen.
It does highlight a bit of a worry for this lineup that outside of the Lash, they are very much lacking on the damage over time for the TA.
So 11 and ROTK are very close in terms of experience and net worth. So we'll maybe be able to see 11 match ROTK's wild performance from last game.
I don't know if any. That was a 1 in a million.
Kaka's expecting a chicken, and he's going to have to be pretty patient if he wants to wait here.
He's tired of the old chicken. He wants the young donkey. The one with wings.
Is that really a young donkey?
It's got to be younger.
It's going to walk right
it
over
can
him,
fly,
though.
Man, it's got to be healthy.
Oh, just
and the timing's not quite
well,
right.
I mean, maybe he can get
maybe
on the way
back. Yeah. Still, actually, no speed burst.
Dire's
could be a kill.
top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nope.
No, they're playing discipline against the bounty, and that's what you got to do. Very nicely played by LGD. Might not be the flashiest, but it is important to avoid giving up that extra gold. So would have hurt the TA quite a bit. Speaking of the TA, we are starting to see a little bit of stacking in the jungle, but not much. No Ancients as of yet. Still, maybe it's doing a great job in the lane.
Rubik's already level 4. That's actually very high for a support at this point in the game, and he was able to, be somewhat involved in the TA attempt in the mid. So unfortunately, he's not able to stack so much for the Tiny, but that's okay. Tiny can come back through kills. He's not even that under-farmed.
He's actually looking for some action now. Moving towards the top lane. There is no dire vision here. They've got purely the lane ward in the bottom room. This could be an opening. The avalanche coming out as they snowball forward onto Sylar. Easy grab. eHome back to playing their style of Dota. Run at you and just blow you up at the very start of the game.
Kaka's set a really good foundation of wards, though. They always keep track of MMY, and they know that he bypassed that mid ward, and that leaves it a 3-on-2 situation in the top end. Even if he's able to TP, he's not going to prevent that kill on the gyrocopter. He has to like be there exactly at the right time to sleep Tiny before the combo, or sleep Gyro as the Sun Toss combo is coming out, and it's just good play by Bounty Hunter. Making this early game work.
And then even better news, they also managed to clear out a small stack there, so denying some income to the Gyro as well as the TA. Two heroes that can easily clear those out.
But they don't have any detection in the top lane. DDC.
Again. It's a bootsless DDC.
Itemless.
Yes. Oh, sorry, bootsless. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Inventoryless. Okay, he wants.
Is he gonna get it?
Close. Come on, give me my boots. He's naked.
And even MOI, I guess he has 1 sentry left on him, and they do have a sentry in the mid lane, so they can feel relatively safe there. But Bounty Hunter getting his levels.
He didn't get them. He's like, oh, I got to pull first. The life of a support. 469 net worth.
And Lanham equal on experience with ROTK. So they're going to hit level 6 pretty darn soon.
Meanwhile, LGD are on a smoke
Old
mission.
Chicken stealing that double stack.
Well, while that's happening, though, they are making their jump on the bottom lane. They're going to find Lanham. There's the sleep setup. They're going to deploy the trap here momentarily, looking for the cogs. They wrangle him in. Lanham with the toss back on the TA, gets off the Fade Bolt, and still does go down. But meanwhile, mid lane, they're also making the go. Snowball forward onto DDC. The Ava toss punch. Easy. And like you said, eHome, while that was all happening, also managed to steal the big stack of neutrals. So they took away 2 double stacks.
Laudum's like, really? Me? You guys are going to commit 3 heroes to kill? Not even a level 6 Rubik?
Dire's middle tower
No mercy.
is under attack.
Yeah, they got a lot more out of that.
CTY was scouted here, though. There's a lane ward. There's an invis rune. They might need a little more firepower. The calldown's going to come in. CTY, he's got a TP scroll, and it's already too late. Down he goes. Nice job by LGD. The lane ward. The wards in general have just been huge this game.
Mm-hmm. And maybe doing a good job of getting kills on either side of the map.
So now that we enter the mid game, Ben, what are the next big things that your eyes are on?
As usual, the Blink Dagger for Tiny. It's going to be key for them to just get the jump on them. And not really sure what CT was going for. I guess maybe a Bloodstone again. I would maybe like to see him variant builds so he can actually just get in and get out really quickly. But
so would you rather see like a Yule Scepter first then?
I mean, he also still has to deal with the clockwork too. So he does want that nice HP buffer, but Bloodstone doesn't really give you any armor. So
they have the lift, the snowball as well. The cooldown's cooling down for 8 seconds again with the Walrus Punch. The Ava's there. eHome just always bringing numbers to the point of attack, but in the mid lane there's a hook. Grabs out CTY. He already got the Pulse Nova activated on RTK. No Blade Mail at this stage. Way too early for that, so he is not going to risk it. Well, were they thinking about Tusk?
They saw 3 TPs coming in, so
that as well.
That's what he knows. It's time to bail. But
get the hell out. And he has gone for his typical rocket flare mag, so not that much damage.
The key for me last game was keeping 11 under-leveled, and now that he's like level 6, he's been involved in 3 kills. He's actually level 8 right now, and
yeah, off lane, schmoff lane, it doesn't feel like it.
That's just the pressure of having the Bounty Hunter run around, though. And now they don't even need a Shadow Blade this game on the Tiny to threat of the Bounty Hunters enough to make them invest a lot of money into the Sentry Ward, so that when Tiny gets his blink, they're not going to have Glimmers, they're not going to have Force Staffs, and they're not going to have a gem potentially for the Bounty Hunter.
Well, LGD, same smoke that we saw before, but eHome seemed to be wise to this one. It's only the Bounty Hunter bottom, and he's hiding in the trees. They do have Dust as well as a Sentry, so maybe they catch him out, but he's already level 6. Not really the biggest deal, even if he does die. Elsewhere, CTY is going to roam towards top. They've got 11 ready to roll in.
They're scouting out. They actually expect the smoke down here. Look at that rocket coming out. It did scout out. Gyrocopter looks like they pinged out on him. But if not, then this Observer Ward will certainly see MOI running around.
And CTY is going to get scouted out here now by the Dire side, but still they're pressing up.
It's a different build by Maybe, though. They actually want to get a lot of kills. Generally, you see Desolator first on TA, especially on Dire, but
There's the jump in, a commitment here onto ROTK, not having that explosive start that he did in game number 2. And eHome, the hits just keep on coming. Another takedown. They now have access to a single point in Diabolic Edict. Better to push the tower faster. And while that's going on, Kaka holds the line bottom lane, already 2 tracks out.
Radiant's middle tower
They may have to think twice about this push bed. Too many track kills here could really cause things to fall apart. And there is a glyph about to come off.
Oh, what a nice rocket. Scouts all 3 of their heroes down on bottom. 2 of them were tracked up.
Oh, they were fishy with the shards. Didn't quite get the connection there. But LGD can't push, they're too afraid of the track kills.
Yeah, maybe they can use a surprise Blink Dagger burst from TA to secure them a kill. They're trying to fight fire with fire, which is really dangerous versus a bounty hunter.
And not to mention a Tiny with a blink and a double damage room, but they are going to go for the jump. ROTK looks for the hook, but ends up hitting Kaka there. Invis currently. Now they're going to pop the dust. He gets pushed back into the trees. They find one. Can they get the second? The snowball's revving up, but rotations could be coming here. Tiny not yet choosing to join the fight. Looks like they may sack 11. No, he pops the buckler and runs, heads for the hills with the stick. Lanham's there to try and slow this one down. Where are the other heroes? The Leshrac, the Tiny. It feels like they could get some kills, but they don't want to. They want to split push, so they only lose the bounty hunter at 11. The magic continues. Old Chicken, actually, he got a full tower, so maybe it was worth it in the end. Tier 1 already down mid.
Yeah, they didn't actually commit the winner's curse. They expected a lot more fight from eHome, but only committing 2 heroes there. That's actually not so bad for them. Leshrac getting a tower, Tiny getting a tower in the meantime.
And they got the Bloodstone even faster this time. CTY, I think it was 16 minutes last game. This game, we're looking at 13, and the main reason is they got the towers a lot sooner. So overall, a 2-for-1 tower exchange around the map now. Already, rockets coming out towards the Ancients. That has proven to be a really big steal, the vision that it grants Lanham.
Let's see what other items are coming out for eHome. Mech status halfway complete for him. ROTK closing in on the Blade Mail. And once you see the Chainmail up on Clockwork, that means that Leshrac might be in a little bit of trouble. Maybe having
Bottom lane, DDC. He gets trapped out here, was trying to get away with the TP, but not going to happen. The snowball coming forward, and another grab. Old 11. 1, 0, and 4. This is a total
CTY
reversal.
looking to maybe go on Sylar. He's in a position to stun from the fog.
And they came from behind. Sylar down again. eHome, everything's working this game, and nothing seems to be going the way of LGD.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of preventing LGD from getting any sort of farm. They're forced to commit all these items to items they don't really want to. Like TA with the Blink, you'd ideally want to play more greedy, get Dezo into an Aegis, into a Blink. You want to be able to get any sort of support items that aren't the blue Observer wards. And of course the BKBs, which really stymied the damage from Leshrac last game. So this is way more successful from them.
And they're getting to play their style, which is just they're on offense. They're the ones map could join. 11 is getting chased a bit bottom, but Lanham's already moving into position to help him out. He does have the stolen Arctic burn for an extra bit of mobility. Sentries are up now. They are walking past some dire wards. They're probably going to realize it soon. That first sentry planted, it could be a twofer. Let's see if he goes for the burn. And what do you know? Lanham got at it again. He gets the D ward right outside the rush pit. While that's going on, DDC is trying to set up for CTY, gets up the curse, and now maybe jumps forward. There's the initial meld, and it's enough to get the kill. CTY still a bit squishy, and while that was happening, Old Chicken strikes again. He isolates RTK in the woods, combos him down, kills all over the place simultaneously. Looking for a bit more. Old 11, he could go back in. Can't believe DDC's stuck around, but hey, free track gold for eHome.
LGD cannot keep splitting up like this. They're giving track gold after track kill. I think that was three heroes getting 2 track kills, and that is worth your Leshrac.
The lift now from Rubik onto maybe, throwing out the avalanche, but he gets tossed back away from eHome. Seems they want to retreat.
They're waiting for Leshrac to file in, and now that he's made his way from the T1
they
tower.
Have the snowball. They could prep for this. They're going to start it off with the shards. Another beautiful grab. Now the toss up, the smackdown. He's done again. KO'd. Furious. They stole the snowball. RTK's committed onto the tusk, but he's able to roll his way out of this one. Old Chicken looking for a follow-up combo. eHome just desecrating, decimating LGD, getting the tracks out and not even allowing them to fight.
Oh, you guys want more track kills? Oh, okay. Here, we'll give you some more track gold. they have to play a lot tighter. They have to utilize their ultimates a lot better. Winter's Curse into like a huge call down, for example, or even like a hook shot into call down, so they can quickly kill high priority targets. Like I would say the Bounty Hunter is very big. Leshrac, we saw how easy it was for them to take him down on the Leshrac down in the top lane, but they just haven't really been together.
And it doesn't really seem like they have that.
Where's this chicken? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, they might die from the blink. They're all smoked up.
Another contribution. You never know. Take our donkey. Just let us live, please. Sylar, he gets rolled on, he gets punched up, he doesn't have a cooldown available, but then the Rubik gets chucked in. Lanham is stuffed right through the hoop. Another kill for eHome. Old Chicken getting the last hit there. Everything going their way. eHome. They really feel like they're in the comfort zone right now.
Oh, you mean you're not supposed to give them track kills?
You mean Rubik's not supposed to be
It's a little hard,
to get tossed on a gyro and just walk away?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose with the tiny blink, like, no one really feels safe, but, I mean, so many track goals, they have one observer ward out, but eHome are not on that side of the map anymore.
And to make matters worse, this game he's going Ags as well as leading, 9-0-1.
And Gyrocopter forced to commit for an early BKB build, but this time it's going to be much later than the last, and TA is the only hero with any semblance of net worth in that sea of green.
A whiffed hook shot mid lane, not that I'm sure it would have amounted to all that much, but already a backup on Old 11 and Gold beside.
I mean, I think at this point, LGD just have to continuously smoke and smoke and smoke so that eHome like kind of get pushed back in their map control. They lost
that, but they have none available and one up.
I mean,
in 1 minute.
I think they had to do something. They already lost all control of their own jungle. Like, two towers down, nothing. I mean, they could potentially sneak Roach. That's also a good play for maybe, but eventually they're going to have to fight him head on. And I honestly don't really think it matters if TA has an Aegis or not, because he can just get stun locked.
And they've got the damage over time until that BKB comes out. Maybe is the man in front
look
for
at
now.
Kaka's position.
And they're going to get revealed. There's the shards trapping LGD away. They blink over it. They curse and commit onto Kaka. All of this for the Bounty Hunter. But where's the detection? Okay, there you go. They got it, and they will get the kill. But it comes at a cost as MMY still dies. Nothing goes for free this game. And now the chase, the long roll. It might be the 11 show continuing episode 5 billion.
He isolated his own team out.
Perhaps he's in too far, but they're walking down. Call downs there. Very nice positioning. Keeping it back. They're just going to throw the Lesh in. It's a disco pony bomb on the DDC, and apparently a very successful one. Netting them yet another kill as maybe is suddenly deep behind enemy lines. The damage over time ticks in for the Pulse Nova. He needs help. He needs backup quickly. They punch him. They beat him down. He's dead again. Do they go for more? The slow from the Lightning looking for RTK. There's another toss. Blake, this time Old Chicken doesn't sacrifice the teammate. He'll be the one to take the bullet. Looking for the roll forward from Old 11. No, he's going to back off. He's going to reevaluate. They get the grip off on Old Chicken. That's okay. I got you covered, buddy. Roll in onto Sylar. Ava, toss again, and then punch back up. This guy is just getting knocked around like a ping pong ball. eHome are styling on LGD.
Tusk, good hero, man. Just completely countered that Fiend's grip with the defensive snowball. MMY's probably like, that hero.
I love the confidence from eHome, though, that they basically go back to the same draft from last game. Yeah, the key adjustment, the Bounty Hunter, but the cores, they still had faith in them. They do slightly tweak the builds, but it shows that they didn't panic to the way the last game went, and that may speak to the veteran leadership of Lanham and 71 there.
And just the early laning phase going so much better. Like Tusk, I think, saved the Leshrac with the mech there, and him having levels and farm is actually really important for this team. Oh, Kaka trying to track up some more people, and now we see a blink dagger on Tusk. Oh, a random dust.
A random dust, but I think they actually may have seen him coming into this direction. So they almost get the kill on Kaka. He's low, he will finally fall, but it's a track kill again. Oh, Chicken's here. He's got a big old club too. They do match the Winter's Curse, but he's alive for now. CTY covering the retreat, gets up the stun on maybe, but now the homing missile slowly coming into position. Can they get the kill? It would be huge. He's 13-0-2. No, the snowball saving and the shards coming out. He's rolling into the call down though, but he blinks away. Oh, Chicken's out of there. No TP, hides on the high ground. The rest of the teammates suffer. Old 11 surviving for now. I think Old Chicken even wants to go back in if these heroes get low enough. Lanham's in position. He brings Sylar low. Get ready for Tony to re-enter. He jumps forward. They gotta kill him off. They need this goal. They're not gonna get it just yet. Sylar down. He can chuck Lanham forward maybe. Try to sacrifice his teammate. No, a creep. He dunks him as well. Welcome to to the old chicken show. Hope you enjoy it. Finally, Opal. It's a 1,400 gold bounty. DDC's the cost, though, and they're not done yet. They want more track gold. LGD massacred, just annihilated. 5 down. Are you not entertained?
What plays coming out from 11?
Jesus.
I mean, the snowball plus blink is pretty darn good. Oh, we must say.
I can't believe that he made it out. He rolled into the cooldown, but the timing was just so crisp.
Also, CTY with a big Yules play too. He actually prevented a lot of damage coming out from the Tiny while he was cursed and about to get beaten down by the Templar Assassin. He had the Yules there, and that kind of bought time for the Tusk to TP into the mid lane with that blink, clutch, snowball, mech save.
Are we going to see the 5 blink dagger strat? They've already got, they've already got 3.
Our camera man has his work cut out for him. Just going to be heroes like going up and then down and then getting punched up in the air again and tossed back and forth. Who knows?
My advice would just be follow Chicken. Wherever he goes, the action seems to follow. And to be fair, his partner in crime, Old 11, is now 3-0-13. Together, both involved in 17 and 16 kills, respectively. LGD are just really, how do you calm this one down, Ben?
I mean, it's so hard. Like, they try to isolate hero with the cogs, but then he like snowballs through the cogs and picks up the hero along the way.
Oh no, you gotta stop chasing LGD.
Like, if Old 11 were there for that Winter's Curse, he probably would have snowballed through and picked up the Curse hero along the way too. Like, these single target disables are just not cutting it for LGD. They really sorely missed the AoE lockdown from the Earthshaker that they had last game.
Simply incredible stuff here from eHome. Some younger players, but it doesn't feel like it. They're the ones making all the right moves now. 10 Bloodstone charges up on CTY. Hasn't even had to deliver that explosive performance that we saw out of his Queen of Pain to keep the team in the tournament and some of their key knockout matches earlier. It's been the rest of the squad really stepping up at the critical moments. At last, LGD, they get something. A BKB finally up for Sylar. And they do have that Blade Mail on the clock for what little good it's done so far, but the shards are fishing, threatening, and now the Sigil moves into position. Do they actually try to hold this tier 1 tower? There's the curse. They're committing on Old Chicken, but this guy just doesn't seem to die very easily. 4-step back, kept alive again. The BKB is already committed. They need this to do a lot of damage. It only connects on 2, and they're fairly durable heroes to begin with. Homie Missile hits Old Chicken at first BKB. A total waste, but they're not done yet. Old 11, he gets off the initial shards. They do manage to grip him. Finally, they bring him down. My God, that's overdue. But the trade is the Bane. Again, the Sacrificial Lamb. An instant buyback on Old 11. There's not even a tier 1 up for this, so he's gonna have to run the long way, but that's okay. They still get ROTK, and it looks like the rest of LGD have to back off. And they will be able to press in here for eHome.
Oh, that counterplay by eHome. They don't even need a snowball that time. They 4-staff him out. They lift the clockwork so he can't even cog. And they just wasted Gyro's entire duration of the BKB. But that was a nice play by Bane, finally realizing that Tusk was a big problem gripping up. But then that allowed the Rubik to steal the grip.
As though they haven't been, you mentioned making it hard enough for the cameraman to begin with, but yeah, there's a Rubik in this game, and Lanham has been very impressive. There's now a track deployed on the mid lane for maybe. He will back himself away. Does have the haste turn available, but they insta-smoke. Let's see, so they think they can cut him off here at the
His
pass.
blink's still down for 6 seconds.
There's an AC up. Are they going for it? There's the blink, the lift as well. Suddenly, surprise! It's Old Chicken again. What a way to die. No, the hook shot not even connecting, but maybe able to pop the haste. Can they turn this? Is this the opening? Is this the time? They don't have a Winter's Curse. They still jump in with maybe. He wants these kills, and he wants them damn bad. A refracted Rubik just blinking here, there, everywhere. Sylar again, another BKB charge, but he's not getting any value out of these, and it's gonna end soon as Old Chicken looks for the blink toss back. This time he won't find it. Small moment of mercy for LGD.
TAs, I think, were fracking cooled down like right after the stun toss and the punch coming out from eHome. That was, I'm so surprised he lived through that fight. But they actually fought without Winter's Curse for that particular engagement, and they were actually in a, LGD had a good positioning on eHome. They were like 4 heroes relatively clumped up, but a great call down coming out from Sylar, and Winter's Curse was the missing piece to that puzzle for LGD to get back in this game.
They might be able to Roche soon, Ben. They've got the AC up now on the Tiny. In fact, maybe even now.
And I think Old Chicken played a much more conservative game than last game. He he had his blink, and then he still waited until a good time to fight. Like, generally, when you get your blink tech, you're like, okay, I can fight right now. I'm really powerful. Like, I can do whatever I want. But he...
I am tiny.
He waited for his treads. Oh, and the smoke pop by Kaka.
Oh, who is it again? It's the pesky little yellow goblin. What else is new? And now Old Chicken, he's going to engage. He's the Aegis carrier. They get off the shards. Perfect positioning, keeping MMY out of the fight. The cooldown's there. It's not a bad one by any means. It does do a lot of damage to CTY. They've also managed to finish off Old Chicken, but it cost them a grip. On round 2 of the fight, will they be able to get the job done? Lanham here still with the refraction. They get that second kill. Tiny now slept. This could be the turnaround potentially. They need Lanham to steal something. Help out Old Chicken. He chucks out one. ROTK also maybe brought to safety. Maybe this until the Shuriken bounces through. But at long last, they will slay the beast. There you go. My God, that took ages. 16-2-4. He'll finally drop, and that's going to allow them to buy a BKB here in the TA as Lanham with that stolen refraction for now, trying to retreat the blink cooling down like a magician. Will jump away, goes for the TP out, and he's sort of disabled. Nothing.
Wow, what a sick individual play coming out from Lanham right there. He blinked in and he fade bolted the gyrocopter knowing that his track kill would be worth more than his own life, and managed to steal refraction so that he could actually blink out in the end.
Yeah, he has been sitting on that refraction a bit. It's a sick play, but I guess you'd love to see him get like the bigger spells here. The grip, which he stole earlier, the curse.
Hey, getting a kill on solo kill on gyrocopter in that fight, that's pretty big on its own.
Still, in the end, there's a win for LGD though. They get rid of the Aegis. The gold actually swings their way against the bounty hunter, no less. They needed that.
They were able to eliminate the Tusk very early on in the fight. This time they committed a winner's curse onto him, and he's actually, I guess, the only one that can get counterplay that. I guess maybe the Rubik can steal it, but that's, you know, counting on Winter Wyvern not using a spell after his winner's curse.
Are you downing Lanham's ascension to godhood? Did you not see MLG Columbus? Oh my.
Like, you want to be close enough so that you can like snowball through the Winter's Curse to pick up the hero along the way, but not close enough so that you get actually hit by the Winter's Curse. But it looked like he actually wanted to blink and punch someone, and that put him in a compromising position right next to the Tiny.
And now a gem is purchased by LGD. They've been hounded by this bounty hunter, had to spend a lot of money on dust, on sentries, and oftentimes he has prevented them from getting those clean initiations. But at long last, they get the map control item here. Now the question will be, how long can DDC hold on to this?
And keep in mind, LGD were fighting under this Observer Ward too, who had full vision of Ehome.
So they want to go for a play here now. They denied the tower mid.
Radiant's middle tower has
I mean, they're
been
still
denied.
way stronger than LGD. So they just have to make sure that they protect the Tusk. So Tusk just needs to protect himself for once.
I do like this pickup here from CTY. Going for the Force Staff.
Uh-oh, Tiny's not actually there for the fight. I guess it's close to the T2, but LGD...
He has a TP.
Seeing that he's split pushing, I mean, still, it might be over by the time like a Winter's Curse plus cooldown happens. It might be too late for him to save his team. And Old 11 will be in sight. Actually,
The lift, he steals the grip, and now he tries to turn it, but quickly has to cancel the run. Too much magic damage on the land of the cooldown. Very well positioned, gonna hit on 4 heroes, but is there follow-up for this? Tiny's arrived. Daddy's home. He wants a little revenge. Charging forward, the shards not quite there, actually pushing RTK away, but the avalanche, the toss, a glimmer back, the LGD frantically retreating as this rampaging Tiny hunts them down into the river. Still RTK's track, they go for the shards again, trapping him almost within his own cogs, and then at long last, the stun will finish him off, so they get the track kill there. Quite a few heroes participating in that.
So very quick.
And even trade because of the lead.
Nice Force Staff coming out from Bounty Hunter to save the Tusk in that fight. I think if not for that, they would have actually picked off like 2 heroes, the Rubik and the Tusk, very early on into the fight, and then they can commit to the T2 push. So that was a really clutch Force Staff.
This Tiny is very big. Yasha now up. I was going to say before that broke out, I like the Force Staff pickup here from CTY is nobody else on Ehome is opting to go for one early, aside from Kakas, and they've got multiple ways to deal with the clockwork initiation.
Yeah, I think even more so, they can protect the Tusk. If they protect the Tusk a few last fights, LGD, they recognize that killing Tusk and disabling him is the best way for them to win the team fight. And until Ehome proves otherwise, I think that they're going to continue on with that plan.
It's a Manta style coming out soon for Old Chicken. An old classic on Tiny. See a little bit less of it nowadays, but bring it back. CTY just sitting on the static 8 Bloodstone charges, but in addition to the Force Staff, also did grab a Boots of Travel previously, so the mobility here extremely high for eHome. They've got, what's that, 3 blinks, 2 force staffs, 1 BOTs, the toss, the snowball, the invis of the bounty hunter. They're pretty much everywhere whenever they want to be.
Yeah, they have a lot of armor on eHome too. We see the AC already built up on the Tiny, the Vlads on the Bounty Hunter. I actually think they really need a Solar Crest. I would like to see one of these Force Staff Bearers go for a Solar Crest instead. It really helps versus the Winter's Curse as well as the TA.
Maybe poking his head out. This is dangerous here. He's going to walk in Old Chicken, quickly jumps away, but Old Chicken gets the vision of him. It's now Daytime, manages to fight the Avalanche. BKB's committed, he gets chunked back right into CTY's clutches, then tries for the TBL, but Walrus Punch says no, it's a 5-hero track kill. Oh, goodness.
And on TA, no less.
And no, actually does have the buyback, but that is devastating if she has to use it. That was a 2,000 gold swing when they're already up by 15,000, it looks like.
Yeah, he was farming out pretty dangerously. All their observer wards are on their side of the map, and farming their jungle without eyes on them is very risky. If it's like a support, I guess it can only be Bane at this point because Winter Wyvern has a gem, like kind of the way Kaka's been playing, and tank the ganks like that, then it's fine, but you can't lose your largest net worth hero like that.
And here's the high ground breach. We never really saw it attempted by eHome last game. They are looking for it now. They're just going to throw C2I in. I mean, why not? He's pretty much never gonna die. And if he does, it's because Old Chicken gets to do what he wants. The stun is there on RTK. He has to be quickly removed and disengaged from the fight. CTY won't allow the homie missile to connect, but this frees up Old Chicken to go hard on the tier 3. He'll bring it down. eHome closing in on what could be their first lane of racks and perhaps the beginning of the end here for LGD. Their Frankfurt Major Dreams are faced by a very angry Rock with a large stick. The Manta now complete. RTK, thinking about the hook. And then thinking he likes living a little bit more.
I like the Manta pickup here for Tiny. It allows him to like blink in, stun toss someone, and then immediately Manta so that he can't get focused down by the Winter's Curse or the Fiend's Grip by Bane.
Helps you siege as well.
Yeah, helps you siege as well. But they've been pretty hesitant to go in because every time the Tusk has tried to go in, he's just been disabled by one of those. So now they can kind of rely on the Tiny to blink in. A safer build would have been a BKB, which also I guess helps with tower siege, but Manta gives you a lot more damage.
So they will finish off the Ancients here. LGD tentatively poking out of their base, but only for a moment. Sylar using the Rocket Barrage to clean up this big camp near the dire side of the map, but you never really see LGD go past the river. It's been a long time since they've had that level of confidence. Knowing the tier 3's down, one bad fight could easily spell the end of this game. They are just waiting for mistakes from eHome, but so far eHome, they haven't made too many. And even if they do, they've always got that track insurance policy.
Yeah, Sylar Cop, or I said Sylar Cop.
Sylar. I'm okay with renaming it. It's like all he's been playing lately.
He's like 5,000 below the Leshrac and 7,000 below Tiny. He's just been dying in a lot of these fights, 4 and 7 on him without the luxury of refraction. And the Cold Embrace has just not been very useful in saving him this game. And no Glimmer Cape up on Winter Wyvern.
So there was a rocket just fired by LGD. They don't even realize that this jump's about to happen. They could easily get caught out. It's Lanham who starts the fight. The quick toss up onto Sylar, who's glimmered and kept alive. And now they get off the curse, focusing down on Chicken. He needs him out. The snowball's coming. It is going to save him once again. It's 11, trying to turn the fight around and beating down onto DDC. Beautiful embrace, keeping himself alive. The TA still not being focused down. Old Chicken almost dead. Sylar has to finish him off. Really desperately needs to, but CTY going back in. Weapons of war. So much for them throwing things. He's throwing them. Maybe on the run. Blinks away. In the end, only a 1-for-1 there. And it looks like a gem did hit the deck in the midst of that, but the Radiant will recover their own as 11 fishes. Oh, what was that? That was a vacuum shard. Somehow just sucks the TA in. Not going to follow it up, though.
Oh, they would have had so many more kills if Bounty Hunter were still alive. Like, I think 3 heroes were invisible without the gem and the help with the track vision. Still, eHome get a very quick and easy roast for them. And this does not bode well.
Cage is up on Old Chicken, and I mean, we saw he is killable, almost. if he goes in that hard. But
he was really late to his Manta, though. The full duration, I think.
I like about how he's playing. Just goes in, they commit the curse on him, the grip on him, and even if he dies, the Leshrac does whatever he wants the entire fight. Much different from last game.
Looks like LGD right about to walk in a vision of...
They're confident. Hey, they do have the Aegis, but this is pretty far to go. The Blink's available. No vision. It's a little bit dangerous in these waters. eHome won't take a dip.
I mean, eHome have that bloodlust, though. You always get that mentality when you have the track on your team. You're like, let's look for some more kills.
Also, when you're tiny and you're this far, you actually feel like you're Godzilla. Puny humans.
Well, no T3 left up in the mid lane as a result of the siege maybe 10 minutes ago. And Tusk buys his Solar Crest, and then they have Tiny up front sieging the range racks. Then LGD is going to have a really hard time counterplaying it. They have to kind of make sure that eHome doesn't get that slow siege positioning off that is really hard to break with the AoE that they have.
They're going to use these illusions to scout a bit. They'll reveal old Chicken over in the mid lane. Quickly clears out the wave. Backs off to his team.
I think they actually want to... It'd be smart for them to go for like a fake push on bottom and then smoke through the mid when LGD isn't expecting it. They do have a smoke up on the Bounty Hunter, but looks like just waiting for a better time in the mid lane.
CTY, they are going to find that ward. One swipe of the tree. Down it goes. Bottom lane pushing in, top lane pushing in, all lanes going the way of eHome. The whole game going the way of eHome right now as they lead by 20,000 gold, 20,000 experience, zeroing in on a win. And with that, their old leader would be knocked down. Old Chicken is going to commit. He jumps in. He gets caught by a grip. The 4-step #1 is going to try to protect him. The call down's there. Everybody from eHome scrambles. Only old 11 really gets hit by the full brunt of it. He's still got a snowball, and he's just baiting and baiting. They Greaves up. Now they look for the turn. They've got the fair miss. Meta dodging, though. That last auto attack, he's able to survive. Hangs on. eHome rushing again. Now the Yule setup. The Gyrocopter's whole combo has been expended. Do they have much follow-up? The curse! My God, C2! That is just brutal, savage stuff. Maybe getting the last hit. They needed something like that out of DDC. And as Old Chicken blinks in, the sleep was already being prepped up for him, but it gets taken off. He's still clubbed down. They can't stop this man. He's just too damn big. He's still got the friggin' Aegis, for Christ's sake. 3 are dead. 4 likely to follow. Sylar hanging on. He sees his TA die before his very eyes, and he will be next. The double buyback. A triple buyback for whatever it's worth. LGD, their last legs here at Frankfurt, desperately hanging on by a thread, by a prayer, and maybe not for much longer. They lift up Sylar, they toss him up and down, they beat him all around until he can't even see any which way but a path back to the well. He gets off the cooldown, trying to survive for now, but he's thrown up again, and maybe 2. Remember, he just bought back as well. The gyro's down, more will follow. ROTK, maybe every last LGD hero slaughtered in front of their own tier 4s. No mercy whatsoever. eHome looking...
Finding everybody why Tusk is still a top tier pick. Excellent plays from 11 all around, and it looks like Bounty Hunter was the missing piece of the puzzle that eHome were looking for in game number 2.
It really does feel like it was the difference maker. At first we didn't see the pressure, but the Tusk got so much out of the lane, and from there they just played eHome Dota. That's what they wanted. That lucky shirt, it continues its magic, and the run will continue for eHome. LGD are going home, but Lanham and crew stay alive, and with that, to break it down and get ready for the final match of the day, we go back to the desk. Paul, take it away.
Thank you, LD. Yes, well, what do you say after that one? Brutal, savage, wrecked. Absolutely taken down inside 3 games, and eHome will move on to another bracket match in the lower bracket. We'll break it down for you right now on our panel with our 3 experts. We'll start with Blitz. What do you say after that 3rd game? Because that was absolutely perfect from eHome.
That could have been over in 20 minutes. I feel like if that wasn't the last game that LGD were going to play, they would have just said, okay, we'll reset, move on. Surprised that they decided to run almost an identical lineup, but like Merlini said, it felt like the Bounty Hunter was the missing piece that kind of brought it all together.
Yep.
Yeah, that and the Lesrac pick made a lot of sense against the Templar Assassin as opposed to the first game where it was a bit shaky. It's a really good hero up against the Templar Assassin, and then later on it just, like, as Vince and I were talking about in game 2, it gets a lot of farm. It's still just as much of a threat as it used to be back during the TI days. So it made a lot more sense. Also worth pointing out is that Tiny went for an Aghanim Scepter this time around. Also a difference maker, but ultimately all the track gold that they amassed, even when they were sort of even on kills, where they were only leading a bit on kills, it's a huge gold lead that they already get. And then at one point they double the kills. It's like 28 to 14, and then ends on a complete stomp.
What do you make of it, Sindri?
I think the most impressive thing about eHome's play that game was how good they were at dodging call down. Every time there's a very clear audio cue when call down is cast within vision to react, but they just split out so well. They used their force staffs very well disengaged. The way they won every single fight was baiting key cooldowns, and then they used 2 or 3 snowballs over the course of it to dodge key abilities, force staffs, blink daggers. Very memorable moment when Tiny gets saved by a snowball, blinks into the trees. I'm sure we'll see that as a highlight. I just think eHome were on an incredibly high level this game. If they can play like that every game, they could go all the way to the finals, actually. But it's obviously a tall order.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll get more from all three of you in just a moment. But first of all, let's go and find Cottle Guy, who's with CTY Guy.
Thank you, Paul. Here on the stage with CTY, a dominant performance for eHome. It does take you 3 games, and I do want to go ahead and take it back now. In game number 1, you guys drafted the 5th pick Brood. A lot of people here feel like that was the reason that you were able to pull off a successful, dominant performance. I want to know if you agree with that, and how far in advance in the draft did you know you were going to commit with that 5th pick Brood?
选了蜘蛛嘛，那大家都认为蜘蛛对你们第一局的胜利是一个很重要的主要的因素。你认为是这样吗？而且你们是以前已经预备好选这个英雄，还是怎么样？
我们打老干爹应该是准备好用蜘蛛这个英雄的，因为我们觉得他们比较怕，然后他们也不知道我们会使用蜘蛛这个英雄。第一场的胜利对我觉得我跟他们是旗鼓相当的对手。
So we prepared this hero against our opponents because we knew that they weren't really ready for it. They were kind of afraid for it, and it was a good fit against their lineup. And they're a really strong team, so beating them gave us a lot of confidence and allowed us to feel that we could continue that forward.
In games 2 and 3, it looked like you guys, did you have a lot of fun revisiting that hero again? And just tell us a little bit about your experience playing that hero once more in games 2 and 3.
第2局和第3局，你们选了这老路 TS 英雄。这英雄在这版本中是没有，至少比较少见的。那你还认为这英雄现在很强吗？能分析一下你打这英雄的感受？
这个英雄现在肯定不是那种比较好用的英雄之一，但是对我们队来说，我们有使用它的方法，而且搭配我们的阵容，感觉还是在比赛中不管哪个队伍，其实如果对这个英雄理解深刻，我觉得还是可以用上场的。
This hero may not be a good fit for our style, and as long as you're comfortable using this hero and you can play together well with your team, it's still a potent pick.
All right, now, this is the 3rd time that Lanham has pulled out that victory sweater. Be honest with me, is that thing starting to smell or what?
就是这是第3次国土哥一直穿着那个红色的毛衣。
那我没有闻过哎，但是他比赛一般都穿这件衣服。
I can't tell yet, but he always wears this when he competes.
Good stuff. It seems to be working as a good luck charm. So CTY, congratulations again. A very successful performance, and we look forward to you continuing on further. Let's give it up again for CTY and a strong performance from Team eHome.
Strong performance, especially in Game 3, where they've taken the match and advanced through that lower bracket. Jacob, just summarise LGD for me as a whole tournament. It was very up and down for them throughout the group stage and the bracket.
I think you just said it. It's very up and down. One game they're hot, and the next they're cold. I feel like RGK's play throughout the tournament has been very telling of how successful they were going to be in the game as well. First game, the Doombringer, not very good. Goes on to play an amazing Earthshaker. Finishes up with a questionable Clockwork. And it's sort of the team's performance as well.
Okay, let's take a look at the highlights and just show you some of the great plays from eHome in that 3rd game.
This spot here, I think LGD gave away like 4 kills in a row to eHome running up the same ramp. One hero dies. A few moments later, the Bane runs up, dies as well. Then a few moments later, they run in with 2 or 3 heroes. I think eHome, over the span of like a minute or a minute and a half here, just gained like 5,000 gold on LGD. So that was
and it wasn't unusual either, was it, Synderen, in this game? They seem to get caught an awful lot, far too much.
Yeah, getting caught against this lineup is not really something you shouldn't expect when you're playing against Tusk and Tiny with Blink and a Bounty Hunter constantly tracking you. You will get caught out, but that's why you need to gather up, as I think Merlino was saying. They can't just keep running in one by one and just splitting up because they were giving way too much away to eHome. And I think LGD adapted to the correct style, but when they did, it was too late, too far behind.
Yeah, Blitzer, an obvious question perhaps, but when a situation like that arises and you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't work, what point do you say, hold on guys, this is not going well?
This should have been readily apparent after the first set of track kills.
You would think.
Yeah, because what ended up happening in the second game where they actually won that was so successful was they were able to use their spells in tandem. Whereas in this game, it kind of just felt like the call down whiffed on everybody, and then the winner's
moment here is
curse would come
incredible,
out.
by the way. This just shows the ridiculous strength of a Tusk in capable hands. And I gotta say, 11 has probably played one of the best Tusks I've seen as of late. Really on point, especially with the snowballs.
It honestly did just feel like they had no synergy in their draft. Like, there actually was synergy in their draft, but no synergy in their playstyle. The fact that they were just kind of abandoned teammates, they didn't really sync up on their abilities. When the call down did go down, we just saw right there as an example, landed on one hero.
I also want to point out Tiny, played by Old Chicken, 19-10.
I can't remember if it was yesterday I said it. I feel like Tiny is a really, really good pick the way teams play right now, and I thought its win rate was high, and then Nahas said it's actually not that high without IO in the tournament. It's been like, was it 55% win rate, which is decent but not great?
No, it's still good though.
The teams of this tournament are fighting so much, and this Tiny needs almost nothing. You get a Blink Dagger, and you start one-shotting heroes in fights. This game, combining it with a Bounty Hunter, I think is a great combination. And he made it look easy. It's not like the hero is completely broken. I just think when the game gets played this way, it should be prioritized a lot more.
How important was the Bounty Hunter edition, Jacob?
It meant the world for them. It meant that they could get all these items up while continuing to fight rather than farm. You see, we're not that far into the game right now, and it's still 45 kills on the board. And Gold Ahead also gives a lot of vision in these fights. We saw that often the Bounty Hunter would run ahead of the team or be at the towers ahead of the fight just to make sure that they get 3 tracks up before they actually start fighting. And it just provides such a huge advantage when they then eventually start fighting.
Final moments of the game, just playing out. And it was well, I mean, I think Blitz says it perfectly. It was pretty much G indeed.
Yeah, this was the first call down I saw throughout the entire game that hit multiple heroes. And it was simply just because they were diving inside their base. They didn't really have a care in the world at this point.
It was desperation, wasn't it? And that is it. That seals the lid on the coffin as far as LGD are concerned. They do fall out, and eHome do move on. I think the other thing is that eHome were pointed out by a number of you. I don't know whether it was you three in particular. I know Kat was very insistent that they are definitely a top 4 team at this event, and they've started to look like that kind of team now, Blitz.
No, I completely agree. I made that assessment with Kat before this event. We were looking at eHome's games and saying, if this team can go on a hot run, they can definitely get to the top 4. They've got star players all around. They've got good leadership, which is something that time and time again you draft her.
Jacob, final thoughts on the game?
I'm just happy that I'm right, even though it means that Trolls and Blitzes as well. And more importantly,
obviously I'm wrong
again.
I mean, absolutely wrong. 100% yesterday when you weren't here. You're some sort of curse.
Great.
Yeah, everyone that sat in your chair was wrong yesterday then. So I'd point that out. They were filling in for you.
Every time I sit in my chair, I'm right.
I'm not sure that's...
Every time today.
I'm not sure that's entirely right, but nevertheless. Cinderin, final thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what they've said all around. And eHome looking good. Based on this performance, I also think top 4 is very probable.
Okay.
Their next one.
All right, very good. Thank you very much to all 3 of you. We are headed off to a break, and also we're looking forward to our next match. Of course, our final. The crowd will be very happy about that. They'll be going head-to-head with CDEC. Now, first up, what happens when we do production on these things? And it's a common question I get. People tweet at me, how do these things work? How do they get put together? Well, the good news is I have an answer for you. Trucks. Big trucks.
This is P-Flex backstage at the Frankfurt Major. Now they have a series of trucks back here where the production is run from. Inside is bigger than it looks outside. So we're going to go inside and have a little look around, and I'll show you some of the magic that happens backstage. Let's go. So here we are inside the production truck. I know that many of you may wonder how they put it all together, and this is how. Look at all these screens, all these monitors, mixing desk, sound station. They've got graphics, they've got stats, they've got everything, all controlled by the producer and the director back here. So this is where it all goes on, and I hope you guys appreciate it at home, because these guys work So, that was the production truck where the magic happens. All the coordination, all the timing has to be just so. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I'm going to go find some more stories and I'll be back soon. Peace.
And welcome back to Frankfurt, and welcome to the Frankfurt Major for day 4 coverage of the live matches. Our final match of the night is upon us, and I'm pleased to say that we've been joined by a very special guest. That's right, we have a new guest on the panel, and don't change your set, there are 2 Melks.
2 Melks? Hot temp.
I like to think of him as a slightly less handsome, younger version of myself.
This is, of course, Pycat. Welcome, Pycat. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Swedish legend, of course.
Wow, legend. Nice.
At the age of 23.
Yeah, wow.
You're done for.
Yeah, I'm done. That's why I'm here.
It's great. It is actually great to have you on here. And I wanted to start off, before we move into the next match, I just wanted to throw something at you about all these crazy new players on the block. How have they done so well at this major? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I think that it's actually, for a lot of these players, the fact that they're new is actually helpful, because I think that they haven't been around to, they haven't had enough losses, and they haven't had, when you play for a long time, you're bound to make mistakes eventually. And these mistakes, they kind of get to you. So they have a confidence that is there, and it helps them a lot. You can see Sumail, Miracle, Bia, they haven't played that many games yet. So I think the more games you play, even though you get more experience, the mistakes that you make, they kind of get to your head.
So they're playing without fear?
Yeah, I think so.
They haven't been broken
except
down.
For Sumail, who does play with fear.
The rest
Jacob.
of us have therapy every week.
It spoils these games. Right, let's move on quickly before the jokes fall flat even further. We're going to move on to CDEC versus OG. We'll start with CDEC. And do you know what? Why don't we take a look at some of their highlights as well? Because they've had some very good highlights at this particular major, not least of which were in the group stage and, of course, in the lower bracket. But unfortunately, when they played Evil Geniuses, they weren't quite so nice. Jacob, they came unstuck against Evil Genius, but we already know how good they are.
Yeah, I think a big part of it was that they put aggressive on a hero that, first of all, we're not used to see them play.
Yep.
We're not used to seeing anyone play it, because it's not very good in the current meta. He actually played amazing. We talked about this earlier. Aggressive, constantly performing at a high level, but it's just not enough when you're playing up against a team like Evil Geniuses, who might very well be the favorite to win the tournament.
Yeah, this is one of the best Lifestealer performances that I think I've seen.
It's the only Lifestealer performance
even
we've seen.
Before that, too. It was a lot of just same old, infest into Storm, infest into Puck, infest into Quap, get a lot of kills. But this one actually, I think,
made it look reasonably viable in the current meta.
It made the skill cap look a lot higher than initially expected because of how difficult it is to arm Toggle nowadays.
What did you make of that, Pycat?
Well, I think that you can't really pick Nyx that much now. I mean, there's a reason the hero is not played a lot. And also, especially when you play it against Venge, Clock, Doom, the hero, he gets kited so easily by these heroes, and he just can't do much. He's too... He only has one thing, right? He can only run at you and attack you, and it's so easy to play against a carry hero like that.
Venge was actually considered one of the hard counters to the Nyx back when it was in style.
So do you think CDEC's weakness is their drafting, Pycat?
Yeah, to an extent. I think that the fact that, it's both a strength and a weakness at the same. They're really good at what they do, but teams are figuring it out by now. So they're kind of just, when you play CDEC, you go in and then you have a strategy prepared against them, because you know what they're going to do. They're going to run at your face until they win the game or lose.
Okay. I want to discuss one of the other things which Brian's given me. Most smokes used per game by CDEC, putting all the other teams under pressure. Why?
It's how they play the early game and the mid game. They smoke, they get a big kill, they take towers, and then they just continue that role after they get 2,000 or 3,000 gold boost. They can even win fights with a 5,000-7,000 gold deficit. So all they need to do is kind of make that deficit as little as possible. And
I think they had that exact same stat during TI as well, that they were the most smoke-using team in the tournament, and it just speaks to their playstyle. They've obviously carried it on because they're a fairly new and inexperienced team, and they had this huge success where they finished second place at the World Championships, right? So why change the winning recipe? They go into this, they've been playing like this ever since. It's only just now that we start seeing them pick other heroes that we didn't really expect them to, and yesterday just fell flat against EG.
Okay, let's move on to OG. Great game today, earlier on today. What can they take out of that? And obviously confidence, but can they take anything that they learned in that game about themselves and moving on towards CDC? Or is this just a completely different series and have to take it completely differently?
Completely different series. Piket and I were talking about this actually before we were on the panel. He said every strat that OG has is a cheese strat.
I mean, to an extent it is, right? Like they play Meepo, they play some Husker strats, they play their Wisp Tiny. I think Fly is really good at abusing the enemy's drafts. Like he finds a way. If there's anything where he can he picks these heroes that really punish enemies' drafts. I don't know. They played some Brood before, didn't they? Or maybe they didn't. They play these Huskar and Meepos.
Yeah, not here.
And these type of heroes that really punish the enemy if you pick them at the right time.
Yeah, I think the Dazzle against the Virtus.pro spelled it best. It's one of those heroes that keeps your own heroes alive. And against a team like Virtus.pro, that's especially effective because they just want to fight all the time and they will keep fighting until either one of them dies. So
isn't that somewhat similar to CDEC?
I think they pick the same kind of strategies regardless of what they're playing up against. They have these three heroes each that they all just keep on rotating on. So, if they don't get Lina or Queen of Pain for Shiki on the middle lane, I don't even know what they're picking for him anymore. Because those seem to be the only two that he really plays at the highest level. And then aggressive, we most often saw on Gyrocopter and Phantom Lancer. He's now diversing his hero pool a bit more. And the supports, we've seen a lot of Bounty Hunter coming out for them, especially not so much in this tournament, but early on. They go for the same kind of style every game.
Okay, let's take a look at the highlights from OG's previous match. There we go. Virtus.pro versus Team OG, of course, earlier on today. And, it was a great performance by OG against a very good, informed team.
So I don't think that some of their team fights were as good as VPs. They were able to take some team fights that I just simply did not expect them to win. But yeah, as you said, OG have some really strong paths. The Dazzle pick, as you said, was really, really good versus them, and they couldn't really stop the farm with the PL and the Shadow Fiend at the end of this game.
Crit also played an amazing series all throughout, even in the game they lost.
Yeah, he played a really good Rubik in that one game. And then I also think that this team, OG, they're very clutch in a lot of engagements. They have these players like Miracle, and even No-Tail, they do a lot of these clutch moves that are really hard to pull off. And they can be a bit risky, but they're very good at making them work.
What did you make of the 3-game series earlier on, in the way that OG came out on top against a pretty decent Virtus.pro and a team that had shown us that they've got some good fight in them?
I felt a bit like VP didn't play at their highest level a bit. I felt like their execution seemed to be a bit off. I don't know what it was, but it seemed slightly off. Like the players were not, on the same page 100%. So it's hard to say. I think CDEC will be a tougher opponent than VP, but I think that OG could pull it off if Fly finds some good drafts.
I mean, this fight was a good example. FNG missed a lot of Ice Pass, and his team just wasn't able to connect at the same level that they were earlier on. But VP has always been that kind of team. Sometimes they have some days where they're just on fire, completely in sync, just one mind, and sometimes they, sort of lack that teamwork and unable to overcome a team like OG.
Yeah, and when you're playing in the loser bracket especially, you need to perform every minute of the game. And as Piket was saying, I think that was one of the things that Virtus.pro really didn't do. You were talking about how FNG did a few mistakes. I think DK4 versus Slaughter was very underwhelming, and especially in comparison to this game 3 by Moon Meander, where he was absolutely clutch all around the game on his Slaughter.
Yeah, in this game they were just not able to protect the Lina at all, and she just got jumped in this last fight due to excellent smoke movement by OG. So the smoke ganks are going to be really crucial this game. I think earlier in the group stage there were a lot of fights where both teams smoked and no one was able to find each other. I think even like 2 or 3 consecutive smokes where no kills were found. So.
And CDC is a team that likes to take control early on, much like OG. One of the reasons why OG was successful against Virtus.pro is because they sort of matched that fiery aggression with their own. And I think that can actually play into OG's favor because CDC might not expect to be pressured that much in the early game.
We've talked a little bit about Fly and his drafting, and rightly so. But what about his best mate? How's he stacked up so far? No-Tail at Frankfurt.
I think he's been doing all right. I don't think he's had the standout performances on his team. I think they've all been playing solid. We're yet to see them play amazing games, also sort of because their opponents haven't been top 6 contenders.
And sometimes it's just because he's given heroes like Viper. It's like, oh man, that Viper was amazing. It just doesn't come out.
To be fair, we did say that the game before that about G's Viper.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we like Viper now, don't we? Especially in G's hands, anyway.
Always like Viper.
Yeah.
Do you actually like Viper, though?
I like Viper.
You actually
No, he
like
actually
Viper.
does. He's some sort of weirdo, though, Pike.
If I want to win a Dota game, I play Viper.
I looked at his pubs. He had played like 5 Vipers in the last 20. It was disgusting.
I like Viper for like a week or maybe a month, and then I played the hero a couple times. Then I didn't like it so much anymore. That
Fair
flying
enough.
dragon, 285 move speed. It's not that.
Not for you?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
You like
I was going to say before.
No, I don't like him.
You don't
He's
like
like
him. We already
bottom
know
3
that.
of my heroes that I like.
Is it really that low?
Definitely.
Why?
Disgusting hero. He's like all about corrosive skin. Toby told me that a third of his damage was in a whole entire game was usually corrosive skin. And I'm not sure if that's
In Toby's game or in pro games?
No, in
Because
pro
there's
games.
like the biggest difference in the world.
Yeah, the two are very, very different. I'm going to halt you all there. We are going to get some more reactions from you in just a moment. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the two teams, CDC and OG. There are just 6 teams remaining here at the Frankfurt Major, and within the next few hours, we'll find out which one is leaving the competition. There will be 5 left at the end of this particular match as we go into the lower bracket in the semi-finals now. The other one, of course, will be coming to you tomorrow alongside the winners bracket match as well. So we're really looking forward to tomorrow, but we still have one more match to go today. The draft is just around the corner. We'll get our final thoughts and our predictions now. You won't have done this before, Melk 2. But you need to join into the predictions. And I want you to give us your prediction and tell us why.
Well, I was thinking...
No, hold on. You need to do it in the Melk voice, Pike. Come on.
Also, I was thinking earlier about...
How do you do this to me? Just let me be.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone,
I was actually thinking that CDEC would take this because I still think they're quite strong. But then again, I'm biased and I'm from Europe, so I'm going to go with OG.
Okay. OG?
I'll go with my little brother and support the Danish guys and, of course, cheer for No Tail and Crit.
Okay. So OG as well for you?
Yes.
Okay, this is looking remarkably one-sided. I've also gone with OG.
Can we change that?
Then I want to change mine.
Can we what? So it says Melk 2. I'm also going to go with OG. Are we going to get a clean sweep?
I'm going with CDEC. I think you guys underestimate them a lot.
I don't. I have to support my Danish brethren. But now that Paul has bet for them, I sort of want to change mine just to be 100.
And you should, really. But it's heart and head now, isn't it? In your heart, you want OG. In your head, you're saying CDC. Is that right?
I mean, I think people have just maybe gotten a little bit bored of seeing CDEC playing the same picks and the same style, and OG are a much more entertaining team to watch and interesting. But I still think that CDEC has maybe the weaker drafts, but still the overall stronger play, and I think that aggressive will pull through in the end.
If I have to put on the analytical hat, I do think CDC is probably the stronger team.
Now he says.
Just covering my bases.
You don't have an analytical hat.
Let's just test this, because as we go into the draft, I'm not sure if I'm going to know which one of you is speaking.
All you have a small penis.
I'm pretty stupid.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay,
Most
draft
of
one
Five
is on the
seconds
way.
remaining.
Enough of the nonsense, and Joro's first one banned for
CDEC's
OG.
turn to ban.
So CDEC have had a full day to prepare for OG, which is pretty important because OG, on the other hand, have already played a series today. So this means that CDC likely has had time to look into OG's older replays where they like to run Huskar, where they have played anti-mage a lot, where they have picked Meepo up for no tail. So I wonder how they're going to handle this entire thing. My guess is usually, again, the Ember Spirit that we saw for Vici versus Secret, that I think is an important pick to kind of dissuade a lot of them. The Meepo in particular.
Do you feel like that CDC might just sort of decide that there's so many to think about that they might just focus on their own and decide to try and play that kind of game?
5 seconds
Comfort
remaining.
picks?
I mean, no matter what they get, though, they always play with that sort of game, right? So it's more, can they force OG to play that sort of game?
You think they are hoping that OG is not going to pick the Tusk in there first and leave it in the pool and then maybe ban out the...
Who do you think is a bigger deal, Slaughter or Tusk?
I think for OG, I think Slaughter actually
better.
works better. But if that being said, I think if OG plays it smart, they still take the Tusk just because they know that CDC wants it.
Did CDC play any Slaughter so far?
Only once, I think.
Usually only aggressive Slaughter.
Yeah. I think Slaughter here is good.
But if you want to do like a ban pick, you take the Tusk instead. Or you just go for a Wisp and not care at all.
There it is.
Turn to pick.
It's probably Wisp Tiny.
So there's Queen for Shiki. A lot of teams fear that. I think Peter said that was one of the few things that he feared coming out from CDEC.
Yeah, I think a Tusk Queen pick right now would be very beneficial for CDC.
Ember Queen?
I think it's going to be interesting to see, though, what OG do in the second phase, because this is where they always, it's like they do this with Tiny, and then they also pick Tusk plus Dazzle. I mean Huskar plus Dazzle. That's what they do. They go multiple.
Multi-cheese.
Yeah, multi-cheese.
Reserve time.
Okay, so it is the Queen of Fame.
C-Dex, turn to pick.
So you guys are kind of split into as to what they think. I think Ember, you guys think...
I think perhaps Pit Lord.
There's... what else have we seen? I guess occasionally we see AA coming out from the Spirit Breaker, although maybe not willing to pick it up as readily as yesterday.
10 seconds remaining.
Dazzle, also really good for the early fighting playstyle.
5 seconds
Although
remaining.
that's more OG, and of course, Winter Wyvern, perhaps.
Dusk.
Good call, Mail.
Dire team pick.
Thank you.
So can OG actually go 3 cheese? Is that possible for them? Like Wiz Tiny,
Brood?
Yeah, Brood plus.
I'm sure OG can actually make it happen.
Meepo.
Brood Meepo.
That would be a
Then
bit-
who plays what?
Oh, yeah, they can't do Meepo now.
Yeah, they can't do Meepo, I suppose. Well, couldn't they do Miracle Tiny? I guess he doesn't ever play it.
I was in the shuttle with, I don't know if I'm even allowed to say this, that may be breaking strategical depth. Okay, I was in the shuttle with certain OG members and they were talking about burning spears. So I could foresee a Tusk coming out.
Is that really a
Oh, yeah,
surprise that they talk about Huskar? I thought you had some secret information there.
Oh no, not
That's
at all.
not confidential at all.
That's the only thing they talked about.
But does Husk counter Tusk or does Tusk counter Husk? Or is the question. Really?
Turn
I
to
don't know.
ban.
I think it works well both ways, I guess. He can zone him out early, but I think actually Tusk probably works better against Husk.
Sigil is decent against him.
I mean, there's the AA ban, so. Oh, and then Huskar is like, okay, no. Taking no chances here. Keep in mind CDEC also brewed occasionally. That's probably the cheesiest thing that they run, although I did also see them pick up Wisp once.
10 seconds remaining.
Only once, though.
C-Dex, turn to ban.
We're not going to see a lifesteal in this.
They are warming up to the Brood pick.
Lifestealer? You don't know, man. I think that hero is a little underrated.
What if CDC instantly picks the Brood now?
10 seconds remaining.
Would they?
I don't think they would pick it so early though. There's
5 seconds remaining.
there's Ember in the pool still. I think I would like to see Cedek go for something like Visage Ember.
Reserve time.
That could be really good. Then they will have a lot of mobility on all of their heroes. Strong lanes.
see that working for them. Is there anything else that Monkey Business pulled out that you suspect that they might pike at?
They do run some Lich dual lanes off lane. Also, it's really good to go offensive dual lanes whenever you have Wisp Tiny. Because then you get a safe lane 1v1 matchup. You can pick a strong matchup for your solo hero there. And it also means that the Wisp can rotate down to the offensive dual lane and make that lane even stronger whenever he goes for a rune. Because then you have 4 heroes on the bottom room. So it's hard for them to contest if you want to do it.
They might still go for the Dazzle, although it's slightly worse against Speed of Pain.
And
is it? Oh yeah, it's banned. Okay, never mind.
10
Like that.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
How about Undying for OG? I think someone said that they were surprised they didn't really turn to it in the series versus VP. Do you still think it's a good hero for them? I remember that used to be their bread and butter, Undying Tusk, for like 2 weeks straight.
I feel like they're gonna lock it. They're gonna need. Maybe. There it is.
Probably feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
I mean, I told you they were running it for just every single game. Maybe Beastmaster too, although that's kind of No-Tail's hero.
Yeah, they kind of need some luck.
Or
now,
crit,
I feel.
yeah. I think Moonmeander has been playing it as well. They have like 3 Beastmaster players.
Could still be a Brood game.
Yeah, I mean the
10
Bristle ban
seconds remaining.
definitely leaves it open.
5 seconds.
I still think
remaining.
Ember is really good.
Yeah, I like Ember here.
Yeah, the deeper OG picks in
Reserve
without
time.
Disable, the better it gets. So. Also good to pull the fight away from the Undying.
Yeah, it is. And also you can cleave on those. You can jump around on those zombies.
It's hard to gank with relocate.
Don't CDC need like a scouting hero though? Don't they usually pick like, Spirit Breaker, Night Stalker, or Bounty Hunter? Like one of these 3 that can provide vision so they can actually gank?
Depends what they play the Tusk on though. If he's playing that role, they already got that.
Alright.
I think they should play. It should be a support.
They go for the blue.
That's
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I'm afraid that OG might have picked themselves into a hole there. Just maybe wanting the cheese themselves and then...
Getting cheesed.
Yeah.
So what good counters have we seen to Brood? I think Brood has won, 6 games out of 7 now?
Does Miracle play Ember?
Yes.
Does he?
He does.
Yeah, okay.
I saw him play it a couple of
10
times.
seconds remaining.
I think that's a pretty good option. It's good against the Brood and it's also good against Quap.
Yeah.
It's very annoying for Quaps to play against Ember because of the chains.
And it's still a very good hero for CDC as well. I definitely think
It is.
the Ember Spirit makes a lot of sense at this point.
I mean, but we saw Ember get crushed in the LGD series.
Yeah, just the one loss on Broodmother so far out of 7 matches.
So is that gonna be a core shaker or zombie?
That's a Moon Meander shaker, definitely. Fly running around being the undead.
10 seconds remaining.
Just looking for a miracle hero.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they could still actually go for the Meepo, even though it's not that great versus Winter Wyvern. I think Meepo is actually one of the best heroes to deal with Brood
Meepo
Mother.
is actually really good here, yeah, I think so too.
Oh god, the cheese.
I mean, you're kind of forced to, I think. It's
And they banned out the
Ember's
Ember.
gone.
Yeah.
Does Miracle play Tiny though? That's the question.
Sure.
Yeah. Why not, I guess?
Why not? I don't think that is that insanely difficult.
But it's more like if you have a player who plays a hero.
It's also in combination with the Wisp.
Yeah.
I think like the fact that they're both Danish might also play in a lot to that combo.
Elk.
What? No, I was serious.
Maybe.
They might even talk
would you
Danish
say
to
that
each
the
other when they're
Danish
comboing.
Wisp Tiny, is it strong?
Yeah, it's the best.
Yes.
Huh, interesting. So what are we looking at for aggressive here? Juggernaut.
5 seconds
It's my pick.
remaining.
I like the Juggernaut a lot. There's a Gyro against the Undying. Oh, it's banned first. Never mind. Like
Reserve
that.
time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Huh.
So it's gonna be a safe lane.
Dire team pick.
Okay, cool.
Viper seems to be regarded pretty highly up against Tiny as a decent hero. Survives his combo, put the Nether Strike on him, and he's not worth much in terms of attack speed.
The Viper and Wyvern mid can be, if the Wyvern starts helping the Viper a little bit in the beginning, the Viper has a really good lane against Wisp Tiny, I think. They can't really go on him, he just tanks too much. He gets his levels.
I think Meepo is actually super good here.
If we start chanting that loud enough, they can hear us.
So, we're on a Miracle Hero right now. Yes?
I still think it's best to pick up an auto, do an audible and switch it up though. I mean, we saw LGD, they try to go for like, a Lycan, and it just was not a dedicated brood hero. I think like you have to have a dedicated brood hero in this particular matchup because Undying and Earthshaker or Wisp aren't going to be able to really zone her out early.
Razor is semi-decent, I think.
I mean, we've seen weirder things too. We've seen like Centaur with Vanguard. We've seen like, I've seen Brewmaster with Vanguard as well. We've seen LC before. I know that Moon plays that hero occasionally, so.
Core Sand King, I still believe.
Core Sand King, yep.
And it is the Alchemist.
It's not half bad either. Money being made around here.
Here we go then. Game 1, OG versus CDEC Gaming.
Thank you very much, Paul. Welcome, everybody, to game number 1 of OG going up against CDEC. I'm Toby Warner, joined here by Cinderin, of course, the most knowledgeable Dane we have in this event. And it's your own boys as well.
Oh, nice. I was muted. Okay.
Yeah, I give you sound.
I just said absolutely.
Did you?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's not, the competition isn't that bad. So.
It's not that rough, is it? It's not that rough.
That said, though, Milk has actually been on point today. I think Milk has had his best performance so far on the panel.
Please don't say things like that.
It's not that difficult, though, to up his previous performances, but today he's been making some...
We have also been seeing a very stable drafting scene coming out. Like, I know you're talking about it when we're going through our draft right now. It's like, oh, maybe we'll see something like the Lifestealer come up as that combination to go with the Broodmother and the Queen of Pain. We can go for something that CDEC, like, they tried once, and it sort of worked. I'm trying to be as polite as I can about that.
I would have loved the Lifestealer in this game just because obviously they didn't know the Alchemist was coming from Miracle at that point, but I think it's good against Tiny, it's good against Undying, it's okay against Shaker, and they had a vehicle for it through a Queen of Pain potentially, or by taking it in with the Tusk. There were a lot of ways they could have utilized it, but they might have just lost faith in it after the last game.
There is a big standoff right now here inside the Radiant jungle. The shards will fly. They'll separate Moon a little bit. Remember, he's still got that fissure, and they throw it down aggressive. Has to cut through the tree line, but you've got your Avalanche already slowing down aggressive, and he wears Shadow Strike first. There's no blink away. They're going to get the kill. The decay from Fly kicks in, and OG, not only do they get off to a good start, they didn't have to put a point up on that Alchemist until now, so he'll get the Bounty Rune with the Greaves bonus. Maybe something even bigger too is the fact that Sentry Ward planted down right now by the Wyvern, it will not scout out the Observer Ward, so the 30-second camp will be blocked as well.
This is where, if you're CDC, you just don't challenge. They are a very aggressive team by nature, they love fighting, but I'm really surprised they chose to even throw out that Shadow Strike. They have a Broodmother at the top rune, so they know there are only 4 heroes there, and they're level 1. It's way inferior to what OG could throw at them. So they got a freebie there. They get the rune for Miracle, like you said, so that's absolutely crucial for him in order to stand against the Viper in lane. I still think this matchup is Viper favored, even with the Bounty Rune going Miracle's way, but it's a start.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but at the same time, it's the old phrase we had with the Alchemist. Nothing has really changed with his greed. It's all about just getting those Bounty Runes secured. So I'm interested to see how well OG are going to get these rotations off. The Earthshaker can keep a little bit of attention down the bottom lane, but the Wyvern will normally be able to control that bottom rune, depending on the timing. And Crit, with no early bottle over on this IO, maybe getting runes won't be as important to him, except just blocking it out from CDEC.
Moonmeander's actually dropping very, very low here. He might want to go back to base. He uses the Tango to stay alive against the Shadow Strike, and yeah, it's going to be a full retreat. So it's going to have a hard time. Looks like CDC are putting more emphasis on their safe lane than usual, but of course they do have this off-lane Brood, which is something we pretty rarely see from them.
Well, it's a good focus too. When you think about it, what's going to happen if Moon doesn't really find good levels and good farm? Like, where does your initiation really kick in? he's kind of your only jump hero unless Notel goes for more aggressive build with a Blink Dagger early on, but that could limit him up against the Broodmother.
And this top lane is going to be the lane to watch. Not right now, but fairly soon. Actually, Notel gets a good toss onto XZ.
Yeah, with
and
the
they have
dust
Dust
available,
too.
they get a very quick and simple kill.
It was the lane to watch already.
They might. Well, that was a bit of a CDEC coming up for a rune contest. Thinking OG might even be a little bit weaker, but that quick little moment from a Tiny. You look for those openings in the mid lane because it's a little bit more choked up, but Broodmother playing a little too aggressive.
This is a very good start for OG there. Obviously, they got the bounty rune that they wanted in the start. They've got 2 kills. The Tiny is easily out farming everyone else. And now the question is, how do CDC adapt? Because they obviously don't think they can keep 3 heroes bottom, and the rotation so far is from Q to the top lane. Still doesn't have his Arctic Burn ready, though.
He's in real trouble with the Wisp Spirit damage. Actually, they don't have enough mana left over on that Tiny. The bottle's been purchased by Notel, but it's still going to come out to him on that top lane. And the Flying Courier is only available in a couple of seconds. Fly, he's on the hunt, looking for Q as he would retreat out. Won't find anything, however. And the ping actually came out from Q. So he understands that Fly is there.
Oh, bottom lane, Moon Meander.
Yeah,
no TP out.
He's in a world of hurt. He's dead underneath that tower. The Shadow Strike will end up killing him off, but the Queen of Pain just ensures it. Aggressive with a good attack.
This is such a difficult lane matchup for Shaker. Even Queen of Pain versus Shaker one-on-one is a difficult matchup. You put this kind of support together with the Queen, and this lane is just impossible. And maybe they should keep Fly a little bit more in the bottom lane and help out Moon Meander, but he's focusing a lot on top, anticipating that this Broodmother is going to get out of control pretty soon if they don't.
Well, there goes your Avalanche again, but Tiny, no mana, and also in a real world of hurt as Q flies right behind him. With that Soul Rip available, Notel is able to survive.
And this Soul Rip is going to be a key ability later on in the game for OG. It is a burst heal that they can throw onto the IO, which in turn will heal that Tiny a ridiculous amount.
I'm not sure you want to be doing this, Shiki. Alchemist takes that bounty rune. They get the fissure off, which means it can be a full duration concoction stun over on top of Shiki. Fly make it even easier, removing the life from that Viper. And OG strike again. Alchemist with the kill.
Well, they get eyes on Garter as well.
Getting that one's a little bit more difficult. How important is it too for Garter to get a good progression? We saw Snowball saves throughout the previous series today. Up against something like that flying concoction, the initiation from OG, Snowball's gonna be so critical.
Now he is currently sitting on level 3. Getting a little bit out of the mid lane, but so far so good for OG once again. They've got way better CS on their heroes than the counterparts on CDC. At least the Tiny is doing well. Viper is actually drawing right now with the Alchemist because of these good rotations. So they've accomplished what they want out of the lanes, apart from bottom, where I think they would hope for a bit more. But you know what? If you're not getting anything there, you can always go for a Soul Ring and try to rotate with Shaker. Of course, very good at that. Got the kill at the top rune, and now looking for the top lane. But XC is playing it very safe.
Yeah, you can't afford to feed anything else. And really for the Broodmother, it's meant to be that whole weather the storm. Get to your Soul Ring and then just go. But you don't have to put yourself at risk to do so. Having that one death to his name, it's really something they don't want to have happen. One, because the Alchemist, you know, is going to be getting a decent amount of farm, and the farm he does gets worth so much more because of the greed. But getting Tiny with a momentum build, that's even more dangerous for them. Because then the split push and the power of OG becomes a lot more real.
And whenever it's a no-tail Tiny, you never know what item build you're going to get. I think he has the biggest variety in item builds out of any player on Tiny, or at least the most unusual ones. He kind of alternates between his own 2 or 3 item builds that no other player goes for.
Is this one of these games? Because I know he likes to go for the Aghanim Scepter Rush. With the Wisp, he may even go for combat. But is it one of those games where you feel like you can just play the greed game? Go in for a Hand of Midas build?
Well, if the mid lane is going as well as it is and Miracle's getting farmed, they could try it. At the same time, I think this game you want to, on your Tiny, you get a Blink Dagger, you go and you're active around the map, you have Miracle give him the Aghanim Scepter as Alchemist.
Speaking of Tiny, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Garter had an Invis ring, he's coming close on Notel. The 10, however, in from crit, and that damage just cannot be inflicted by CDEC. They want to bring more up. Q was moving himself up to this top lane. This Wyvern has spent 6.5 minutes just roaming from lane to lane and only found 2 levels so far.
Man, this net worth lead they're accumulating already on mainly Miracle is what I'm looking at. There's a 2k lead for OG and 1,500 of that. Actually, all 2k are in the mid lane. That's his advantage over the Viper right now. So Miracle going for this Medallion of Courage will allow them to take Roshan very early. I think he's going to transition into maybe a Radiance straight after this to just maximize the farm and get the Aghanims for the Tiny, as mentioned earlier. And it's a really good team to have Aghs for. It's not just the Tiny. Undying benefits a lot from this item somewhere down the line, but generally we see Alchemists maybe give away one of them. You need to stay relevant yourself as well, so see what the priority is. Yep, bye-bye Moon.
Simple rotation, simple kill. Especially when you got that big burst damage coming out from aggressive. And they really need to almost rotate Moon off that bottom lane. Give him some, he can't go top, can he? Because how are you going to get space against the Broodmother? Especially when Notal is just racking up a very offensive number of CS. A lot of it's not worth as much because it is the Spiderlings he's killing off. Like he just took out like 15 Spiderlings on the top lane and now has 75 CS in 7-8 minutes. But the Earthshaker, where else can Moon really go? You give him mid if the tower drops, or what?
I think it's pretty important that he shows bottom from time to time and keeps heroes there. The fact that he gets ganked by the Tusk, and yes, he does get killed, he drains a Sonic Wave that now can't be used for a team fight for 2.5 minutes. He frees up their entire jungle so Miracle can farm it safely. And now they can just relocate on bottom.
Coming in, they're coming after aggressive with a toss over. The Tiny getting the kill on that Queen of Pain. Crit didn't even inflict his damage from the balls.
And this is something CDC aren't that used to playing against. I don't think they play against many teams that run the IO. It might be their first game in the tournament playing against the hero. And also the first team I think we've seen in the main event that didn't just first face ban IO out against OG. I believe they had the tools for it. So far, so good for OG on that, though.
It happens for a big reason. OG love their relocate kind of plays. Bottom lane, Moon going to go down right now. Just the early initiation from Q. Dropped him low. Garda, yeah, it's just shards. Lock him in position. So even Q as well as Garda can work together to ensure kills.
But we're not feeling the Brood have an impact just yet. That's the main thing for OG.
Well, how does
They're finding the farm. Yeah, that's the problem, because Brood can be a very big problem in the early stage of the game, but with this not happening, reaching level 7 is usually a benchmark for, okay, now you start taking over the enemy jungle, you start farming it up, but Alchemist is already in there with the Acid Spray, and Brood can't kill him alone. There's always the threat of the relocate. OG, obviously, with the Tiny, can also farm stacks. So whenever he shows his Spiderling somewhere, they just get killed.
Might get even a little bit more concerned if that Alchemist just rotates up to the top lane in a moment. He's already completed the Solar Crest, so going up against the Broodmother is a piece of cake for him. And we are looking at that combat build coming out from Notal. So treads into drums. And eventually he'll work his way into that Aghanim Scepter.
I don't think so.
You think he'll just go directly for the Blink, maybe the casual Yasha? Or?
He'll just go for one of Notail's alternative builds and get the Aghs from Alchemist. I don't see why he would purchase that item slot when he's going to sell it later anyway. Moon.
So you're also looking at that Solar Crest as an indication that he's not, like, Moon's not going for that Octarine, Radiance, and Mana style build.
I still think Radiance is a choice, but after he went for Crest instead of just Medallion into Radiance, this makes me think he's not going that build whatsoever.
Okay.
And that is perfectly fine as long as Notail gets as big as he does. So I think this is going to be Drum into maybe a Yasha and then Moonshard. And just get the Aghanims pulled over. He's going to be absolutely ridiculous when he gets that at, say, minute 20.
I know OG really enjoy their mid-game item builds, but that's pretty heavy in. If that doesn't work with the Tiny, the Alchemist
still just farm.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, the Alchemist just goes back to farming and gets the bonus Moonlight. But how does CDEC then stop that? Aggressive? He's building in for an Orchid early on, and if that is an Orchid and an Aghanim Scepter into the Tiny, he'll never be able to kill off the Tiny. So how does CDEC ensure that? In fact,
relocate.
Notail's just walking his way down. They relocate in Moon, so he's able to get that Fissure over on Q aggressive. Well, he'll blink into the tree line and TP himself out. So Miracle won't be able to get that stun. And where is that relocate coming back? In fact, it's up to top lane. The Spiderlings are all over him, and CDEC, they set the trap for it. A lot of heroes on top lane for CDEC.
They try to support for support. The question now is if they can start getting some significant damage on these towers. If there's one thing you don't want to have happen against a Wisp lineup, it's losing map control. Then they just start dominating you with a split push. Now, this kill probably gave a bit of an advantage to CDC over what OG managed to accomplish. They're not getting a collateral, not taking a tower, not setting up for Roshan just yet, but could be mid lane.
There goes your drum charge. Easily able to close the distance between himself as well as Shiki. They commit the tombstone as well. They'll need this considering Shiki has that mech up in the snowball. Actually going to flip Moon on his head. But Carter, there's no real follow-up damage. The toss, a little bit off target, but Fly's got the K in 1 second time. That'll get the kill over on the Viper. So they find their opening. And they drop that Viper down now. 8K net worth over on the Alchemist. Maybe he will still just go into that Radiance because he's up at 2.2K.
I'm curious to see what he's going to do here.
Also, Notel with a heavy rotation, it did open up space on top lanes. Now XC, he's starting to get that net worth up. He's taken out that top tier 1 tower and is building in towards an Orchid too. So they're actually going for double Orchid builds here for CDEC.
One thing to keep in mind about that gank, though, was how hard it was for them to kill the Viper. They actually needed to commit a lot of abilities, and he almost made it out alive because of his mech. So if he gets treads, or if there's backup next time apart from just the Tusk, that's got to be a little bit worrying for OG, how much they actually already need to invest.
Avalanche going to connect with the toss up into the air. And the Soul Rip bonus damage arriving from Fly. They had enough to kill him up before he hit the ground. And you could see Aggressive for a moment trying to blink, but he went for the blink, which was a 180 from him. So it took a little too long to finish the animation. A Miracle got a blink dagger, okay. Full aggression. They're relocating up, they understand XC is, okay. They're relocating down, I should say. Looking for Q, goes for the curse, and now Tiny as well as Io. They're locked down here. The Avalanche will go, well actually just the toss for the moment, and Notel TP's himself out. The Walrus Punch won't arrive in time from Garda to finish the job.
That's actually a little bit of a misplay here from Carter. Very unusual for him. Generally, CDC read the situations very well, but that kill is Shiki's. He's got the IO on lockdown there, should be able to solo him, and now they ran out of stun, so they couldn't get no-tail. The bigger kill that they were setting up for by killing the IO first, and he reads the situation perfectly, just TP's out, acknowledging that, oh, that's money. Realizing that the stuns were, of course, used.
I'm kind of surprised, like, you go down there, though. Like, why would you relocate there when you had an Invis Alchemist ready to attack onto a Broodmother, which he got vision off for a bit?
They might not have had any detection on their heroes.
They had dust on the Wisp.
Crit had dust? Yeah.
Yeah, he had dust.
A bit surprising.
Just picking a little bit more of maybe an easier target in their mind.
Yeah, because if they start relocating and he realizes it with Brood very quickly, perhaps he can cross into a tree line and not get spotted by the dust, and then they just waste the relocate. It is, of course, pretty telegraphed. When you're playing against the Wisp, you just keep an eye on the minimap all the time.
Oh, bottom lane, they're getting ready to jump again. This is where the Blink Dagger can work for the Alchemist. Prepares the concoction, blinks, and then gets the instant stun before the Viper can reach the tree line. Queen of Pain's going to be killing off Moon. In the meantime, there's the attack onto Shiki that we keep our tabs on. But the Avalanche toss is a very quick kill. And with the Undying Tombstone in front of the tower, OG can keep this pressure going. Miracle will just tank up the tower.
This is not a good trade for them.
They're actually losing their tier 2 tower on top, and the Earthshaker died in front of the tier 1 tower in mid.
And Aggressive is putting on quite a bit of pressure in the mid lane too. They do have a glyph, so they're going to force OG to stay here for another 5 seconds, and Aggressive in turn forces their glyph in the mid lane and gets pretty much half a tier 1 here as well.
They're actually TPing out.
No-tail rotating in. It's an okay trade, I guess. It wasn't as bad as I made it sound. They will be losing this tier 2 tower at some point, so.
You wonder too if OG really care about losing as many buildings as they do, because you are running a Wisp Tiny. The ability to take out towers is pretty easy. Curse over on crit, and they just ensure the kill on him. This delays the urn at least, allowing Fly to retreat back out. That's your TP on the other side of the tree line. So CDEC taking whatever they can get.
You know, Aggressive, in a lot of other games, he would have just run for that Undying, but he's starting to get scared.
Notel just got almost 20 CS off one Avalanche toss combo. But the Viper still, like the tower, he grabs one.
And I do think CDC are progressing their game plan very well. This is unusual for OG to be in this position when they're, oh, nice. In mid lane.
Yeah, they use
not enough.
Do they have enough follow-up? They got the Echo Slam available. They're going to commit it. In fact,
now it's enough.
He relocates in to help out. There was the Splinter Blast going, and Notel once more. Maybe he can toss Q back. Crit needs this relocate to end in 2 seconds' time. He'll actually survive long enough, and Q, the Avalanche, it comes in waves and brings down the Wyvern. Aggressive, though, is ready to fight this. He's behind with an Invis Rune sitting in the river. He just needs a little bit more chip damage on OG to make the Sonic Wave work, but they don't really have it. And then No-Tail with a blink, moving forward, catching out Carter. And No-Tail, there might have been a little bit of time between the kills, but he still gets awarded the double kill. And now they'll even take the tier 1 tower in mid.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Is Aggressive actually going to try for this?
Radiant's middle
They are
tower
pinging it
is
out, and they do have the potential for XC to rotate down with an Orchid. He will kill Fly if he moves a little bit further up these stairs, and he is, rightfully so, being cautious.
He's waiting for it. Right in front. There goes your Orchid, and Fly is dead. It is actually the Aghanims build coming out from Miracle. He's 1,200 gold away from completing it. Most of it's sitting on the Courier at the moment. But it looks like they are going to increase that Tiny.
It puts a lot of pressure on No-Tail to perform. I think this is one of the best heroes this early in the game to give an Aghanims to, and he's going to be out of control for a while. But if they just make 1 or 2 misplays with the Tiny and he loses his farm, you've sacrificed a lot of your Alchemist.
Is that when you want to go for more defensive item builds? Like, you know you want to be building into an Assault Cuirass at some point. Is it worthwhile just picking up that plate mail now? Or if you're going to go for Manta style, do you get the ultimate orb? Do you get that extra life?
I think Manta would be pretty nice in this game.
Miracle, real trouble. He really doesn't want to die now, but he's got no choice. The Wyvern will get the kill. He actually spent his money before death, so he doesn't lose any gold from that death. It's just the fact that CDEC are able to find yet another kill and open up more space inside this dire jungle, giving more space for the Broodmother to work. But No-Tail's getting ready to fight that mid. Garda sitting right behind him. That's going to toss a little creep over. Not going to see anything apart from Shiki trying to kill it off.
Dire's middle tower is under
They took about the same damage from that, because No-Tail got hit by Corrosive Skin.
I wasn't lying. I wasn't lying when I
Yeah,
said
what was
that.
it? You looked it up. Corrosive Skin dealt about the same damage as Viper Strike on average per game for Viper, right?
So in all recorded games, Viper
Games
Strike...
or pro games?
This is all recorded games like pro games. You're looking at 3,431 damage as an average.
You're looking at Aggressive getting...
Yeah, he's going to blink himself away. But then the Fisher from Moon keeps him out. They went in so deep for this. The Curse will keep him out, but No-Tail, the toss was still completing. Crit will relocate the Tiny. That's a little bit further back. In fact, not a little bit, all the way back to the well to keep him safe. And now Miracle blinks forward. A double concoction done over on Shiki as well as Q. The mech will repair the damage, but Crit, he's back to the fight. And, well, he's going to tether himself up with Miracle. They push forward. No-Tail's already on a double kill at the moment. And he's looking for more. Q sitting behind. He moves forward with a Splinter Blast, but they already tossed Crit forward. He's too far up. Viper's going to find one as this fight really splits out. Q try to keep the rest of OG on the dire side of the river, but No-Tail, he's just man-moding this. Even when he's getting hit, the Cragly just keeps sticking aggressive. So low as well, but he'll survive. Barely. This not completely over. Okay, it will be with Miracle TPing out now. The Brood has no way to interrupt him.
Man, that did cost CDC a lot, though. They bought back their Queen of Pain and their Tusk, and they end up with kind of a draw in that fight. And Aggressive... In this tournament, we've generally seen him play very controlled aggression, where he knows his limits about how far he can push it. This time, he just went way overboard, blinked into a very easy Fissure from Moon Meander, and he didn't even get a single spell off before he died there.
It's arrived.
Gotta be careful.
The 20-minute Aghanim Scepter to come into Miracle. That's on top of his Blink Dagger as well as Solar Crest. But he'll be passed to the Tiny in 8 seconds' time. Also a big item for Moon. He's got that Blink Dagger, so it's... The initiation is looking so good for OG.
I'm thinking what we might see here will be kind of similar to the game before this one. eHome versus LGD in game number 2, where all LGD needed to do was focus down the Leshrac so hard, and there was no other damage source. It's essentially the same kind of style that OG have set up now, that they've put so much damage and so much emphasis on their Tiny, that if CDC can find a way of locking him down and controlling him, which their Viper, for example, is great at, then they definitely have the tools at their disposal. He went for a Midas, by the way, building into Treads now, and I think it's an axe game for Viper.
See, that's where I wonder if you've really got enough. As long as Crit holds himself back, you can relocate, save Tiny out. So you commit everything onto the Tiny, which is very difficult to do. Like, you're not going to be able to find that burst damage. It's a Viper. Like, you're not looking at burst damage from him. With the Orchid Sonic Wave from Queen of Pain, with Scream, even that is not going to drop Tiny down low enough.
Dire's middle tower.
I'm just questioning if the full focus strat. I can understand the point behind it, but if it's going to be enough to get the kill.
I think Broodmother will be the key to do this. If XC goes for the kind of build that we've seen from Mag in the past on Brood, where he goes for BKB and then into Deso and perhaps either a Daedalus or a Cuirass, the Broodmother starts hitting really hard. This ultimate gives 120 damage on level 3. So the damage output you can have in these fights if you're free to go is extremely high. And that's one thing OG lack in their draft. They don't have a BKB counter.
It's true. Okay, CDEC really need to get a Monkey King bar. Like, you might be talking about the Aghanims game for the Viper, but you've already got a Solar Crest on the Alchemist, and now you're getting a Butterfly build arriving for No Tail.
Yeah, it's for sure that OG will be looking toward Roshan soon. They keep sending in Spiderlings here for CDC, but it's just a matter of a few seconds OG need to be off the radar to be able to claim this with, of course, the Acid Spray, No Tail's massive damage output going into that Butterfly. And they can even use the Undying Ultimate Flash Golem to help out, and the Tombstone. Plenty of options for OG. They just need to get their lanes under control.
Okay, aggressive, chip it away at No Tail. Doesn't want to take that risk of No Tail blinking forward, so needs to also keep that Shadow Strike out. It's too easy for that Queen of Pain to die at the moment. She's not walking around with an easy buffed up Aghanim set that was gifted to her, so she has to do it the old-fashioned way.
And you look at the economy, you're thinking, okay, this Tiny is ridiculously big, right? He's been pulled an Aghanim Scepter. He has 8 kills, 23 minutes in. This is the kind of stereotypical game where right now OG are ahead by 10,000 gold. In a lot of their previous matches they've played with Tiny, especially in online tournaments, they're 1,500 gold ahead. They've sacrificed the Alchemist for it, and CDC are out-farming them.
They're actually behind in experience too. Like, that's almost up to 3,000 going the way of CDEC. So OG, like, the way they win with this game, with this lineup, is just by being really aggressive. You push down through the tier 2, tier 3 towers, and you force CDEC to fight you in an unfavorable position. And the Tiny, you're still running a 3-blink lineup. Fly's about to complete up this mech of his. And with an Aegis of the Immortal also in the hands of, I don't even want to give it to the Tiny at this point. You almost want to give it to somebody else, because Tiny is just so damn big already. But they are going to give it to No Tail. I'm wondering how CDEC really fight this. Like, maybe the option is just don't.
Yeah.
Just
so
split
too.
push the entire time.
They just need to delay the game a bit. They went for a Midas on Viper that sets a very clear game plan for you where you're not interested in fighting. They're closing in on the BKB on Brood. If you're OG, on the other hand, you want to find a way of activating your Alchemist now. You went for this Blink fight-oriented build with Solar Crest and pulling the Ags over. Miracle has to find a way to become a threat as well.
Well, how does he do that?
But it's hard to get out on the map.
Like, what build do you go for at this point? Do you still go back into your old Radiance build when you're 24 minutes into the game?
I don't think so. That's the build if OG want to slow the game down, but if that was their game plan in the first place, you should have got it earlier.
OG are doing OG things. They're building for early game. It looks like it's going to be a Vladimir's Offering as his next major item. So it's all about the group up, push together as OG. They want to end this game before we hit 40 minutes. That's the goal right now for OG. If these Spirelings wait a little bit longer, they're actually trying to kill off Crit. They may get the Courier, and the Courier goes to the tree line. That's got the rest of the Butterfly on it. And the fact they just send the Courier back now, OG.
Very good awareness here from OG saving that Courier.
It's probably Crit working it out.
Well, it's
might also be
surprising.
worth picking up a gem as well.
That was what I was going to say.
I'm sorry, Sind.
It's a bit surprising that they're not getting a gem. OG, I think, are in a position right now where they feel pretty confident and comfortable with the way the game is going. They obviously can't see the graphs. If they could, they might be a little more worried. But in this position, if you want to play aggressive, you need to get rid of these wards and find a way for your Tiny to get into the fights. But they keep letting the Spiderling split push. They keep giving CDC more map control than I think they need to give them right now.
It's kind of funny when you say things like that, because you look at OG's lineup, and the Wisp is still fairly strong. So why don't you just throw the Wisp and Tiny onto one lane and push with the other 3? And split CDEC up. Tiny starts attacking now into the mid lane. No Tail actually gotta be careful. The shards have blocked him in the tree area, and he may just burn this Aegis Immortal without anything. The Fissure keeping Q off, and actually it looks like he will be okay with Crit arriving. OG took a little longer to get there, and maybe that's one of the reasons why. Get isolated for a little bit, and that Tiny not as tanky as you'd think. And in fact, are they gonna, yep, it's gonna be a relocate. They're going up to top lane, but looking for that kill over on Shiki. Shiki just attacking into the IO straight away, but the damage output, Crit needs a little bit more regeneration. But it looks like it'll end up being a 1-for-1 trade, but it's the Viper for a Wisp. So favorable for OG.
Yes and no. Yeah, they kill a core, right? Most of the time you would say, okay, they traded a core for support, that's a bad trade. But with Wisp off the field and relocate down, it opens up options for CDC to explore the map a little bit now and try to get some control out.
See, the concern I then have is the way OG can get even more is the fact now they can push. The Vlad's is done.
That is true. There's a tier 1 top, yeah.
Yeah.
They'll probably get more out of this then.
And the Brood hasn't got enough momentum. Hexy's farming up Ancients at the moment. There's no split push coming out. The tier 1 tower still alive for OG on the bottom lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Notel, it doesn't take him long to beat through towers like this.
Well, CDC look like they don't want to let him have it for free. They want to burn at least the Aegis.
Well, they will be able to do that. Notel cleaning up most of the way before that, and aggressive. Actually triggers his BKB after the Aegis Immortal's gone. Concoction not being prepped just yet by the Alchemist. And in fact now, well, Notel, how much damage has he got? The rest of OG, they're coming in. Here's your Concoction start onto aggressive, combining with the Echo Slam. Follow-up Fisher, aggressive as well as Garda. They're going to die almost instantly. The Glimmercake keeps Garda alive on sub 20 life, but OG's already found the 2 kills. Notel surviving after the Aegis burn. Garda will TP out safely, but Shiki's in more trouble. The chase keeps coming from OG. They're all on that Viper. 3 heroes down, the 3 cores for CDEC. And this is on top of now the tier 1 and soon to be tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this could be Rax. It is Rax. Like, what are you going to do? You've lost your 3 cores for 30 seconds against a Tiny this big already. I think it's going to take some absolutely miraculous play out of these 2 supports for CDC to defend the base right now. If OG are just gonna, they're actually gonna go back. They're scared of the buyback, so
it's
CDC get away. They don't get away with murder, but they could have been killed way harder.
And they're just going for the safe. They understand they can pick up their new items. They get back to their farm. There's no reason to give CDEC a way back into this. You finish now that Moonshot on the Tiny. He hits so quick, so hard.
Yeah, that's without overcharge right there. It's pretty scary. I want to point out about that fight. Aggressive, like you mentioned, he popped his BKB early. He was scared of getting comboed by Tiny, so it is understandable. But then the bigger mistake in that fight from him is that he didn't get Sonic Wave off. He got a little bit greedy. He wanted to wait until more heroes grouped up, and then his BKB expired. And when he was about to Sonic Wave, Moon immediately identifies the opening, goes in for a great 2-hero Echo Slam follow-up, and they just clean up the fight from there.
There's also such patience from OG. The fact that Tiny was down so far away from the rest of his team. After the Aegis Immortal goes, he finds himself moving towards the Radiant base. And OG, they waited so long. That's why I look towards Miracle. I'm like, okay, it should be Concoction Blink in now, right? No, it's a 5 to almost 10-second wait, letting the Tiny tank up any more of the control that CDEC had. And in fact, Tiny looked for him. There's no reason to have a casual Morbid Mask. See, can they even kill him? You don't have the
Mask of Madness?
No.
What's his attack speed right now? It's 312 with the tether without overcharge. So with overcharge, is that about almost 400? I don't think Mask of Madness is that good. But he might just keep the mask and get another item. He could go into a BKB if he thinks it's worth it. It's probably not the choice in this game. So maybe you just keep the Morbid Mask and you get a damage item first, and then Satanic later.
That's an option. But he might also want to have that strength of the Satanic now.
Oh, it's definitely a good item.
Blink up. XZ. There's no detection.
No gem.
The question is asked again, where is the gem for OG? But then again, Miracle has sacrificed himself so hard in this game. But he's still sitting at the 2nd highest net worth on the field. Obviously dwarfed by this 22,000 net worth Tiny.
Fissure from Moon Meander tried to steal a little bit away there. I think he got 2 Spiderlings. Something.
Worth it.
I mean, why not? Here from CDC, they've got 3 BKBs, they've got a Glimmer Cave on the Tusk, and of course the Wyvern is a great pick against Tiny in general. All that physical damage you can block with Embrace, you can curse him to his IO, or vice versa is generally better than Tiny just kills IO very easily. Speaking of that, the IO and Tiny find a very easy kill on the Broodmother. Was that any? That was without detection.
It was underneath an observer ward. He was farming up the camp and then they just moved over. Like, it wasn't even a relocate. You've still got that Blink Dagger on Tiny, so you reveal yourself a little bit. And you just get popped. And really, would CDEC think there's going to be an observer ward up there? OG are taking so many frontal towers, you'd expect there to be dire observer wards all over the front lines, up on top of that cliff, looking towards the secret shop, over on the bottom cliff, looking into the Radiant jungle. It's that little defensive ward almost at the end of its life does its work for OG.
And I actually think killing Brood is a big deal. It's a bigger deal than in a lot of other games because he's one of the key single target heroes that CDEC need to deal the damage to Tiny. So until he gets a damage item, we saw in the previous fight, it just took him so long to lay into the Tiny. So he might be the biggest kill they can find right now, better than Viper or Queen of Pain.
I love how OG are capable of scouting out wards, but they're incapable of killing them off. You've only got one range hero in the entire of the OG lineup, and that is the IO. And putting him in a place of jeopardy to get rid of that ward they just found inside the Radiant jungle, yeah, no. But OG, who cares about vision when you can just push that Roshan? He does this. He's meant to be a boss, but he's looking like a kitten.
They have AC as well on Miracle. I think No-Tail's attack speed was 408. So that's pretty fast.
It is.
And the way he just dealt with Roshan is about half of that is how he's going to deal with your tier 3 tower.
To the tier 2 tower on bottom 2, which doesn't take long. That Satanic may be done before OG try and push high ground. In fact, what's coming on the Courier, I take it back, is already done. He already had the recipe on the Courier, just near the 3200. So not only does he have the Satanic, but there's also buyback for the Tiny.
This is the true test for CDC. If they can defend this, they have a chance in the game, but it could end right here.
Well, aggressive starts with the Orchid. Tiny doesn't care though, like you still got that Aegis the Immortal. The Creep Wave does go down very quickly, however, so that's one good clearance, but I don't think No-Tail really cares. He jumps forward. Miracle stays close enough that the Assault Cuirass has the effect on the tower, which makes this push from Tiny even more effective. And now he goes in again. They keep burning their Orchids to try and chip away at the Aggressive getting stunned by the Fidger. He just gets cleaved apart. The Tuskar will snowball himself in, but Miracle, he's there for the stun. And No-Tail, finally the Fidger will get out of there so he can start attacking onto new targets. But okay, he just finds Q. The Cold Embrace will protect him from the physical damage, but they isolate Shiki, tossing him up, done to a turn. OG, they get even a perfect Fidger on XE as well as Q. There's nowhere to run to. World. No-Tail can't buy more, and they're going for the GG push. They won't wait, and the GG comes out from CDEC. They say no more. Tiny be too strong.
CDEC willingly gave away that IO, thinking they could beat the IO Tiny. They couldn't.
No, they couldn't. But it was also their combo. Again, they understand how and when they can win the game. They draft for it, they itemize for it, and they execute it perfectly. This is probably a good reason why a lot of people can love OG. They are a team of timing.
Yeah, they just set it up so nicely. The IO and Undying with all the heals, not only for the Tiny, we also saw in that last fight Fly actually saved the IO. I don't think it's Miracle with AC and Vlad, and then of course they crest up the Tiny for the push. He just becomes an unstoppable force in a 30-minute game. 400 CS.
It's unbelievable. Slightly inflated by the Brood Mother, but still a fantastic game for OG. Let's get the thoughts of the panel to see, to see the EC stand a chance in Game 2.
Yeah, indeed, but they do have an opportunity to win that second game. But let's break down the first game first, because that's a terrific win for OG. Jacob.
Yeah, that was a great game. I actually didn't think they'd win so convincingly, but they just took it right from the early game. They stood up to the lanes and the aggression from CDEC, and they really just diffused all the ganks that they tried to do. We saw aggressive TPing on top, and instead of going in on the Tusk, which they could have killed with the Tiny combo, they backed off instead. They played it very smart, and then the itemization throughout the game was perfect, spot on. I'm very impressed by them.
Let's talk more about their perfect itemization and perfect start by looking through the highlights, because they got off to the perfect start and continued on that vein throughout.
Hero up in front for them though. He had so much armor, and if you kind of ignore him, he's just gonna throw off a huge stun on somebody, and there's so much minus armor being provided by him as well as armor into his entire team so that no one really died during the winner's curse for him too. I remember at the end he like barely did any damage to Earthshaker. That's I guess one of the benefits to having a sacrificial alchemist, and of course giving the early ags to Tiny so he could itemize for that butter. For the Brood lane, no problem.
I think they were really clever putting the Wisp Tiny top, dealing with the Brood, instead of putting the Wisp Tiny mid like we thought they were going to do. They just sent it top, and then it was actually pretty easy for them to deal with that Brood. And this Viper against an Alchemist, sure, he's good in the lane, but that's about it. You see he falls off really fast after because the Wisp Tiny has a really good start. So they can farm a lot and get strong, and they're not really nerfed, like they're not really in trouble because of that Viper or anything. So they just have this Alchemist who is more of a utility kind of role in this game anyways. You saw Miracle going for Blink, Solar Crest, Vlads, and an AC. And I think he played really good actually. He played a utility role, something he doesn't play so often that I've seen. He's usually that kind of hard carry, so it's impressive. Very smart. So smart.
So smart.
Wisp Tiny top.
It's really the mark of a great team and a great player that you're able to change around your playstyle entirely depending on what the strategy calls for. And I think in this case, OG really proves that the fact that they're in the loser bracket from the get-go might have been a fluke.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously came in on the day one and went out not in very good form.
Yeah, maybe. I think, but I also think I was just gonna say about this this Viper pick by CDC. I think I don't really like this because they put a lot of pressure onto themselves by doing this because they have a Quap, Viper, and Brood core, and together, well, they don't scale that well into late game, so they put a lot of gone with something different than that Viper last pick.
What are we going to see, Milene, in game two?
Don't think we see a Brood from CDC. It's the weirdest thing that they do. I would say second weirdest thing is them picking Wisp, but aside from that, it's pretty cookie cutter from them, but it kind of actually pulls away from their strategy. Lifestealer, yeah, I suppose, but it's still like the same strategy with a different hero. I remember when EG was interviewed during TI, they said when they play CDC when you don't really want to, and I feel like the Brood Mother just takes away from that game. It doesn't really suit CDC's strength.
That's the thing we discussed before the match started, though. OG does want to fight. They do want to fight early on with their 5-on-5. They've proven that time and time again. Whichever team they're up against, they do like taking that early game control.
Did against Virtus.pro early.
Yeah, try and take down tier 1s if the enemy isn't fighting them and so forth. So I think OG's playstyle just fits perfectly against CDC.
Some scratching of heads down there. That's the CDC. And plenty of chat going on as well. What do they change up for the second? I mean, Milene's made a great point that they are fairly cookie cutter, other than that one odd hero now and again. But if that's how they've been playing, then how easy is it for them to suddenly transition to a different style of play?
That they have very little to no experience playing up against this particular playstyle and these kinds of strategies. So aggressive, not playing his usual self. Seemed a bit confused, honestly, on the Queen of Pain, on how to position himself, where to go and when. Wasn't at all as dominant as we've seen him in a lot of their other games. He wasn't this star that they could go to and rely on. And some of that probably traces back to the fact that this kind of playstyle is completely unfamiliar territory for them.
Yeah, very different. PyCamp, what would you be saying to the CDC boys right now if you were the captain? What would you be telling them?
I think they should stick to their guns. Like, I think they can play their own game and they can play it really well. They just need to execute. But I think that this last pick, where they kind of locked themselves, I feel, they just put so much pressure because they can't scale. And they don't scale that well into late game. So they're super pressured. And then when OG switch up the lanes and put the Wisp Tiny, this Brood, he doesn't do anything. He just goes there and feeds. And the mid lane is kind of a wash because Alchemist, he just gets more gold than the Viper anyway. And then everything is basically unaggressive. He has to go top, and he did go top, but he doesn't get a kill. And when this rotation doesn't work, because they don't have that many answers, they gotta hope for like a big Wyvern ult later on, and then they can maybe kite the Tiny once the Wisp is dead. But I think it's a really hard game for them to play.
Yeah, you saw the desperation early on. He TP'd top trying to get that gank on the Tiny, and then they spend a minute running cross map, trying to set something up in middle lane. That doesn't work. They go all the way down, they find the Earthshaker who's farming the lane, and they blow everything they have.
I'll make a remark on Notan. He's not back in the booth just yet. The LGD boys are making their way back to the booth. He's had a good game, Notan, in this particular one. 14-1-9, I think the stats popped up just a moment ago. And where's he been in the tournament? Because Jacob mentioned earlier on, he's not really had a bad tournament. He hasn't had a great tournament either. He hasn't sort of shone yet. Yeah,
pretty big help.
It was kind of helpful.
Yeah, I mean, he's still, I think, he played support a lot, so he's still, trying to get that really deep.
There's a lot of crowd support here for OG.
I think, and I don't have a decibel measurement system on this desk, but I'm pretty sure it's the loudest crowd we've had so far. So well done, crowd.
Crit's Wisp is also really, really good too.
Yeah.
Look at this flower.
No Talis,
Seems pretty happy.
last one into the booth.
Yeah, who wouldn't be happy after playing a game like that, though?
Definitely. He seemed
You have a Wisp who supports you and an Alchemist.
And they're not going to get that again, are they?
the dream. I don't think they're going to get West Tiny
No.
again now. That's probably true. They got a confidence boost. You saw them in the handshakes. He was smiling and bubbly. The no-tail we all know.
So before we get into the draft, let's just recap a little bit on their Frankfurt major so far. Started off in Group B, finished third overall in Group B, despite the fact that they were up against Team Unknown, Vega Squadron and Vici Gaming. No shame on that, of course. And lost 2-1 to Vega in the first game. They were ahead. And lost 2-1 to Vega in the second game, and had an opportunity to win that 2-1 as well. So very close matches with Vega, and we knew how good they were at the time. Lower bracket, Fnatic game 1, won, 2-0 against Mineski, and beat Virtus.pro this morning with ease, frankly, and now move on to CDEC. So it's almost like they've got better as the tournament's gone on, as they've faced better opponents. They've actually played better too.
With all respect to their previous opponents, I think today has been the first real test. This is where they needed to prove themselves, and so far they're doing an amazing job at doing so.
Yeah, Virtus.pro and CDEC currently 1-0 up. Let's not get too carried away for them, or on their behalf. I'm sure they're not inside the booth either. But should they pull this one off, how far can they go?
I think a lot of it depends on CDEC's draft. I think they had to change up their bans, honestly. I think that maybe Wisp and Undying might have to take higher priority than the ones that we saw. I think they banned out Doom and SF, I want to say.
I think Shadowfiend is still a worthwhile ban up against Miracle.
Yeah, he's had some great games on it, hasn't he?
Just put aggressive on. I mean, he has played really good co-ops in the past, but just have some heroes that can scale a bit more. That's why I think I favor a hero like Visage, because to support that scales. And just have a bit more late game potential, because then they will feel a bit more calm when they play the game, I think. And then they won't make these execution mistakes. I think they were a bit off in the execution. And if it works, then they can take over the entire jungle, and then it can be a totally different game. But that's also their only option, so it's very important that it has to work.
Yeah,
and
we're talking about small differences, aren't we, on certain heroes. When you're very comfortable on the hero, things are just natural. You know when to TP, you know when to go in, you know when to pull out, you know what you've got. When you're not...
But I also think it's this thing where when you play games, when you know that you have worse late game than the enemy, as each minute goes by, you become less confident in your draft. So that's why they have to pick. When you have late game, then you always feel calm when you play the game, because you know you have a lot of moves. Even if your moves fail, then you can still rely on taking the game later on. You can defend base. You can let.
Aside from two, I think Virtus.pro and CDEC are the two exceptions for me, because they seem to win these fights where they just shouldn't, even though they have like worse late game and like 10,000 gold lead behind. But I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing them pick better late game or heroes that can actually farm a bit faster. Like the problem is, even if they have heroes at scale, they still get out farmed heavily by the Tiny Wiz as well as the out. So they still, I think, have to just fight a lot, take control of the opponent's jungle would be one of the higher priorities that I'm looking at.
We've only seen CDEC sort of go for a late game composition once.
I don't think they have to.
So you don't think they have to?
I don't think they have to go, like, they don't have to pick, they don't have to change their play style. They just need to switch up. Like when you have the three cores they had last game, none of those scale particularly well. It's just about a game. I think TA is a better mid for them, and I don't know, that Quap mid would have been really good, I think, as well with the Tusk, what you said as well. This Tusk Quap mid, really.
Yeah, I think they could have let Chicky play the Queen of Pain and then maybe picked up a Juggernaut for aggressive. I think that's one of the best Juggernaut performances I've seen, and generally China is really good at playing the Juggernaut in comparison to that of Europe. We haven't actually seen much Juggernaut.
Secret, game one on Jug.
We did see How play one as well. That ridiculously farmed 18-minute Battle Fury, Yasha, Blink Dagger, Aquila, Power Treads or something.
It's not had the greatest win rate here in Frankfurt either, 37.5%.
So these two bans from CDC sort of expected. Makes a lot of sense. It's the Shadow Fiend against Miracle, obviously, and then taking away the Wisp so that they don't have to worry too much about a Tiny. Alternatively, you could have banned out the Tiny and been done with it. Especially now that we've seen the Tiny is being picked a lot without the Wisp. I don't think OG is prone to do so, though.
All right.
First pick, Doom.
So what do you think, Slardar plus something? for OG.
Then they egg one.
Yeah, maybe.
I do think Slardar is great up against the Doom. I like him.
I think so too.
Slardar Winter Wyvern wouldn't be too shabby of an opening. You could go for the Undying as well. Undying Slardar, because more than likely Undying will be banned out in the second phase, I think.
So which position does CDC run the Doom as? I've only seen them play on one game.
The Doom and the armor. Synergy between Dazzle and Slardar is obviously there.
There are 15 picks on Doom so far at the major. 46%, 46.7% win rate, so not particularly great.
Teams are getting better at playing against it. It's always like that with the meta. The more a hero is picked, the more teams pick up on how to play against it and interact with it. And
unless it's Leshrac.
And to some degree Storm Spirit as well.
Yeah.
Only when Blitz was playing it though.
What?
Only
No
with-
one feels
only
it when
with
Blitz is playing it.
Yeah. Oh, don't know that? Oh.
Free MMR.
So do you pick up the Quap again if you're CDC? For Shiki?
I think so. No, I don't think so. Best heroes in the game. It doesn't seem to have a lot of weaknesses, if any at all. It has such a well-rounded skill set, super low cooldowns, very useful utility. There's just no reason not to have a Tusk in your lineup. Like, I can't think of any.
And picked or banned 82 times out of 83. Just the one game that was ignored.
Yeah.
Nice. They're banning out.
We haven't given him enough credit throughout this tournament as we have in the other ones, but at TI he proved to be a very, very strong drafter. Has a great strategy and even better at leading his team.
I would like to see maybe the Lina for Shiki here. And then maybe a Lich. He could do some dual offlane with Lich Doom. Go Lina.
There is still the Queen of Pain as well. This can prove to be a good game for CDC in the fact that they can get Shiki some of his most well-played heroes in the Lina, as Pykard is saying, or the Queen of Pain.
There's still TA available though. I think if they go for Alina, OG will counter with a TA pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Or Miracle. Also, CDC don't seem to run Lich that often. I can't find it on record.
Reserve time.
Do you like CDC playing Bounty Hunter, even though it's a hero that's kind of fallen off?
I think in this game, not really. The Slardar and the Dazzle, it feels like they're gonna sit in their lanes, and then also they have the amp for later, for the Bounty Hunter. And when you have a Doom, he doesn't really pressure anything. Then it'll have to be a safe lane Doom, and they can pick something strong. But the whole point of Bounty Hunter is to...
Was that an Ember Spirit we saw?
Pressure.
Turn to pick.
I think I'd like a Rubik pickup, maybe even a Lion.
Actually, I like the Lion here. I think it's good. You can burst the hero before you can get Grave off. It's really good against the Ember. We saw EG, they PvD picked Ember Lion into Ember a couple times.
We saw a good amount of Lion in the group stages as well. It seemed to be the Chinese team favored Lion as a counter to the Ember Spirit.
We still lost a lot though.
Yeah, it did lose a lot. I think they probably overrated the capabilities of poor little support.
They like Night Stalker sometimes though versus the Ember Spirit.
They do have the Tusk already with a Doom pickup, so you gotta ask yourself, do they actually have room in the lineup for Night Stalker, Tusk, and Doombringer? Ask yourself that, Ben.
Yes.
Yes,
they do.
Okay. So where next for CDC?
Do you expect any cheese coming out from OG this game? Maybe even a brute pick for themselves? I guess usually it's Moon playing as Slardar, but I think OG was actually one of the teams that ran support Slardar too.
Brute actually isn't too shabby already.
We said that last game.
I think it's gonna be an offlane Slardar for OG. Yeah, they might even do a dual lane with the Dazzle. Or just leave him there, but I think the draft looks really good for OG, in my opinion.
It's a huge amount of line this particular tournament. It's only the 6th time it's been picked so far in 83 games.
So why has the Lion been so weak, even though he's supposedly really good versus the Ember Spirit with a long duration Hex, and also really good burst to deal with the Dazzle? It turns out he hasn't actually won a game yet.
Out of 12?
5.
Oh, 5.
He's been picked 5 times.
He's
and
0 and
lost
5?
in 5.
He's 0 and 5.
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that he's super squishy, but still needs to get in close. He doesn't have that same strength gain as the Bane Elemental, doesn't have the regen sustainability.
I think that the Dota has kind of developed to a point where it's rare you see these initiate heroes. Like, fights are no longer just this one guy jumps in and then you get like this clean fight where you just kill everyone. Fights are always like this guy jumps in, then the ally gets saved, and the fight drags on, some Glimmer Cape, some Grave, whatever, some Force Staffs, and then this Lion, once he blinked in and used his spells.
If he even gets a blink.
Yeah, if he even gets a blink, yeah, exactly. Then he's just food. The hero has no HP, no armor.
It has somewhat long cooldowns. Ironically, except what the...
This is actually one way to deal with OG's lineup.
That is really good against Ember and Bane, in particular, and Dazzle as well, I suppose.
Only the second pick of the tournament. That also has a 0% win rate.
Although a smaller sample size.
I picked 2 heroes that haven't won a game yet.
Don't lose faith, Red Eye.
5 seconds remaining.
I like Sandsor a lot here.
Yeah, I
Work
think
for you?
it's decent.
It worked for you?
Reserve
Yeah.
time.
Well, I'm actually just kind of a fan of Silencer as a hero in general. I think it's also pretty good versus Ember Spirit. It's one of the best counters, I think, to like a Cold Embrace counter initiation as well as a Shallow Grave. So
What worries me is the damage output. Like in longer sustained fights, they really run low on damage output. Like what happens when the global silence is over?
Then they doom and hex someone.
And do what? Look at them?
And then they run away.
Fast. Disengage!
And then there's an angry fish running at you.
So, final ban
Reserve time.
from CDC. Where are they going?
So it looks like it's going to be, what, an aggressive do? So still missing the Shiki hero.
Supposedly. What if he pulled out a Lion mid?
Or a Silencer mid?
Or a Silencer mid? That's gonna be punished so hard. Oh, actually, the Roman OG isn't that strong.
I mean, still, you have to worry about the dual lane, though. Then they can just, like, put Slaughter or Dazzle on the off lane, and Lion cannot handle up that pressure.
Is banned, which means they
There we go.
Wow.
Oh,
Now
CDC only have 5 seconds of reserve time.
Yeah.
I think Sven is the CDC hero.
They're going to have to
Sven
be
is
thinking
actually
fast.
good.
Yeah?
The armor from Warcry, and then obviously dealing with the meatballs.
Have they ever played it?
I don't think so.
We know that's how EG dealt.
Oh, they played it once, actually.
10 seconds
They
remaining.
picked Sven once. Some heroes we've also seen, Juggernaut could be a potential pickup, I suppose.
I think Juggernaut is vastly worse.
But it's
I remember
more CDC
many
style.
a pub game I've played against
Here we go
with
then.
the Juggernaut.
And it is an Alchemist last pick. So, OG on the verge of a place in the next round. Let's go back to our commentary team. Cinnamon and Toby 1.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, we are back here for game number 2 between OG and CDEC. I'm Toby1 here with Synderen, and Synderen, I instantly want to ask you, what was that look on your face when you saw the Alchemist pick?
I don't know, I had a lot of looks on my face during this draft. There were a lot of interesting things. The Silencer made me go, what? Then the Meepo made me go, of course. And then the Alchemist made me go, they're out of time, what? But I have a hard time predicting how this is going to go. This especially interesting thing for me is seeing Aggressive is actually playing the Doom. I don't think I've seen that so far in the tournament or even in previous tournaments.
Nothing flags in my memory for it. And yeah.
Then we have the Shiki mid Alchemist, which I think is a good hero for him with the way he plays the game. I think this can definitely work. But at the same time, you got to say, OG, they got a lot of heroes they really want. And I think the Meepo completely caught CDC off guard and is a great choice.
It's kind of surprising. Like, you get a hero like Meepo, his signature OG, catching you off guard. Like, that shouldn't end up happening, but they were forced to look at game number 1, and they banned the Tiny instead. And now we'll see if OG have what it takes in what is most definitely a comfort zone to bring down CDEC 2-0, the team that basically crushed across TI 5. And even though they did fall short, they were still a top contender. OG now is their turn to try and look for an opening as, again, just like game number 1, an aggressive move into CDEC's jungle to establish control.
And this time around, CDEC are not going to try to fight them. I think they have a better chance at the level 1 fight this game than they did at the previous one. But they show some respect to OG here, and of course the reason is XC was not there with his Tusk, and he is one of the absolute key heroes to try to take that fight. So they're gonna accept that OG basically just invade their jungle and ward. They did get one down of their own around top, and as long as they get the rune for their Alchemist, I think they're okay with this exchange. And it looks like they will.
Yeah, no pressure, just let it go. And we'll start to see our lanes. So what exactly do we get? So it will be an off-lane Ember Dazzle against the safe lane Lion Doombringer. Aggressive on that hero. And then Shiki, with the help of Silencer at the start, he might just be hit a block for the moment, but it will be up against No Talent crits of the Meepo as well as the Bane heading to the mid. That leaves a one-on-one matchup. Moon up against the Tuskar. It is the Slaughter and the Tuskar together. An interesting melee brawl going off that on that front.
They immediately counter with the lane ward here, OG. Getting a bit of a bonus out of that.
Really, really effective too when OG looked for that rune control. Like, you're running a Meepo. Like,
this is a pretty difficult lane for CDEC to win, the bottom lane. I think OG's is just stronger on paper as long as they prevent the line from pulling, which they have with their wards. So just playing this 2-on-2 is great for them. It might force a rotation from Q to the bottom lane on the Silencer to deal with it. But for now, he's in the mid lane cursing up. No-tail, trying to drain him of mana.
I love the hero which Aggressive managed to pick up. Miracle got a little aggressive there with the Flame Guard, but Garda just expends his stun. But Aggressive managed to get the Mud Golem, so he's harassing whenever her Boulder comes off cooldown, and he keeps throwing it into fly.
Exchange up top. Moon Meander is actually getting some really good damage out here on XC. Will force out the salve. He went 2 Clarities and a Mango. That's a lot of mana regen for this lane, though, and he might just be trying to trade with Moon Meander, knowing that he's got more mana in the tank.
No-tail, you're not a healthy man. In fact, that attack on the edge of the Acid Spray with the Creep Wave hitting him as well. Drops down to 70 HP, but the bottle charges will kick in. This isn't exactly where Meepo wants to be. He wants to be aggressive so he can get that second Meepo up. It's becoming very difficult to do so, and now he also, because he wasn't able to stay aggressive, the 2-minute rune contest will be there. And Alchemist just makes a break for the top. Crit could just nightmare him up and deny up the rune, which is probably going to be his primary goal, and actually does so. That's
he bottled it.
Okay. No-tail actually gave him his bottle, and now you're able to get the ensnares with the poofs. They have enough damage. It's going to be first blood going the way of OG. Not only do they deny the rune, get the full bottle charges coming back the way of that mid lane, but they get the kill on the Alchemist to boot.
This is so important for OG to get off to a good start in this mid lane. No-tail getting first blood on the Meepo is the best hero they could have hoped for. Level 3, 3.5 actually already now, as he did have 2 Meepos when he got that kill, so getting some nice experience out of that.
And he's going to just start to skyrocket as far as levels go, pulling the Meepo back to start the stack. And this one I ask you the question, man. How is the Doombringer meant to keep up with the Meepo? Because he's level 3, sitting on the safe lane. He's having to have Lion babysit him the entire time out of fear. Like, where is your damage meant to come from to kill or control the Meepo?
He can't keep up with the Meepo, and he also isn't a good counter to the Meepo. So the main thing Aggressive needs to keep an eye on in this game is being able to find a Doom onto Emperor Spirit mainly. They do have Global Silence to prevent the Grave from having an impact in the later fights. So they just need to make the best out of the situation they have. Once again, the real problem for CDC is that they haven't counter-warded their pull, and they really need it. I think finally now Q is going to find it. If no, he actually still hasn't found this ward from OG. They need that in this bottom lane.
The Sentry is in range. The issue is he has to cut through too many trees. He's only got 1 Tango left at the moment. And so he actually forced a full defensive tri-lane out from CDEC with an off-lane Ember Spirit, who's also, he's sitting, if you actually look at just the CS, almost all the OG cores are sitting at 20 CS 4 minutes in. CDEC are all below that, 14, 13, 13. there's just... Like the money's just not looking great. No-Tail's even going to get himself a double damage rune on the top lane. XZ is not going to walk into this.
No-Tail could have actually tried to have a crack at him there for a kill. There's no mana in the Tusk, but he wanted to bottle up and just secure the rune. He did have the boots advantage, and of course Meepo with that great base move speed could have caught up.
Maybe just doesn't want to take the risk just yet. He's still got a lot of farming inside the jungle to do. Doesn't want to have to come back to the mid lane just yet. Crick getting a lot of space in this mid against Shiki. Obviously, Shiki is going to start farming, but he's staying in this mid lane the entire time, so there's no big stacks that are happening for him. And because the supports are pulled out of bottom lane, which where is the initiation going to come from? Miracle, Q's behind him. They have enough stuns controlled by the shallow grave from Fly. Miracle, they need more damage. That's why Aggressive is diving in there. The poison touch can't slow it down enough.
-2.
He's starting to count now.
There are some heroes in this game that it's very important to keep an eye on the int for. I think the Slardar and the Ember Spirit are the ones that get crippled the most from losing this intelligence. Ember has decently high mana costs. Activating Fire Rim is 150. Of course, your Chains and Flame Guard, not the cheapest abilities either in the game. And maybe more importantly than any of that, you have a habit of how you play the hero and what you feel like you can get away with. And just if you die twice to the Silencer and you lose 50 mana, you have to play a little bit differently than what you're used to.
It's crazy how much OG are getting across the map. So even though you might be able to find that kill on the offlaner, if you check out the experience graph, like we're 5 minutes in, you're already looking over at a 1,500 advantage going the way of OG.
That's Meepo.
Yep, it really is. It's because they're able to basically run the initial mid lane that gets the first blood, and OG capitalize on the situation by throwing the Meepo into the jungle. So he can flash farm inside there, and then the Bane soaks the experience of a mid. He may not be finding as much CS, but you're still up against an Alchemist, and you're holding just shy of a 1k net worth advantage. And this is a greedy Alchemist too. No concoction leveled up from Shiki. He went for a 3-0-2-1 build.
Yeah, the fact that OG are ahead on net worth right now with an Alchemist with this build bodes very well for them. It's only a 700 lead, not that big, and now he's getting a stack, so we're probably closing in on even. But I still think this is a well-executed first 6 minutes for OG. The Slardar has got a lot out of the safe lane. I think even though the Ember died, he's okay. No-Tail mid.
Yeah, he might even... Okay, he's not going to turn around on this one. Crit's not really offering enough to him at the moment. Q and Guard still with a lot of disables up their sleeves. But they give now space for Aggressive on the bottom lane. So Aggressive's going to get closer and closer to this level 6. I still want to come back to the question. Okay, so you say CDEC can't counter the Meepo. Their heroes don't really look good for that. How do you still have a game-winning strategy?
Oh, they can definitely counter the Meepo. I just don't think it's the Doom that has to do it.
I think it's all the Alchemist?
Alchemist can get a lot of damage in his build. He can even consider, for this particular reason, going for maybe a Mjolnir build-up in this game. Alternatively,
it looks like he's going to go for the standard Radiance, though.
Absolutely, he has to go that first. But somewhere down the line, he can itemize against the Meepo specifically if they feel the need for it. You have Finger of Death online, which is great. And actually, don't underestimate Global Silence against Meepo. It's really annoying playing Meepo, who is so combo dependent, and getting shut down by that. So they have the tools. They just need to get through the early part of the game without losing too hard. And I think so far,
top lane
pretty even.
Smoke Gang coming on Miracle, and they're coming in. He's got a Spirit over on the side. So the shards don't actually lock in. In fact, XZ burning underneath that Flame Guard. The Lion does not have Finger of Death yet. Moon would love to initiate, but he still doesn't have that Blink Dagger. And he had to sacrifice his space on that top lane. Now the Ember Spirit's rotated off the bottom. Because Doom is up, obviously. You can't leave the Ember on bottom lane then.
I'm hearing Sprint. Looks like OG are interested in looking toward mid, but there's a good ward placed in the lane for CDC.
If OG want to force down buildings, can they do it?
Doesn't get the rune. This is actually a very good play from OG, securing this bounty rune to prevent Shiki from getting this. All these stacks, there's going to be so much money coming in. And that's one thing OG haven't managed to do in this game, is contesting the early stacks.
That's what I'm wondering, like, is it worthwhile for OG to start pushing? And can they actually push down these tier 1 towers, get aggressive wards down so they can see where CDEC are moving?
Not yet. Their lineup can't do that yet. Meepo is not strong yet. They don't have any good abilities for pushing towers whatsoever. And CDEC have great defensive abilities. Ice Shards are scary. Doom's level 4 Scorched Earth. There's Acid Spray. It's not going to happen. So they have to play a little bit of a farming game. And I think more importantly for OG, you turn your eyes toward Roshan at the right time and make sure you get the Aegis for the Meepo, and then you can play from there.
Okay.
It's going to take a while, though.
And they don't really have a long time. It's 800 gold until the Alchemist has that relic. There's going to be a very good timing on that Radiance for CDEC.
Sheik is getting very rich.
And
completely uncontested.
Doom just keeps farming on the bottom lane. And it's a greedy build too. He's just going for the hand of Midas Doombringer. So it really is all about that hold back and farm kind of style for CDEC. Notel's also chosen his first item. It might just be the casual point boost for now to go into the Blink Dagger after. Because it's still going to be part of the Aghanim Scepter eventually.
I think he gets the full axe and plays farm. It's difficult for him to play aggressively right now. And the more I see this game unfold, I think the last 3 minutes, it's favoring CDC more and more, because they're just going to ramp up and beat them on greed, ultimately. If they don't find enough farm on Miracle for OG, the Meepo will at some point be in a lot of trouble in this game.
Is that not when you want to have the Blink Dagger, when you want to initiate with the Meepo?
Yeah, but it's just not time for it yet. He can't... It's just difficult to see the way the game is flowing right now, finding a lot of key kills with the Meepo. They're going to need the Blink Dagger on Slardar, then we're talking, because then they have something to couple it up with. And it's just playing it very slow. I think what OG could do is they can smoke their Bane and then try to find a pick that way.
That could work with you, Fiend's Grip. Nightmare one, Fiend's Grip the other, so it won't even matter if there's two heroes there. And they're looking down towards bottom lane. Notel with his Invis rune. He just wants to get the initial control over on Garda. But Garda's got no creep wave, so it's natural for him to back up. The pull was happening from aggressive. And Notel may even find a better hero to kill off. If he can get this Doombringer, he's going to be very, very happy. And now the Earthbind actually missing. The secondary one will arrive, and the Doom is over on Notel. The Fiend's Grip, it holds the Doombringer in position. And Notel moving the Doom Dump Meepo back a little bit further, and they're going to find XC. Snowballing forward with the Walrus Punch. He's still focusing on that Meepo, but the Ember Spirit Miracle arrives. Slardar beats him down with the Amplification, the full-on crush. Garda will drop as well. They grab 3. These little mini Doomlings still haven't moved themselves. Now they realize they actually exist. Those stuns could have helped out CDEC a lot during the fight. But either way, it's still a 3-for-0 trade going the way of OG.
Man, OG got way more than they came for there. CDC could have easily just backed off and given them one kill, but they tried to help him out. They rotate in. And it's classic CDC style to try to reinforce and win fights. It's something they've been so exceptionally good at in past games and at TI as well. Just showing up in numbers and casting their spells very well. But this time around, that was definitely not the play. And dooming the Meepo proved to be completely useless.
They're fighting bottom. Snowball in on top of Crit. Aggressive to the front lines. Throws out their stun and actually tries to keep Fly out. And with the Global Silence, they can bring down both of these supports of OG.
And this was one spell they were lacking when OG engaged. I just checked over on Sound, so he was 5 experience away from having Global when they opened the Doom. And I think OG found their perfect timing. Now it was their turn to... I don't want to say overstay their welcome, because that's not exactly what CDEC did, but at least get outnumbered and have to be careful they don't give too much back the other way. Alchemist is getting very big.
And Alchemist is getting bigger, but that Aghanim Scepter rush you were talking about, Notel is in fact doing it. And roughly 800 gold away from completing it because of the actions on bottom lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just needs a little bit more time. Aggressive. Looks like his next item is, well, it's going to be drums for the Doombringer. I'll be realizing he's a little weak at the moment. But he's still got a really great net worth. Like, he's sitting almost at 5.2k. He's not that far behind a Meepo, who's been involved in a whole bunch of kills, farmed up a hell of a lot of jungle. But this is the hand of Midas and the Devour, the high-level Devour kicking in.
The main important discrepancy is the one between Slardar and Tusk. It's about 1,000 gold lead for Moon over the Tusk, and getting his Blink Dagger is going to be very important.
They're coming again. Fiend's Grip going to start over on aggressive. Fly also arriving. Garda needs to get the stun on Crit and Fly. Well, there's not much he can really do about this, but the Ember Spirit, he can do a lot more. In comes Miracle. The Searing Chains and aggressive. That Doom is up. Garda won't burn to the Searing Chains. Or the Flame Guard that was up, but Moon still wants to come in. The Nightmare helps him set up for this with the Amplification aggressive. He's got no armor. He's negative to 18 armor. They could just basically have a stiff breathing. Oh, the Earthbinds barely missing the TPing out Lion. It had to be a millisecond away from canceling the TP.
That was very, very close. And we didn't get to see it very much just there, but of course the Amplify damage together with Meepo is absolutely ridiculous damage output when Notel gets to lay into the target. OG with the superior rotation here, though, they simply brought more heroes to the table, and claim an important kill. This should also be Boots of Travel now coming for Miracle.
It's Boots of Travel for Miracle. It's 200 gold, basically this creep wave for Moon to finish up his Blink Dagger. OG purposely backed off to give him the last hit in the bottom tower. So they'll have that Blink Dagger. The Aghanim Scepter is done for the Meepo. And the first major item for the Alchemist after picking up the Radiance is in fact going to be Boots of Travel. So is it going to be CDEC dodging the fights of OG?
I think he's going to play the standard split push build with now Manta Style and then Octarine Core. Try to force OG to deal with it, but Meepo is a great hero at dealing with split push. Of course, has so many resources he can just distribute across the map, and we've seen No-Tail do it on quite a few occasions on that hero. I do still think the game plan now for OG has to be find one key pick off and then go Roshan. Like Meepo plus Slardar is completely ridiculous for killing off the stone guy.
Well, Moon is staring at aggressive, but he's got no help to come and fight. And OG, well, it's a group up for a smoke. It's sitting on the Dazzle. And Q, he moves forward to plant down an Observer Ward. So they see No-Tail moving up, but I don't think you want to snowball into this one. The Walrus Punch will be there. The Global Silence Controller's there too, but they don't have enough damage. Meepo, he's down to 168, and there it is from the Silencer to find the kill. CDEC, they do find something, but can they get more? Moon sharded up on the hillside. Shiki can't join the fight just yet. Now he can, as that Phoenix Grip being cancelled out by Crit, and aggressive to the front lines. Miracle still wants to fight. The Doom hasn't worn off just yet, but Meepo buys back into the game. Can't hit the Earthbinds. Finally, now he's able to secure up Q, while the fight splits into multiple parts. You've got the stuns keeping Moon out, both the concoction as well connecting. The Silencer will die back behind the tier 1 tower, but Shiki on the run out through the bottom river. They're coming in closer with the Ember Spirit jumping forward.
Oh my God!
Alchemist is denied by the Satis. But OG, with the 2 kills on CDEC, they can get what they came for and make this buyback worthwhile. Now they move in for Roshan.
He got denied by the little Satyr, I think. It was because of amplified damage that actually happened, but Shiki going there for that play, of course, was the only play he had. Here goes Roche, like you said. It's a big buyback to commit for No-Tail, but end of the day, definitely worth it for OG.
And OG, now they got to try and still throttle up a little bit more. Slow down this game. The concern right now for both Lion as well as Tuskar, I'm wondering is can they get into the fights at the right time? Like, you mentioned the fact you've already got the Blink Dagger over on Moon. So the Slardar can initiate in, but Tuskar still walking around with Arcane Boots as well as his Magic Wand and Bottle. There's no Blink Dagger over on him. The Lion, who is normally a very greedy support, is still halfway towards that Blink Dagger, is taking CDEC time until they've got those control factors arriving.
I think it all depends on the Global Silence. You saw the fight they took there. It looked horrendous when they jumped in. They didn't even have Doom there. I think they didn't have Silencer either, and they still managed to get a key kill because they timed their abilities correctly. Imagine if they take that team fight where they jump in with all 5 heroes together and it just goes way better. It is true that if they don't use the Global Silence very well, they will kind of get run over. So there's so much pressure on CDC to make it work, but with the right execution, I definitely think they can do it. Now they're going to be looking for Miracle.
Snowball up, Global Silence will go, and Miracle, well, he didn't get fully controlled, and he wants to spirit himself out, but with a Doom already triggered on him, OG will cut their losses. Aggressive will get the kill over on Miracle. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, No-Tail's taking out that tier 1 tower. So it'll end up being a hero and a tier 1 tower trade-off.
Which you do push pretty fast, though. Could
they make it for more.
Trying to go for the tier 2 here and force CDC to rotate back. They're already porting back the Tusk. He's not the greatest defensive hero, but OG are going to play it safe. Especially now with Alchemist showing up. Now they definitely can't push it. They could try to look for a kill maybe here. That's a Blink Dagger for No-Tail.
And with 2 Blinks up, this is the time when OG would feel confident enough they could find that kill. There's your Blink Crush. Wait for that Meepo to arrive as well. A little bit far away with the poof, so not a lot of damage, and the Snowball is dragging him over into No-Tail. He'll be flipped, but the damage is too much on the Tuskar to survive, especially when Miracle moves forward like that on the back of the Spirits. Aggressive to get crushed. He's amplified. The negative armor, he's just getting carved apart by OG. They want more. Q's on the run with the Finger of Death. The Aegis Immortal will finally be triggered, but you've still claimed all 3 cores of CDEC, and now you take the tier 2 tower. Is it even worth pushing to tier 3, force the buybacks? You've already burned through the fortification now.
I think they can. They know Global Silence is on cooldown. They know Finger was just used. It is still a risk to take, especially if Meepo dies without buyback. They could push the other direction and get 1 or 2 towers, so they are gonna.
They draw the line for top. They draw the line for the tier 1 top.
Man, XC panicked there. He thought they were gonna keep committing on the Alchemist, but actually the moment he started the snowball, OG had already pulled back, so I think they could have just sacrificed the Tusk and got out. But again, CDEC with the help of a friend syndrome just commit too much into the fight, and they end up losing 3 heroes when maybe they could have got away with just sacrificing 1.
So much of it also committed onto the Meepo. Like the Aegis carrier for OG. OG didn't care if you're snowballing onto the Meepos or if you're going to concoct up every single Meepo. Yeah, your damage waits a little bit longer, but it bought all the space for Miracle to do his work in the fight. And now CDEC, they can fight again because Global Silence is back off cooldown. But OG's starting to reach a point where they may just be a little too tanky. That Ultimate Orb is now over on the Meepo. So with a blink with the Ags, where does Notel go from here? Does he try and... Obviously it shouldn't be a Linken's for him, but is it worthwhile just going directly into something like a Skadi? Or is it better to go for something like a Scythe Device and get more control?
The Hex is very good because he's against Global Silence. The Skadi, I don't know. I think it's a difficult choice, actually. The tankiness is very useful. It might allow him to survive through Global so that he can get Graved. Of course, it increases damage output a lot as well. The Hex just gives so much solo pick-off potential, though. So.
Well, for now, he's just resolving himself to farm. OG still haven't worked out there's that Observer Ward sitting around Roshan. They keep walking past and revealing their positions, and CDEC just keep falling back. Funnily enough, it actually helps OG because it allows them to get more control of the map without pushing forward too far. Good item now up for Garda. He has that Blink Dagger on the line. They've finally got that Blink instant Hexed follow-up stun.
They have so much good lockdown. It's all about the initiation for them, if they can find the key kill. Of course, being able to kill off Meepo instantly just lowers OG's damage output by like 50%. It still is very tanky on the Meepo, almost 2,000 health.
Speaking of damage output, this Doombringer is still walking around with a Mud Golem inside of him. He hasn't found himself an Alpha Wolf or refuses to take an Alpha Wolf.
I don't think this Hurl Boulder is very useful anymore. It's definitely about time to get an Aura. Wildwing wouldn't be half bad either, just getting that Armor Aura for the team. Or an Ice Armor Ogre, perhaps also a valid choice.
CDEC is smoking up. They want to use this Blink Dagger to initiate on Miracle. Straight Blink to Hex. And OG were giving him space in the middle lane to finish the Battle Fury. So he's got everything else apart from that Broadsword. So he's looking good at that point. But okay, TP up to top lane instead. Find the farm well away from CDEC. This Observer Board gives a lot of vision. So CDEC understand there's 3 heroes here. Garda blinks forward, the smoke breaks, but no tell. It was the Blink Meepo.
Yep.
So he gets himself away. If it was any other Meepo, we would have been in trouble.
That's a big missed opportunity for CDC. You look at the gold graph and you're like, oh, this is a pretty even game, but I just think OG's lineup has more potential in terms of scaling. CDC need to be ahead at this point. They have Devour, they have Alchemist farming so much. Relative strength right now. I think OG's lineup is just way stronger. CDC have to outplay them pretty radically right now. This item could help. It's gonna start putting some pressure on multiple lanes and of course ramp up his farm even further.
And Mana Star doing wonders for an Alchemist. Just let the illusions do most of your work. I'm kind of surprised that Notel didn't commit himself a little bit more time. Okay, now he's going to do it. It's the double damage rune sitting on bottom river. Like the amplification of damage when you spread it across all 5 of your Meepos, and he can time it too because he's got that bottle charge. And with 5 levels also in front of the Alchemist, he is so ready to fight. The Dire Observer was watching the Alchemist farm up, and now the illusions come out. They won't be able to scout because there haven't been smokers happening, but CDEC is so aware for this. They got one Observer Ward pretty deep inside the Dire jungle, so they understand when OG are moving into their jungle aggressively. And the fact they're missing across the map apart from Miracle, it's an obvious bait.
If Shiki dies, they lose Rex. I think so. This is a very important moment for CDC, and they might actually just have given them an opportunity. Shiki gets a little bit too greedy.
Crush just misses by Moon. And now XZ, maybe they feel like they got enough because you got Garda ready to come in from behind. He can blink and Hex over on Miracle. The Sleight of Fist was just used, so evasion's removed. for the moment, but they don't go for the opportunity. They're still feeling like OG are all on the other side of that tree line. Or at least they're acting like it.
Medium Roshan timer. So pretty average here. This should go to OG.
Notel can buy his full Scythe. He can also buy the full Skadi.
Yep.
So the choice shall now be made.
Curry is flying back to base. And he is not buying anything just yet. I think he's keeping his buyback.
It makes sense. He's only got a surplus of 2.1k over on the Meepo, and there's no reason for OG to take a risk. It is going to be the Hex?
Yep. This is going to sacrifice his buyback, though, so needs to make it happen. Miracle getting some very important information here. He was actually spotted by a Radiant Sentry, but immediately jumps out. He sees them moving.
So quick.
Just gathering information.
And make a play for Roshan. They're actually smoking up and rotating over to the dire side of the river first. So Fly will come close. He'll break the smoke over onto. If Fly's the only casualty of war here for OG, they're very happy with this. And Meepo straight in, but the big 5-man stun combining with the Doom Finger of Death. Do they have enough to get through him with the stuns? No tails down for the count. 86 seconds on the sideline. No buyback available. CDEC, they have a window of opportunity here. And with a follow-up stuns from Garda, they're able to catch up to Crit, taking out 3 players here from OG. Crit unable to survive a Miracle. He also has to back out. CDEC, how hard can they push now? Or can they push? They just go for Roshan?
That would be such an incredible steal, because this was basically going to be a freebie for OG within the next 2 minutes. They just wait for the lanes to push out a little bit. The moment CDC have to go back to defend one lane, they don't even sneak the Rosh. They could write in all chat, hey CDC, we're going to Rosh right now, and before they can actually get to the pit, it would be dead. So CDC being able to grab this timing at this exact point, this is what they were looking for, knowing that there was this collateral.
It's taking them so long. A Sleight of Fist Searing Chains now, a Spirit inside the pit as well. For him to die, Shiki's the only one that can really do the damage, because Aggressive has no aura, and now they start losing their armor as well. Roshan, like, he is slowly ticking out. Maybe they will get here in time. Moon 3 to jump. The Dire Observer lets them see everything in CDEC. Now they're finally dewarden that, but in comes Miracle. They go for the jump kill by the Dire, picked up by Ember Spirit. Moon, the Shallow Grave will keep him alive as well. Phoenix is keeping silence off the field. There's no global silence. What have you really lost? Absolutely nothing for OG. You burn the Aegis Immortal and XC. Searing Chains are on cooldown for the moment. That's what allowed him to survive. Aggressive, though, will not be so lucky. He'll doom over on Miracle, but the supports arrive. It's Notel. CDEC, they have to cut their losses. Aggressive, you are that loss.
Such a great opportunity from OG there because of that Fire Spirit giving the vision of the Roshan. Easy blink double stun for Moon Meander, and steal coming in from Miracle. He does lose the Aegis, but that was a play they had to try to make. It was actually not even that risky considering what they had at their disposal.
It still begs the big question, where is that damage from CDEC? You had the Doom and the Alchemist, your two strongest cores in that pit, but they just didn't have enough DPS.
They lack global silence, basically.
Yep.
Because if they could have just globaled before the Slaughter blinked in, they would have taken the Rosh, but OG, knowing that that was used for the fight that set up for the Roshan in the first place.
It may not have stopped Moon from jumping in. Now top lane. Garda, this is a smoke move from OG, and unfortunately for him, there's no TP available while he's got that concoction running, so Crit moves over. They go for the brain set, the follow-up crush. Garda is there, but hello, no tail, and goodbye Garda as well as Shiki. The Dazzle Poof heal. That combo of damage, like the combination of both magical and physical, when you have all 5 Meepos around one target, let alone a Lion who's that squishy.
Well, when you're amplified up and you take the Shadow Wave physical damage, it's actually a one-shot on the line. If he's amplified and we Shadow Wave the 4, or the 5 Meepos rather, he dies instantly. So the damage output from OG is exceptionally high. The one from CDC is a lot lower, and it's just the story of these fights, right? It's all about who gets the jump. I think if CDC don't manage to initiate on their terms, they just can't win fights. There's just way too much damage coming their way.
And OG already looking for another jump. Notel's getting bigger and bigger. He's got another ultimate orb, so we start the run again for his next big item. How's Miracle looking? He's also got an ultimate orb of his own. For Ember Spirit, though, it's probably more worthwhile to go for that Lincoln Sphere up against the Doombringer.
I think it might be a Manta just to break global, because if any other spell hits you first and you just get doomed afterwards, then the item provides nothing, whereas the Manta, he can just stay at the back, wait for the global, then when it comes out, he can make his entrance into the fight. And at that point, Doom might have already been used on another hero. So there are advantages to both items. It is going to be the Lincolns. We've seen in this tournament so far, a lot of the times players playing against Doom have actually prioritized going for a Manta to cause the confusion rather than trying the single hero with Lincolns. But the extra added value here is he's playing against the Lion. So it might be the reason he's prioritizing it after all.
Yeah. And he also has, like, he's got Fly behind him. That Shallow Grave is always there. You've still got Heal to save you. You've got Nightmare in case things get a little rough on the secondary initiation. Point where he's got such survivability.
This is a very, very good item for Crit. Now he can purge global with Greaves and defensively Nightmare the target of CDC. And he can, of course, also get a Fiend Scrape off.
Where is CDC's team fight then? Once the Greaves is, as the Greaves is already done.
Well, they still silence everyone else. So
True. It doesn't take off everyone of OG, but it's still able to have that big control of the Bane. There's a reason why he's being prioritized in the picks as supports early on. He's just such a good all-round controller. And OG, they're actually playing fairly defensive at the moment. Like, yeah, you don't have the Aegis Immortal, the next Roshan. There's still potential. I'm going. Crit, for some interesting reason, is hanging in the tree line on the top lane.
Was this the first time Aggressive got his Wolf? He just devoured one?
Yeah, that's the first time. He's still been sitting on that Mud Golem for the entire game. And
so now they've got a bit of damage from that, but they're definitely going to need to itemize damage afterwards. I think this Doom, after his BKB build-up, he might go for an AC to ramp up their damage a bit if Alchemist doesn't get it. Or I'm still considering whether CDC or thinking about Mjolnir. The minus armor is just such a big problem. They don't stay alive long enough for the Mjolnir to get a lot of procs on either the passive nor the static. Whatever that's called.
It's the Octarine for the Alchemist now.
Oh, for sure. He gets that first.
And then the Mjolnir.
Then it's Mjolnir, AC, or I don't know if there's any better choice. It kind of needs some armor.
Is there any use to giving an Aghanims upgrade to anyone on CDEC? Obviously, the Tuskar is a hell no. What about everyone else from CDEC?
To give one more time?
The Aghanim Scepter upgrade to CDEC. Like, is there anyone else that would really make it? Make
if the OG heroes bunch up in the right way.
Hello,
they found Miracle.
There's your Hex. There's your follow-up stun. It's going to be a pretty quick kill. The movement was coming over from Fly, but he couldn't get in range to get that Shallow Grave off. So a good little bit of breathing room created for CDEC. There's no buyback on this Ember. And Notel's already leaving too.
Oh, he's leaving one behind. For a bit.
That Alchemist Illusion's going to scout him.
He's good.
Okay, now the poof.
And Crit has been standing here for a good minute now. And now he's porting away. Oh, that wasn't really that interesting.
I still don't know what he was trying to achieve. Like, what was the trap? Like, what was the trap he was trying to do here? Because you got no BTs on the Meepo, so he's not going to just jump onto the creep wave.
Oh, but Meepo could still maybe push out the wave, and then when someone comes to defend, they can get the blink in that instance. Oh, XC.
Yeah, that Hex on Tuskar, but
they wasted the Hex now.
About an aggressive jumps 40, Doom's over on Fly. Crit will have that Fiend Grip cancelled by the Global Silence. He'll also die over on the Radiant side, and aggressive won't keep this chase going on the Dazzle. Oh, actually, yeah, he will. He's got Blink Dagger back off cooldown, but Scorch's only got a couple of seconds left. Same for the Doom.
And Axe on him wouldn't be half bad either in the fights, as long as he stays alive long enough. So if he dooms, say, the Ember, his entire goal in that fight just is to keep the Doom on the Ember until he dies. And with an Aghanim, if you have nothing else to do with Alchemist, of course you pool them, because they give stats too, right? It's not just the ultimate upgrade you get.
Yep.
But I think it's far down the priority list so far for Shiki to give Axe away. I think he needs to 6-slot.
The only reason I'm starting to think about it is just because of the ability for OG to burst down the Alchemist before he can really respond. You kind of need someone else to step up to the plate. And that's when you look towards the Doombringer. Because he's the only other hero on CDEC that's got any level of network. The next place you drop down to is sub 8K on the Tuskar.
Yeah. That's quite a drop-off. Oh, it's smoke on OG now. By the way, they went for a Manta on the Meepo, so they can start making fake plays with the illusions. Of course, you can poof on them. You do deal less damage than the actual clones, but still a very useful item. Can also take off the global silence, but of course only from his primary. It's mainly just for extra split push and confusion.
Not where you want to be. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, they control him up. He doesn't have his Chemical Rage done. And now, well, he still doesn't get it off. 70 seconds, no buyback available. Space has just been created for OG.
Their waves aren't very good though, so they can't reach the base. And there's no Roshan either, so this is just a kill for the sake of the kill. But to still give them a pretty big advantage. This is the swing in gold that he loses from being dead. And they could have maybe got a Roshan. I think the reason they went for the smoke was that, okay, if we get him, we could get Rosh, but it's a long respawn, so they got a little unlucky there.
It's also that time for OG. Like, OG just completed up the Lincoln Sphere on the Ember Spirit. He wants to get buyback. And you look over towards the Slaughter, and Slaughter's only a couple hundred gold away from completing up his BKB. So when Moon has that during the fight, CDEC's going to have a very hard time keeping global on everyone. In fact, CDEC, they're coming over to contest Roshan, but OG, they read the move. The global silence will come out, but XC, he'll snowball for protection, but nothing will protect him from this OG lineup. Maybe it will. The Blink Dagger up, a miracle. They'll keep the chase going. XC in the tree line. Well, okay, they can't reach him. The Sharks are keeping him out.
Aggressive doomed the Lincoln.
That's not the greatest play in the world now. Aggressive. Well, he's going to go down as well. The Doombringer on the sideline. Shiki is the sole survivor. Instantly starts a split push. The waves again, the only thing that is saving CDEC, and that long timer on Roshan respawn.
The long Roshan respawn might have actually been fortunate for OG, because now they got a couple of bonus kills and they can still go and claim it. If it would have spawned instantly, the time CDC started moving in, and they would have given up. And OG are in a very, very good position right now.
That they are. Meepo is in the perfect snug position. They've got Nemba Spirit who's split pushing around. All their items are perfect. While the gold doesn't really show up that much of a difference, like it's only 5,000 going the way of OG, that's the biggest advantage we've had for 37 minutes. It's the experience graph, which is
It's going to start dipping less now that No-Tail is level 25, though. He has peaked out on experience.
True.
And, yeah, okay.
But OG are not planning on letting this game go much longer. I put a 40-minute clock on them previously. Now with the Nagus Immortal into the hands of the Meepo, the cheese is over on the Ember Spirit. He actually dropped, he hasn't picked up to a hurry. Well, why should they be? Like, they still understand that CDEC do not have the damage to deal with them. Aggressive's next item is defensive. He's going for the BKB build. It's taking him, for a guy who has Devour and Hand of Myers, it's taking him so long to complete up a BKB. The Shivas is there, but we're still not looking at damage. And the Alchemist is building into the Assault Cuirass, inflicting enough damage to kill off OG in the controlled time that you've got.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the way you're used to aura items working, where you're like, oh, it makes a very big difference that you have Vlad's and AC, it still, of course, makes a great difference. But Meepo just has overwhelming damage. Between his 5 Meepos right now, he hits as hard as a hero with its base damage and 2 Rapiers. They deal 153 damage each, and there's 5 of them. So you can multiply that up, and you get about 750. So all those aura items, yes, they will reduce, but he's still gonna just... If he gets to hit them with amplified damage, they could have any item they want. They will vanish. It's all about the initiation and catching the Meepo off guard and killing him off. When he has the Aegis, though, it's just not a possibility for CDC.
I'm wondering what No-Tail's going to build into next, and I got an inkling he's going to be looking towards just that second level BTs while he's got the Aghanims up. Because then he can move with the Ember. And this Ember Spirit almost has his BKB completed. So BKB plus the Lincoln Sphere. This is inevitable for CDEC that OG are just going to come, or has even arrived for the Bloody Dazzle. As he walks around with the stolen gem from CDEC. He's got Q's gem on this Dazzle.
They're going to lose all map control, and if you think Alchemist is good at split pushing with this build, then you're right. But Meepo's even better, so they don't even have to worry about the problem with Alchemist constantly forcing them back.
The BKBs are up. And CDEC, like, what do you even do now? Like, do you just wait for OG, hope you've got enough buybacks that you can defend, which, by the way, they've only got a buyback on Shiki, the only man. And without Chemical Rage, he won't survive in the fight. Even with Chemical Radiant,
he
still
wants-
question he can survive in a fight. Regeneration doesn't help you that much when you got 5 Meepos around you. As
The
you
problem
get burst
I-
healed and
The problem I have for CDC is I don't know what item build they should go. There's no like magical solution that just wins this game or brings them back on even footing. Like even, let's say we just let the game continue for 20 minutes and each team gets to buy 2 extra core items on every core. I don't think it even favors them that much. I mean, Meepo is going to stop scaling.
you see what he's
But
takes
the
out of
Ember-
his too?
Yep.
It's, well...
Probably E-Blade?
Yeah, E-Blade. The butterfly doesn't make as much sense. But when you got that E-Blade, that instant shotgun,
It's to protect. It's mainly good on Meepo for defensive purposes, so you can just target it on the Meepo that is getting targeted. You obviously only have the ability available on the main, but it also gives very good stats. It gives 40 agility, and of course all the Meepos benefit from that. It's a very good item on the hero.
OG, they waited out. They're actually using this Ember Spirit illusion as bait, putting the Lincoln Sphere shield on him, so you think it's the real one. As Moon gets a little bit of extra vision. That amplification over on the Tusker, and Tusker trying to stay away from the rest of his team, but doesn't, well, it's not really going to help in a moment as the amplifications just keep kicking in for OG.
That was a pretty believable movement with the illusion. Lincolning it, healing it.
It's the bait. Oh,
whoa.
Under the tip on Towers, he going so fast, and now they lock in Shiki. They keep the ensnare up, and Notal copping a hell of a lot of damage. He still needs this ad spray in the global silence. Stops kind of everything but crit. He stops even more aggressive kind of attack. This should be the game right now is OG. They have pitched a tent. They have planted the flag, and they own C to EC. 2-0 in this best of 3, removing one of the strong proved themselves in the lower bracket.
That was such a good Meepo pick. It was the ideal draft for OG because of the way they can play around this hero. They identify the opening to go for the hero. Just exceptional play from them. CDC, I think, looking at ease of execution, I'm saying this against the team with Meepo, but the ease of execution, when you're able to play the hero, CDC have to play this so well in order to stay in it. And OG, they just found everything they needed in this game. Beautiful play.
They really did, and they found a lot of fans right here in Frankfurt as well as online. For now, we'll see if the fans are there. They were hoping for it, the Danish bias of our panel.
And I think they're very happy after that one, Jacob.
For good reason. They played outstandingly in this series, even better than they did against Virtus.pro. I'm not ashamed to admit that I have Danish bias.
And we had a little bit of a conversation about this throughout the day. The fact is that they've improved every single time they've gone through the lower bracket. They get better and better and better and better. And they're now top 4. It's an incredible achievement.
Are they
5, right?
Well, they're top 4 because there'll be 5 left tonight, but one will drop out in the previous round. They'll finish 5th, 6th. So
nice.
they're guaranteed top 4, more than $250,000.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Not too bad, right?
Not as good.
I think they actually did like Melk said earlier. It's the previous teams they played against. Maybe did it 2-0 in a really convincing manner.
Yep.
They played very solid, really good drafts, I think too.
I was going to say, how important was the draft second game? Because
A lot.
It pretty much won them the game.
Yeah,
didn't it?
I'm going
Not
back to
being
what
mean,
Pycat
but-
said. That there's always some cheese in their strategy.
Well, some cheese and some rats as well. And it worked out quite well.
Yeah, it did. They pretty much won 3 lanes, and their supports were getting levels.
The crowd enjoying it as well. Wow. The crowd are getting very, very, very happy after that one. The cheers that we heard have been the loudest we've had here at the Festhalle all week long. The trademark sunglasses are also out. CDEC looked great all the way through this tournament. They came through their group stage without being beaten, just dropped with the 1 game, went all the way through the upper bracket before beating Evil Geniuses, and that seemed to be a good test for them, but they've now gone out in 5th to 6th. That's not what we expected.
OG was actually a really good matchup for CDC, or that EG had the upper hand more so than they would versus another team of CDC's caliber because of the wide variety of strategies that they employ and how often does CDC play against a Meepo? Almost never, right? And amongst the other heroes and strategies that OG have to offer.
Yeah, while the game was going on, we were sitting talking about this, how has a great understanding of what he needs to pick, what is like considered brutally, terribly entertaining for the crowd to watch, but really annoying to play against as the enemy team. And they have so many different heroes, you can't ban it all. Like, you're gonna commit bans to Huskar and Dying and Wisp and now Meepo and so forth. It
makes them much harder to play against as well.
Thank you, Paul, here on... And well, I got to say, how satisfying is this victory in particular, being able to take down CDEC compared to the others?
This victory was really big, especially for me and Amir, because it's our first Chinese match. We want to make it to top 1, so this is our goal.
I want to know a little bit. Game number 1, they allowed you guys to go with your famous Tiny Wisp. Can you just briefly talk how, we know you're already a standout Wisp player. You got No Tail on the team, who's considered one of the best Wisps out there. A little bit about that relationship between the two of you and what makes it just work so beautifully.
I actually don't know. I mean, I think it's just Johan is like, it's really easy to play with Johan when he plays Tiny compared to other players, because he feels like he knows where I can go, how far I can go, and how far he can go himself when I support him. So it's a lot easier to play with him compared to playing with players that don't know Wisp.
And then game number 2 comes, and I gotta know how premeditated was going with something like the Meepo. It's obviously something a lot of these Chinese teams are not prepared for or even used to. Was that the whole intention behind it, and were you surprised at all at how well it was able to work out?
We were pretty confident that they wouldn't be ready for it, and we also know that they didn't play against it that much, and yeah. In general, it's easier to play these strats against Chinese teams, I feel, because a lot of the European teams have played against it and played it themselves, but the Chinese teams don't really play Meepo, they don't really know how it works. So we felt really confident going with it before the game, and we just went with it.
Well, it worked out very well. It was a very impressive performance. Crit, congratulations again. A big victory for you. You made top 4 now. Let's hear it again before we send it back to the panel for Team OG and Crit.
Thanks again, man. Congratulations.
Well done, OG. Obviously, genius. That's obviously what it stands for. Has to now, doesn't it?
Obviously. Great joke, mate.
Obviously genius. We've got the evil geniuses, now we've got the obvious geniuses.
Hey,
yeah.
It took me a little while to pick up on what you were talking about.
It's okay. Way past your bedtime. Let's talk about OG then. Fantastic match, fantastic game, and they've had a fantastic day as well, because not often do you get a chance to play quality teams of Virtus.pro and CDEC's caliber in the same day and destroy both of them.
Yeah, I think it's a great morale booster, and a lot of teams question whether or not they would be able to perform at such a high level and place top 4 at such a tournament like this. They didn't have the best...
Showed me that they finished 3rd place, which I probably had forgotten about, so not that bad.
Not that bad.
No, I think I accidentally said they went out pretty early on in the tournament, but top 3 is good.
Yeah, it is.
But it's a great result already being in top 4 now for a team like OG, and as Crit was saying, for him and Miracle especially, first time they play up against a Chinese team, they come out ahead. And this just goes to show why these 2 players in particular were the most talked about free agents on the market after TI. Like everyone in Seattle, when they went out of the tournament, you know, this great mix-up of teams and players start talking, what kind of team are we creating, what do we want to make? Everyone's talking about how to assemble the new super team, and Crit and Miracle were the 2 go-to players, and No Tail secured both of them. So a lot of trust from them in letting him and Fly, of course, lead the way for them rather than going with, for instance, Secret.
And it's very early, of course, Pike Out for them as well, as a team coming together and gelling and learning each other's strengths and weaknesses. It's still very early. There's a huge amount of potential in this team.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. I mean, we've only seen... How long have they been together now? I mean, it's...
After TI, so it's two and a bit months, I think.
It's really impressive. And I also think this Crit and No Tail, I think what he says about No Tail is he knows how to play this Wisp too. So he actually understands both sides of this Wisp Tiny. And that's why I think he plays right now, he plays such a good Tiny. He plays really well with that hero.
Right.
Because he really knows how far can he go and where can the Wisp follow. He knows how the Wisp works.
All right, well, let's get some more demonstrations of some great play, because let's look back at the highlights of Game 2 right now and take you through them and relive them once more. The OG fans are going to love this next couple of minutes.
Actually started out by missing the net, obviously. Microsys doomed Meepo away from right away, and Bane just being grips him instead. And this is just where it already runs out of control for CDEC. They keep throwing in one after another, and this just shows why Lion is such a weak hero. I think the turn rate needs to be changed. I told Pike at this as well. It just seems as if the hero just moves way too away.
He's 0 and 6 in Frankfurt as well.
Yeah. I actually feel like the Alchemist kind of was what cost them a lot here, because they had 3 lanes, but they couldn't do anything pretty much. They couldn't pressure at all.
They could never fight without the global silence.
Yeah.
We saw the one fight where I think they committed Doom plus global to one guy, and we're like, okay, that's really bad for them if they're that desperate. They have to commit that much. Still coming out from the Ember Spirit, that was what I was waiting for. And actually, CDEC were doing a respectable job of keeping the gold lead fairly close, mostly due to Alchemist, but generally the Meepo team gets way more out of the map. But that was a fight that I think, like, okay, OG probably has this one in the bag.
It was taking them an awful long time to get that Roshan done as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
CDC. I mean, it was partly what allowed OG to reposition and grab the Aegis.
That's why a lot of people favored like the Solar Crest build. It's just much better in terms of utility. You can help your team out a lot more. You can even do Ancients much quicker than the Radiance build. You can do the Roche for your team and just secure someone like Ember or Meepo, you know.
By this time of the game, they're just blowing players up, Jake.
Yeah, we were sort of jokingly talking about what kind of the lineup of OG, and I kept saying how they just needed to have the Silencer steal all of the intelligence. I still believe that would have been one of the only ways they would have come out on top in this game, just because I feel like they were outdrafted so...
Another solution was to get the, I think Ika suggested this, is get a refresher and pull the Ags onto the Silencer, because they won so many.
It had to be a core Silencer though, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really think that Alchemist, they kind of shot themselves in the foot. We've seen before the Alchemist against the Meepo matchup in mid. Sure, you will get more gold on the Alchemist, but the Meepo has so much kill potential, and the Meepo scales so much better with items than the Alchemist. The Alchemist's gold is so inflated, he gets this Radiance bot, but he can't do anything with it. Whereas the Meepo, once he gets Axe Blink, he can be all over the map.
And he was, absolutely.
Yeah, he
was all over the place that game as well. Okay, let's take a look at the brackets right now to give you an update as to where we are, because we've had 3 more matches today. The upper bracket remains untouched. You'll see EG versus Secret, of course, tomorrow. At the bottom, though, is where all the action's been taking place. eHome coming through against LGD 2-1, and OG earlier on, of course, beating Virtus.pro. And then finally, our last game of the evening, a tremendous win for OG over the runners-up from TI5, CDEC. So that's how the bracket looks. We've got plenty of games coming for you tomorrow. So why don't we show you what we've got in store tomorrow, because it is going to be another special day of Dota 2 for sure. The matches start off like this. Vici Gaming in the lower bracket, final game of the day, and sandwiched nicely in between that is the eagerly anticipated matchup of Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. What are you looking forward to tomorrow, Pycat? All 3 games are going to be pretty good, aren't they?
Everyone's looking forward
I think everyone wants to see EG Secret. Yeah. I mean, we didn't even get to see it during TI. And we haven't seen EG. We saw them play once in
MLG.
Tournament was MLG, right? But that was when EG were they looked a bit shaky. They hadn't really figured out what to do with RTZ Sumail, but now it seems that they figured things out. So I think this series is going to be really, really interesting.
Jacob?
What he said.
What he said. Good. Melanie, any difference? I think we're all just really excited to see that.
I think
game, right?
why people like these 2 teams is because they use different heroes too. Like they use Invoker and Timbersaw, whereas some of the other teams like really, really fresh to 6.85. So I'm very excited to see all the new heroes, and especially EG Secret.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Pycat, for joining us as well. Our 4th day of the main event at the Frankfurt Major has come to a close, and with it, another 3 teams are eliminated. Just 5 teams now remain in the pursuit of glory. Tomorrow, we'll see Evil Geniuses and Secret go head-to-head for a place in the grand final, while the other 3 teams will be trying to hang on to their chances of championship glory from the lower bracket. As ever, my thanks to our commentators, expert panelists, and observers, and a big thank you for joining us for day 4 of the main event. We'll see you tomorrow for the 3 of the last 5 matches of the Frankfurt Major.